Chapter 1. The Eastern Sea of Antiquity. At this moment, the sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with drifting white clouds. The boundless sea shimmered with glistening waves, occasionally revealing sea creatures that surfaced to bask in the sun, expelling bubbles as they did so. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the water, creating slight ripples, while sporadic surges of waves splashed, reflecting the vibrant hues of the sunset that danced across the horizon. Amidst this serene tableau stood a golden third-grade sword lotus, quietly anchored at the shallow shore of an unknown island. The lotus was divided into 3 petals, each resembling a sword, emanating a subtle yet sharp aura. Sunlight bathed the sword lotus, casting a beautiful golden glow. In an unexpected moment, the third-grade sword lotus quivered slightly, and a consciousness began to awaken from within it. Huh? Have I traversed worlds? Tong Ling awoke to this unfortunate reality. Upon realizing he had transformed into an immobile lotus flower, and gleaning from the memories of his inheritance that he had crossed into the world of Antiquitian era rife with peril, where golden immortals were as common as dogs and tai existed in abundance during the calamity of the Wu, and Yao's sense of helplessness deepened. Panic also began to settle in. What am I to do? Will I be devoured by some passing sea beast? Brother Tongzi, are you there? Calling Brother Tongzi. Calling Brother Tongzi. In his anxiety, Tong Ling instinctively called out, convinced that a system was a prerequisite for any traveler. Yet the next moment, Brother Tongzi did not materialize. This complicates matters. Without a system as a safety net, navigating this world of antiquity could prove quite challenging. A hue of gray, resembling despair, enveloped Tong Ling's inner world, reaching a depth of 50 shades. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, with his mere third-grade sword lotus stature and qualifications, his future existence in this boundless realm of deities and demons seemed rather bleak. Extending his divine sense, Tong Ling gazed melancholically at the brilliant sunset on the horizon, feeling a stark contrast between his impending fate and the vibrant hues of the sky. One gray and somber, the other colorful and radiant. Sighing, he lamented but felt utterly powerless. Having arrived, there was no turning back. It was time to contemplate his present and future. Since I am here, I may as well accept it. With a vague grasp of the intricate dynamics of antiquity from his past life, Tong Ling projected that there might still be a glimmer of hope for his future. In this thought, he watched the receding splendor of the sunset, gradually calming his heart and even fostering a sense of resilience and aspiration for what lay ahead. At that moment, an inexplicable voice resonated in Tong Ling's mind, causing him to pause in surprise. The Tao has 50. Heaven's transformation fortinin, one must elude. As one who has eluded, you gaze upon the sunset, harboring profound feelings for your future existence as a lotus. And amidst your sighs of melancholy, your heart begins to find tranquility, and your state of mind is elevated. You have garnered the favor of the Tao, awakening a unique supernatural ability. Entry acquisition bonus Tao level entry. Incomparable insight colorful black. Incomparable insight, colorful black. You possess Tao-level comprehension. Your insight is deemed extraordinary. As the voice faded, an enigmatic force of the Tao suddenly melded into Tong Ling's true spirit. In that instant, his comprehension surged to an unimaginable level. Were there a corresponding secret tome of the Tao at this moment, Tong Ling could likely master it with a mere glance. Colorful black? Tao-level entry incomparable insight, unique supernatural ability, entry acquisition. Favor of the Tao, one who has eluded. Feeling the transformation of his true spirit, Tong Ling was astounded, soon overwhelmed with boundless excitement and joy. I thought I was without a golden finger. Earlier, Brother Tongzi's absence cast a shadow over my heart. Yet, while it may not be Brother Tongzi, it is close enough. One who has eluded the favor of the Tao, unique supernatural ability, entry acquisition, and Tao-level entry, incomparable insight. How remarkable. Truly, a sparrow pecking at a bull's rear end is something to marvel at. With exhilaration in his heart, Tong Ling searched for the source of the mysterious voice in his mind, but finding no clues, he decided to relinquish the pursuit. He intended to delve into the unique supernatural ability of entry acquisition and the Tao-level incomparable insight. Not far from the shore, a water spirit shark, having succumbed in a battle for mates, floated lifelessly on its back. Suddenly, a gray bubble, a white bubble, and a red bubble emerged from the deceased shark, drifting towards Tong Ling with the waves. What is this? Tong Ling gazed in astonishment at the trio of bubbles gray, white, and red as they approached him with the tide. Lonely fate gray. Your life is destined to be solitary should you harbor thoughts of forming a partnership with the opposite sex. Your fortune will decline until you meet a tragic end. Fierce recklessness white. You possess a simple mind and a muscular physique. Exuding a fierce aura, you will choose to resolve any issue with your fists, and for matters that cannot be solved by brute force, you will still opt for a physical approach. Affinity for water red. You possess a remarkable affinity for the water attribute of the world's spiritual energy in rivers and lakes. Your cultivation will accelerate, and you will grasp water attribute techniques with greater ease. Naturally, the meanings of the gray, white, and red bubbles materialized in Tong Ling's mind, elucidating their respective implications. Simultaneously, a faint notion of fusion arose within him. It seemed that upon making a decision to merge, he could effortlessly acquire the gray, white, and red bubbles. Is this the effect of the unique supernatural ability entry acquisition granted by the favor of the Tao? As thoughts flickered in his mind, a wealth of detailed information regarding the entries emerged, enlightening him about their nature. So that is that these entries represent the talents or traits possessed by various beings. Whenever a being perishes, certain talents or traits they held will transform into entries visible only to me. The fallen entries can be distinguished by their colors, categorizing their quality from low to high: black, gray, white, red, orange, green, blue, silver, gold, azure, purple, and the colorful black, among others. After some contemplation, Tong Ling decided to select the red affinity for water. Affinity for water seems beneficial. I shall disregard the white fierce recklessness and the gray lonely fate. As Tong Ling's decision settled, the red bubble, which had been shimmering and on the verge of vanishing, soared directly onto the golden sword lotus, merging seamlessly within. In an instant, Tong Ling felt a heightened clarity regarding the water spiritual energy of the world, becoming more attuned to the surrounding oceanic environment. With a glimmer of joy, Tong Ling turned his attention to the now fading gray and white bubbles. He understood that the gray and white bubbles had reached their time limit, dissolving into the ether. The entries that fell from deceased beings had a time constraint. The higher the quality of the entry, the longer it lingered before vanishing. Had Tong Ling not acquired the red affinity for water, it too would have followed the fate of the dissipating gray and white bubbles. Having grasped the essence of the unique supernatural ability entry acquisition, Tong Ling began to explore the Tao-level entry incomparable insight. Understanding the concept of incomparable insight was straightforward. He simply needed to attune himself to his true spirit. After merging with the entry of incomparable insight, Tong Ling's true spirit underwent a profound transformation. Many of his perceptions changed drastically. For instance, the world through Tong Ling's eyes was no longer a hazy snowflake screen, but rather an Ultra 8K resolution panorama. Everything appeared remarkably clear. It seemed that he could derive insights from everything he observed. Even the surrounding environment became increasingly harmonious. As he sensed the essence of his metal and wood attributes, a thought of creating his own technique suddenly emerged within him. With the fusion of the entry incomparable insight, I now possess Tao-level comprehension. Why not draw from my innate attributes to develop a technique of my own? By doing so, I could cultivate more rapidly, absorbing the world's spiritual energy with greater efficiency and enhancing my path at an accelerated pace. As a mere third-grade sword lotus, his foundation was pathetically low, situated at the very bottom of the postnatal hierarchy. The memories of his inheritance contained only scant information about the world of antiquity, lacking any corresponding cultivation techniques, making the journey arduous. With determination, Tong Ling immediately set about merging his metal and wood attributes, seeking to understand and create a cultivation technique. In just a month, he successfully devised a method. Owing to the characteristics of his metal and wood sword lotus, the technique he created was a swordsmanship cultivation method. He named it the Great Freedom Metal and Wood Sword Classic. By mastering this technique, one could ultimately attain the realm of true immortality. After the creation of the Da Zizai Gung Jin Yi Mu sword cannon, a rich and mysterious power enveloped Tong Ling's sword lotus form. This was a result of his self-invented cultivation method, through which, aided by his comprehension at the level of the Great Tao, he had merely grazed the surface of the Gung Jin and Yi Mu paths, acquiring a faint infusion from these two great Taos into his foundational essence. In a fleeting moment, he transformed from a third-grade sword lotus into a fourth-grade sword lotus. It seems the level of the technique I created is still somewhat lacking otherwise. The infusion from the great Taoist principles would certainly be more profound, Tong Ling mused with a hint of regret. Yet he quickly found solace. Given his inferior innate foundation and his cultivation still a far cry from that of an earthly immortal, it was indeed fortunate to have merely brushed against the principles of the great Tao. Were it not for his extraordinary comprehension, he would not have been able to devise the Da Zizai Gung Jin Yi Mu sword canona cultivation method that leads directly to the realm of true immortals within a mere month. In fact, he might have struggled even to formulate the introduction of such a technique. With this Da Zizai Gung Jin Yi Mu sword cannon, my cultivation speed shall accelerate significantly. My immediate goal is to first attain the Tao fruit of an earthly immortal. Once I reach the celestial immortal realm and achieve the Tao fruit of a heavenly immortal, I shall be able to manifest and step into the world. Tong Ling envisioned the scene of his future transformation. Accustomed to walking freely before his transmigration, he now found himself as an immobile sword lotus, which felt quite constraining. The sooner he could transform, the better. He even considered that being reborn as a lowly sword lotus might not be entirely disadvantageous, as it could facilitate an earlier manifestation into the world. Had he been reborn as one of those profound and immobile innate beings, he would undoubtedly face a lengthy period before achieving transformation and gaining mobility. The deeper the foundation, the higher the cultivation required for manifestation, a well-known truth within the primordial realms. Driven by the desire for freedom and a swift transformation, Tong Ling diligently began his practice of the Da Zizai Gung Jin Yi Mu sword cannon. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. On one particular day, two aquatic beings of earthly immortal cultivation ambled past the island where Tong Ling had taken root. These creatures, each boasting 4 legs and sharp, glimmering pincers, strode with a swagger befitting their status as two crab-like monsters of the earthly immortal realm. Hey, brother, look! Isn't that a dazzling golden sword-shaped lotus blooming at the shallow edge of that little island? It appears rather extraordinary. It must be a treasure. Let us pluck it and present it to the ancestors as a birthday gift. Just when we were troubled by the lack of a worthy gift, fortune smiles upon us. What great luck indeed! One of the smaller crab monsters, whose eyes roamed about, inadvertently caught sight of a rather concealed 4th-grade golden sword lotus growing on a distant island. His eyes widened with excitement, and he promptly tugged at the larger crab monster, exclaiming in an animated tone, "What? A treasure? Where's this treasure?" Upon being alerted, the larger crab monster quickly followed the direction indicated by his companion and directed his gaze to the distant island. When he beheld the radiant golden lotus, its 4 petals resembling sharp swords, he immediately broke into a wide grin, dancing with joy and exclaiming in unison, "What great luck we have!" He eagerly seized the second crab monster, intent on making his way to the island to pluck the wondrous treasure lotus. "Elder brother, do not rush," he cautioned, as the saying goes, "where treasures lie there must be enigmas, if not a formation, then a trap. Now that we can clearly see that divine golden lotus, it should not be a formation, but rather a trap. It is not inconceivable that some lurking beast is waiting nearby." poised to ambush any who dare to seize that sword lotus. The second crab monster, possessing a fair degree of intelligence, grasped the urgency of the situation and urged the first crab monster, who was hastily pulling him towards the island, to reconsider. Hearing his younger brother's reasoning, the elder crab monster ceased his frantic swimming towards the island and began to probe the vicinity for any lurking beasts guarding the fourth-grade sword lotus. They manipulated the seawater to create hundreds of transparent water arrows, unleashing a barrage towards the area surrounding the fourth-grade sword lotus. Subsequently, they stirred up waves, sending torrents crashing towards the island. In the end, they captured a single black unicorn fish, directing it towards the direction of the sword lotus. When they observed that the unicorn fish safely approached the lotus and opened its mouth, preparing to consume the lotus as it drew nearer, the crab brothers swiftly conjured several water arrows, striking down the fish. The water turned crimson with its blood. How audacious! This foolish fish dared to covet our precious fourth-grade lotus. It has indeed sought its own demise. A tool fish should know its place, spat the elder crab monster, his gaze icy as he regarded the now lifeless unicorn fish. Turning his attention back to the fourth-grade sword lotus, his cold demeanor melted away, replaced by elation. Brother, it appears this extraordinary treasure lotus is unguarded, merely well-concealed, and thus has escaped being plucked until now. Fortune smiles upon us, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The second crab monster, now relaxed, replied, Elder brother speaks wisely. This fourth-grade sword lotus seems destined for us. It has awaited our arrival for its harvest. To borrow a widely known saying from the primordial realm, it is fated for us to claim this lotus. The two crab brothers shared a jovial laugh, their movements exuberant as they swam towards the fourth-grade sword lotus, their faces alight with longing, though their intention was to present the treasure to the venerable crab general in the Dragon Palace. They knew such offerings would not go unrewarded. Perhaps they would be granted positions within the Dragon Palace itself. As they approached the island, excitement coursed through them, and they extended their sharp pincers towards the base of the fourth-grade sword lotus, eager to unearth it from the soil. The moist, grayish-yellow earth flew as they worked in tandem, gradually exposing the lotus's root system to the air. Wait, why does it feel so hollow and cool at the root? It is no longer warm and firm as it once was. After 3 decades of seclusion, Tong Ling concluded his cultivation and successfully stepped into the immortal path, condensing a fruit of earthly immortality and achieving a complete state of earthly immortality. He was but a step away from ascending to celestial immortality. Now, having just finished his meditation, he sensed something amiss. The root system of his sword lotus appeared to be exposed, despite having been deeply anchored. In confusion, Tong Ling extended his consciousness outward, only to discover 2 stealthy crab monsters digging around his roots. Their intentions were clear. They aimed to uproot him entirely. Alas, who understand the plight of my family? Here I am, peacefully rooted in the soil, and these 2 sneaky crab monsters wish to uproot this honest fourth-grade sword lotus. Tong Ling felt utterly speechless. He had done no one wrong. All he desired was to cultivate diligently and transcend into the world. Yet, some oblivious beings sought to disrupt his peace. Indeed, in this world of primordial deities and demons, where strength reigns supreme, it was improbable to expect tranquility while pursuing cultivation. Thus, he resolved to send these 2 crab monsters back to the earth. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the 2 sword energies he had comprehended from the Great Freedom Gungold and Ewood sword cannon. With a single thought, the 4 golden lotus petals began to sway. Instantly, numerous strands of golden sword energy manifested from the petals and shot towards the 2 crab monsters at lightning speed, striking with precision at the same joint of their pincers. With a penetration of 7 parts into their shells, they came perilously close to severing all 4 of their pincers, showcasing their unparalleled sharpness. This was indeed the result of Tong Ling's comprehension of one of the sword energies from the Great Freedom Gungold sword cannon. Known for its swiftness and sharpness, my claws! The pain is unbearable. Both crab monsters cried out in agony, abandoning their excavation to hastily retrieve healing herbs, applying them internally and externally to tend to their wounds. Simultaneously, the brothers scanned their surroundings, seeking the source of the attack that had nearly severed their pincers. Just then, the four golden lotus petals trembled once more, and more golden sword energy surged forth, targeting the wounds on their pincers. Seizing the opportunity to strike while they were vulnerable, Tong Ling skillfully executed his follow-up attack. Gazing at the resplendent golden sword energy emanating from the petals of the fourth-grade treasure lotus, the Crab brothers finally realized that the true threat did not stem from any guardian beast, but rather from the very lotus they sought to claim. "We're in grave danger," exclaimed the second crab monster, his face contorting in horror as he beheld the golden sword energy descending upon them without warning. They cried out again, their voices filled with even greater despair as their pincers were completely severed by Tong Ling's powerful sword energy. This lotus was truly fearsome, beyond the grasp of the two brothers. "Elder brother, we must flee." The second crab monster, suppressing the pain of his severed pincers, conjured a massive wave over 300 meters high. Charging towards Tong Ling, he called out to his elder brother before hastily retreating into the sea, desperate to escape. "Brother, wait for me." The elder crab monster, albeit a step behind, also summoned a colossal wave to strike Tong Ling while hastily scuttling after his sibling. The once domineering brothers now found themselves in a state of disarray, devoid of their previous bravado. Watching the two crab monsters hastily retreat, Tong Ling, unhesitatingly, shook the four petals of his sword lotus, unleashing a flurry of golden sword energy in rapid succession until he had exhausted his magical power in a dazzling display of golden light. The great Freedom Gun Gold sword energy cleaved through the waves. The two surging tides, each over 300 meters high, were sliced into countless droplets by the hundreds of sword energies unleashed by Tong Ling after severing the massive waves. Only about 30 strands of sword energy remained. These remaining strands of the great Freedom Gun Gold sword energy sliced through the water, rapidly pursuing the two crab monsters who had yet to escape. Ultimately, the razor-sharp energy struck the elder crab monster's back with pinpoint precision, cleaving him in two to AS for the second crab monster. He narrowly evaded death. Using his sturdy body as a shield, the elder crab monster absorbed much of the impact from his sword energy, leaving the second crab monster grievously wounded and swept away by the waves, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, Tong Ling could not help but frown inwardly. One had escaped. After all, he was aware that the escape of the two crab monsters was rather straightforward. Simply observe the dropped items. Only one of the crab monsters had dropped an item, while the other had not. From the deceased crab monster, 3 items emerged, 1 white and 2 red bubbles. The straightforward and simple white item read, "You often charge ahead without employing your intellect. But upon receiving advice, you may pause if you find it reasonable." The first red item, titled Home, is where the water is stated. Wherever there is water in the world, that is your home. You can distinctly sense the water attributes, spiritual energy in the environment, making it significantly easier to practice water attribute techniques. The second red item, Crab Shell Defense, proclaimed, "You possess a sturdy crab shell capable of withstanding many attacks of similar rank or level." Among the 2 red bubbles, one was a deep crimson hue, likely related to the crab monster's advanced cultivation level in the Earth Immortal realm. Tong Ling gazed at the 2 red bubbles floating slightly afar on the ocean surface. The one corresponding to Crab Shell Defense was indeed a deep red, prompting thoughts about its connection to the crab monster's cultivation. But he attempted to sense it and discovered that, with his current cultivation level having ascended to the Earth Immortal fruit, the distance for picking and merging items had significantly increased. The 2 red bubbles floating on the sea surface fell well within the range of his newfound ability to pick items from thin air. Tong Ling effortlessly retrieved the 2 red items, while he naturally chose to forego the white one, allowing it to dissolve back into the cosmos, as he certainly did not wish to diminish his intellect. During the fusion of the items, the red home is where the water is merged with the water affinity item he had retrieved 30 years prior from a deceased water spirit shark that had perished in a mate competition, resulting in a brand new, deep crimson item. The name of this new item was a question mark, which Tong Ling decided to name Water Spirit Affinity. He could sense that the effects of the deep red water spirit affinity were considerably stronger than those of the red water affinity, and home is where the water is. He realized his perception of the water attributes' spiritual energy had sharpened, and he became more attuned to the aquatic environment, even feeling an innate enhancement of water attributes within his essence. As for the crab shell defense item, upon completion of the fusion, Tong Ling felt his sword lotus body had grown significantly sturdier, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities, fortunately, as he had surmised, after merging crab shell defense. No crab shell had sprouted on his sword lotus form. He had merely gained the defensive abilities of a crab shell. Reflecting on his transformation, Tong Ling pondered the path of his future development based on the fusion method of the items. Firstly, he needed to expedite his cultivation to increase the range from which he could retrieve items from thin air, thus granting himself the opportunity to merge with more items. Secondly, the higher the level of the dropped items, the more time he would have to pick and merge them if he sought to merge with high-grade items of Azure or above. It seemed he could not miss the impending war of witches and demons. At that time, as the higher echelons of the witch and demon clans nearly annihilate each other, if he could approach the battlefield and his cultivation was sufficiently strong, how many high-grade items could he potentially merge with? Given the distance from which he could retrieve them, his thoughts wandered, inevitably leading him to contemplate the upcoming war of witches and demons. Only the deceased could drop items for him to pick and merge. Thus, to obtain those high-level, exquisite items, barring the possibility of formidable beings committing suicide before him, seemed to leave only the war of witches and demons as a prime opportunity for him to reap a substantial harvest. If he wished to safely approach the battlefield of the war of witches and demons, he would need to attain at least the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, though even that might not guarantee safety. The Great Luo Golden Immortal would provide a measure of security, as he would then be able to retrieve items from a considerable distance, while his cultivation could withstand the residual waves of battle. However, attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal status was no easy feat. It appeared that he must diligently strive for cultivation in the days to come. Combining his abilities in item retrieval, Tong Ling contemplated the direction of his future development before again considering the two crab monsters, one dead and one escaped. Had those two creatures any background? Were they connected to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? If the surviving crab monster had not perished from its injuries and possessed a background, then his current situation could become perilous. That I must hasten my training, not only for the impending war of witches and demons, but also for the present, that I must achieve the celestial immortal realm and attain the celestial immortal fruit as soon as possible. At that point, I can transform and leave this place. With a sense of urgency swelling in his heart, Tong Ling resolutely embarked on the monotonous and solitary path of closed-door cultivation. As time passed, a century slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tong Ling diligently practiced, filled with trepidation, fearing that the surviving crab monster might seek its elder brother to exact revenge upon him. Fortunately, nothing untoward transpired. Tong Ling speculated that either the escaping crab monster had been devoured by sea beasts while unconscious from injuries, or it remained in a stupor, or perhaps it had awakened but refrained from seeking vengeance due to a lack of backing. Regardless of which scenario it was, Tong Ling no longer cared. After 100 years of arduous cultivation, he finally broke through the barrier separating the Earth Immortal from the Celestial Immortal realm, successfully elevating his Earth Immortal fruit to the Celestial Immortal fruit, achieving the Celestial Immortal status. Transforming into his true form occurred today. On the coastline of the island, a fourth-grade sword lotus radiating golden light appeared increasingly resplendent and dazzling. Streams of sword-shaped golden light spread outward, causing nearby sea beasts to flee in panic. At a certain moment, the fourth-grade sword lotus flashed with brilliant light, and its form vanished, only to reappear as a handsome young man clad in white brocade, adorned with a sword-shaped lotus crown, possessing a tall stature and an elegant demeanor, exuding a faint aura of masculine vigor. A golden lotus mark graced his brow, accentuating his extraordinary appearance. This young man was none other than the transformed Tong Ling. At this moment, Tong Ling held a golden long sword, which was one of the petals of his sword lotus, named the Great Freedom Gung Gold Sword. There was no alternative. Impoverished beings often had to temporarily use parts of their own body as treasures. This treasure, however, Tong Ling would not wield in battle against other beings, but rather use it for transportation. For if he were to engage in combat, and the great Freedom Gung Goldsword were to sustain damage, it would compromise his essence. After assessing his transformed appearance, a satisfied smile graced Tong Ling's lips. Indeed, he embodied the image of a celestial being he had envisioned. Once he finished his appraisal, he released the great Freedom Gung Goldsword, which swiftly appeared beneath his feet. Just as Tong Ling prepared to ride the sword away from the island, a grand and resonant voice suddenly echoed across the heavens and the earth. I am Tong Tian, the leader of the, and today I establish the Bo Palace on the Golden Ao Island in the East Sea Point. 300 years hence, I shall impart the Tao to all beings. Anyone with fate may come to listen. Thee adheres to the principle of inclusiveness, and should any being comprehend my supreme methods, they may join me as a disciple and become a sage. As the voice of the sage Tong Tian resounded, the boundless East Sea erupted into a flurry of activity. Countless beings hastened toward the Golden Ao Island, determined to join thee and become disciples of the sage. Upon hearing this, Tong Ling did not immediately inquire about the location of Golden Ao Island nor rush to attend the lecture. Instead, he found himself in a state of hesitation, standing upon the great Freedom Gung Goldsword. Hands clasped behind his back, he randomly selected a direction to fly. While contemplation flickered in his eyes, it seemed the three clear ones had officially parted ways, with the leader Tong Tian relocating to Golden Ao Island. To attend the sage's discourse and comprehend the supreme methods would allow one to join thee as a disciple. Should I go or not? A hint of conflict appeared on his handsome face as Tong Ling's heart wavered. If it were any other being, they would undoubtedly choose to attend the lecture at Golden Ao Island in hopes of obtaining the opportunity to join the sage's teachings. Moreover, should one comprehend the supreme methods, they could become a disciple of the. What a tremendous opportunity! 10 gatherings of Yuan, 100 gatherings of Yuan may not guarantee a singular opportunity as grand as this. Should one miss it, the ordinary beings would undoubtedly be engulfed in profound regret, weeping incessantly. Alas, Tong Ling is not an ordinary being. He has traversed realms, bearing memories of his past life, aware of the dismal fate that awaits once the cataclysmic battle between the witches and the demons concludes. And after the resurgence of the human race, the next calamity to follow is the .at that time. The illustrious will attract myriad immortals, yet ultimately face an almost total annihilation. Aside from the saint, the leader of, and a select few who narrowly escape, the majority of disciples will perish in the. Others may either be captured or betray their in essence, will be on the brink of extinction. Given the bleak future of such a grand sect, if it were not for the illustrious title of saint, Tong Ling would not even hesitate to dismiss the notion of journeying to seek enlightenment. With his extraordinary comprehension, should he choose to listen to the teachings, it is certain that he would reap substantial rewards. Even if he endeavored to remain inconspicuous, he would shine like a white crane among chickens, or a true dragon among serpents, making concealment nearly impossible. Furthermore, attempting to hide before a formidable saint would be utterly ludicrous. With the saint's profound insights, a mere glance would reveal Tong Ling's entire being. Thus, there is little need for subterfuge. Consequently, Tong Ling contemplates the possibility of being noticed by the Tong Tian, who may wish to accept him as a disciple. Should he accept or decline, refusing a saint would tarnish the saint's dignity. Could he expect to fare well thereafter? It is precisely because of the high likelihood of being valued by the Tong Tian that Tong Ling is reluctant to journey for enlightenment. However, reluctance does not equate to refusal. He finds himself in a state of indecision. The desire to avoid joining with its grim prospects, is one aspect, while the allure of becoming a disciple under a saint, a status akin to possessing a golden ticket to survival in the primordial chaos, constitutes another. The dangers of the primordial realm are no trifling matter. Present, they are in the zenith of the witch-demon calamity. The second great war between witches and demons has concluded, and the third is imminent. The air is thick with calamity, malice, and murderous intent, causing the beings of this era to be irritable and prone to conflict. Tong Ling, a mere, can be likened to an ant with a constant peril of demise looming. even equipped with extraordinary abilities like item acquisition and unparalleled comprehension. Without a platform to showcase his talents, he is no different from a pearl buried in dust, unable to shine. Item acquisition necessitates the recent demise of a being, implying that the being was either slain by Tong Ling or was nearby during the conflict. In either scenario, Tong Ling's current cultivation renders him quite vulnerable. As for his extraordinary comprehension, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Without resources to grasp, the notion of creating transcendent techniques leading to or even from thin air is fanciful. It is akin to Tong Ling, possessing extraordinary intelligence in his past life, yet lacking formal education. Asking him to take an exam would yield similar results. Upon entering the examination hall, he would be met with utter darkness. The Great Freedom Gung Gold and Wood Sword Classic was also conceived through his understanding of his intrinsic attributes, not conjured from nothingness. Thus, while Tong Ling possesses unparalleled abilities, without a suitable platform for development, his future path remains fraught with challenges in light of this, should he choose not to join a saintly sect like. Not only would his future path be perilous, but he would also be at constant risk of demise. In comparison, securing his present safety seems more crucial than contemplating a dismal future. After all, the future is merely a concept. Whether Tong Ling will perish during the remains uncertain. Very well, he shall venture for enlightenment and simultaneously pledge himself to. After a thorough internal analysis, Tong Ling resolved to become a disciple of. As for joining other saintly sects, he had indeed considered it. However, the distance to those sects is insurmountable. Truth be told, if Tong Ling were to head toward those distant sects on the primordial continent, the odds of meeting his demise along the way are exceedingly high. The current primordial continent, at the zenith of the witch-demon calamity, is perilous indeed. Having made his decision, Tong Ling no longer hesitated. He extended his divine sense, scanning the surrounding miles, and soon located a being hurriedly making their way, likely bound to seek enlightenment. Adjusting the direction of his Great Freedom Gung Gold Sword, he soared toward the being, intending to inquire for directions. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly, with wisps of white clouds drifting across the horizon. Standing atop the shimmering Great Freedom Gung Gold Sword, Tong Ling approached a strikingly beautiful and mature, adorned with dragon horns upon her forehead, who also possessed cultivation. He bowed respectfully and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your guidance. I am immensely grateful. It's no trouble at all." The location of has gradually become known, spreading throughout the entire Eastern Sea. "Even without my assistance, you would soon learn of it," she replied. "However, are you truly unwilling to travel together with me? Having companions on the journey not only alleviates the tedium, but also enhances safety. Perhaps you should reconsider." The Dragonhorn cast a flirtatious glance at Tong Ling, her tone inviting. No need. I'm accustomed to solitude and prefer to travel alone. Once again, thank you for your directions. I shall take my leave now." Tong Ling, feeling somewhat awkward, bowed once more in gratitude to the Dragonhorn, then departed on his sword, leaving her with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. What a pity! Such a handsome young man. How wonderful it would be to share a springtime romance and bear a few dragon children together, she sighed, watching his departing figure with regret. After a moment of contemplation, she departed, accompanied by a sigh of wistfulness that a streak of golden light sliced through the sky, leaving a long trail in the void. Tong Ling stood with his hands clasped behind him atop the Great Freedom Gung Gold Sword, recalling the longing in the Dragonhorn's gaze when she looked at his handsome face, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. What a stroke of luck! Asking for directions led to such flirtation. Should I be glad for my fortune or dismayed by my striking appearance? The path of cultivation is indeed filled with temptations. We practitioners must remain vigilant. With a hint of contemplation in his eyes, Tong Ling accelerated toward the direction of. Time flew by, and after more than 190 years, having traversed endless seas, Tong Ling finally arrived in the vicinity of. Gazing into the distant horizon, where a radiant island of celestial light loomed, resembling a vast landmass. Joy illuminated Tong Ling's eyes at last. "I am nearly there. It has truly been a challenging journey." Reflecting on the thrilling experiences along the way, Tong Ling felt immensely grateful. Fortunately, the Eastern Sea is not the primary battleground for the witches and demons, and he had maintained a low profile throughout his journey. Additionally, countless beings were eager to reach the saint's abode for enlightenment, and most were too preoccupied to engage in conflicts or treasure thefts. They feared missing the opportunity to hear the saint's teachings and grasp the profound principles of the upper clear, thus obtaining a chance to join a saintly sect in the face of such a rare opportunity. Everything else pales in comparison. Thus, lucky Tong Ling encountered no conflicts along the way, remaining focused on his journey. Of course, it is not to say that disputes were entirely absent. Tong Ling had witnessed several instances of conflict, but these involved other beings contending with each other. Sensing the commotion, he wisely chose to steer clear. Thankfully, the skirmishes he encountered were evenly matched, leaving him undisturbed. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. One could say that fortune favored him, allowing him to reach it is time to join a saintly sect and set aside thoughts of the future for now. Securing a reliable foundation for his cultivation and enhancing his path is paramount. The days filled with trepidation are ones I wish to never endure again. After traversing such a lengthy journey, Tong Ling, who has profoundly sensed the dangers of the primordial chaos, is now eagerly yearning to join the Jie and become a disciple of the saints. The distant Jie island appears within reach, seeming as if it could be attained by flight in no time. However, by the time Tong Ling finally arrives at Jie Island, nearly a decade has elapsed. Gazing at the island, faintly shrouded in a celestial glow, he can only vaguely discern its grand, tortoise-like form. Reflecting on the 200 years spent on this journey, a hint of wistfulness emerges in Tong Ling's eyes. He marvels at the vastness of the primordial world, while also lamenting the fleeting value of time within it. And oh wonder the saint of heaven chooses to impart teachings only after 300 years. Had the timing been accelerated by a century, I would have been utterly deprived of the opportunity to partake in this discourse. With a sense of gratitude, Tong Ling turns his gaze towards the periphery of Jie Island. Discovering countless beings gathered there, he is not surprised. After all, it has been over 200 years since the saint's teachings commenced, and it would indeed be strange if so many beings were not present. As he scans the crowd, he suddenly pauses, his curiosity piqued by a particular direction. What is that commotion about? From the sound of their cheers, it seems some beings have entered Jie Island ahead of time. Is it possible to gain entrance before the teachings have even begun? Intrigued, Tong Ling steers his Zai Gungjin sword towards the source of the excitement, eager to uncover the truth. Before he draws near, waves of astonishment reach his ears. Incredible, unbelievable. This fellow known as Yin Zhongxian has comprehended the mysteries of the Miao Hunyuan Gate in just a year, gaining entry into the sacred Jie Island ahead of time. Truly astonishing. Indeed, aside from this aptly named Yin Zhongxian, there was another remarkable companion named Kai Yun Xianzi, who, merely 3 days later, also grasped the secrets of the Miao Hunyuan Gate and entered Jie Island ahead of schedule. As Tong Ling approaches, he ascends to get a better view and catches a glimpse through the tightly packed throng. He observes a figure adorned with a fishtail crown, red beard and hair, a third eye upon his forehead, and an expression as vibrant as a ripe jujube, clad in a grand red bagua robe. This individual, radiating an aura reminiscent of a fiery deity, stands proudly upon a blazing sword, surveying the surrounding beings with an air of superiority before diving into a square portal of cloud and mist. This spectacle immediately ignites fervent discussions among the onlookers. Alas, one truly cannot fathom the vastness of the universe without venturing forth. In this boundless expanse, one finds an abundance of celestial talents. Had I, Itai Su, not come to hear the saint's teachings, how could I have beheld such an astonishing figure as Yin Zhongxian? Indeed, I, Li Zhetian, on my island of 3,000 miles, known for its myriad mountains and waters, with a mere thought could cover the skies, when nearby beings see me, who wouldn't respectfully address me as the great immortal of sky cover. Yet now, upon arriving at Jie Island, I realize that formidable beings abound. Far surpassing my own path, I can no longer claim the title of Great Immortal of Sky Cover. How embarrassing. Following the sound, Tong Ling discovers a stout man with broad lips and brown eyes clad in gray brocade, alongside a stout middle-aged figure adorned in a three-colored celestial robe, both in the true immortal realm. Quietly pondering their names, Tong Ling shifts his focus back to the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate, which has transformed into an ever-shifting cloud of mist since Yin Zhongxian's entry. Merely by observing, he gains insight into the gate, reflecting a portal of clouds in his eyes, with the profound mysteries of the illusory path. The cloud and mist path, and the spatial path swirling within in just a moment, he comprehends the secrets of the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate entirely. The total time spent in understanding amounts to barely 3 breaths. A smile graces his lips as Tong Ling straightens his attire, preparing to pass through the gate and directly enter Jin Ao Island, having resolved to join Jin Ao Island and take Tong Tian as his master. He shall not shy away from showcasing his innate talent, manifesting his prodigious insight and astonishing gifts. It is time to nurture this unparalleled genius. Meanwhile, discussions continue around him. Upon hearing Li Tian's remarks regarding cultivation, another being interjects. Speaking of cultivation, I have a hypothesis. Could it be that Yin Zhongxian and Kai Yun Xianzi, both at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, are the reason they swiftly grasp the mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate? As soon as the words leave their lips, a chorus of responses erupts, creating an animated atmosphere. Your suggestion holds merit. Previously, the highest cultivator to comprehend the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate was merely at the early stage of the profound immortal realm. Yet, they took decades, even centuries, to unravel its mysteries. Is it possible that understanding this gate is related to one's cultivation level? Difficult to say. I arrived early and witnessed many beings of true immortal status discerning the gate's secrets in mere decades. Their insight no less than those at the early stages of the profound immortal realm, and no need for doubt. My cave dwelling lies in close proximity to Jin Ao Island. I was among the first 5 to arrive here. When the saint's direct disciple, the venerable Duo Bao, set this formation at the behest of the saint, he mentioned that the ability to comprehend the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate's mysteries is minimally affected by cultivation level below the golden immortal realm, primarily hinging on one's insight. A fellow cultivator speaks up. If you arrived so early, why are you still lingering here? What of your companions ahead? Naturally, they have just comprehended the mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate and entered Jin Ao Island. Why do you ask? Are you looking for a fight? Come, I am feeling rather irked. Let us spar a bit. Do not speak so lightly. I harbor no intentions of fighting you. Merely a curious inquiry. Let us refrain from causing disturbances outside the sacred island. Very well, you little rascal. Surrounding beings engage in fervent discussions, their gazes fixed on the vicinity of the cloud gate, eager to witness who will next unravel the mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate and step into Jin Ao Island. At that moment, a melodious and magnetic male voice echoes in their ears. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, please make way. I have grasped the mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan gate. Allow me to pass. Thank you. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, please make way. I am quite remarkable. Tong Ling is taken aback, momentarily suspecting it to be an illusion. Yet the words just spoken were indeed no figment of imagination. Who was it that just lauded me? Was it a disciple of the Saint of Heaven, perhaps Duo Bao? Or could it be the Saint of Heaven himself? Tong Ling's heart swells with anticipation as he awaits the voice's next utterance. Alas, time passes, yet no further words come forth. Shaking his head, he chuckles to himself. Regardless of who it may be, I am indeed quite extraordinary. I, Tong Ling, shall undoubtedly become a disciple of the saint. Assuming a posture of unyielding confidence, Tong Ling soared through the air, guiding his sword towards the magnificent Bayou Square, which floated gracefully above the clouds. This was the very location where the heavenly sage was poised to deliver his teachings. 4 grand platforms, as towering as mountains, adorned with the inscriptions of the Xian men, were meticulously arranged in the void above Bayou Square, allowing all beings entering Jin Ao Island to behold them at a glance. Consequently, Without the need for guidance, the beings instinctively knew to fly towards the preaching square, seek a place to sit, and await the sage's discourse. Tong Ling rode his sword towards the preaching square. Deep within Jie Island, the essence of jade swirled amidst rising auspicious clouds of violet mist. Auspicious beasts and divine birds danced in harmony, radiating a halo of sacred light. A palace of resplendent grandeur floated silently above the azure clouds. Within the palace, the youthful and handsome Tonton patriarch sat upon a jade cloud bed, a smile gracing his features, evidently delighted by some joyous occurrence. His gaze descended as if piercing through the void, enabling him to observe all happenings within Jie Island. In his sight was a young man clad in white brocade, adorned with a sword-shaped lotus crown of jade, with striking features, a tall and graceful stature. In an air of effortless elegance, he exuded a subtle yet potent aura of masculinity. That moment, he wielded a golden longsword, soaring towards the preaching square, suspended among the clouds. This was none other than Tong Ling, en route to the preaching square. Observing the confident and spirited Tong Ling, the smile in the patriarch's eyes broadened. The earlier praise that resonated in Tong Ling's heart had originated from him. He had indeed witnessed Tong Ling's comprehension of the elusive secrets of the Miao Hunyuan men within just 3 breaths. Such extraordinary talent left Tong Tian Patriarch in quiet admiration. In his current exalted state, there were few things in the vast primordial realm that could challenge him. Yet, had the roles been reversed, with the Tong Tian Patriarch in place of Tong Ling, he was certain he would not have grasped the secrets of the Miao Hunyuan men within 3 breaths. This mysterious door was merely a trifle he had created in his leisure time. As the creator, he was acutely aware of the varying degrees of comprehension required for beings below the golden immortal level to fathom its mysteries. Tong Ling's understanding was indeed astonishing. The Tong Tian sage could not help but offer another silent commendation. He paid no heed to the fact that Tong Ling was merely a 4th-grade sword lotus. For the primordial world was vast and boundless, replete with treasures that could enhance one's foundational roots. If he desired, he could effortlessly elevate Tong Ling's roots to rival those of superior innate demons. However, such an act of hastening growth was far from his intentions, that he wished for Tong Ling to progress steadily and earnestly. When the time was ripe, he would naturally bestow treasures that enhance one's roots upon this promising disciple he held in high regard. The Tong Tian Patriarch had already resolved to accept Tong Ling into the ranks of the Jie, that a prodigious talent such as this, with an understanding so extraordinary, would surely attract the attention of his elder brother, the Yuan Shi Tanzun, who would not let such an opportunity slip by. Although Tong Ling was merely a sword lotus with low rank, he was not of the sort that would be overlooked by Yuan Shi Tanzun. Lost in thought, the Tong Tian Patriarch's gaze fell upon the Zai Gung Jin sword beneath Tong Ling's feet. After a moment's contemplation, he beckoned with his hand, and a radiant beam of golden light pierced through the void. Materializing in his palm, the brilliance faded. It revealed a splendid golden sword, exuding an aura of innate indestructibility. This golden-hued sword was indeed a treasure of innate origin, the pure Jun divine sword, imbued with 36 innate spiritual prohibitions, destined to be bestowed upon this future disciple. Yet for now, it could not be given to him. In the meantime, he would have Dao Bao prepare several suitable postnatal treasures for Tong Ling's temporary use once he had joined the sect. With the pure Jun divine sword safely tucked away, the Tong Tian Patriarch returned his attention to Tong Ling, his lips moving as he uttered a few words towards a particular direction. He then resumed his tranquil posture, delving back into the profound mysteries of the the preaching square of Jie Island. Atop a high platform, Dao Bao Daoren, the esteemed disciple of the Jie, sat in meditative repose upon a bed of auspicious clouds. As the elder brother of Jie, Dao Bao Daoren was naturally present to maintain order prior to the Tong Tian Patriarch's teachings. Undoubtedly, among the myriad beings who had entered the preaching square, there would be those worthy of joining the Jie. And at that time, he would need to introduce the rules of the sect to the new disciples. Suddenly, Dao Bao Daoren opened his eyes, a gleam of light shooting forth, piercing through the void ahead. Its destination unknown, His gaze shifted, comparing it to the appearance conveyed by the sage, and soon he fixed his attention upon a striking young man who had just flown into the preaching square and chosen a seat. His expression remained calm, yet a thought of disbelief flickered within him. This young man comprehended the mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan men in just 3 breaths. What astonishing insight! No wonder he had garnered the favor of the sage. The Tongtian patriarch had just conveyed to him the remarkable talent of Tong Ling, having preemptively reserved this disciple. Daobao Daoren was to select a few suitable postnatal treasures for Tong Ling once he joined the sect. His gaze landed upon the Jie Sect Gongjin sword that Tong Ling had just stowed away, a trace of sympathy appearing in his eyes. Yes, a Tai, a golden immortal. He could discern that the Jie Sect Gongjin sword was, in fact, a sword-shaped lotus petal. The aura emanating from the lotus petal was unmistakably the same as that of Tong Ling's foundational source. Without a doubt, this lotus petal was a part of Tong Ling's very essence. To transform a fragment of one's own essence into a commonly used treasure was indeed a predicament. True to his name. Daobao Daoren, who possessed myriad treasures, felt a pang of sympathy for Tong Ling's situation. Once this disciple joined the sect, he would ensure to help him select suitable postnatal treasures, with these thoughts swirling in his mind. Daobao Daoren closed his eyes once more to cultivate, yet a sliver of attention remained fixed on the exceptionally talented Tong Ling, monitoring him closely at that moment. Tong Ling, having casually chosen a forward seat, was unaware of Daobao Daoren's scrutiny. He surveyed the preaching square, noticing merely tens of thousands of beings, a stark contrast to the countless beings outside Jie Island, which numbered in the billions. It appeared that the mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan men were indeed not easily grasped. Yet for him, it seemed just so. With a faint air of superiority, Tong Ling shifted his focus to the preaching square. Previously, upon observing from outside, he had pondered how such a vast multitude could be accommodated within the preaching square. Now, having entered, he comprehended the miraculous ability of the mustard seed to contain Mount Meru. The mysteries of space were indeed unfathomable. Upon his initial approach to the preaching square, Tong Ling had perceived it as merely of average size, akin to a small island spanning 1,000 miles. Compared to the endless beings outside, it had seemed rather confined. Embracing such doubts, he entered the preaching square, only to feel the vastness of the Bayou Square, which appeared as expansive as a grand universe. In stark contrast to his previous perception, this realization struck him with a sense of childish naivety. In this universe-like expanse of the Bayou Square, it was clear that not only could it accommodate the countless beings from outside, but even if twice as many were to arrive, they would all fit comfortably. Tong Ling marveled at the space. He speculated whether this magnificent Bayou Square was crafted by the Daobao Daoren seated upon the clouds, or by the Tongtian patriarch himself. After pondering for a moment, he, constrained by his own limited cultivation, abandoned further conjecture, recognizing that his lack of experience and low realm were the root causes of his uncertainty. In Tong Ling's heart, he silently sighed at his current nascent celestial cultivation. However, a moment later, he smiled with a carefree demeanor, contemplating that it mattered little at this moment if he was a nascent celestial. In due time, he would ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, and everything would become clear then. On the high platform ahead, Taoist Duo Bao, seated upon a cloud, took note of the confident smile gracing Tong Ling's face. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind, accompanied by a hint of amusement. This young man, when he smiles, possesses a certain charm that my several junior sisters or my fiery apprentice would undoubtedly admire if they were present. As time flowed onward, more beings, having grasped the elusive mysteries of the Miao Miao Hunyuan sect, gradually entered Jie Island ahead of schedule. As nearly a century passed, the time set by the celestial sage for the discourse after 300 years arrived, and the boundless immortal radiance enveloping the entire Jie Island dissipated. Thus, the breathtaking scenery of Jie Island, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, revealed itself entirely to the countless beings awaiting the teachings. This spectacle incited a tremendous wave of astonishment and admiration. A few reckless beings, either oblivious to their own insignificance or brazenly fearless, could not resist the temptation of Jie Island's enchanting beauty and attempted to storm in to plunder its treasures. It is uncertain whether to lament their lack of foresight or to simply shake one's head in disbelief. Naturally, those foolhardy intruders were swiftly reduced to ashes. A resplendent glass barrier enveloped the vast expanse of Jie Island. Without the permission of the disciples of the Jie Sect or the celestial sage Tong Tian, no one could breach its defenses. Those who dare to force their way in would find only one fate: death. From the glass barrier, numerous faint sword lights shot forth, severing all those who trespassed into mere dust. The other beings, who patiently awaited their turn, inwardly cursed, recognizing the folly of those who had acted rashly. Moments later, a verdant, transcendent light emerged from the bodies of countless beings, and they all abruptly vanished from their locations. The once bustling area around Jie Island, teeming with life, transformed into a serene silence, broken only by the sound of crashing waves. Undoubtedly, the only one capable of summoning away this multitude of beings in an instant was none other than the celestial sage Tong Tian. In the expansive Donghai Sea, no other existence compared. Within Jie Island, at the jade podium of the discourse, amidst a myriad of shimmering lights, countless beings suddenly materialized, their astonished gasps echoing. Silence, a voice though not loud, resonated with overwhelming authority throughout the discourse square. Accompanying this voice was a figure clad in a robe of golden threads and jade, adorned with a hibiscus crown, whose immense form was enveloped in a hazy divine light. This majestic figure hovered above the square, seated upon a vast lotus cushion that sparkled with emerald brilliance. That it was unmistakably the celestial sage Tong Tian. With the arrival of Tong Tian, the entire square fell into a profound stillness. No being dared to defy the will of the sage. After a brief moment of silence, a deafening chorus of reverence erupted. "We humbly greet the sage." Tong Ling was, of course, among those paying homage. He bowed deeply, feeling the boundless sanctity radiating from Tong Tian, and could not help but marvel at the sage's imposing presence. This the might of a sage. Merely his appearance unsettles my heart. Should the celestial sage truly unveil his full power, I fear all present would be reduced to dust in an instant. Only when one stands before such greatness can they truly comprehend the grandeur of a sage. At this moment, Tong Ling's resolve to enhance his cultivation grew ever more steadfast. One day, I, Tong Ling, shall also attain the path of the primordial unity. With his goal now clear, his developmental path must also be defined. And the first significant milestone on this journey would undoubtedly be the impending battle against the witch and demon tribes. The exceptional treasures that fall from the leaders of the witch and demon clans upon their demise are something I must acquire. Tong Ling resolved fiercely in his heart. This was a crucial element determining his future path to the primordial unity. Possessing those rare treasures would undoubtedly simplify his journey. "Now, rise," intoned the celestial sage. An irresistible force instantaneously enveloped the beings within the discourse square, lifting them to their feet. Path emphasizes the concept of cutting off, as the great Tao encompasses 50, with heaven yielding to 49. I seek to capture that one essence that has slipped away, striving for the survival of all things in the primordial chaos. It is for this reason that I advocate inclusivity, not judging the origins of beings from the primordial realm. Anyone who can pass my trials may enter the Jie Sect and become a disciple of a sage. Next, I shall commence my teachings. Listen attentively. Should anyone grasp an aspect of the sublime methods of the upper clear, they shall be deemed fortunate and may join the Jie Sect as a disciple of a sage. The resonant voice of the celestial sage echoed as he began to impart his profound wisdom. The upper clear is the pinnacle of the arcane, from which the Tao unfolds, nurturing all things across the heavens. The essence is neither life nor death. It emerges from the void, where yin and yang intertwine to create the cosmos. Profound and enigmatic, the sage spoke, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Heavenly blossoms rained down, golden lotuses surged forth, purple mist drifted from the east, and celestial melodies resonated through the I in this mystical realm of enlightenment. The beings in the discourse square closed their eyes, entranced in content, surrendering themselves to the teachings. Yet, while listening was essential, the true crux lay in whether one could comprehend and elevate their own cultivation from this experience. Just 3 days into the teachings, as countless beings, including Taoist duo Bao, were enraptured by the sage's voice, Tong Ling, seated near the front, suddenly emanated a wave of ethereal light. This caught the attention of the celestial sage, who regarded him with incredulity. In just 3 days, my future disciple has attained insight. Such understanding. Even though I was already aware of Tong Ling's extraordinary comprehension, the celestial sage was still taken aback, nearly halting his discourse. Let us observe what profound method my future disciple has grasped. Steadying himself, the celestial sage continued his teachings while casting an expectant glance at Tong Ling. It was not long before the radiance surrounding Tong Ling intensified. After a brief moment, it transformed dramatically, manifesting into streaks of azure sword light. This sword light was resplendent and exquisite, akin to translucent jade, yet concealed within it was an endless sharpness and lethal intent. It radiated an aura of unparalleled distinction, excellent to grasp the profound sword art of my Jie Sect, the upper clear radiant sword, upon merely beginning my teachings. Truly remarkable. The celestial sage could not help but praise inwardly, feeling increasingly satisfied with his future disciple. After comprehending the upper clear radiant sword, the ethereal light surrounding Tong Ling dimmed, returning to a state of normalcy for listening. Observing this, the celestial sage nodded slightly, shifting his focus back to the discourse, feeling assured he could teach without interruption for a century. However, merely 6 days later, Tong Ling radiated a dual-colored gleam of gold and azure sword light once more, dazzling and brilliant, drawing the celestial sage's attention anew. What my future disciple has attained insight again. The celestial sage gazed at the resplendent, dual-colored sword light enveloping Tong Ling, disbelief etched across his features. He had never encountered a being like this. To achieve enlightenment twice in the span of just 10 days from the teachings of a sage was beyond comprehension. At the outset, when Tongtian Jiaozhu listened to the teachings of the venerable Hongjun at Zixiao Palace, he first attained enlightenment a month after the teachings commenced. His second realization, however, occurred nearly 2 centuries later, a mere month, followed by nearly 200 years. The disparity is beyond description and defies rational explanation. At this moment, Tong Ling, in stark contrast, experienced his first enlightenment in 3 days, and then again in 6. That the chasm between their experiences is utterly ineffable, leading Tongtian Jiaozhu to question the very nature of his existence, wondering if he was merely hallucinating. Yet, as a supreme sage, he could not simply be deluded without cause. My future disciple possesses an extraordinary level of comprehension. When Tong Ling grasped the teachings in 3 days, Tongtian Jiaozhu was already astounded by his insight, re-evaluating the potential of this future disciple, considering Tong Ling to embody the essence of a quasi-saint. Now, merely 6 days later, Tong Ling comprehended yet again. Such an outrageous phenomenon, occurring right before his eyes, compelled Tongtian Jiaozhu to reassess his estimation of Tong Ling's potential yet again. A disbelieving thought emerged in his mind. Could my future disciple indeed possess the essence of a Taoist attaining the highest realm? The Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, upon this realization, a radiant light erupted in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes, piercing through the vastness of the cosmos, directed towards the depths of chaos. This left other celestial sages within the primordial realm utterly bewildered. Uncertain of the intentions of Tongtian Jiaozhu, the Shangqing sage. Indeed, with my future disciple present, I am assured of victory in my forthcoming contest against my second brother, the primordial beginning. Recalling the disputes that arose during the division of Kunlun Mountain with the sage of Jade Purity. Yuanshi Tianlin, a look of dissatisfaction flickered in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes. Yuanshi, I shall ensure you understand that my path of interception surpasses your path of elucidation, as the brilliance in his eyes faded. Tongtian Jiaozhu gradually calmed his agitated emotions. He fixed his gaze upon the dazzling, dual-colored sword lights emanating from Tong Ling, pondering, what kind of divine ability is this that belongs to my sect? After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian Jiaozhu, discerned the nature of the divine ability Tongling had just realized, a hint of surprise curling at the corners of his mouth that IT was not a divine ability of my sect, but rather a sword cultivation method that my future disciple had innovated himself. Now, having absorbed my teachings and comprehended the subtle principles of my sect, he had elevated the level of his sword technique through the integration of the Shanqing mysteries. Indeed, with such a foundation, he could create his own techniques and enhance their levels while listening to my teachings. He is truly deserving of his extraordinary talent. Filled with admiration, Tongtian Jiaozhu continued to expound his teachings earnestly, occasionally casting glances at Tongling, feeling assured that he could teach without worry now. Not to mention a century, at least he could confidently lecture for 30 years, he mused uncertainly, while simultaneously dividing a fragment of his attention to Tongling. Such attention from a sage, if known to other beings, would surely incite great envy as the resonant voice of the sage echoed. Time flowed on, and nearly a month slipped by. Suddenly, Tongling, who had been quietly absorbing the teachings, radiated another burst of brilliant purple-green light. Again, Tongtian Jiaozhu, having observed a month pass without any sign of movement from Tongling, was about to withdraw his focus when he realized he was mistaken. It appeared that his attention could not be diverted any longer. His future disciple was indeed astonishingly formidable. In comparison to the multitude of beings around him, all in a tranquil state of listening without any inclination toward enlightenment, Tongtian Jiaozhu's appreciation for Tongling deepened. After all, aside from my future disciple, among the countless beings present, although there were a few with commendable insight, none could rival him. How could they hope to comprehend the subtle principles of my sect within a month or two? Recalling that it had taken him a month to grasp the mysteries, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt the need to recalibrate his expectations, recognizing that his standards had been skewed by Tongling's exceptional talent. His future disciple was indeed a unique case, not to be judged by the same criteria. Nevertheless, if compared to my extraordinarily gifted future disciple, there were still some promising individuals among the listeners. For instance, the flame-cloaked immortal, Luo Xian, and the radiant fairy of colorful clouds. Tongtian Jiaozhu briefly shifted his gaze to the flame-cloaked Taoist seated at the square and the enchanting fairy adorned in colorful garments, but merely glanced before redirecting his full attention back to Tongling that he wished to see what insights this continually astonishing future disciple would unveil this time. As the dazzling purple-green light surrounding Tongling evolved over time, it gradually transformed into illusory bolts of thunder. These ephemeral thunders roared and absorbed the sage's profound principles, slowly transitioning toward reality. Once a bolt fully manifested as a solid purple-green thunder, Tongling opened his eyes abruptly, unleashing a mysterious divine thunder. Had it not been for Tongtian Jiaozhu's intervention to dissipate it, it would have struck the listener seated directly in front of him, instinctively unleashing divine thunder upon opening his eyes. Tongling subsequently closed them once again to continue his path of enlightenment. All of this occurred naturally while in the state of comprehension, not as a conscious action on his part. Witnessing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu's astonishment was palpable that my disciple has actually realized the divine ability of my sect's thunder path. The Shanqing divine thunder. Truly, he is a remarkable disciple. Ah, such prowess. At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt almost numb. Even if Tongling were to continue comprehending other grand divine abilities, or even supreme techniques, such as the Shanqing Nine Heavens divine thunder, he would not be overly surprised. Instead, he would merely express admiration, reveling in the joy of having found a treasure. Were Tongtian Jiaozhu to know the famous saying, he would likely be unable to resist exclaiming, "If the heavens do not give birth to my disciple, then the path of enlightenment is but a long, dark night." As time drifted on, nearly a millennium had passed since Tongtian sage commenced his teachings. During this period, the flame-cloaked immortal, Luo Xian, realized the Shanqing divine ability. The true fire of red flames, 200 years after the sage began lecturing, seizing the extraordinary opportunity to become a disciple of the Interception sect. After grasping the true fire of red flames, Luo Xian spent the remaining 800 years of listening to the teachings without further realization of another Shanqing divine ability. Even so, he remained the second most insightful being among the countless listeners. second only to Tongling. Similarly, the exceptionally gifted fairy of colorful clouds ranked third, having comprehended the teachings half a month later than Luo Xian, uncovering the mysteries of the 9 transformations of cloud smoke and the Shanqing Jade Thunder. Ultimately realizing the divine ability, the 9 transformations of colorful clouds and Jade Thunder, also known as the Shanqing 9 transformations of colorful clouds and Jade Thunder. This granted her the qualification to join the Interception Sect and become a disciple of a sage. Like Luo Xian, she too did not grasp a second Shanqing divine ability during the remaining 800 years of listening. Aside from Luo Xian and the Fairy of Colorful Clouds, among the countless other beings present, some indeed comprehended Shanqing divine abilities. However, the most insightful among them only attained understanding 600 years after Tongtian Sage's teachings began. As for whether they comprehended a second divine ability that need not be mentioned. Ultimately, the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges, yet those who persevere shall ascend beyond the mundane and seize the essence of life. With the resounding voice of Tongtian Jiaozhu echoing, this millennium-long lecture drew to a close. The multitude of beings remained entranced, unable to shake off the profound insights they had just received, their faces reflecting a sense of unquenchable desire. Those who had grasped the Shanqing divine abilities could hardly contain their radiant smiles, brimming with excitement at the prospect of soon becoming disciples of the Interception Sect. Conversely, those who had not realized the divine abilities felt a profound sense of loss, their expressions varying from regret to defiance, sorrow to anger, and more. Yet before the sage, no matter their emotions, they could only suppress their discontent, afraid to reveal a hint of dissatisfaction. Tongling, Luo Xian, the Fairy of Colorful Clouds, Huang Zhen, Li Xian, after reciting nearly 1,000 names. Tongtian Jizhu finally paused, his countenance aglow with radiant light, glanced aside with a hint of smile, proclaiming, "All of you, through your listening to my teachings, have comprehended the Shanqing divine abilities, and thus share a destined connection with my Interception Sect and with me." Later, under the guidance of Dao Bao, one would formally enter the revered sect of the Holy One, becoming an outer disciple beneath his grace. Those who failed to grasp the profound and exquisite teachings of the Holy One shall find themselves estranged from the sacred path, and thus should depart in solitude. As his words resonated, countless beings, shrouded in an emerald luminescence, vanished from their place, akin to the moment they were summoned to the preaching square, all expelled from Golden Aol Island by the Celestial Master. The remaining near 1,000 souls, whose names were uttered by the Celestial Master, displayed expressions of joy and excitement as they sat upright, the vast and boundless preaching square, reminiscent of the cosmos, instantly turned desolate and silent. After sending away the countless beings who could not join the sect, the Celestial Master's majestic figure suddenly faded from sight, leaving the subsequent matters to be managed by his direct disciple. Dao Bao, this moment, the nearly 1,000 future disciples of the sect, witnessing the departure of the exalted Celestial Master, felt emboldened, understanding the necessity of cultivating good relations among themselves as future companions under the Holy One. Thus, they drew closer together, sitting in unison. Ultimately, at Dao Bao's behest, they positioned themselves at the forefront of the square. Seated in the foremost position was the fiery being, Yan Zhongxian Luo Xian, radiating an intense crimson hue reminiscent of flames. To his right, not far away, sat the enchanting Kai Xia Xianzi, adorned in colorful garments, her hair styled in a celestial bun, her skin as fair as snow, and her visage strikingly beautiful. The other future disciples of the sect took their places according to the order of names spoken by the Celestial Master, filling the seats from the third to the last. However, as the excitement among the near 1,000 disciples began to subside, they started to contemplate the identities of those seated in the prominent positions. A flurry of thoughts crossed their minds. Curious, they wondered, was not the first name called by the Holy One Tongling? This indicates that Tongling possesses the greatest comprehension among us. Why then does Luo Xian occupy the first seat? Where has this Tongling gone? Since he was the first to be named, it is only fitting that he should sit in the foremost position at that moment. Yan Zhongxian Luo Xian, seated in the first position, was equally perplexed. Where has this Tongling gone? Is it possible that he is intimidated by me, thus relinquishing the first position? Contemplating this, Luo Xian scanned the other cushions, seeking the whereabouts of Tong Ling. His haughty and commanding gaze caused many disciples to lower their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Kaiyun Xianzi let out a cold huff, glaring at Luo Xian in dissatisfaction with his arrogant demeanor. Yet, Luo Xian merely cast a dismissive glance at her, unperturbed. Finding no trace of Tong Ling, he resigned himself, comfortably settling into the first position, closing his eyes to rest as he awaited Dao Bao's instructions. Meanwhile, Dao Bao sat atop the cloud-covered platform, his eyes gently closed as if pondering the arrangements for the nearly 1,000 disciples below. In truth, he was attentively receiving the Holy One's decree. Dao Bao, the master has changed his mind. Tong Ling need not be guided by you into the sect, for he shall henceforth be your 5th junior brother, the 5th direct disciple of our sect, that I shall personally induct him. You may guide Luo, Xian, and Kaiyun. Upon receiving the Holy One's directive, Dao Bao opened his eyes, astonishment flickering within them, soon replaced by a sense of inevitability. The 5th direct disciple? Indeed, Tong Ling possesses such qualifications, and more than sufficient. Reflecting on Tong Ling's extraordinary comprehension, Dao Bao felt a profound shock in his heart. Although he was unaware of how much of the sublime teachings Tong Ling had grasped during the discourse, the fact that the Holy One, who had not taken in direct disciples for many years, was now breaking his own precedent indicated the remarkable nature of Tong Ling's talent. Realizing the Holy One seemed somewhat eager to accept Tong Ling as his 5th disciple, Dao Bao understood that this prodigy had likely comprehended a significant amount of the sublime teachings during the discourse, perhaps even astonishing the Holy One himself. As thoughts raced through his mind, Dao Bao glanced at the arrogant Yanzhongxian Luo Xian. Deciding to temper his pride, that he spoke, "Your fellow disciple, Tong Ling, has just been personally received by the Holy One. He is to be accepted as the 5th inner disciple, and you need not speculate further. Tong Ling is not someone you can compare to. I myself feel inferior. Thus, there is no need for you to harbor various conjectures." As his words fell, the nearly 1,000 disciples seated below widened their eyes in shock. Especially for Yin Zhongxian Luo Xian, he could scarcely believe his ears. What had he just heard? Not only had Tong Ling been personally received by the Celestial Master, but he was also to be recognized as the 5th inner disciple. What incredible level of talent and comprehension must he possess to compel the Celestial Master, who had not taken an inner disciple for many years, to make an exception? In an instant, the formerly haughty demeanor of Yin Zhongxian Luo Xian was replaced by a complex expression, his arrogance extinguished, leaving him feeling somewhat deflated. Nearby, Kaiyun Xianzi wore a similarly intricate expression, firmly etching the name Tong Ling into her memory. The 5th disciple. Indeed, I must pay a visit to this senior brother in the future to witness his extraordinary grace. The other near 1,000 disciples found themselves in a state of astonishment, their minds racing as they yearned to behold the transcendent countenance of their future inner brother. At that moment, Tong Ling was gazing with a blend of helplessness and respect at the smiling, celestial master, who seemed unable to take his eyes off him. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Master, why did you interrupt my state of comprehension, bringing me to your side 900 years early and shielding my senses, preventing me from entering a deeper state of realization? In doing so, I have missed the opportunity to grasp many of the sublime teachings, having understood less than 36 so far." Upon hearing this, the Celestial Master's expression stiffened momentarily before he patiently explained, "My dear disciple, 36 sublime teachings is already a considerable attainment. Should you pursue further comprehension, your current spirit essence may not be able to bear it." Tong Ling, realizing this, reflected, that is why I sensed a feeling of fullness within my spirit essence. I had thought it was a side effect of reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal stage." Realizing the truth, Tong Ling bowed respectfully to the Celestial Master, expressing his gratitude. "In that case, I must thank you for your timely intervention, Master." "Haha, no need for thanks. You are a disciple I hold in high regard. If I do not look after you, who will?" The Celestial Master regarded Tong Ling, who displayed proper etiquette with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes for ordinary disciples, while he was concerned about their demeanor upon meeting him. It was primarily to uphold the dignity of the Holy One. However, Tong Ling was different. He was an unparalleled genius whom the Celestial Master valued immensely. In fact, he had begun contemplating whether to appoint Tong Ling as the deputy leader of the sect once his cultivation advanced. The Celestial Master believed Tong Ling possessed such potential. Thus, Tong Ling had become a treasure in his heart, and he sought to nurture their bond. Master, gazing at the Celestial Master, who revealed genuine feelings. Tong Ling felt a wave of warmth surge through him, that he sensed the kindness and concern embedded in the Holy One's words. Tong Ling understood that the Celestial Master's attitude likely arose from his extraordinary talent and genius. In this world, there were no unearned affections or concerns. They were either motivated by wealth or beauty. Only parents could offer unconditional love. Yet, the Celestial Master was neither Tong Ling's parent nor an acquaintance. They had merely met. Moreover, the Celestial Master was an exalted figure, a supreme being of the heavenly path. Beneath the Holy One, all others were but ants. Without some exceptional quality, what right did one have to expect the Holy One's favor? In the present day, Tong Ling, with his extraordinary comprehension, has garnered the attention of the Tongtian Patriarch. Should the Patriarch so desire, he could simply fulfill the duties of a master, concentrating on nurturing Tong Ling and allocating more resources from the Jie Sect towards him. Such an approach would undoubtedly instill in Tong Ling a profound sense of belonging to the Jie Sect. However, the Tongtian Patriarch chose instead to play the emotional card for a being of such exalted status. This is indeed a rare occurrence. Tong Ling perceives the Patriarch's emotional gambit to be quite astute. Establishing a deep bond with an immortal and supreme being is something no creature in the Hunyuan would reject. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Tong Ling could not help but bow deeply to the Tongtian Patriarch, expressing his sentiments through action. Excellent! Excellent! Observing Tong Ling prostrate before him, the Patriarch's eyes glimmered with increasing satisfaction as he repeated his praises thrice. He then extended his hand, lifting Tong Ling from the ground with a smile, saying, "From now on, such formalities between us are unnecessary. Do you understand? Forgive me, Master, but I must respectfully disagree. I believe that courtesy should not be disregarded. It is my way of showing respect to you." Tong Ling has always maintained that excessive courtesy is never a fault. While it may not yield benefits, it certainly cannot bring harm. Therefore, when addressing someone of the Tongtian Patriarch's stature, he feels it is only proper to adhere to the established norms of respect. "Very well, good disciple. It shall be as you wish." The Patriarch, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Yet, deep within, his appreciation for Tong Ling only grew stronger. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Since I have personally guided you, I shall naturally take on the responsibility of your mentorship. For the time being, you will remain by my side, and I will diligently impart knowledge to you. Additionally, I shall provide you with certain resources that you require at this stage. Come with me to the Bio Palace. I will dedicate a century to your instruction. After 100 years, you may choose a location on Jineo Island to establish your own dojo. Of course, if you have your sights set on a nearby immortal island outside of Jineo Island, you may establish your dojo there as well. Whatever you say." "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, Tong Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. The opportunity to receive direct tutelage from a saint for a century is a privilege that few in the vast Hunyuan have ever enjoyed. In the early days, when the three pure ones had not yet separated and had just attained their status as saints on Kunlun Mountain, they may have had a few chosen disciples who enjoyed such benefits. However, once they began to accept their primary disciples, subsequent disciples, whether direct or indirect, would seldom receive personal instruction from the saints. Instead, they would be taught by the already accomplished disciples. Like a team most, the saints would occasionally impart some teachings, leaving it to their disciples to comprehend at their own pace. Whether they achieve understanding depends entirely on their individual capabilities. Thus, the fact that the Tongtian Patriarch is willing to dedicate a century to personally mentor Tong Ling demonstrates the depth of his regard for him. This form of instruction is markedly different from mere lecturing. Lectures consist of the speaker elucidating their own path of cultivation, with the listener's ability to grasp any insights entirely dependent on their understanding, leaving the lecturer unconcerned. However, personal mentorship entails a more hands-on approach. Hence, how could Tong Ling not be elated? With a century of guidance from a saint, he is confident in laying a solid foundation for his cultivation, enriching his future endeavors toward attaining the Tao of primordial unity. Noting the joy radiating from Tong Ling, the Tongtian patriarch smiled gently. Without any visible effort, they both vanished, only to reappear in the heart of the Bio Palace on Jineo Island, a place of breathtaking beauty. Please, take a seat that I shall first explain the rules of our Jie Sect, and then we will outline your path of cultivation. Furthermore, I will teach you the principal cultivation methods of the Shanqing lineage, along with some signature divine abilities, most of which you will need to comprehend on your own, that if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. I observe that your roots are rather shallow. While I possess means to enhance your foundation, doing so would jeopardize your future potential, as it would not be a natural enhancement, but rather an external boost that I do not recommend this approach. I advise that you steadily elevate your cultivation level until you reach the bottleneck of your foundational roots to that point. You may come to me for assistance in breaking through. Subsequently, I will provide you with the essential spiritual treasures designated for our disciples, along with a few powerful treasures for your protection and daily use. Afterward, whether you establish a dojo on Jineo Island or a cave abode outside, it is entirely up to you. What do you think? Disciple, the Tongtian patriarch succinctly outlined the general plan for the next 100 years to Tong Ling. Tong Ling bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. I shall heed your every arrangement, Master. Good. The patriarch smiled in response, and then began to elucidate the regulations of the Jie Sect. Our Jie Sect does not impose many rules. There are but a few principles to adhere to. Firstly, one must not harm fellow sect members. Secondly, 100 years drifted by in the blink of an eye. One day, outside Jineo Island, a figure of extraordinary grace and striking beauty suddenly appeared on a small island laden with red sand and stones. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tong Ling, who had spent a century under the guidance of the Tongtian patriarch and was now officially emerging from his seclusion. As soon as Tong Ling appeared, he bowed respectfully in the direction of Jineo Island. Just moments prior, the Tongtian patriarch had bestowed upon him a life-preserving artifact, and upon learning of Tong Ling's desire to establish a dojo outside of Jineo Island, he had effortlessly sent Tong Ling forth, thus sparing him the effort of departing from the island. Having completed his respects to the patriarch, Tong Ling rose to behold the vast, undulating ocean before him, and could not contain his joy. Everything had changed. From this moment onward, in this vast expanse of the Hunyuan realm, Tong Ling would surely revel in his freedom, striving for the attainment of primordial unity. Indeed, everything was now different. Tong Ling had transitioned from being a mere fourth-rank sword lotus with a shallow foundation to a being capable of soaring freely across the seas and scaling the highest peaks. Before arriving at Jineo Island, he had lived in constant trepidation, fearing that calamity might befall him and extinguish his life. However, now that he had formally joined the Jie Sect and was recognized as the fifth direct disciple of the Tongtian patriarch, he no longer needed to live in fear. Setting aside any concerns regarding the impending calamities of the Hunyuan era, it suffices to say that for the foreseeable future, Tong Ling's life was no longer in jeopardy. As long as he did not act recklessly, his existence was assured. The status of a saint's disciple is indeed formidable. Surveying his surroundings, Tong Ling noted that there were indeed numerous islands near Jineo Island. He resolved to explore the vicinity thoroughly, seeking a suitable immortal island upon which to establish his dojo for cultivation. Tong Ling's decision to refrain from cultivating within Jineo Island was deliberate. His unique ability to acquire insights forbade him from simply closing himself off for quiet cultivation, that if he were to heed the Tongtian patriarch's advice and cultivate slowly and steadily, he would, by the time of the Fengshan calamity, likely not surpass the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. While the Great Luo Golden Immortal is indeed powerful, revered among the beings of the Hunyuan, such status would be of little consequence during the cataclysm, where even those at the threshold of sanctity would perish. Only by attaining the Tao of primordial unity could he ensure his safety and even attempt to rescue the Jie Sect from impending doom. In the present day, Tong Ling's cultivation has reached the mid-stage of true immortal. After a period of listening to and comprehending Tao, Tong Ling's cultivation ascended from the early stage of celestial immortal to the pinnacle of celestial immortal. Subsequently, during a century spent learning under the guidance of the Tongtian Patriarch at the Bo Palace, Tong Ling experienced a breakthrough, advancing from the pinnacle of celestial immortal to the early stage of true immortal, and later to his current mid-stage of true immortal. This rapid progression in Tong Ling's cultivation is not merely due to an accelerated pace, but rather a consequence of his transition to the Shanqing Holy Method, coupled with the Tongtian Patriarch's assistance in rectifying some of the issues from his earlier practice. As a result of these factors, Tong Ling's foundational essence has naturally improved significantly, ascending from the 4th rank to the 6th rank. Consequently, his cultivation progressed swiftly, achieving a leap from the pinnacle of celestial immortal to the mid-stage of true immortal in just a century. Although this breakthrough was both rapid and stable, it was not a case of hastening growth unnaturally. Rather, it was a singular occurrence. Now, with Tong Ling's cultivation method officially shifted to the Shanqing mysterious method, all previous errors in his practice have been corrected, making any further rapid breakthroughs considerably more challenging. Furthermore, with his current 6th rank Sword Lotus Foundation, he has reached the apex of postnatal foundations. The next level, the 7th rank, would represent a low-grade, innate demonic god foundation. Transitioning from a postnatal to an innate foundation is a significant threshold. To breach this boundary without hazards and with a solid foundation, relying solely on cultivation to elevate his Tao would consume an inordinate amount of time, bringing him perilously close to the bottleneck. Even if the Tongtian Patriarch were to assist him in overcoming this bottleneck, it would not require much time. However, the duration Tong Ling expended to approach the bottleneck through diligent cultivation was simply unacceptable to him. As the saying goes, if one were to cultivate steadily in such a manner, by the time the divine calamity arrives, it would be too late. Fortunately, Tong Ling's approach of assimilating and integrating various entries is not akin to hastening growth through external means. Rather, it stems from his inherent strength. This will not diminish his potential or impede his future path to achieving the Tao of the primordial unity. Thus, Tong Ling intends to reside outside Jineo Island, meticulously strategizing on how to acquire numerous entries for integration. The acquisition of entries implies that lives will be lost. Living within Jineo Island would not afford him such convenience. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Tong Ling currently stands upon a purple treasure sword, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Ziyun sword, temporarily lent to him by the Tongtian Patriarch, who promised to provide him with an even better one later. This innate spiritual treasure is truly exceptional. Not only is it superior to the great freedom Gungjin sword formed from my lotus petals, but the sensation of wielding it is also far more fluid. Standing atop the Ziyun sword, Tong Ling glides over the sea, surrounded by drifting white clouds and celestial birds traversing the cloud. As he maneuvers the Ziyun sword, he first ascends, with gusts of wind howling at his sides. Gazing ahead, he sees on his left the majestic island resembling the golden tortoise, while on his right lies a nearby sea dotted with countless islands, providing a breathtaking vista, reaching a certain altitude. Tong Ling then directs the Ziyun sword to dive downwards. Surveying millions of miles of mountains and seas beneath him, he extends his hand, as if to grasp the universe itself. This feeling of freedom and ease causes a smile to unconsciously grace Tong Ling's lips, filling him with delight. Before he joined the Jie Sect, he would not have dared to frolic at such heights. Now, as a disciple of the Jie Sect, he feels emboldened, thanks to the Shanqing talisman hanging at his waist. This talisman signifies his status as a disciple of the Shanqing saint, recognized by almost all beings in the primordial realm. Thus, whether Tong Ling is currently soaring near Jineo Island or elsewhere, his high profile would deter any beings of profound cultivation from provoking him. As he dives towards the sea surface, savoring the experience of crossing the ocean on his sword, Tong Ling gradually slows his pace. Preparing to diligently search for a suitable immortal island to serve as his cave dwelling, that moment, A wave of magical fluctuations suddenly emanates from a distance of 10,000 miles to his right. Sensing it carefully, Tong Ling realizes it is the aura of a being with true immortal cultivation or above, and he furrows his brow, deciding to take a detour. Although the identity of a saint's disciple is akin to a death-free pass in the primordial realm, it is better to err on the side of caution that if he were to encounter a being of high cultivation who is reckless, even the status of a saint's disciple would hold little weight. After all, those beings have no intention of surviving. Why would they fear a disciple of a saint? With a swift turn of his Yun sword beneath him, Tong Ling decides to fly leftward. Suddenly, a cry of despair pierces the air. Jin'er, how audacious of the demon clan! Do they dare to slay the descendants of my tortoise spirit Saint Mother? Are they seeking death? I shall send you all to your doom. Sister Tortoise Spirit. Her descendant has fallen. The demons are responsible. Originally intending to leave, Tong Ling halts upon hearing that it concerns the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, the fourth direct disciple of the sect. He decides to investigate. With such a powerful figure as the Tortoise Spirit sister present, and being near Jineo Island, Tong Ling feels no fear for his own life. More importantly, a being has fallen. Judging by the situation, their talent is unlikely to be weak. Moreover, at this moment, the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother is likely engaged in battle against the demon clan, which signifies the potential for numerous entries to acquire and integrate. With renewed determination, Tong Ling redirects the Yun sword back towards the source of the magical fluctuations. He does not fly at high speed, remaining vigilant to sense the ongoing conflict from afar. As he approaches the battlefield, Tong Ling's divine sense sweeps across the scene, revealing a celestial maiden clad in a blue Xianluo gown, her hair styled in an ethereal bun, her figure graceful, and her features strikingly beautiful. Currently subduing three beings of golden immortal cultivation, the celestial maiden, adorned with the Shangqing talisman at her waist, is indeed the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, one of the 5 closest disciples of the Tongtian Patriarch. Radiating Shangqing celestial light, the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother wields the radiant sun and moon pearl suspended above her, unleashing formidable rays of divine light to relentlessly assault the 3 male golden immortals in the distance. Despite their desperate attempts to defend themselves, the disparity in cultivation levels between them and the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, a pinnacle Tai golden immortal, proves insurmountable. In a matter of moments, they are forced out of their true forms. The 3 demon clan golden immortals, now revealed as a sea-covering dragon, a large black-winged fish, and a verdant water golden tiger, gaze up in terror. The verdant water golden tiger releases dozens of ghosts of varying cultivation levels, all charging towards the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, while simultaneously roaring, "Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, do you dare to kill us? Do you not fear that my demon clan will annihilate your heavenly azure tortoise lineage? Even at death's door, you still speak boldly. If I, the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, were to fear your demon clan, I would write my name backward. Even your demon emperor and demon king do not intimidate me. Do they dare to attack my saint master as Jineo Island? Enough with the idle talk. Since you dare to slay my kin, then all of you shall perish at my hands with a cold shout." The Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother commands the sun and moon pearl to unleash boundless divine light, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 3 terrified demon clan golden immortals. The point of penetration is none other than their heads. With this strike, the primordial spirits of the 3 demon clan golden immortals are shattered into fragments, returning directly to the primordial sea of true spirits. Witnessing the fall of the 3 demon clan golden immortals, filled with reluctance and terror, the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother lets out a cold huff, retracting the sun and moon pearl hovering above her head. She then gazes down, where a massive azure tortoise, akin to a mountain range, lies on the brink of death. A gaping blood hole penetrates through its head, a sight that is truly shocking. This descendant of the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother, the heavenly azure tortoise, is clearly not long for this world. The look of sorrow fills the beautiful eyes of the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of Tong Ling flying closer, and she asks softly, "Which disciple of the Jie Sect are you?" While speaking, she continues her actions, conjuring bottles of spiritual elixirs from her hands, hastily feeding them to the dying azure tortoise. Unfortunately, they prove ineffective. Such grievous injuries can only be healed by the intervention of a saint like Hunyuan, who embodies the avenue of creation and boundless vitality. The tortoise spirit Saint Mother is aware of this, but is unwilling to give up. This heavenly azure tortoise, or rather, this azure tortoise, is the last remaining descendant with blood ties to her. She cannot bear to watch it perish. At this moment, Tong Ling has flown close, observing the sorrowful expression on the tortoise spirit Saint Mother's face. He bows respectfully and introduces himself. I am Tong Ling, the fifth direct disciple of the Jie Sect, and I pay my respects to Sister Tortoise. As he performed a bow, Tong Ling's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the distant left side of the sea. There, three colossal beasts of the demon race, each thousands of zhang in size, floated amidst a cascade of blood. Surrounding each of these demonic giants were several shimmering bubbles, resplendent in various colors. These were the talents and trait attributes that had fallen from the three demon race golden immortals upon their demise. Near the great winged black fish. Great wing. Silver, you possess a pair of wings that not only allow you to fly, but also enable extreme growth. When infused with magical energy, they can become vast wings that shield the sky. Essence of water. Silver water is your homeland. You are a manipulator of water, capable of freely condensing its essence. Near the azure water golden tiger. Azure water tiger's roar. Blue, your roar is imbued with the majesty of a ruler, capable of instilling fear in many beings whose cultivation is inferior to yours. Serving as a minion, Silver, you inherently possess a phantom space, allowing you to capture the souls of beings whose cultivation does not exceed your own, imprisoning them and compelling them to fight for you. Azure water tiger. Silver, you are the monarch of boundless waters, the sovereign of the great rivers, innately close to the water element, able to manipulate the waters of rivers and seas at will. Origin of metal. Gold, you are born extraordinary, destined to be a low-grade, innate demon god with the potential to cultivate to the level of a Tai golden immortal. Near the sea-covering flood dragon. Sea-covering flood dragon physique. Gold, you are an aberration of the flood dragon clan, born as a low-grade innate demon god with the potential to cultivate to the Tai golden immortal level. Small amount of catastrophe chi, gray as a member of the flood dragon clan. You are inherently marked by the calamity of the dragon Han, making it easy for your fortunes to decline and inviting misfortune. Child of water. Silver, you are a child of the water element, innately capable of manipulating endless waters, and your speed in cultivating water-based techniques is remarkably swift, gazing at the radiant attribute bubbles shimmering in blue. Silver and gold. Tong Ling was nearly blinded by their brilliance, and he joyfully thought, this is a fortune. With no time to meticulously examine the specific descriptions of those attributes, he employed a process of elimination based on their colors. Discarding the only gray bubble, he then collected the other colored bubbles in one go, yet refrained from fusing them for the moment. Once fused, extraordinary phenomena would undoubtedly manifest around him, and given that he was currently engaged in conversation with his fourth senior sister, the turtle spirit Saint Mother, it would be inappropriate to proceed with the fusion. Tong Ling, the turtle spirit Saint Mother, who was continuously feeding pills to a dying junior, paused momentarily upon hearing his voice. Her hand stilled in surprise, indicating her astonishment. You are the fifth inner disciple personally guided by our revered master, the one with extraordinary comprehension who has grasped over 30 profound methods during our master's teachings. At this moment, she finally lifted her gaze to Tong Ling, her beautiful eyes revealing curiosity and surprise. She had heard the name Tong Ling for a full century, longing to witness the extraordinary talent personally guided by the Saint Master. Now, as she scrutinized him, admiration flickered in her eyes, and she smiled, saying, the rumors are indeed true. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Your praise is unwarranted, senior sister. Tong Ling flew to stand before the turtle spirit Saint Mother. Gazing at the nearly lifeless and fading azure black turtle, he suggested, why not head to the Green Immortal Palace and request our master to save this junior? The turtle spirit Saint Mother responded with a bittersweet smile. It is futile. My junior cannot hold on until that time. Upon hearing this, Tong Ling found it inappropriate to say anything further, as for the possibility of the heavenly teacher personally arriving to temporarily preserve the life of the turtle spirit Saint Mother S. Jr. before seeking the aid of the Saint Hunyuan. It was virtually non-existent. Perhaps in a fleeting moment of consciousness, the dying azure black turtle struggled to open its eyes, rasping, "Auntie," before closing its eyes for the last time, succumbing to the void. Alas, Annie has come too late. The turtle spirit Saint Mother cradled the head of the azure black turtle, tears of sorrow streaming from her beautiful eyes. Tong Ling, witnessing this, felt it inappropriate to console her, redirecting his focus to the bubbles of attribute traits that had fallen to the sea's surface after the demise of the azure black turtle. Body of the black tortoise. Blue, you are the azure black tortoise, possessing the unparalleled defensive physique of the black tortoise clan, capable of withstanding numerous magical attacks, or techniques not exceeding your cultivation level. Hunyuan heavy water. Blue, as a prodigy of the azure black tortoise clan, you have mastered the ability to transform ordinary waters of rivers, lakes, and seas into Hunyuan heavy water. A life of hardships. Gray, your innate fortune is weak. Although a prodigy of the azure black tortoise clan, your fate is destined to be fraught with difficulties if you quietly cultivate within the clan and reach a cultivation level above golden immortal. You may alter your fortunes and make your life smoother. Gazing at the three bubbles, one gray and two blue, Tong Ling silently bid farewell to the black tortoise, thinking, "May you travel well," with a thought. He collected the two bubbles of blue attributes, yet similarly refrained from fusing them, intending to integrate them later when he could be alone, along with the attributes he had just acquired from the fallen demon race golden immortals. Senior sister, turtle spirit, please accept my condolences. Tong Ling observed the scene of the grieving, tearful beauty, and a hint of sigh escaped his lips as he comforted the turtle spirit Saint Mother. Junior brother, Xian is the last remaining descendant of my bloodline in this world. He is a descendant left by my brother, A.S.'s sister. I have failed to protect my brother's lineage. How can I not grieve? The turtle spirit Saint Mother responded, clutching the lifeless head of her junior, her tears flowing freely, her tone tinged with frustration. Tong Ling found himself at a loss for words. His senior sister was indeed a woman of sincere and straightforward character. Lacking the subtlety in her speech, isn't this meant to be a consolation? He thought, yet he bore no ill will, as he was not one to harbor a narrow-minded disposition. His perspective was broad. As he gazed silently at the weeping turtle spirit Saint Mother, he recalled the original course of events and the fate of this fourth sister during the investiture of the gods. An inexplicable thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that his senior sister's family was all marked by weak, innate fortunes? Observing the gray bubble labeled a life of hardships, which was gradually dissipating, Tong Ling felt there was a strong possibility. Alas, it was not just the turtle spirit sister. How many of the many sisters and junior sisters within the had met good ends? He thought of the second senior sister, the golden spirit Saint Mother, the first senior brother's disciple, the fire spirit Saint Mother, the golden light Saint Mother among the 10 heavenly lords, the orchid fairy, the cloud fairy, and the 3 fairies of the 3 celestial islands. Tong Ling's heart fell silent, but soon a spark of resolve ignited within him. For the sake of for myself, and to ensure that my beautiful senior sisters, junior sisters, and nieces do not fall, I must diligently cultivate and attain the Tao of primordial unity. With this determination ignited in his heart, Tong Ling planned to wait for the turtle spirit Saint Mother to regain her composure before taking his leave. He sought a place to fuse the attributes. After several hours, the turtle spirit Saint Mother's sobs finally subsided. Her beautiful eyes reddened as she turned to glance at Tong Ling, who had been silently standing by her side, warmth swelling in her heart as she said, "Junior brother, thank you." Tong Ling replied with a smile, "We are all family. There is no need for thanks. Is there any way I can assist you, senior sister?" With that, his gaze shifted to the massive body of the azure black turtle, implying whether he should lend a hand in burying the azure black turtle. Although, with the turtle spirit Saint Mother's formidable powers, she did not require the assistance of a mere true immortal to dig a grave. Tong Ling felt it necessary to express his stance as a junior brother, and Onid, "Junior brother, I do not intend to bury Xian, that I will take his body back to the clan to inquire about what transpired. How could my junior, in good health, be pursued by the demon race?" He even came to seek my help at Golden Arowana Island. Yet alas, he did not survive until my arrival. The turtle spirit Saint Mother sighed, sorrow evident in her reddened eyes. Simultaneously, a glint of sharpness flickered within her gaze, for it was evident that she intended to hold her clan accountable for the fate of the azure black turtle. With a wave of her hand, she released a cascade of azure light. Under the effect of her divine powers, the massive azure black turtle underwent a transformation, ultimately appearing as a silent young man. She stored the young man's corpse within her mustard seed space, and, with clouds forming beneath her feet, the turtle spirit Saint Mother greeted Tongling before making her way towards the territory of the azure black turtle clan. However, she paused and, recalling Tongling's earlier companionship, added, "Junior brother, if you have no urgent matters requiring your presence elsewhere, please remain at Golden Arowana Island and cultivate in waiting for my return. I have an opportunity to share with you." An opportunity? Tongling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Then he clasped his hands and smiled at the turtle spirit Saint Mother, saying, "Then I shall thank you in advance for this opportunity. Senior sister, in recent days, I have found no pressing matters that require me to venture out. Instead, I am preparing to seek a celestial island near Jineo Island to establish a sanctuary for my cultivation." "Oh, are you planning to establish your sanctuary outside of Jineo Island?" The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit gazed at Tongling with surprise. It is worth noting that, in comparison to the area outside Jineo Island, the interior of Jineo Island is far more suitable for cultivation, as the concentration of spiritual energy within is significantly higher. However, the Holy Mother merely asked out of curiosity, and upon seeing Tongling nod in affirmation, she refrained from further comments. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her index finger and traced a clear map of a celestial island in the void before them. Presenting the map to Tongling, the Holy Mother said, "If you seek a suitable celestial island for your sanctuary, I happen to know a place that is quite fitting as indicated on this map. This island is adjacent to the 3 celestial islands where our sister Sanshao resides. The spiritual energy there is remarkably abundant, and the scenery is splendid, making it an ideal location for a sanctuary." Observing the slight confusion in Tongling's eyes, the Holy Mother understood his concerns and chuckled softly. Such a prime celestial island is undoubtedly coveted by many outer disciples. However, our sister Sanshao has a strong aversion to creatures other than female immortals residing nearby, which is why no outer disciples dare to establish their sanctuaries on this island. The female disciples of my sect all have their own sanctuaries. Those who wish to occupy this celestial island are primarily male outer disciples. So you see, my dear brother, the Holy Mother looked at Tongling, who, upon hearing this, understood, "Then, sister, I am also a male immortal. If I were to take possession of that celestial island, would I not also be driven away by Sister Sanshao?" Although Tongling had entered the sect later than the Celestial Sisters and possessed far lesser cultivation, his status as the 5th direct disciple of the Celestial Master afforded him considerable standing. Thus, the immensely powerful and capable future Celestial Mother would still need to address him as brother upon their encounter. "With me as your sister, you need not worry about being driven away by Sister Sanshao," the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit replied confidently, smiling. She gestured with her hand, using the clouds as paper, and inscribed words upon it with her magical power. Afterward, she folded the cloud paper and handed it to Tongling, saying, "When the time comes, simply present this letter to Sister Sanshao. Our relationship is quite amicable, and as they owe me a favor, they will not refuse my request. You will certainly not be turned away from the celestial island." As she spoke, the Holy Mother could not help but tease the exceptionally handsome Tongling. "I will forever be grateful for your kindness. Sister, I shall repay you handsomely in the future." Tongling replied earnestly, accepting the floating cloud paper with sincerity and bowing deeply in gratitude to the Holy Mother. With a pleased smile, the Holy Mother acknowledged his gesture with a soft hum. Her decision to assist Tongling was not only due to her favorable impression of him and the fondness she felt from his earlier actions, but also stemmed from her desire to cultivate a relationship with this incredibly gifted and promising 5th brother. Thus, she willingly extended her favor, viewing it as a form of early investment. The 3 Celestial Sisters had also received the Holy Mother's support when they first joined the sect, and now their remarkable cultivation had surpassed hers, significantly aiding her in numerous endeavors. Presently, the Holy Mother had forged a deep bond with the three celestial sisters, making her previous investment seem exceedingly worthwhile. In helping Tong Ling, she perhaps also harbored the intention of replicating the successful venture. Tong Ling, fully aware of the Holy Mother's intentions, recognized that both parties were willingly participating in this investment, resulting in mutual satisfaction. After bestowing her favor, the Holy Mother bid farewell to Tong Ling as he watched her depart on a cloud. He soared upon his purple cloud sword, heading directly towards the location indicated on the map she provided. Indeed, it was a splendid place. Tong Ling now flew above the celestial island, observing its unique shape resembling a jade pot, narrow at the front, constricted in the middle, and wide at the rear, with a radiant rainbow arching across the entire island. The island was adorned with clear mountains and flowing waters, abundant with waterfalls and streams, rich in spiritual energy, and dotted with sources of spiritual water, making it an excellent location for establishing a sanctuary and pursuing the path of immortality. The area shrouded in clouds and mist must be the three celestial islands. Shifting his gaze from the jade pot-shaped celestial island, Tong Ling focused on the mist-covered region 300 miles to the left. Previously, his fourth sister, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, had mentioned that the jade pot-shaped celestial island was adjacent to the three celestial islands. The only area nearby was indeed that mist-laden expanse. As anything further would no longer be considered nearby, it was entirely normal for the three celestial sisters, being cloud-born beings, to favor a shrouded island. Thus, Tong Ling could confidently ascertain that the mist-covered land 300 miles to the left was the residence of the three celestial sisters. I shall pay a visit to Sister Sanshao later. For now, I will integrate the numerous entries I've collected and enhance my abilities, he mused. Tong Ling descended upon a high peak of the jade pot-shaped celestial island, seated cross-legged amidst the dense foliage surrounding him. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a brilliant white light, a manifestation of the concealment techniques he had mastered from the myriad profound methods of the upper pure. As the boundless white light enveloped him, Tong Ling's figure vanished, merging seamlessly with the surrounding void. Only beings with cultivation exceeding 2 major realms could detect his presence. After concealing his whereabouts, Tong Ling felt a surge of joy as he began to merge the entries he had gathered. First, he focused on the entry from the celestial blue Xuanwu, known as Xianzhen, which had fallen after the demise of the Holy Mother's bloodline descendant. Xuanwu body, Blue Yu or celestial blue Xuanwu. Possessing the unrivaled defensive physique of the Xuanwu clan, capable of withstanding many magical attacks or techniques not exceeding your cultivation level. The entry for the Xuanwu body was deep blue in color. With a mere thought, Tong Ling merged the deep blue entry. Upon completion, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation, leaning towards that of a Herculean figure. His muscles bulged, and his stature surged several feet, startling him into quickly regaining control. He had no desire to become the type of muscular man that attracted attention in his previous life. Under Tong Ling's careful adjustment, his physique gradually returned to its original state, albeit with enhanced defensive capabilities. While his appearance remained unchanged, standing at over 6 feet tall, he retained a lean and graceful form as he clenched his fist, feeling a power akin to striking down a true dragon. A faint smile crept upon his lips. With the physique of my Xuanwu body, I can now traverse the realm of true immortals with ease. Few true immortals could breach my defenses without effort. Having merged the Xuanwu body, Tong Ling prepared to integrate another blue entry from the celestial blue Xuanwu when, unexpectedly, the previously merged red entry from the crab creature, known for its shell defense, automatically fused with the blue entry of the Xuanwu body that a question mark appeared on the newly merged blue entry. Sensing only a slight enhancement, barely noticeable, Tong Ling realized that the crab creature's entry was rather lackluster, and merging it with the Xuanwu body was akin to a small bottle of water being poured into a vast lake, having negligible effect on his physique's enhancement. Nevertheless, it was a brand new entry, and Tong Ling decided to name it Xuanwu Defense. He continued merging entries, this time focusing on the entry from the great winged blackfish. Great wings, Silver you possess wings that not only allow you to fly, but also to grow to their utmost limits. When infused with magical power, they can become massive enough to cover the sky. By merging the silver entry of Great Wings, Tong Ling acquired the Great Wings ability. Point 1 can conjure a pair of enormous wings, imbued with magical prowess that can grow to their utmost limits. With a single flap of these magnificent wings, one can soar 30,000 miles into the sky and even stir the heavens, summoning terrifying storms of immense power. Upon merging the Great Wing entry, Tong Ling proceeded to amalgamate the water-related entries obtained from the Great Wing Black Fish, the Azure Water Golden Tiger, and the Sea-Covering Flood Dragon, all at once. Water Essence. Silver water is your homeland. You are the manipulator of water, capable of freely condensing its essence. Azure Water Tiger. Silver you are the sovereign of boundless waters, the ruler of great rivers, innately attuned to the water element, able to command the waters of rivers and seas at will. Child of water. Silver you are the progeny of the water element, inherently capable of effortlessly controlling endless waters, and your speed in cultivating water-based techniques is unparalleled. These three silver water-related entries, upon being fused by Tong Ling, automatically merged into one another, incorporating the water spirit affinity entry he had previously acquired, culminating in the creation of a brand new golden entry. Sensing the rich essence of the water attribute now coursing through him, Tong Ling felt a twinge of helplessness. If this continued, he feared he might transform into a 6th-grade water lotus. It seems that obtaining entries of other attributes would need to be prioritized in the future. Despite his resignation, the sensation of being akin to the child of the sea, able to command the boundless waters of heaven and earth, brought Tong Ling considerable delight. He named the newly formed Golden Water entry Water Sovereign, symbolizing that wherever there is water in the primordial world, it is his domain. After merging the 3 silver water entries and achieving the new golden entry Water Sovereign, Tong Ling's foundational essence experienced significant growth. Though it was merely a water attribute, it was sufficient to propel his cultivation forward. Feeling the surging magical energy within him clamoring for release, Tong Ling momentarily restrained the urge to break through. Deciding instead to wait until he had fully merged all his entries and accumulated sufficient depth before taking that step to that point, he would leap across the threshold of great realms and directly ascend to the realm of the profound immortal. Calming his thoughts, Tong Ling then proceeded to merge the blue entry Azure Water Tiger's Roar with the silver entry Tiger's Minion, obtaining the divine abilities of Tiger's Roar and Tiger's Minion. A sweep of his divine consciousness revealed a mysterious space that had suddenly appeared within him. Tong Ling recognized it as the space for imprisoning minions. This could be quite useful in the future, perhaps to capture some minions to serve him. With his mind racing, Tong Ling prepared to merge the greatest surprise from this entry acquisition: 2 golden entries. Both golden entries were enhancements to his foundational essence and belonged to the lower grade innate demon god category. Once merged, his foundational essence would surely elevate to the innate level, advancing to the 7th grade Sword Lotus without a doubt. He wondered how his master would react upon witnessing his 7th grade foundational essence. With curiosity about his master Tong Tian's reaction firmly in mind, Tong Ling decisively fused the 2 golden entries. Gung Metal Essence. Gold, you are extraordinary by nature, born with the foundational essence of a lower grade innate demon god, possessing the potential to cultivate to the Tai Golden Immortal level, the Sea-Covering Flood Dragon Body. Gold, you are a peculiar member of the Dragon Clan, born with the foundational essence of a lower grade innate demon god, with the potential to cultivate to the Tai Golden Immortal level. As his thoughts settled, the Gung Metal Essence and Sea-Covering Flood Dragon Body seamlessly intertwined. Under Tong Ling's guidance, they transformed into a rich amalgamation of metal and water essence, directly merging into his foundational essence. This led to a metamorphosis of the Gung Metal Essence and the relatively weaker Wood Essence, transitioning from acquired to innate. Tong Ling's innate Tao vanished, and in its place emerged a 7th grade Sword Lotus, radiating with a tricolor brilliance of gold, azure, and green. Taking root in the void, as it swayed, it spontaneously generated a new sword-shaped lotus petal, transforming from the 6th grade sword lotus of acquired essence into the 7th grade sword lotus of innate essence. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable surge of magical energy erupted, shattering Tong Ling's bottleneck and propelling him upward. From the mid-stage of true immortal, he soared to the mid-stage of profound immortal, nearly breaking through to the late stage, before finally coming to a halt. Ha! The enigmatic and profound, the gateway to myriad wonders. I, Tong Ling, have now attained the Tao fruit of the profound immortal. With a burst of exuberant laughter, the 7th grade sword lotus rooted in the void suddenly vanished. Tong Ling's tall and handsome innate Tao reappeared, his feet upon the innate spiritual treasure, the purple cloud sword, standing proudly in the heavens. Overwhelmed with emotions, Tong Ling, in a state of elation, gazed at the vast clouds enveloping the 3 immortal islands 300 miles away, and suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. His extraordinary understanding manifested, and he abruptly comprehended an unparalleled sword technique. I possess a sword that can open the gates of heaven. Tong Ling extended his hand, and the purple cloud sword flew into his grasp. Gazing at the vast clouds 300 miles away, he could not help but perform the sword technique to open the heavenly gates. Swinging the sword down with a vertical slash, the purple cloud sword radiated with dazzling brilliance that a streak of purple gold sword energy, extending 3,000 meters, surged forth with great momentum. The sword energy flew eastward for 3,000 meters, its brilliance chilling 100,000 continents. This extraordinary sword energy struck towards the clouds enveloping the 3 immortal islands, instantly alarming numerous disciples of the outer sect of the Jie Sect in the nearby sea regions. Wow! Which fellow disciple is so formidable, daring to slash at the 3 immortal islands? Impressive, truly impressive. I never expected there to be someone within the Jie Sect bold enough to provoke the 3 heaven sisters. I admire it, truly admire it. It seems another disciple wishes to seize the Jade Pot Immortal Island. However, this disciple's audacity to directly cleave at the 3 immortal islands deserves to be called gallant. I must do something. I cannot disregard the lessons learned from the 3 heaven sisters. Yes, I must support this fellow disciple. Spiritual support. Brother or junior brother, I offer you my spiritual support. A loud cheer of encouragement suddenly erupted from an unknown island. Following that, a chorus of supportive shouts resounded that I also offer spiritual support. Me too. Same here. Countless voices of spiritual support converged into a sea of sound, creating a grand spectacle that roused Tong Ling from his meditative state. Coming back to his senses, he was somewhat perplexed by the multitude of supportive voices from the surrounding islands. However, upon glancing forward and seeing the 3,000 meters of purple gold sword energy aimed at the 3 immortal islands, he quickly understood what was happening. Thought, oh no. Watching the 3,000 meters of sword energy poised to strike the clouds, Tong Ling felt an impulse to flee. Alas, this damned defiance of fate has led me to trouble. With a long sigh to the heavens, Tong Ling ultimately chose not to escape. Point 1 can run from the monk, but not the temple. This incident was indeed his fault. Striking 3,000 meters of sword energy at someone else's cultivation ground is inexcusable anywhere. He would have to go and apologize. Otherwise, with his small stature, he would undoubtedly face several lessons from the 3 heaven sisters. Hopefully, senior sister Turtle Spirit's influence would be enough. Sighing, Tong Ling took out the cloud paper given to him by the Turtle Spirit Mother, clutching it with mixed emotions as he flew towards the 3 immortal islands that he no longer harbored hopes of seizing the Jade Pot Immortal Island. After unleashing that 3,000 meters of sword energy, it would be a blessing if the 3 heaven sisters did not retaliate against him. How could he dare to think of occupying the Jade Pot Immortal Island? Even if they might overlook Tong Ling's inadvertent sword strike while he was in a state of enlightenment, hoping to claim the Jade Pot Immortal Island would be nearly impossible. I could see this moment. 300 miles away, on the 3 immortal islands shrouded in endless clouds, a 3,000-meter purple gold sword energy descended vertically, cleaving the endless clouds in two and revealing the beautiful 3 immortal islands enveloped by a colorful barrier within. The divided clouds could not close for a long time, resembling a magnificent heavenly gate forcibly split open by an immortal. Who is it? How audacious, daring to cause trouble on the three immortal islands. Do they seek death? A chilling rebuke reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Above the three immortals' island, a celestial maiden adorned in a simple cloud robe. Her demeanor as frosty and exquisite as ice and snow, and her figure gracefully slender, suddenly materialized. She stood upon a cloud, her delicate brows furrowed, as her captivating phoenix eyes gazed upon the nearly shattered 3,000-meter golden-purple sword aura, which was under siege by the colorful barrier enveloping the three immortals' island, revealing a flicker of fury within her gaze. The sight of the endless clouds cleaved in two by a single sword stroke ignited her wrath even further. With her gaze sweeping across the surrounding celestial islands, she sought to identify the culprit responsible for the attack on the three immortals' island. Yinxiao Shiji, this golden-purple sword aura originated from the direction of Yuhu Island. It was not our doing. Indeed, we would never dare to strike. Even with 1,000 or 1,800 times the courage, we wouldn't. They protested fervently. We are innocent. Junior sister, go to Yuhu Island and find the disciple responsible for this sword strike. Precisely, Shiji, please do not misunderstand us. We merely came to witness the spectacle. They echoed in agreement, laughter mingling with their words, as Yinxiao's icy gaze swept over them. Countless disciples from various celestial islands, who had been casting their divine powers to observe the commotion at the three immortals' island, began to descend, returning to their respective sanctuaries to mind their own affairs. Those who had just offered spiritual support to Tongling were among the swiftest to flee. Humph! Yinxiao let out a cold snort, and as her cloud beneath her feet stirred, she intended to soar towards Yuhu Island. She was determined to uncover which audacious disciple of the had dared to seize Yuhu Island and brazenly cleave the three immortals' island. Such an act was tantamount to courting death, although the first rule of the forbade harming fellow disciples. Yinxiao felt no need to kill this audacious individual. It sufficed to eternally suppress them. A fate of everlasting confinement would be far more torturous than mere death. Just as her cloud ascended 100 meters, a graceful figure wielding a sword approached, swiftly darting from the direction of Yuhu Island. Appearing 1,000 meters before Yinxiao, this figure, naturally, was Tongling, who had come to apologize to the three immortals. Tongling regarded the extraordinary celestial maiden not far away, adjusted his attire, and solemnly bowed before her. Expressing his remorseful voice, Yinxiao Shiji, the golden-purple sword aura that just now emerged was inadvertently unleashed by me, as I found myself entrapped in a state of enlightenment and could not help but cleave it forth. It was never my intention to strike the three immortals' island, where you and your sisters reside, that I humbly ask for your forgiveness. After speaking, he bowed sincerely once more. That sword aura was your doing? Yinxiao paid little mind to the rest of Tongling's words, fixating solely on his admission of responsibility. Instantly, her expression grew frigid as she glared at him. Raising her right palm, she contemplated delivering a profound lesson to Tongling before forever confining him beneath the rocky edges of the three immortals' island. Feeling the imminent danger from Yinxiao's intent to strike, Tongling sensed a grave crisis, a forewarning from the true spirit. He hastily retrieved the cloud paper gifted to him by the turtle spirit Saint Mother and called out to Yinxiao. Yinxiao Shiji, please do not strike. I am introduced by Sister Turtle Spirit. This letter will clarify everything. Without delay, he cast his magical power, sending the cloud paper to Yinxiao. Turtle Spirit's sister, gazing at the cloud paper imbued with the essence of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. Yinxiao was momentarily taken aback, her expression softening considerably. She sensed the faint trace of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's divine essence upon the paper, which allowed her to watch it approach without taking action. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart by her magic. The chill in her gaze dissipated, replaced by curiosity as she glanced at Tongling, who wore an apologetic smile and accepted the letter, scrutinizing it intently. Moments later, after reading the letter, it fulfilled its purpose and transformed into wisps of smoke, dispersing into the air. Now, having read the letter, Yunxiao's gaze towards Tongling had changed entirely. The icy demeanor had almost vanished, replaced by intrigue. You are the fifth direct disciple recently accepted by our master, Tong Ling, when did you become associated with Sister Turtle Spirit? Sister, you may be unaware, but the story is as follows. Noting that Yun Xiao's demeanor had returned to normal, Tong Ling felt a sense of relief. He disregarded the fact that she had referred to him simply as Tong Ling, without the honorific of Xixiao. He murmured to himself, "Now you call me Tong Ling. When my cultivation surpasses yours in the future, I shall insist you address me more respectfully." Shaking off such thoughts, Tong Ling began to recount the events clearly and succinctly. Yun Xiao listened intently, her gaze still filled with curiosity towards Tong Ling. In her heart, she made a decision to request assistance from this fifth Xixiao, believing that his extraordinary enlightenment would enable him to unravel the mysteries contained within the yin-yang diagram, thus resolving the long-standing troubles of the three sisters. As Tong Ling recounted the entire story, he looked at Yun Xiao with an apologetic expression, having broken through to the mid-stage of the Xianxian realm. Filled with exhilaration, I gazed at the vast clouds enveloping the Three Immortals Island where you reside and suddenly experienced an epiphany, acquiring a sword technique. Sword opens heaven's gate in a moment of impulse. I unleashed this technique, cleaving towards the island. By the time I regained my senses and sought to halt the sword aura, it was already too late. In my remorse, I came to apologize to you. Thus, it seems this was merely a misunderstanding. Yun Xiao, upon hearing this, nodded with a calm demeanor, then remarked, "The demon race has indeed become increasingly domineering, even causing the downfall of the Turtle Spirit Sisters' bloodline descendants. They truly deserve to be eradicated." Tong Ling concurred. "You are quite right, sister. They certainly deserve to be punished." You cannot imagine how heartbroken Sister Turtle Spirit was. Her eyes were swollen from weeping. I tried to comfort her, but it seemed to have little effect. Currently, Sister Turtle Spirit has ventured into the Tianqing Xuanwu clan to investigate the truth of the matter. I wonder when she will return. Reflecting on the opportunities mentioned by the Turtle Spirit's Saint Mother, Tong Ling hoped for her swift return. Given Sister Turtle Spirit's cultivation, she should soon uncover the entire truth and return to Jinao Island. Not far away, Yun Xiao nodded lightly, expressing her confidence in the Turtle Spirit's Saint Mother. A perfected tight golden immortal, believing she would soon ascertain the truth and restore justice for her bloodline descendants. After discussing the Turtle Spirit's Saint Mother, Yun Xiao regarded Tong Ling, who was preparing to take his leave, and suddenly inquired, "Tong Ling Xixiao, are you truly intending to depart? Do you not desire Yuhu Island?" Tong Ling, who had been about to bow in farewell, felt a mix of surprise and confusion upon hearing her address him as Tong Ling Xixiao. Did she truly wish to bestow Yuhu Island upon him, despite the earlier incident? "How could I refuse?" Tong Ling responded with a smile. "It is rare to hear you refer to me as Xixiao. I'm somewhat flattered. However, sister, are you genuinely willing to grant me Yuhu Island? Will you truly overlook the earlier matter?" Tong Ling found it hard to believe that Yun Xiao would be so accommodating. Observing the reactions of the outer disciples of the who had merely come to spectate, it was evident that the formidable Yun Xiao was a person of resolute character, decisive in her actions. It seemed implausible that she would let the matter of the sword strike on the Three Immortals Island slide, yet still offer him Yuhu Island. Thus, he had originally intended to take his leave without pressing the matter further. Does my Xixiang truly believe I, Yun Xiao, possess such a narrow mind? If you truly hold such a view, then you may return whence you came." With a series of disdainful snorts, the celestial maiden Yun Xiao contemplated departing with a flick of her sleeves. Although she had matters to discuss with the esteemed Tong Ling, her pride equaled that of any primordial deity. She could not tolerate Tong Ling's insinuation regarding her character. "Do not hold it against me. Dear junior sister, I spoke in haste." Tong Ling hastily flew forward, eager to retain Yun Xiao as presence. With the prospect of acquiring the Jade Pot Immortal Island within reach, he was unwilling to let any complications arise. As he drew near, Yun Xiao's enchanting demeanor became even more pronounced. She was akin to a towering peak, undeniably a woman of vast heart and spirit, certainly not one of petty disposition. It was indeed Tong Ling who had misspoken. "Junior sister Yun Xiao, may I inquire what I must do to establish a sanctuary on the Jade Pot Immortal Island?" Tong Ling, having approached Yun Xiao, decisively shifted the conversation, directly asking for her conditions. Yin Xiao recognized his attempt at deflection, but, needing Tong Ling's assistance, chose not to dwell on the earlier matter. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I can grant you the Jade Pot Immortal Island, dear senior brother, but you must assist my sisters and me. Should you succeed, the island shall be yours. If you fail, will it still be given to me? Tong Ling quickly inquired. Yin Xiao merely rolled her eyes, her meaning unmistakable. Such an idea was far-fetched, haha. Tong Ling, feeling awkward, chuckled and continued. Junior sister, please tell me what you required. I will certainly assist where I can. For anything beyond my reach, I shall do my utmost as for the Jade Pot Immortal Island. Let fate decide, that he mused to himself, considering how he, with his modest abilities, could possibly aid the illustrious Yin Xiao. It seemed unlikely he would gain the island. Thus, he resolved to speak more eloquently to salvage his image in Yin Xiao's eyes. You are quite the eloquent speaker, Yin Xiao remarked, casting a discerning glance at Tong Ling. However, the task I have in mind is indeed one you can assist us with that it pertains to our comprehension. Given Tong Ling's extraordinary talent, recognized even by their sage master, she believed he could manage it easily. Comprehension? Upon hearing this term, Tong Ling's eyes sparkled with an overwhelming confidence, and he beamed, Junior sister Yin Xiao. If you had mentioned any other matter, I would hesitate to guarantee my assistance. But since it involves comprehension, I assure you, I will undoubtedly resolve the issue. Filled with exuberance, Tong Ling radiated an air of superiority. In matters of comprehension, he felt no modesty. His unparalleled talent justified his confidence. Noticing Tong Ling's sudden display of self-assurance, Yin Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she nodded, saying, It seems your talent is truly as remarkable as rumored. Please follow me. With that, she stepped onto a cloud, gliding gracefully toward the three immortal islands. Tong Ling, of course, followed closely on his purple cloud sword, as they traversed the ethereal mists enveloping the three immortal islands. Tong Ling, captivated by the enchanting scenery, could not help but gaze in admiration. The view unfolded before him. Verdant bamboos and cypresses, ethereal smoke billowing around 9 peaks, phoenixes frolicking in leisure, and graceful swans in tranquil repose. The 3 clouds exhibited divine arts, while the 9-colored springs gurgled melodiously. The freedom of the great Luo resonated with the essence of the immortal trails concealed within. The 3 immortal islands were indeed extraordinary, their spiritual energy far surpassing the ordinary. Even from above, he spotted numerous spiritual springs and lakes. Tong Ling marveled, recognizing this as a truly exceptional training ground for the 3 celestial maidens, second only to the Golden Turtle Holy Island he had previously encountered. Fifth senior brother, what do you think of the 3 immortal islands where my sisters and I dwell? Would it capture your discerning eye? Noting Tong Ling's appreciative gaze, Yin Xiao felt a smile tug at her lips. Do not jest, junior sister. How could the splendid abode of the 3 celestial maidens not captivate my attention? I believe it would enchant any being in the primordial realm, Tong Ling replied earnestly. Then sighed, alas, now that I have seen your magnificent 3 immortal islands, my interest in the Jade Pot Immortal Island has waned, haha. Yin Xiao chuckled lightly, but upon noticing Tong Ling's brightened gaze upon her, she reverted to her usual aloof demeanor and turned away, remarking, The Jade Pot Immortal Island is not yet yours. You must first assist my sisters and me. Tong Ling observed her retreat and smiled. Junior sister, you should smile more often. It suits you well. Rest assured, if I cannot resolve your sister's dilemma, I doubt anyone aside from the sage could do so. I have complete confidence in my understanding of comprehension. Intending to praise Yin Xiao further, he noticed her increasingly frigid demeanor and swiftly redirected the conversation. With a charmingly confident visage, he declared, Then it shall be up to me. Yin Xiao nodded gently, her ears faintly flushed. Betraying a hint of warmth, Tong Ling had begun to grasp Yin Xiao's character, recognizing her proud and aloof nature, making it challenging to forge a closer bond. Thus, he steered the discussion back to business. Junior sister, you mentioned that the assistance you require pertains to comprehension. Could you elaborate on the specifics of this matter? It would help me prepare. Certainly, Yin Xiao replied, nodding slightly. What I need you to do is rely on your comprehension to unravel the specific mysteries within the innate diagram we acquired during our exploration of a primordial golden immortal's legacy. This innate diagram has eluded our understanding for millennia, leaving my sisters and me quite troubled. Innate diagram, primordial golden immortal. Upon hearing innate diagram, Tong Ling remained unfazed, attributing it to the three celestial maidens' good fortune. However, upon hearing primordial golden immortal, his heart raced with astonishment, realizing a treasure left by a primordial golden immortal. My extraordinary comprehension should suffice. The three celestial maidens were indeed blessed, yet he lamented their fate during the ensuing divine tribulation. Reflecting on the three celestial maidens' destiny during the divine calamity, Tong Ling reaffirmed his resolve to attain the path of the primordial great Luo. He was determined to carve a grand path while safeguarding not only himself, but also the sisters of the who embodied the essence of heaven and earth. Naturally, he would also protect his male counterparts, provided they possessed commendable character. Those who betrayed their teachings or exhibited poor morals would be of no concern to him, and he might even seek to expel them. Are you perhaps intimidated by the title of Primordial Golden Immortal? Yin Xiao, noticing Tong Ling's momentary daze, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Impossible. You underestimate me. Junior sister, I have confidence in grasping even the sage's teachings. What does the path of the primordial golden immortal signify? Tong Ling, having regained his composure, responded, slightly displeased, eliciting another soft laugh from Yin Xiao. Be cautious, lest our master punishes you, she teased, casting him a playful glance that sparked a jolt in his heart. However, Tong Ling refrained from continuing to flatter Yin Xiao, clearing his throat as he asked, Junior sister, did you not consult other disciples regarding the innate diagram left by the primordial golden immortal? Perhaps they could unravel its mysteries. Indeed, we sought the insights of our fellow disciples, yet none could discern the secrets of the diagram. Yin Xiao replied. Could Master Dabu not comprehend it? Tong Ling inquired. Yin Xiao shook her head. He could not. What of elder sister Jean Ling? Tong Ling pressed further. Neither could she. Yin Xiao responded, shaking her head once more. And what about senior sister Wudong and senior sister Gui Ling? Tong Ling continued to inquire. The two senior sisters were equally perplexed. Yin Xiao shook her head once more. What of our revered sage master? Tong Ling pressed on. Naturally, he too would struggle to grasp it. What manner of being is our sage master? How could he possibly fail to comprehend the rudimentary, innate diagram left by a mere Hunyuan golden immortal? Yin Xiao, having shaken her head several times, suddenly came to a realization, her eyes narrowing with a hint of indignation as she looked at Tong Ling brother. If you persist in this manner, we may as well cease our conversation. You are truly incorrigible, so audacious. How dare you jest about our revered sage master? I shall ignore you. Displeased, Yin Xiao chose to ascend on her cloud, distancing herself from Tong Ling, whom she deemed a mischievous rascal. Ha ha! Observing her retreat, Tong Ling couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Am I unable to handle this aloof and haughty fairy? I have her completely under my thumb. However, considering that Yin Xiao and her companions had already presented the innate diagram to the sage master, why did they still claim to be unable to fathom its mysteries? Had the sage master withheld the secrets of the diagram from them? Was he attempting to test them? After teasing Yin Xiao, Tong Ling pondered her earlier words, which clearly indicated that the three sisters had indeed shown the innate diagram to the Tong Tian. Thus, why had he not disclosed its secrets to them? Was it a trial of their understanding? With a heart full of questions, Tong Ling guided his purple cloud sword, hastening to catch up with the swiftly moving Yin Xiao. At the center of the Three Immortals Island stood a magnificent verdant spiritual peak, shrouded in mist. This peak was the convergence of the island's ley lines, the most potent source of spiritual energy. The residence of the Three Immortals was situated halfway up this spiritual peak. Inside the Three Immortal Cave, everything was exquisitely crafted, with clouds swirling about. The floor was laid with jade, the walls adorned with cloud lotuses, crystal lanterns illuminated the space, and curtains of emerald pearls hung gracefully. It was indeed a celestial abode, this moment. On the azure cloud bed concealed by flowing curtains, Two stunningly beautiful female immortals, each possessing distinct appearances and temperaments, were leaning closely together, their brows furrowed as they scrutinized a scroll of the diagram spread before them. Sister, I must say, it would be wiser to trade this yin-yang diagram for other treasures. Remaining unable to comprehend its mysteries is not a viable solution. Besides, our sage master advised us against further contemplation after examining this diagram. It would be best to exchange it. The exquisite and gentle Qiong Xiao sighed, her voice tinged with resignation as she expressed her thoughts. Absolutely not. We cannot part with it. The petite and delicate Bai Xiao lay upon the cloud bed, her legs raised, chin resting on her hands, her eyes sparkling with determination as she gazed intently at the yin-yang diagram. After hearing Qiong Zhao's words, she shook her head vigorously. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The way you speak, it sounds as if we endured life and death to acquire this diagram. Qiong Xiao retorted, her eyes rolling in disbelief. Having personally experienced the acquisition of the yin-yang diagram, she knew full well it had been a rather effortless endeavor. It was merely Bai Zhao's mount, the flower featherbird, that had suffered a broken wing, which had since healed. Yet Bai Xiao, still distressed over her mount's injury, clung stubbornly to the yin-yang diagram, vowing to uncover its secrets. Outside the three immortal cave, Yun Xiao and Tong Ling descended onto the cloud jade square, with Yun Xiao still unwilling to walk alongside Tong Ling. Striding ahead, Tong Ling observed the graceful figure of the lady before him, delightedly following at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, in the distance among the sea of clouds, a celestial white crane soared upwards, gliding gracefully towards the distant peaks. A crane soars above the clouds under the clear sky, inspiring poetic thoughts in Bai Xiao. Tong Ling mused and recited a line of poetry from his past, which caught Yin Zhao's attention, prompting her to glance back at him. Fortuitous inspiration. Fortuitous inspiration. Seeing Yun Zhao's peculiar gaze, Tong Ling waved his hands repeatedly, fearful that she might misinterpret his words as a challenge for him to compose poetry on the spot. He was merely a playful spirit, not a poet. The prospect of failing to produce a poem was too awkward to contemplate. Yun Xiao nodded slightly, then turned away, continuing her path into the three immortal cave, her thoughts unknown. Tong Ling chuckled and followed suit. Suddenly, a soft and melodious female voice emerged from within the cave. Which brother or junior seeks Bai Xiao? Did you obtain the consent of my sisters to intrude upon our three immortal island? By the way, how did you even get in? As the last words fell, a petite yet perfectly formed figure appeared abruptly outside the three immortal cave. Sister, you have returned? Did you find that audacious fellow who dared to cleave our three immortal island with his sword? Yun Xiao, upon hearing this, turned to see Tong Ling approaching, her eyes indicating to Bai Xiao. Yes, this is him, our master's newly accepted inner disciple, the fifth brother. What? The one who cleaved our three immortal island is the new fifth brother said to possess extraordinary comprehension. Is it truly you? Bai Xiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she descended from the cloud, her bare, crystal-white feet touching the clouds below. With hands on her hips, she scrutinized Tong Ling before nodding appreciatively. Good-looking fifth brother, why did you cleave our three immortal island? Are you looking for a fight? By the way, what were you calling me for just now? Bai Xiao approached Tong Ling, her head tilted upwards. But realizing that this posture lacked authority, she summoned a puff of cloud beneath her to elevate herself, her gaze oscillating between friendliness and hostility as she peered down at him, staring at the youthful beauty before him. Tong Ling felt a rush of emotions. Silently calming himself, he recalled the stages of enlightenment. The first page of his path was that love is the essence of divinity. The second, to draw his sword against worldly desires. The third, to sever ties with infatuation. The fourth, to cut down the god of love. And the ninth, to eliminate his beloved. Hey, fifth brother, why are you staring blankly and not responding? Bai Zhao's cute nose wrinkled as she reached out to poke Tong Ling's chest. Faced with the exquisite young beauty and her soft, melodic voice, Tong Ling found his composure slipping. Sever, sever, sever. What a futile endeavor. Cultivation requires a natural flow, and forcing oneself to sever connections may lead to regression. Moreover, with the advantages of acquiring insights and extraordinary comprehension, I need not fear failing to achieve the Hunyuan de Luo in the future. He resolved not to sever any ties, embracing a natural progression instead. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him, and a radiant rainbow of light enveloped him. Bai Xiao was taken aback by the sight, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart as she sensed the brilliant light radiating from Tong Ling. A myriad of desires surged within her: greed, anger, ignorance, love, and avarice, overwhelming her senses. Alarmed, Bai Xiao swiftly retreated on her cloud, wary of getting too close to Tong Ling, who seemed lost in a state of enlightenment. "Sister, do you think this fifth brother is truly attaining enlightenment?" Bai Xiao asked Yin Xiao, her eyes filled with incredulity. Why would he suddenly achieve enlightenment? Is the path truly that easy to comprehend? It appears this fifth brother genuinely lives up to the sage master's exceptional standards, exhibiting remarkable comprehension. At that moment, Bai Xiao, who had never met Tong Ling before but had only heard of him, formed a clear understanding of his extraordinary talent. She gazed at him in awe. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao, equally astonished, silently observed Tong Ling, her expression shifting to one of complex emotions. This fellow truly possessed remarkable talent. Yet he was also infuriating. However, she suspected he might indeed unravel the secrets of the yin-yang diagram, alleviating the burden that had plagued the three sisters for millennia. Not long after, the graceful Qiong Xiao also emerged from the Three Immortals' cave. After inquiring about the situation from Bai Xiao, she learned the details of the events that had transpired. Immediately, she gazed wide-eyed at Tong Ling, who was surrounded by a dazzling array of colorful light. Once she regained her composure, she pondered for a moment before addressing Yin Xiao. "Elder sister, you brought this Tong Ling here, presumably to assist us in unraveling the mysteries of the innate yin-yang diagram, correct?" "Indeed," Yin Xiao replied, her gaze still fixed on Tong Ling. Nodding affirmatively, "I hold great hope. This fifth senior brother's comprehension is truly astonishing. No wonder even our revered sage has taken him as the fifth direct disciple." "Elder sister, second sister, observe. This fifth senior brother, though merely at the mid-stage of Xianxian, has grasped a portion of the profound principles of the mundane world within his newfound abilities. That it is simply incredible," Bai Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she fixated on Tong Ling's exceptionally handsome visage. Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the three sisters gazed at Tong Ling with eager anticipation. Awaiting his enlightenment and mastery of the Tao, they were eager to witness the extraordinary powers this remarkably gifted inner disciple could manifest. They did not have to wait long. After roughly 3 hours, the resplendent seven-colored radiance surrounding Tong Ling began to wane, but a sharp yet emotionally charged sword intent suddenly surged from him, soaring into the sky. Greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, and desire, slaying immortals amidst the mundane realm. He declared, "I wield a sword called the Seven Emotions of the Mundane. Here comes the sword." With his eyes suddenly wide open, Tong Ling's gaze emitted a spectrum of colors. With a flick of his right hand, the purple cloud sword materialized from a void with a resonant sound, firmly grasped within his palm. Turning his attention to the distant peaks of the celestial sea, Tong Ling slashed diagonally with his sword, unleashing a colossal 6,000-meter beam of seven-colored sword energy, vastly more powerful than the previous 3,000-meter purple gold energy, infused with a torrent of mundane essence, cleaving through the clouds and ascending into the heavens. A perilous 10,000-meter peak loomed before him. The inclined 6,000-meter seven-colored sword energy sliced through the treacherous summit, splitting it asunder. With a resounding crash, the upper half of the severed peak plummeted towards the earth of Sanxian Island, producing a deafening cacophony. This thunderous impact not only jolted the three celestial maidens, who had been staring blankly at Tong Ling, back to their senses, but also roused Tong Ling from his near completion of enlightenment. As he beheld the remaining lower half of the peak, his vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed like the upper portion of the mountain. What are we to do now? Feeling the terrifying pressure from behind, which was escalating to a frenzied state, Tong Ling felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to look back, he hastily stowed the purple cloud sword and called out, "Sisters, listen to me. I, Tong Ling, assure you that I will help you uncover the secrets of the innate diagram shortly. Should I fail, I shall meet my end like that distant peak. Very well, you have said it. Fifth senior brother, if you cannot comprehend it, do not blame us three sisters for being merciless. Bai Zhao's soft voice chimed from behind, allowing Tong Ling to breathe a sigh of relief as he promptly replied. Of course, I, Tong Ling, always keep my promises. Internally, he added, if he truly could not comprehend it, he would have no choice but to summon their master. With the greatest backing within the sect, Tong Ling felt entirely at ease. Sensing the approaching violent pressure gradually dissipate, returning to tranquility, Tong Ling finally turned around. He faced the three sisters, whose expressions were as cold as ice, and a hint of awkwardness broke across his handsome face as he apologized. Just as I earlier succumbed to the state of enlightenment and inadvertently struck the Three Immortals Island, I too was unable to restrain myself. Just now, my comprehension is simply too extraordinary. I am often drawn into enlightenment and subsequently compelled to unleash the abilities I've gained that I hope the three of you can forgive my lack of control. As he spoke, Tong Ling performed a gesture of apology to the three sisters, who were now less tense at his words. Fifth senior brother, this cannot continue. If you cannot control yourself, once your cultivation level rises, should you find enlightenment amidst a crowd of living beings, it would surely lead to catastrophic consequences. Qiang Xiao, with her kind-hearted nature, gazed at Tong Ling with concern. After hearing Tong Ling's explanation, she was no longer angry. After all, such extraordinary comprehension was something many living beings could only envy. It was indeed beyond one's control. However, the side effects seemed rather severe, did they not? Though Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao remained silent, they furrowed their brows, conjuring images of a future where Tong Ling's enlightenment led to the massacre of countless beings. That will not be the case. My current cultivation is too low to harness my extraordinary comprehension. Once I ascend to the Golden Immortal stage, I shall no longer face such troubles. I will be able to control myself. Tong Ling explained to the three sisters that if such side effects persisted, he would have been deeply troubled. There would be no point in continuing his cultivation. I see, the three sisters replied, their eyes filled with understanding. They then exchanged cryptic glances with Tong Ling, who bewildered inquired, What is it? Nothing, Yun Xiao replied coolly, turning to enter the Three Immortals' cave. Fifth senior brother, what is it? Your comprehension is enviable to us three sisters. Bai Xiao chimed in, skipping forward, floating in the air, and wrapping her arms around Tong Ling's. She tugged him toward the cave, murmuring, if we had your level of comprehension, we would have unraveled the secrets of the yin-yang diagram long ago, and not been troubled by this wretched diagram for thousands of years. You must not disappoint us, senior brother. If you fail, I shall punish you. With that, she playfully shot Tong Ling a mock glare. Beside them, Qiang Xiao, upon hearing this, cast a helpless glance at Bai Xiao before sending Tong Ling a reassuring look. In truth, if Tong Ling were to fail, she was certain the three sisters would not resort to violence. At least, she would not. The elder sister and the younger sister would likely only be teasing Tong Ling. Dear little junior sister, I shall not grant you the opportunity to harm me. Tong Ling, noticing Qiang Xiao's comforting gaze, nodded back with a smile, indicating there was no need for concern. He then couldn't resist playfully pinching Bai Zhao's exquisitely lovely cheek, declaring confidently, Fear not. Senior brother, are you pinching me? Pinching my cheek. No male immortal has ever touched me, Bai Xiao exclaimed, her heart racing at the gentle sensation on her cheek. She immediately released her hold on Tong Ling's arm and soared towards the Three Immortals' cave. Tong Ling gazed awkwardly at Bai Zhao's retreating figure. Initially, he had thought Bai Xiao was quite open-minded when she had boldly embraced his arm, pulling him toward the cave. He anticipated that she, too, possessed a more reserved nature. Well, he truly admired such qualities that it seemed that Bai Xiao was simply anxious to uncover the secrets of the yin-yang diagram, which prompted her to act impulsively. This was likely her first time embracing a male immortal. Tong Ling appeared deep in thought. Beside her, Qiang Xiao observed the scene with a sense of helplessness, leading Tong Ling towards their destination within the Sanxian cave. The interior of the cave was vast, resembling a world unto itself. Without her guidance, Tong Ling would be a loss to find the place they were heading to. Qiong Shao led the way, while Tong Ling followed silently. They walked in silence for an unknown duration until they finally arrived at a magnificent hall adorned with white jade flooring and golden pillars. At that moment, Yun Shao and Bai Shao, who had arrived earlier, were standing beside a jade table in the center of the hall, their gazes fixated on a mysterious diagram spread across the surface. The diagram was imbued with the ebb and flow of yin and yang energies, exuding an aura of profound enigma. Yet, it appeared somewhat obscured by an unseen veil, rendering its secrets elusive. Perhaps it was true that beneath the level of sage, or even a quasi-sage, one would find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend its essence. As Tong Ling entered the hall, she first cast her eyes over the resplendent surroundings before glancing at Yin Shao and Bai Shao, ultimately resting her gaze upon the enigmatic diagram laid out on the table. Upon closer inspection, she discerned certain clues, a peculiar expression flickering in her eyes. Could this be the reason why her master refrained from revealing the true secrets of this innate diagram to the three Shao sisters? Indeed, it was a delicate matter to broach. Had her master divulged the genuine mysteries of this innate diagram to the three Shao sisters, it would likely undermine his esteemed authority. In Tong Ling's perception, the innate yin-yang diagram unfurled on the jade table appeared as if it had been stripped of its concealments, laying bare its essence before her extraordinary insight. Within the diagram, apart from the swirling yin and yang energies that transformed into the profound Taiji diagram, there emerged a captivating imagery that portrayed the most fundamental mysteries of the yin-yang path. Moreover, it encapsulated a myriad of indescribable scenes, seemingly embodying all that exists within the realm, a veritable compendium of springtime imagery. This was no mere yin-yang diagram. It was an innate yin-yang diagram of joyous springtime. It encompassed not only the principles of the yin-yang path, but also intertwined with the paths of joy and spring. No wonder her master found it difficult to articulate. Were she in her master's position, she too would remain silent, perhaps even confiscate this innate diagram of joyous springtime from the three Shao sisters, who were all young maidens. Tong Ling mused inwardly. Fifth senior brother, come quickly. It is this innate yin-yang diagram that has perplexed our three sisters for millennia. Upon seeing Qiong Shao and Tong Ling enter the hall, Yin Shao gestured for Tong Ling to approach the diagram, while Bai Shao directly beckoned her over, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident when Tong Ling pinched her cheek. Hearing this, Tong Ling flew to the jade table, and as she gazed upon the unfurled innate yin-yang diagram of joyous springtime, her heart was tumultuous. The vividness of the scenes depicted therein surpassed any experiences she had encountered in her previous life. Although Tong Ling was a sword lotus, she was still a being with emotions and desires, and a male immortal at that. As such, she felt the appropriate stirrings within her. Not to mention, 3 captivating celestial maidens stood nearby, their fragrant presence wafting through the air, causing Tong Ling to feel a flush of warmth. Summoning her magical power, Tong Ling compelled herself to regain composure, feeling her temperature normalize, alleviating the heat within. She exchanged a meaningful glance with the 3 Shao sisters, and upon noticing their eager expressions, she spoke. In truth, the moment I entered the hall and laid eyes on this diagram, I grasped its mysteries and discerned the point of its seal. What? You comprehended the mysteries of the yin-yang diagram upon entering the hall? The 3 Shao sisters looked at Tong Ling in astonishment, with Bai Shao exclaiming incredulously. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Tong Ling replied calmly. Observing the sisters' continued daze, unable to resist, she touched her nose and inquired, "Is there something amiss? I hardly exerted any effort to comprehend the grand principles of my master, so isn't it quite normal to discern the secrets of this innate diagram at a glance?" Normal. The 3 Shao sisters exchanged glances, momentarily a loss for words. An indescribable feeling surged within them. In comparison to Tong Ling, it seemed as if they, the remarkable and gifted 3 Shao sisters, were akin to fools having been ensnared by the diagram for millennia. Alas, the celestial surpassing the celestial. How exasperating! At that moment, the way the 3 Shao sisters regarded Tong Ling underwent a profound transformation. gaining insight into what it meant to possess an extraordinary comprehension that could compel a sage to break precedent and accept a direct disciple. Simultaneously, a subtle admiration began to blossom within them for Tongling, albeit faint, yet undeniably present. Thus, as time progressed, should Tongling continue to exhibit increasingly extraordinary feats, it was not inconceivable that the three Shao sisters might become his fervent admirers. Suppressing their astonishment, the three Shao sisters urged Tongling to swiftly unravel the mysteries of the diagram on the jade table, eager to uncover the secrets that had eluded them for centuries. Meeting the resolute gazes of the three sisters, Tongling could no longer conceal the truth, stating, in fact, this innate diagram should be referred to as the innate Yin-Yang joyous spring diagram. It is a treasure of innate spiritual essence sealed by the Hunyuan golden immortal. Wait, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The moment Tongling's words fell, the three Shao sisters were once again struck with astonishment, though this time their focus was on the diagram spread across the jade table. Overwhelmed by the revelation of its supreme nature, they instinctively overlooked its rather irreverent title. Indeed, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. When Tongling discovered that the innate Yin-Yang joyous spring diagram was indeed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, he too felt a jolt of shock, marveling at the fortune of the three Shao sisters. However, a thought crossed his mind. Even if he were to unravel the seal of this innate diagram, it would likely be of little use to the three sisters. After all, the owner of this diagram must have been quite a rogue. Tongling mused inwardly. What would I even do with it if it were mine? It seems rather useless for anything substantial. Such things can become tiresome if one indulges too much. His thoughts whirled. The three Shao sisters, having regained their composure, eagerly urged him to unlock the treasure seal. After all, it was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and the three sisters could hardly contain their excitement, exchanging glances to decide who among them would utilize it best once it was revealed. Perhaps you should refrain from looking. Tongling hesitated, cautioning them about the diagram's name. Innate Yin-Yang joyous spring diagram. Joyous spring diagram. What a joyous spring diagram. It is still a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Hurry, or I might lose my focus, Bai Shao urged urgently. Upon hearing Tongling's emphasis, Yun Shao and Xiong Shao hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately their gazes remained steadfast on Tongling, silently encouraging him to unlock the treasure seal. Alas, how could one remain composed in the presence of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure so readily available? Tongling understood the urgency of the three Shao sisters, yet he knew that had they truly witnessed the scenes within the diagram, they might not have been so insistent. Thus, he kindly reminded them once more, "Are you truly certain you wish for me to unlock this joyous spring diagram?" "Yes, fifth senior brother, please hurry. Once you release the seal of this innate diagram, you can simply step outside while we three sisters explored ourselves," Bai Shao declared nonchalantly. Yun Shao and Xiong Shao nodded in agreement. "Very well, but I hope you won't experience any disturbances to your resolve," Tongling cautioned, seeing that the three sisters remained resolute. With little choice left, he prepared to unravel the seal of the innate Yin-Yang joyous spring diagram upon the jade table. Extending his index finger, he channeled azure celestial light, touching a minute point on the surface of the diagram. Instantly, the sealed innate Yin-Yang joyous spring diagram began to manifest inexplicable changes, revealing the splendor of its supreme nature. Observing the delighted expressions of the three Shao sisters, Tongling remarked, "I shall take my leave for now. You may take your time to ponder." "Indeed. Thank you, senior brother. My gratitude extends to you, fifth senior brother." At this moment, the three Shaos are entirely absorbed in the impending unsealing of the primordial Yin-Yang joyful spring palace diagram. Hearing Tongling's words, they briefly responded before returning their focus to the treasure map. "Alas, dear junior sisters, please take your time to appreciate it." With a flicker, the purple cloud sword materialized beneath Tongling, who then soared out of the hall, heading towards the three immortal caves, just as Tongling departed. The seal on the primordial Yin-Yang joyful spring palace diagram was finally lifted. An unforeseen transformation abruptly unfolded, The diagram not only revealed indescribable scenes of countless sentient beings, but also enveloped the three Shaos in a flicker of divine light. Plunging their primordial spirits into those indescribable matters, the three Shaos stood in a daze, their expressions shifting through a myriad of emotions that at this moment. Within their primordial spirits, a male immortal, whom they deemed most suitable as a Tao partner, suddenly materialized from their fantasies, engaging with them in intimate ways. This male immortal's figure was shrouded in a veil of mist. When at one point, a corner of the mist slightly parted, it became vaguely apparent that it was none other than the exceptionally handsome visage of Tong Ling. Outside the three immortal caves, Tong Ling waited with a sense of ennui. Approximately 3 days later, the three Shao fairies emerged from the caves hand in hand. Unlike their previous demeanor around Tong Ling, their gazes now held an oddity that Tong Ling couldn't quite place. "Big bad guy, this indecent item is yours now. Depart from our three immortal island. Your presence irks me. Hurry, hurry," Shao tossed a jade box of emerald hue to Tong Ling. Then push him away for some distance. She quickly returned to join Yun Shao and Xiong Shao, who were casting him complex glances as they re-entered the three immortal caves. Seeing this, Tong Ling hastily called out, "Junior sisters, will I claim the Jade Pot Immortal Island in the future? We shall be neighbors. Let us frequently interact. It's yours. It's all yours. Go and occupy it." Bai Zhao's voice echoed, and then the three immortal caves sealed shut. Inside the three immortal caves, within the boudoir, the three Shao fairies, Yun Shao, Qiong Shao, and Bai Shao each sat upon their cloud beds, meditating to calm their Tao hearts. Yet the image of a male immortal inexplicably lingered in their minds, leaving them quite helpless. Almost simultaneously, the three Shaos opened their eyes, exchanging glances that revealed a flush of crimson on their fair faces. After a moment, Bai Shao could not contain herself, asking Yun Shao and Qiong Shao, "Eldest sister, second sister, which male immortal did you envision in your minds?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shao thought of Tong Ling, who had just departed, her lips pursing slightly. She chose not to respond, merely closing her eyes again to compose her Tao heart, her beautiful face tinged with additional warmth. Qiong Shao, on the other hand, shyly retreated to another room to meditate. How could she admit that the male immortal in her heart was none other than that mischievous Tong Ling? Observing her two elder sisters' silence, Bai Shao chose not to speak either, thinking to herself, as long as they aren't envisioning that big bad guy, it's fine. Suddenly, the image of Tong Ling flashed in her mind, and a smile crept onto her lips as she began to chuckle to herself. Meanwhile, Tong Ling's figure soared outward from the three immortal island, in high spirits over the retrieval of the Jade Pot Immortal Island. He eagerly opened the jade box in his hand to discover what precious item Bai Shao had tossed to him. As the box opened, a scroll of an oddly familiar diagram unfurled within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the primordial yin-yang joyful spring palace diagram. This, Tong Ling gazed at the diagram within the box, murmuring, "Oh, my three junior sisters, I warned you to heed my counsel. Yet you insisted on unsealing this diagram. Now look, your Tao hearts are undoubtedly unsettled, and you even gifted me a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. I shan't refuse, for while its immediate utility may seem limited, it shall serve excellently against foes, shattering their Tao hearts." Stowing away the primordial yin-yang joyful spring palace diagram, Tong Ling quickened his pace towards the outer reaches of the three immortal island. Determined to establish his own domain upon the Jade Pot Immortal Island, in the vast primordial land, not far from Kunlun Mountain, endless rainbows manifested in the sky, with a radiant white jade light flooding the void, enveloping thousands of miles in purple mist as celestial melodies echoed through the heavens. The magnificent and mysterious phenomena shifted positions continuously, rapidly moving towards the eastern sea of the primordial world. Any discerning being could surmise that a supreme figure was departing for the primordial sea. At the heart of this grand spectacle sat a figure draped in purple gold spiritual garments, crowned with a jade-clear lotus, exuding an aura of purity and flawlessness. His visage resembled that of a middle-aged sage. The Yuqing saint, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was presently seated upon the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the eight treasures cloud seat, in deep meditation. Above him, a golden, auspicious cloud descended, veiling his saintly form. This auspicious cloud appeared extraordinary, resonating with celestial music, radiating nine-colored brilliance, and showering various gemstones, golden lotuses, colorful lanterns, spiritual pearls, and exquisite ornaments. The sun and moon shone brightly. The purple mist thickened, and myriad worlds floated within, showcasing unfathomable marvels. This was indeed the heavenly treasure, the auspicious cloud of the heavenly way, rivaling the primordial supreme treasures. Behind Yuan Shi Tianzun, 5 of his disciples quietly rode the clouds in attendance. Among them were his first disciple, Guang Chengzi, and 4 recently accepted disciples, Ci Hang Dao Run, Yuding Zhen Run, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Xing Su Dao De Zhenjun. The master and 5 disciples traveled steadily toward the Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea. Yuding, as we head to Golden Ao Island to engage in a wager between our master and Uncle Tong Tian, do you possess confidence in securing the comprehension round of the 5 out of 3 victories? Relying on your extraordinary insight, Guang Chengzi respectfully inquired of the Yuding Zhenren beside him. Rest assured, senior brother, although my cultivation may not match that of my esteemed senior brothers, sisters, and junior brothers, I possess unwavering confidence in my comprehension abilities that I shall undoubtedly secure that round for our sect. Yuding Zhenren responded, his expression radiating confidence. Excellent. Guang Chengzi beamed with satisfaction upon hearing this. Among the new disciples, he held the highest regard for Yuding Zhenren. Although Yuding Zhenren's current cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the Xian Immortal stage, the lowest among the 4. Trailing behind the already established Golden Immortal Ci Hang Dao Run, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Xing Su Dao De Zhenjun, Guang Chengzi recognized that with Yuding Zhenren's exceptional talent, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up, perhaps even surpass them. After inquiring about Yuding Zhenren, Guang Chengzi turned to Ci Hang Dao Run, asking, Junior sister, do you feel confident in securing a victory for our sect in the upcoming duel of divine abilities against the Jie Jiao? Ci Hang Dao Run, whose beauty was striking and whose demeanor was resolute, smiled with confidence, replying, Senior brother, rest assured, not long ago, I comprehended the Yuqing Divine Thunder and Yuqing Celestial Light after listening to our sage master expound the teachings. Coupled with the various divine abilities I have cultivated myself, defeating those Jie Jiao members, who are akin to beasts, will pose no challenge. Guang Chengzi's smile grew wider upon hearing her words, exclaiming, Excellent. He then inquired Dao Xing Tianzun and Xing Su De Zhenjun about their confidence in securing victories in the contests of physical prowess and magical treasures against the Jie Jiao. Both Dao Xing Tianzun and Xing Su Dao De Zhenjun, like Yuding Zhenren and Ci Hang Dao Run, expressed their unwavering confidence in their abilities to win and bring victory to their sect. Guang Chengzi felt immense joy in witnessing the confidence radiating from the 4 disciples he had personally guided, secretly thinking, with such confidence amongst my junior brothers and sisters, my own confidence as their elder brother is boundless. That fellow Dao Bao, from the moment we both entered our master's and uncle's tutelage at Kunlun Mountain, has never bested me in our contests. This time shall be no exception. Haha. It seems certain that our sect will triumph in the upcoming wager against the Jie Jiao. As Guang Chengzi contemplated, he increasingly perceived the situation to be exceedingly favorable. Should they triumph over their master in the wager he once made with the Tongtian Patriarch, it would serve as validation that the path of expounding the Tao, as taught by their master, surpasses the path of interception espoused by the Patriarch. In his elation, their master might even bestow upon them significant rewards. The mere thought ignited a glimmer of anticipation in Guang Chengzi's eyes. Seated prominently upon the 8 treasure cloud seat, Yuan Shi Tianzun was acutely aware of the discourse among his 5 direct disciples behind him. His sentiments mirrored those of Guang Chengzi. He too felt a sense of security. He mused. My junior brother neglects to consider the merits of proper discipleship, indiscriminately accepting all manner of unworthy beings. Our sect is filled with ignorant souls who fail to recognize heavenly principles, wantonly committing acts of violence. Those wretched creatures, covered in fur and bearing horns, lack the destiny to become disciples of the three pure ones. What good is it to extract a sliver of life from all beings? Only by adhering to heavenly principles and elucidating order can one truly grasp the orthodox Tao amidst this vast cosmos. Once they secured victory in this wager, it was likely that my third brother would concede gracefully. A smile curled at the corners of Yuanshi Tianzuan's mouth as he envisioned the moment the Tongtian patriarch would submit to him, filling his heart with a sense of joy, with a silent invocation of Wuyang Tianzuan. He resumed his meditative state, in the waters near the eastern side of Golden Ao Island, where the Jade Pot Immortal Island is situated. The central nexus of spiritual veins converged amidst the most potent essence of heaven and earth. Atop a towering mountain, Tong Ling, wielding the purple cloud sword, floated in mid-air, extending his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, a jade-green bean materialized in his palm, infusing it with his nearly perfected upper clear power. He silently invoked the divine art, declaring, "Upper clear bean to soldier technique." As he scattered the glimmering jade beans toward the mountain below, they transformed mid-air into towering upper clear warriors, each adorned in verdant celestial garments. After commanding these warriors to seek out celestial stones and spiritual materials within the island and construct a grand palace named Hunyuan Palace amidst the floating clouds, Tong Ling leisurely began to explore the entirety of Jade Pot Immortal Island. This would soon be his domain, and he deemed it essential to familiarize himself with it. Otherwise, he would be at a loss regarding the layout of his own home, leading to potential embarrassment. The technique he had just executed, the bean-to-soldier technique, was derived from the most fundamental divine art, which had evolved within the upper clear lineage into its own variant. Other traditions in the primordial wilderness also possessed their own iterations of the bean-to-soldier technique, such as the Ta Ching and Yuqing versions, as well as the creation bean-to-soldier technique of the Nuo lineage. Among others, as time flowed by, it seemed that several hundred years had passed. One day, above the central mountain range of Jade Pot Immortal Island, the grandly constructed Hunyuan Palace floated gracefully amidst the clouds. Inside the palace, upon the resplendent jade cloud bed, Tong Ling sat with closed eyes, his aura rippling. After a moment, his essence shifted, and he successfully achieved the consummate state of the Xianxian realm. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy emerged as he remarked, "Over 100 years ago, I broke through to the late Xianxian stage, and now I have finally perfected it. The next step is to attain the golden immortal Tao fruit." However, the path to becoming a golden immortal was no small feat. Relying solely on solitary meditation would take an extensive period. He would need to rely on the acquisition of entries. With this thought, Tong Ling's mind turned, and he rose to fly outside the Hunyuan Palace. Ascending above Jade Pot Immortal Island, he gazed at the vast clouds 300 miles away and summoned a cloud to glide towards Sanxian Island. Having grown accustomed to sword riding, Tong Ling yearned to try a different mode of travel and experience the sensation of cloud riding. It was not out of the question that he might seek to tame a magnificent steed for a change of pace. As for his intentions on Sanxian Island, it was naturally to invite the three sisters to venture out to sea in search of fated beings to acquire entries. Relying solely on his peak Xianxian abilities, he could not vanquish many fated beings. He would need the protection of celestial maidens. The 300 miles felt exceptionally close. Tong Ling glided leisurely on his cloud, and before long he arrived at the outskirts of Sanxian Island. Taking out a tricolor jade plate, he directed it toward the vast clouds ahead. Instantly, a beam of three-colored light shot forth, laying out a tricolored celestial pathway through the colorful barrier enveloping Sanxian Island, leading directly inside. Stepping off the cloud, Tong Ling treaded upon the long, tricolored celestial path, which swiftly carried him into Sanxian Island. Upon arriving, he stowed away the tricolor jade plate, and his cloud reappeared beneath him, effortlessly transporting him toward the Sanxian cave. Arriving at the entrance, he adjusted his attire and called out with a playful tone, "Dear junior sisters, your senior brother has come to engage in discussion once more. Why not come forth and greet me?" He jested, "If you don't, I might just storm into your chambers uninvited. Don't blame me for my lack of decorum then," he gazed at the ornate and exquisite Sanxian cave. A mischievous chuckle escaped his lips, accompanied by a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes as he recalled the countless moments spent with the three sisters over the centuries, since returning to Jade Pot Immortal Island and establishing the Hunyuan Palace. Tong Ling had dedicated several decades to meticulously tending to his abode. Subsequently, he made an unsought visit to Sancian Island to seek out the three sisters for philosophical discussions, aiming to strengthen their bond. Only by fostering closer ties would he be able to venture out and acquire entries in the future. Tong Ling's modest Xianxian cultivation was still fraught with risks in hunting fated beings across the ocean, and the entries obtained would not be of high quality. However, with the three formidable golden immortals at his side, the scenario would be entirely different. Yun Xiao boasted the late-stage attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Qiang Xiao and Bi Xiao were both early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals. The three sisters shared connections with Zhao Gongming, the elder brother of the mountainous Luofu Cave, and the five most esteemed disciples of the Inner Sect, namely the Golden Spirit Saintess and the Wudong Saintess, all of whom were recognized great Luo deities that at present. The Inner Sect's chief disciple, the Daobao Daoist, and the fourth disciple, the Turtle Spirit Saintess, were still a half-step away from breaking into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, by nurturing a good relationship with these three of the six carefree immortals of the Jie Sect, he could certainly look forward to obtaining quality entries. Over the centuries, he had cultivated a thick skin, often visiting under the guise of philosophical discussions, entertaining the three sisters with tales from the future and various novel amusements such as mahjong, cards, billiards, and more, deepening his rapport with them. Now he felt comfortable enough to call out boisterously toward the Sancian Cave. Unbeknownst to Tong Ling, had he not unsealed the primordial yin-yang joyful spring palace diagram for the three sisters hundreds of years ago, allowing that unforeseen incident to transpire, it would have been improbable for him to cultivate such a close relationship with them today. Even with the allure of those future amusements, most, he would have been regarded as a senior brother with whom the junior sisters shared a cordial relationship, perhaps with a hint of admiration for his extraordinary insight. But unable to engage in such casual banter as they did now, as Tong Ling's playful voice echoed, a soft and melodious exclamation of surprise emerged from within the Sancian Cave. "Ah, senior brother, you're here. Please come in. We are currently bathing. You can wait for us inside the room. Just a moment," he replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet his steps toward the Sancian Cave betrayed his inner thoughts, displaying a blatant contradiction between his words and actions. What could possibly be wrong? "Senior brother, just come in," they urged. The melodious voice of Bai Xiao continued to resonate, although Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao remained silent. Their lack of objection implied tacit approval. Silence, in this context, equated to agreement. Thus, Tong Ling, with a carefree demeanor, confidently made his way towards the boudoir of the three immortals within the Sancian Cave. This was not Tong Ling's first venture into the chambers of the three immortals. In fact, it marked his third visit. Feeling as though he had established a camaraderie akin to that of close male friends with the three immortals, he saw no impropriety in freely entering the sanctum of the illustrious three immortals. However, should outsiders become aware of this, they would undoubtedly perceive it as highly inappropriate. With a light-hearted step, Tong Ling traversed dozens of miles within the vast expanse of the Sancian Cave, as thoughts of the three immortals bathing flickered through his mind. He quietly muttered, "Limitless Tong Ling," and then steadied his thoughts, dismissing any further fanciful notions that it was primarily due to the fact that this was the first time he had ventured into the boudoir while they were bathing, which naturally provoked some fanciful thinking. Before long, Tong Ling arrived at the boudoir of the three immortals. The scene within was as familiar as ever. With practiced ease, he settled onto the jade chair within, reaching for the ethereal fruits and divine wine adorning the jade table, indulging in them with relish. As he felt the surge of power within him, a sense of satisfaction enveloped his heart. Days passed, and as Tong Ling privately critiqued the phrase "almost done," the fragrant and freshly bathed three immortals finally entered their boudoir. Accompanying them was a stunning fairy draped in colorful attire, with skin as fair as snow and a visage of exquisite beauty. None other than the enchanting Hunyuan, who had once shared the teachings of the Sage of Supreme Clarity with Tong Ling. Have the three sisters finally finished bathing? Ah, Kaiyun, you have come as well? Exclaimed Tong Ling, his eyes brightening at the sight of the four fragrant and resplendent fairies, rising with a smile. Humph, brother, from your tone. It seems you have grown impatient waiting for us? Bai Xiao appeared before Tong Ling in a single bound, supported by floating clouds, hands on her hips, her gaze sharp as she regarded him. Oh, how could that be? I, your brother, am enjoying my feast and drink, wishing you all would take your time in bathing, Tong Ling quipped, tossing a purple jade grape from the fruit platter in his mouth. Then playfully offering another to Bai Xiao. I Xiao pouted, muttering bad brother, before happily accepting the offered treat. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged bemused glances at Tong Ling, nodding in acknowledgement, and soon everyone settled around the jade table, savoring the exquisite wine and fruit while engaging in lively conversation. Kaiyun, has that long-eared Dingguang immortal been bothering you again? As your brother, I suggest you let the three immortals accompany you to give that red-eyed rabbit a good thrashing. Should Master hold you accountable, I shall bear the brunt of it, Tong Ling remarked. Noticing Kaiyun silently consuming the ethereal fruits, her expression burdened with concern. Kaiyun responded, her heart swelling with admiration for her inner door's fifth brother, confirming that long-eared Dingguang immortal had indeed been pestering her, that it's nothing serious. He hasn't harmed me, merely pestering me with gifts, which has become rather bothersome if I were to send my sisters after him. It may tarnish their reputations. Moreover, he is highly regarded by our esteemed master. I wouldn't want to jeopardize your relationship with him. Kaiyun, with her straightforward and kind-hearted nature, considered the feelings of the three immortals and Tong Ling. Besides, long-eared Dingguang immortal had not truly wronged her. He merely showered her with gifts. As one of the esteemed 7 attendants of the Celestial Master, he maintained a positive reputation within the sect, known for his benevolence and generosity, further bolstered by his striking looks and profound skills, garnering the support of many disciples. Had it been another fairy from the sect, the pursuit by such a distinguished figure would have likely elicited a secret admiration. However, Tong Ling, with memories of his past life, recognized long-eared Dingguang immortal for what he truly was, a treacherous and unscrupulous individual. One day, I, Tong Ling, shall rid the sect of this menace, he vowed silently. Currently, Long-Ear, as one of the 7 attendants closely associated with the Celestial Master, enjoyed considerable favor. Before Tong Ling joined the sect, these attendants were the 7 disciples most cherished by the Celestial Master, having accompanied him the longest and earned his favor. Thus, their relationship with him was far closer than that of many of the Master's direct disciples. If Tong Ling were to confront Long-Ear without cause, even he, favored as he was, would face the ire of the Celestial Master. Are you truly going to endure this? Tong Ling remarked, biting into a sky-blue banana with a disgruntled tone. If it weren't for the disparity in our powers, my Xianxian against his Tai Jingxian, I would certainly teach that red-eyed rabbit a lesson. What do you mean by returning? From now on, Sister Kaiyun shall reside on our 3 Immortals Island. I doubt that Long-Ear would dare to pursue her here, Bai Xiao declared boldly, patting her ample bosom while casting a reassuring glance at Kaiyun. Kaiyun expressed her gratitude with her gaze, reciprocating with appreciative looks towards Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao, after successfully joining the sect and becoming a disciple of the sage. She had chosen a mid-sized island near Jinao Island for her secluded cultivation, aspiring toward the golden immortal realm. Little did she expect that during an outing in search of opportunities, she would encounter Long-Ear Dingguang, one of the 7 attendants. From the moment he laid eyes on her, Long-Ear began to pursue her, showering her with gifts in his relentless courtship, with no intention of seeking a partner at the moment. Kaiyun had politely declined his advances. She thought he would eventually give up, but Long-Ear persisted, discovering her location and frequently visiting to present her with extravagant gifts, which became increasingly tiresome. As a new disciple without any background or power, how could she firmly reject Long-Ear? Thus, she endured a period of great frustration. During one of her outings to clear her mind, she encountered Bai Xiao, who was in search of Tong Ling at the edge of the 3 Immortals Island. Being fellow manifestations of the celestial clouds, Bai Xiao took an instant liking to Kaiyun, engaging her in conversation. The more they talked, the more Bai Xiao appreciated Kaiyun, and she happily brought her back to Three Immortals Island to introduce her to Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao. After a delightful exchange, both Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao accepted Kai Yun wholeheartedly. Ultimately, under Bai Zhao's suggestion, they officially recognized Kai Yun as their sister. Following that, whenever Kai Yun fell down, she would visit Three Immortals Island to share her troubles. On one such occasion, Tong Ling happened to be present, leading to their introduction. Upon hearing Kai Yun's plight, the Three Immortals and Tong Ling were naturally incensed. Bai Zhao pounded the table, declaring her intent to confront Long Year, with Tong Ling eagerly seconding the motion, having long held a dislike for him. However, after Kai Yun's earnest persuasion, Bai Zhao and Tong Ling refrained from acting upon their anger. The reasoning was as Kai Yun had articulated. Long Year was a well-regarded figure within the sect, possessing a robust background and considerable skill. Confronting him would risk their standing within the sect and complicate their relationship with the Celestial Master Do. So, Kai Yun will be residing on Three Immortals Island from now on. That's splendid. We shall venture out together to hunt for fated beings, Tong Ling exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement at Bai Zhao's declaration. Hunt for fated beings? What do you mean by that? Bai Zhao queried. Her curiosity piqued as she directed an inquisitive glance at Tong Ling. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao also turned their attention to him, while Kai Yun looked on with admiration, eager to discover what delightful scheme this prodigious fifth brother of the inner sect had in mind. Ahem, it is thus. I believe we have been engaged in solitary cultivation for far too long, lacking in excitement. Perhaps we should periodically take a stroll upon the vast ocean, in these tumultuous times of calamity and chaos. The desolate lands are fraught with peril, whereas the sea remains a realm of exploration. Moreover, the vistas over the ocean are quite captivating. Yet, my esteemed elder brother, I ponder, such aimless wandering seems rather devoid of purpose. Why not engage in something more exhilarating? Let us embark on a quest to purge the Eastern Sea of its malevolent entities. Let us hunt down those fated beings, at this juncture, glancing at the four celestial maidens, whose interest was piqued. Tong Ling continued. Should we encounter any beings of profound transgressions during our leisurely jaunt, it is surely fate that has drawn them to us, and they must be vanquished by our hands. Do you find this idea amusing, my four sisters? Indeed, it sounds delightful. I shall seek out fated beings. Elder brother, let us set forth at once. Upon hearing Tong Ling's proposition regarding the hunting of fated beings, Bai Zhao felt an immediate thrill, seizing Tong Ling's hand in eagerness to venture into the ocean. Hold on, my sister. We must also consider your sister Kai Yun, along with your two elder sisters. Let's hear their thoughts. What joy is there in going alone? It is far more lively together, Tong Ling remarked, gently patting Bai Zhao's delicate, fair hand that clasped his. With an expectant gaze, he looked towards Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao. Indeed, his primary focus lay upon Yun Xiao, the most formidable guardian among them, a late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal who represented his ultimate objective for this venture. Although Xiong Xiao and Bai Zhao, both in the early stages of Daluo Golden Immortal, possessed ample strength, having a more stable ally would be advantageous at that moment. Yun Xiao's gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, to the intertwined hands of Tong Ling and Bai Zhao, her brows furrowing slightly. Yet, she soon dismissed her thoughts, reasoning that Tong Ling and Bai Zhao were merely engaging in playful sibling antics. In the midst of Tong Ling and Bai Zhao's eager anticipation, she finally nodded in assent, indicating her willingness to pursue the hunt for fated beings. Xiong Xiao and Kai Yun also agreed. However, Xiong Xiao's attention was drawn to the clasped hands of Bai Zhao and Tong Ling, subtly signaling her sister to be mindful of appearances. Her heart stirred with jealousy. Bai Zhao, feigning ignorance, continued to hold on to Tong Ling's hand. Their thoughts diverged. Tong Ling, noticing the gaze of his elder sisters lingering on their clasped hands, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He offered an awkward smile and withdrew his hand, eliciting a glare of discontent from Bai Zhao, who rolled her eyes at him. With the plan to hunt fated beings firmly established, Tong Ling, along with the three celestial maidens and Kai Yun, promptly made their way outside the three celestial caves, setting off to wander the ocean and encounter fated beings to the southeast of Gold Turtle Island. 100,000 miles away, In a certain maritime expanse, a seemingly effortless duel had just concluded. The victors were none other than the spirited Bai Xiao, while the vanquished was the formidable nine-tailed alligator turtle. The victorious Bai Xiao beamed with pride, casting a glance at Tong Ling, who stood nearby, cheering her on. The defeated creature, alas, had met its demise, leaving behind its essence in the form of loot. Tong Ling observed the massive corpse of the nine-tailed alligator turtle, now quietly floating upon the crimson-stained sea, severed by Bai Xiao's exquisite innate treasure, the golden Jiao scissors. He also regarded Bai Xiao, who held the enormous golden Jiao scissors, her gaze filled with triumph, and felt an inexplicable chill in his core. Whispering a silent prayer of limitless Tong Ling, he began to collect the recently fallen loot from the nine-tailed alligator turtle. This creature, possessing a commendable cultivation in the mid-tier of Golden Immortal, would have proven a formidable opponent had it not been for Tong Ling's own perfected cultivation and myriad divine techniques, aided by the 3 celestial maidens from the nine-tailed alligator turtle. 3 loot items were acquired. 1. Fierce and savage. Gray, you possess a lower level of intelligence, exuding an aura of ferocity that can intimidate many beings. However, in the face of danger, your capacity for thought is limited, resorting only to brute force. 2. That alligator turtle's mystical shell. Silver, you possess a thick layer of mystical armor, with defensive capabilities akin to that of a mythical tortoise. It can withstand most techniques and spells of the same realm or lower. 3. Blood-burning alligator turtle. Silver, you can ignite your inner essence, temporarily boosting your power by 3-fold. However, this will lead to subsequent physical debilitation, and severe blood burning may result in a decline in your realm. Tong Ling discarded the gray item, fierce and savage, while collecting the silver items, alligator turtle's mystical shell and blood-burning alligator turtle. He opted not to fuse them for now, planning to wait until the fated being's hunt concluded, returning to Jade Pot Island to merge them all at once. Having finished collecting the loot, Tong Ling gazed at the bloodied sea, reflecting on his earlier journey to the Tianqing Xingui clan. Seeking the truth and justice for his bloodline descendants from the turtle spirit matriarch, it has been quite some time, yet there is still no sign of fourth sister's return. You think something has happened to her? Tong Ling inquired of Yun Xiao, who stood to his left. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing, replying, Sister Gei Ling is not one to come to harm. Should anything have befallen her, no one could withstand the wrath of our revered sage master. The absence of any disturbance from our sage master indicates that Sister Gei Ling is unharmed. Tong Ling nodded, understanding her words. They, as favored disciples of Tong Tian, each held life-preserving tokens bestowed upon them, which would activate in the face of mortal peril, ensuring their safety, and their master would be informed in Tong Ling's own essence. He possessed 9 such tokens from Tong Tian himself. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, dismissing Tong Ling's concerns, waved her hand nonchalantly, laughing, Elder brother, do not fret over fourth sister, as disciples of the sage, who in this chaotic world would dare threaten our lives. Even the demon and shaman tribes lack the audacity. Nearby, Qiong Xiao and Kai Yun nodded in agreement. Tong Ling concurred, yet his thoughts of the impending calamity stirred in his mind. He silently mused that while their lives were secure now, the future remained uncertain. His thoughts drifted. His resolve to elevate his cultivation intensified. He was determined to achieve the golden immortal Dao fruit upon returning from this loot collection. With renewed vigor, Tong Ling turned to the 3 celestial maidens and Kai Yun, gesturing, Come, sisters, let us seek our next fated being. With that, he soared ahead toward another maritime expanse, followed closely by the 3 celestial maidens and Kai Yun. A century later, at Jade Pot Island, within the Primordial Palace, Tong Ling sat cross-legged upon a cloud bed, his aura surging with potent energy. As the undying essence within his spirit gradually manifested, he was on the verge of attaining the immortal golden immortal Dao fruit. Simultaneously, outside Gold Turtle Island, boundless purple mists rose, heralding a remarkable phenomenon. The sage of jade purity, Yuan Shi Tianzun, graced Gold Turtle Sacred Island, accompanied by 5 esteemed disciples. The eldest, Guang Qingzi, the 9th, Si Hang Dao Run, the 10th, Yu Dingjun Run, the 11th, Dao Xing Tianzun, and the 12th, Qing Su Dao Zhenjun deep within Gold Turtle Island, in the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian, seated upon a jade cloud bed, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the familiar, exalted aura emanating from outside Gold Turtle Island. A smile graced his face that, "Ah, my brother, have you finally come to fulfill our long-standing wager?" With a wave of his hand, a long, green, tubular treasure materialized before him, suspended in the air. Tong Tian formed a sigil with his fingers and gently tapped the covered end of the treasure. With a resounding thud, the collision of his finger against the covering produced a burst of divine light from the green tubular treasure, resonating with a profound, echoing sound that penetrated the deepest essence of the spirit. After the sound reverberated, Tong Tian smiled softly, stowing away the treasure. His figure then vanished, heading toward Gold Turtle Island's exterior to greet Yuan Shi Tianzun. The green tubular treasure he had just struck was none other than the exquisite innate treasure, the fishing drum, which contained 46 innate spiritual prohibitions. When the fishing drum sounds, all immortals shall come to pay homage. In the eastern waters of Jineo Island lies the mystical Yuhu Island, this moment, within the grand Hunyuan Palace, suspended amidst a sea of auspicious clouds above the towering mountains at the heart of the island. A surge of potent magical energy gradually permeates the entire palace, ultimately spreading to the very essence of Yuhu Island, causing its inhabitants to be engulfed in a state of panic. Inside the Hunyuan Palace, upon the jade bed of clouds at a certain moment, Tong Ling's aura surged to an unprecedented peak, when the essence of his primordial spirit fully manifested, embodying a complete essence of immortal gold. He suddenly opened his eyes. Joy and excitement sparkled within them, and in the blink of an eye, Tong Ling vanished. Reappearing outside Hunyuan Palace, standing upon the clouds, he gazed at the boundless sky. Feeling the tumultuous magical energy within him and sensing the profound substance representing the immortality of gold within his primordial spirit, he could not help but throw his head back and release a long, hearty laugh, joyfully celebrating his attainment of the golden immortal Tao fruit. "Ha! I possess the heart of an immortal, long shackled by the tribulations of life. Now that the tribulation is past, I am the immortal of gold." As he gazed into the distant scenery of the islands, under the clear blue sky with the sun shining brightly, fluffy white clouds drifted by, while ethereal birds and mystical beasts occasionally traversed the sea of clouds, soaring amidst the gale of the void. Tong Ling, in high spirits, waved his hand to summon the Ziyun sword, yearning to soar through the heavens and revel in the freedom of the world. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat filled with fervent ambition echoed from the depths of Jineo Island, swiftly spreading throughout the endless sea, resonating deep within the primordial spirits of all living beings. What is this? Just as Tong Ling prepared to depart Yuhu Island on his Yin sword, he was momentarily taken aback by the profound drumbeat that resonated within his primordial spirit, recalling the teachings imparted by his revered master, the Tongtian Patriarch. During his time by the saint's side, he immediately understood. This was the Tongtian Patriarch summoning all disciples of the who had not ventured far from Jineo Island, inviting them to come and pay homage to the supreme sage. What significant event could have transpired? His master had mentioned before that the fishing drum would not be struck unless a matter of great importance arose. Tong Ling's mind buzzed with speculation about the nature of this great event. Seeing your brother, at that moment, from 300 miles away at Sanxian Island, for enchanting fairies, each with their unique grace, flew forth on their clouds. Upon spotting Tong Ling above Yuhu Island, one of them, a figure clad in emerald, accelerated towards him, her eyes gleaming with delight. Tong Ling regarded the flushed face of the alluring Bi Xiao, whose eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, and with a smile, he asked, "Bi Xiao, why are you so ecstatic? Your face is positively radiant." As he spoke, he playfully flicked her rosy cheek with his finger. "Oh dear, mischievous senior brother, my sisters are still here." Bi Xiao swatted Tong Ling's hand away, casting him a disgruntled glare that left him bemused. What was going on with Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao? It felt as though he were engaging in some clandestine affair with this little fairy. Did she not understand the significance of a male best friend? Their playful banter was merely that, playful, not flirtatious. As he pondered, Yun Xiao, Xiao, and Kaiyun Fairy approached, their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed Tong Ling and Bi Xiao, ever forthright, had already dismissed the earlier incident of Tong Ling's playful gesture and directly responded to his inquiry. Senior brother, you must have heard it too, right? The moment our master's innate spiritual treasure fishing drum sounded. When a fishing drum rings, it signifies that something significant is occurring within the sect. And the entire sect will be abuzz that we've been in seclusion for so long. Even with all the amusing things you conjured, it has grown a bit tiresome. Now that there's a grand event unfolding. How could I not be excited? Are you not thrilled, senior brother? The more she spoke, the more animated she became, eager to rush to Jineo Island to discover the nature of the great event. Well, it's not too bad, Tong Ling replied, nodding in agreement without contesting Bi Xiao's enthusiasm. Not too bad, you say? You incorrigible senior brother, Bi Xiao retorted, casting him an annoyed glare. Tong Ling, unfazed, scanned the faces of the three fairies and Kaiyun. Shifting the topic, say, my four lovely sisters, have you noticed anything different about me lately? As he spoke, he intentionally revealed a hint of his golden immortal aura. Golden immortal realm? You've attained the golden immortal Tao fruit. How did you progress so quickly? It's only been a short while. Kaiyun Fairy exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She was unaware of Tong Ling's initial cultivation level upon entering just as the other three were. When they first encountered Tong Ling, he was at the pinnacle of the realm. Given his extraordinary comprehension, no one had particularly scrutinized his progress at that time. Now, seeing him ascend from the perfection of the golden immortal within merely 100 years left Kaiyun Fairy utterly astounded. Should news of Tong Ling's rapid progression from a golden immortal within a millennium circulate, the impact would surely be monumental. Ah, senior brother, you've broken through to the golden immortal level. Bi Xiao, having been focused on Tong Ling himself, had not paid attention to his cultivation level. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao shared a similar sentiment, their eyes now filled with shock as they regarded Tong Ling. Senior brother, you haven't consumed any detrimental items that could impair your potential, have you? Xiong Xiao inquired, her gaze filled with concern as she stepped forward to grasp Tong Ling's hand, seeking to sense his Tao fruit's essence. Without uttering a word, Yun Xiao furrowed her brow, taking hold of Tong Ling's other hand, also beginning to sense him. Tong Ling, feeling the warmth from both sides as they held his hands with concern, felt a surge of warmth in his heart and smiled. My dear sisters, rest assured, I have naturally broken through to attain the golden immortal Tao fruit without resorting to any items that might jeopardize my future potential. After sensing him, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao discovered the remarkable depth of Tong Ling's Tao fruit essence, and they immediately sighed in relief. Reluctantly releasing their hold, they exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and disbelief. To break through the barriers from perfection to golden immortal in just over 100 years was indeed extraordinary. Senior brother, aside from your astonishing comprehension, how is your cultivation speed so rapid? It's truly disheartening. At this rate, your cultivation will soon surpass mine. Bi Xiao, now reassured about Tong Ling's Tao fruit, pouted playfully at him. Just sheer luck? Tong Ling waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. We should make haste to Jineo Island. Delaying could lead to missing something important. Yes, it's all your fault for wasting time. Let us hurry to Jineo Island and see what momentous event has unfolded. Bi Xiao exclaimed, conjuring her cloud and grasping Tong Ling's hand, propelling towards Jineo Island at speed. Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Kaiyun Fairy exchanged glances before following suit, their hearts still swirling with astonishment, particularly for Kaiyun Fairy, who had entered at the pinnacle of and remained there, still accumulating energy for her breakthrough to golden immortal. To think that Tong Ling could achieve such a leap in just over a century was a heavy blow to her. At the same time, her admiration for Tong Ling, who possessed not only unparalleled comprehension but also terrifying talent, only grew stronger. Jineo Island. At the entrance, streams of radiant colors surged towards the island, each representing a disciple of, whether riding clouds, exotic beasts, or utilizing spiritual treasures. A seemingly endless procession of disciples flowed into Jineo Island. This grand spectacle of disciples returning to the island could only be described as 10,000 immortals paying homage. 10,000 immortals paying homage, indeed. At this moment, the Yuanshi Tianzuan sat side by side with the Tongtian Patriarch atop the highest platform of the 10,000 Immortals Hall within Jineo Island. Observing the multitude of disciples flying into Jineo Island and gathering in the hall, he cast a sideways glance at the proudly smiling Tongtian and could not help but snort disdainfully. They are merely a horde of beings lacking in fortune, mere creatures who thrive in dampness and filth. No matter how numerous, it is all in vain, merely diminishing the fortune of the great sage. Noticing Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze, Tongtian Patriarch grinned and remarked, "Second brother, how do you find the phenomenon of 10,000 immortals paying homage to my? Might you, dear second brother, be inclined to notice me?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the 5 figures standing somewhat isolated to the right beneath the cloud platform. In stark contrast to the multitude of disciples from the it is often said that quality surpasses quantity. A meager fortune is less desirable than a rich one. To readily perceive the underlying implications of his words, suggesting that his disciples were few in number. Thus, he retorted with a focus on quality. The chuckled, "In a multitude, there may still be excellence. Everyone yearns for fortune, but some are simply born with less. What can one do? One must strive against fate and seize the opportunities presented by heaven and earth. The universe is a harmonious whole, orderly and structured. To act against this order is to invite chaos and inevitable backlash. One must align with the celestial rhythms and articulate the principles of the cosmos." Countered. The upon hearing this, merely smirked, choosing not to engage further in debate, and remarked, "Let us see how it unfolds shortly." "Very well," nodded, recognizing that mere verbal sparring would yield little, for neither could convince the other. Once the competition commenced, his third disciple would surely acquiesce, refraining from further rebuttals at that moment. This gaze swept across the assembly, noting the absence of which piqued his curiosity. "Where is my esteemed disciple?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, 5 figures soared into the 1 male immortal and 4 female immortals, all exuding remarkable grace. Along with, upon seeing these 5, a smile curved the lips of his eyes sparkling with confidence. Naturally, his primary focus was on. He paid only cursory attention to merely noting their cultivation levels. The prowess of, however, astonished him. Yet, as a supreme sage, his surprise was fleeting, replaced by a sense of inner satisfaction and an increasing regard for. Meanwhile, observed this interaction and followed this gaze, recognizing the 2 unfamiliar disciples, leaving him perplexed. Why does my third brother fixate on those 2 disciples? His confidence suggests he feels assured of victory in this competition. Could these 2 disciples possess extraordinary potential? Have they recently joined the ranks? Are they contenders in this duel? Flickered in his eyes. When the sect divided at the Laozi, in his characteristic nonchalance, was the first to relinquish his claim to the mountain, ceding it to his 2 brothers while relocating his own Taoist temple to establishing the and, however, were unwilling to yield, each refusing to surrender their claim to the chastised for the chaos his disciples had wrought upon the mountain, while retorted that this was merely a sign of the mountain's vibrancy, asserting that they had too few disciples to rightfully occupy such a vast expanse. Ultimately, neither could convince the other, and they settled on a wager involving their disciples. The victor would claim the outcome was clear, emerged victorious. During the contest, both simply allowed their disciples to compete in a series of 4 matches, with the side boasting the most victories claiming the mountain. Should the contest end in a tie, each sect would nominate a single disciple for a final decisive battle, sent forth their top disciples. And at that time, the had not yet joined. They were initiated while they was en route, too. The final results revealed defeat by S triumph over, S draw with, and S victory over. Thus claimed 2 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss, while recorded 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, resulting in dominion over. Disheartened, upon vacating the mountain, proposed a rematch to determine which brother's path was superior. He suggested that the next contest would encompass not merely physical prowess, but assessments of comprehension, physical condition, divine abilities, and magical artifacts, ensuring a fair evaluation. Furthermore, all participating disciples would be those newly initiated within the last millennium, thus showcasing the superiority of their respective paths. As time passed, the assembly of disciples within the swelled until it numbered over 10,000. Nearly complete. Those who remained absent were either far from or otherwise occupied, surveyed the throng of disciples on the left, and then glanced at, and on the right, his eyes twitching slightly. Third brother. Yer has amassed many more disciples since the days at, most of whom appear to be unrefined and inexperienced. How fortunate that you have managed to guide them, did not deign to respond to this remark. Although both he and were no longer personally instructing the new initiates, delegating the task to their senior disciples, the disparity in numbers between and meant that the latter's new disciples were far more likely to receive direct guidance from. Acknowledging the drawbacks of having such a large following, chose to remain silent. Greetings, revered sage master, uncle. At this juncture, observed that all the disciples had arrived and led the throng in bowing toward and seated atop the cloud platform. On the other side, similarly guided and the 4 other disciples in their respectful homage, addressing as revered sage master, uncle. Indeed, replied nonchalantly, signaling to, this was the domain of, and it was fitting for to preside over the duel between the 2 sections. Please rise, acknowledged signal, and, after responding to the disciples' greetings, continued, my dear students, today you gather to honor the agreement made at. Apart from the representatives of our 2 sects, there shall be a contest today. The newly initiated disciples from and within the last millennium shall also engage in a friendly competition. This contest serves as an opportunity for mutual exchange between our 2 sections. The victors will receive substantial rewards. As the guests, let's disciples take the lead in this contest. Having said this, gestured toward, unhesitating, promptly selected his disciple to commence the competition, eager to secure an early advantage. Given's earlier agreement with in the aftermath of discontent, he felt it was incumbent upon him, as the elder brother, to ensure that would not have to lead his disciples back to, as this might evoke painful memories for him. Thus, proposed that during the contest, he would bring his disciples to's new sacred ground. Consented. With the stage set in favor of, was unwilling to concede any further advantages that under's direction, ascended to at the center of the hall, smiling at the disciples. It has been ages since we last met. Why not join me? Humph! Upon hearing these words, Taoist Duobao let out a cold snort, leaping gracefully onto the high platform, casting a malevolent gaze upon Guangzhi, as he beheld Guang Chengzi standing opposite with a confident smile. He was reminded of their earlier encounter during the fierce contention between the Chan and Jie Sects on Kunlun Mountain, where he had suffered a defeat at the hands of Guang Chengzi in a pivotal moment. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. Although he was the direct disciple of the Jie Sect, he was not the most profound in cultivation or the strongest in combat among the disciples. Not to mention his junior sisters, the Holy Mother Jinling and the Holy Mother Wudong. Even the 4 major disciples of the outer sect, the 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming, were all more formidable than him in terms of cultivation. If possible, he would prefer to abstain from battle. Losing would only diminish his standing in the eyes of their revered master. However, as a direct disciple of the Jie Sect, he represented the sect among its myriad disciples and had no choice but to confront Guang Chengzi, who stood as the representative of the Chan sect, that if he truly wished to avoid this clash, he could relinquish his identity as a direct disciple of the Jie Sect, thus sparing himself from facing Guang Chengzi. Yet it was utterly inconceivable for him to willingly concede his status as a direct disciple under the sage. The IT was simply out of the question. Therefore, let the battle commence. Taoist Duobao glared fiercely at Guang Chengzi, who appeared utterly unconcerned, as if he did not regard him as a worthy opponent, and bellowed, Guang Chengzi, do you think I, Duobao, am still the same as before? De Luo, golden immortal. I, Duobao, am also one now. As his voice fell, Taoist Duobao no longer concealed his aura of vast and magnificent presence, akin to an infinite multiverse, surged forth, enveloping the entire hall of 10,000 immortals in an instant, causing the Jie Sect disciples watching to exclaim in astonishment. The senior brother has achieved the Tao fruit of De Luo, golden immortal. How impressive! Our senior brother is magnificent, truly deserving of being our senior brother. I knew he would eventually attain the De Luo Golden Immortal. Go, senior brother, defeat that scoundrel Guang Chengzi. On the stage of the 10,000 Immortals, upon hearing the thunderous cheers from his fellow disciples, Taoist Duobao revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. He understood, well, that even though he had now attained the De Luo Golden Immortal, he could not possibly contend against Guang Chengzi, whose cultivation had undoubtedly advanced further. Given this, the outcome of the battle seemed predetermined. Therefore, to uphold his dignity as the senior brother, he had to approach the situation from a different angle, with his spirits high and undaunted by the impending confrontation with Guang Chengzi. He aimed to display his current status as a De Luo Golden Immortal. This was crucial, as long as the Jie Sect disciples recognized him as a De Luo Golden Immortal. Their reverence for a great power would mitigate the impact of his eventual defeat at Guang Chengzi's hands. In fact, to enhance this effect, he deliberately chose to reveal his cultivation at this moment, ensuring that the time would not erode their impression of him as a De Luo Golden Immortal. Taoist Duobao's plan was exceedingly successful. Thus, even if he were to be vanquished by Guang Chengzi, he would not be overly concerned. However, he sighed inwardly, realizing that his standing in the eyes of their sage master might diminish further in the future. The Tongtian cult master was naturally aware that Taoist Duobao had long since surpassed the De Luo Golden Immortal stage. Yet he also recognized that even with this advancement, Duobao would not be a match for the late-stage Guang Chengzi. Having anticipated this and devised a strategy for victory, he was not particularly troubled by the matter at hand. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes, preferring to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Beside him, the primordial heavenly venerable observed the meditative Tongtian cult master with a slight smile. At the foot of the 10,000 Immortals platform, Tong Ling stood alongside the three Shaos and the fairy Kaiyun, watching Taoist Duobao unveil his De Luo prowess as he summoned several treasures and charged at Guang Chengzi with fervor. Bai Xiao clapped her hands, cheering, "Senior brother, defeat that old bull-nose Guang Chengzi. Let him witness the might of our Jie Sect." Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, however, remained silent, their expressions devoid of much emotion, with a hint of resignation apparent in their eyes. They, too, wished for Taoist Duobao, their senior brother, to emerge victorious, as it would signify a grand beginning for their sect. Yet they were acutely aware of the vast disparity between the early and late stages of the De Luo Golden Immortal realm. This was something Yun Xiao, who was also at the late stage De Luo Golden Immortal, understood all too well. Fairy Kaiyun shared a similar sentiment with Bai Xiao, her gaze filled with anticipation as she observed Taoist Duobao on the 10,000 Immortals platform, hoping that he would triumph. However, she did not express her enthusiasm as vocally as Bai Xiao. Tong Ling gazed pensively at Taoist Duobao, reflecting on the memories of a past life, where he had betrayed the Jie Sect during the Fengshan calamity, aligning himself with the Western sect, ultimately becoming the Buddha of future Buddhism. "Senior brother, how shall I treat you in the days to come?" Tong Ling pondered, her heart filled with tumultuous thoughts to speak truthfully. Prior to the Fengshan calamity, Taoist Duobao had been an exemplary direct disciple of the Jie Sect, his character beyond reproach, and he was not one to indulge in wanton slaughter. Despite his somewhat proud disposition, he was loyal and caring towards the inner disciples of the Jie Sect. Even during the mid-stage of the calamity, he had performed admirably as the senior brother of the Jie Sect. In the aftermath of the calamity, Guang Chengzi had slain Duobao's disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, and had struck the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit out of her original form at the Biao Palace. In a fit of rage, Taoist Duobao sought the four swords of extermination from the Tongtian cult master and set up the extermination array at the boundary marker pass, engaging in battle against the Chan sect, the human sect, and a Western sect within the array. When he witnessed the Tongtian cult master being injured by the supreme sage Laozi, he did not hesitate to attack Laozi. It is important to note that Laozi was the most exalted sage, the most inscrutable among the sages. Taoist Duobao's assault on Laozi, the supreme sage, was undoubtedly an act of reckless bravery. From this perspective, it cannot be denied that Taoist Duobao was indeed a figure of loyalty. However, after attacking the supreme sage Laozi and being captured by him with the wind and fire lotus, Taoist Duobao underwent some unknown transformation, ultimately converting to the Western sect and becoming the future Buddha of Buddhism. He betrayed the Jie Sect and aligned himself with their adversaries. This aspect of his past tainted Taoist Duobao's reputation. Thus, Tong Ling was conflicted about how to treat Taoist Duobao in the future. If he were like the red-eyed rabbit Yao Long and the ear-longing bright light immortal, it would be an easy matter to deal with him. However, with Taoist Duobao, Tong Ling was uncertain about how to proceed. "Well, I suppose I shall wait and see how things unfold," she sighed inwardly, turning her gaze back to the battle between Taoist Duobao and Guang Chengzi on the 10,000 Immortals platform. Both were the Luo Golden Immortals. And when they clashed, the spectacle was truly grand and awe-inspiring. However, with the 10,000 Immortals platform being a combat arena personally established by the Tongtian cult master, even the battle of the Luo Golden Immortals would not disturb the outside world. Enveloped in a greenish light curtain, the platform completely isolated the fierce combat of Taoist Duobao and Guang Chengzi from the spectators below. I could see this moment. Taoist Duobao held the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Duobao Liuli Pagoda, in his left hand, pressing it down upon Guang Chengzi. The 9-layered pagoda radiated brilliant light, expanding to an infinite size. Each layer of the pagoda resembled an expansive universe, aiming to thoroughly suppress Guang Chengzi. Simultaneously, in his right hand, Taoist Duobao manifested a silver-white small hammer, which vanished with a slight motion. When it reappeared, it traversed through the void, suddenly appearing above Guang Chengzi's head, its hammerhead having grown immensely, crashing down upon Guang Chengzi. With two high-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the Duobao Liuli Pagoda and the void-penetrating silver hammer, striking at Guang Chengzi, Taoist Duobao then drew forth dozens of other treasures, comprising both innate and postnatal spiritual artifacts. With the majority being postnatal treasures, each of these treasures possessed unique powers, swords, spears, sabers, halberds, and more, raining down upon Guang Chengzi in a relentless assault. At the same time, an endless divine light radiated from Taoist Duobao's body, causing him to grow larger, reaching a height of over 100,000 zhang, resembling a towering deity, with a thunderous shout of supreme, clear great hand seal. Taoist Duobao extended both hands toward Guang Chengzi, unleashing a powerful strike. His palm shimmered with the light of the supreme clear, revealing the intricate meridians within. As his hands grew larger, by the time they neared Guang Chengzi, they had become unfathomably vast, easily capable of plucking stars and grasping mountains. The formidable handprint loomed ominously over Guang Chengzi, as if it were poised to seize and subdue him beneath its mighty palm at any moment. Not bad, not bad. Faced with the impending onslaught of terrifying attacks, Guang Chengzi remained unperturbed, displaying no sign of panic. Instead, a hint of admiration graced his countenance as he clapped his hands and remarked, "Brother Duobao, you have also ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Congratulations are in order. Moreover, the treasures concealed within your being have multiplied significantly, evoking great envy, truly worthy of your name." Brother Duobao, enough with the idle chatter. Guang Chengzi, prepare to receive my supreme divine art, the upper clear immortal sword. Duobao Taoist bellowed, opening his mouth wide to unleash a colossal, crimson sword ray imbued with boundless murderous intent. Aimed directly at Guang Chengzi. Excellent. The supreme divine art derived from one of the 4 swords of extermination, the extermination sword. Today, I shall experience its might firsthand upon witnessing the upper clear extermination sword ray expelled from Duobao Taoist's mouth. Guang Chengzi's gaze grew solemn. With a flick of his hand, 2 innate swords, one golden and one silver, materialized in his palm. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that even among the great Luo Golden Immortals, there exists disparity. The difference between the early and late stages is akin to that between heaven and earth. Receive my male and female swords. With a push of his palm, the golden male sword and silver female sword surged forth at an astonishing speed. They danced through the void like 2 chaotic dragons of gold and silver, displaying their formidable prowess. after channeling the immense magical energy of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal into the dual swords. They expanded to nearly 100,000 zhang in size, their speed unhindered by their colossal forms, thrashing and swirling through the air, forming an unassailable curtain of golden and silver defenses that repelled the numerous spiritual treasures and the upper clear handprint hurled by Duo Bao Daoist, either dispersing them entirely or reducing them to nothingness. This spectacle rendered the disciples of the Jie Sect, who had initially cheered for Duo Bao Daoist's demonstration of his vast capabilities, wide-eyed in disbelief. Could such an awe-inspiring display of divine power from their senior brother truly be shattered by the innate spirit swords summoned by Guangqingzi? Is our senior brother truly on the verge of defeat? It seems so. Oh dear, the match is not yet over. How can you be so certain of our senior brother's loss? I believe otherwise. Go, senior brother, show your might. Indeed, the contest is far from finished. Our senior brother shall surely triumph. Various voices of speculation echoed among the disciples in the hall. Some expressed their astonishment at the duel between the divine beings, while others speculated on Duo Bao Daoist's impending defeat, and yet others fervently encouraged him, creating a cacophony within the expansive hall. Observing the commotion, Yuanshi Tianzun, seated atop the cloud platform, furrowed his brow and proclaimed, "Silence! Such clamor is unbecoming." As his voice resonated, the disciples fell silent, resuming their watchful anticipation. Meanwhile, Tong Tianzhu opened his eyes, glancing at the displeased Yuanshi Tianzun and then at the previously raucous Jie Sect disciples. He then surveyed the 4 direct disciples of the Chan Sect, who remained silent in their observation. Ultimately, he chose not to counter Yuanshi Tianzun's admonition, acquiescing to the reprimand of his own disciples. Among the disciples, Tong Ling covered the mouth of Bai Xiao, engaging in a silent standoff with the adorable, mature-looking lowly Bai Xiao. You must refrain from speaking further. Do you understand? Otherwise, we will all face the consequences and incur Master's wrath, Tong Ling said sternly to Bai Xiao. Just moments prior, Bai Xiao had silently voiced her grievances about Yuanshi Tianzun to Tong Ling and Yun Xiao. Her lip movements clearly indicated her frustration with Yuanshi Tianzun's excessive interference. This left Tong Ling quite alarmed, as the reputation of sage is of utmost importance. Had Yuanshi Tianzun noticed Bai Xiao's gestures, her future prospects would surely be jeopardized, potentially dragging them all down with her. Thus, Tong Ling swiftly covered Bai Xiao's mouth to prevent any further outbursts. I was wrong, dear senior brother. I shall never do it again. Please forgive me, Bai Xiao pleaded, her eyes filled with remorse as she apologized to Tong Ling, her 2 elder sisters, and Kaiyun Xianzi. Upon seeing Tong Ling's serious expression, her heart raced, and she clung to Tong Ling's arm, playfully seeking forgiveness. Hearing the soft, lowly-like voice and feeling the gentle pressure of her embrace, even Tong Ling's stern demeanor began to wane. He helplessly advised, Bai Xiao, you must learn to temper your directness and speed in speech. Otherwise, trouble is bound to arise. Understood, dear senior brother. I shall be more mindful from now on. Seeing Tong Ling relent, Bai Xiao's eyes transformed into crescent moons as she beamed with delight. Let us hope so, Tong Ling thought to himself, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Qiong Xiao, noticing Bai Xiao's unwavering grip on Tong Ling, furrowed her brows and reached out to forcibly separate them. Third sister. Such behavior in public is utterly inappropriate. Come, stand between me and our elder sister, and do not cling to 5th senior brother any longer. With that, she pulled Bai Xiao away from Tong Ling and positioned her between herself and Yun Xiao. Observing this, Yun Xiao deliberately shifted to the right, allowing Bai Xiao to join them, extending a hand to prevent her from running back to Tong Ling. Tong Ling, witnessing the scene, flashed an innocent and radiant smile toward the 3 sisters before returning his focus to the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, Kaiyun Xianzi cast glances between Tong Ling and the 3 sisters, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, ultimately returning her attention to the cloud platform. I could see this moment. On the cloud platform, the battle between Duo Bao Daoist and Guangqingzi was nearing its conclusion. Guangqingzi skillfully wielded the golden and silver dual swords, forcing Duo Bao Daoist to retreat repeatedly, all while he had yet to unleash his full combat potential. were he to unleash his complete might. It remained uncertain whether Duo Bao Daoist could withstand even 3 exchanges. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Duo Bao Daoist was compelled to withdraw from the cloud platform, conceding defeat in this contest. Once again, he had succumbed to Guang Qingzi, the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. Haha, brother Duo Bao, you concede. Guang Qingzi sheathed the dual swords, and with a solemn bow to the sullen Duo Bao Daoist, gracefully descended from the cloud platform to rejoin the ranks of the Chan sect disciples. In response, Duo Bao Daoist, filled with reluctance and frustration, also descended from the platform. The Jie Sect disciples hurriedly surrounded him, offering their consolation. Meanwhile, atop the cloud platform, witnessing Guang Qingzi's expected victory over Duo Bao Daoist, Yuanshi Tianzin could no longer conceal his satisfaction as he cast a glance at Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had finally opened his eyes. Tongtian Jiaozhu, observing this, remained silent, inwardly thinking, "Laugh all you want. Soon, you shall see." He transmitted a message to Tong Ling, who stood alongside the 3 sisters, saying, "Good disciple, prepare for the next round of understanding. I have but one request. Utterly crush the next disciple from the Chan sect. Do try to leave Yuanshi Shirbua a sliver of face." Tong Ling, observing Duo Bao's expression of guilt and frustration as he descended from the cloud platform, surrounded by his fellow disciples offering comfort, was momentarily taken aback by Tongtian Jiaozhu's message. Lifting his gaze to the cloud platform, he found Tongtian Jiaozhu smiling at him. Tong Ling said nothing, merely nodding vigorously in acknowledgement. Satisfied, Tongtian Jiaozhu shifted his focus to the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects below, announcing in the first round of the Dao cultivation competition, Chan sect's direct disciple Guang Qingzi faced Jie sect's direct disciple Duo Bao, with Guang Qingzi emerging victorious. A reward of 9 revolutions golden pill shall be bestowed. Following this, Yuanshi Tianzin waved his hand, presenting a radiant golden pill, unmistakably extraordinary, to Guang Qingzi, who stood below on the cloud platform. Guang Qingzi, visibly elated, accepted the 9 revolutions golden pill and bowed respectfully toward the cloud platform, exclaiming, "Thank you, Holy Master, for your generous reward." Yuanshi Tianzin regarded Guang Qingzi with a smile, deeply satisfied. After bestowing the treasure, Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained from offering further rewards. Prior to this contest, he and Yuanshi Tianzin had agreed that the victor would be rewarded by their respective sect leaders, thereby avoiding the discomfort of a defeated leader having to bestow gifts. As Guang Qingzi received the 9 revolutions golden pill, disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects looked on with envy. For such a treasure could only be refined by the Taiji Holy One. The 9 revolutions golden pill. Consuming a single pill can lead one to attain the lofty status of a transcendent immortal. Indeed, it is impressive. Yet one must remember that all medicine possesses a degree of toxicity, should one truly rely on such a potion to achieve the Tao fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal. One should not harbor hopes of attaining the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal or achieving the status of a perfected sage thereafter, let alone the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the heart of Tong Ling, there resided an immense ambition, and he felt little envy towards Guang Qingzi, who had acquired the 9 revolutions golden elixir. The 3 celestial maidens by his side, all great Luo golden immortals, also exhibited little envy. However, the fairy Kaiyun gazed longingly at the 9 revolutions golden elixir, which Guang Qingzi had stored away, a flicker of desire crossing her mind. After bestowing rewards upon Guang Qingzi, the victor of the first round of the Dao cultivation competition, it was now the turn of the Lord of Heaven to select a disciple to participate in battle. That he simultaneously determined whether the contest would involve physical prowess, spiritual treasures, divine abilities, or comprehension. Without hesitation, the Lord of Heaven proclaimed, "The next contest will be one of comprehension, and our disciple representing will be Tong Ling, the 5th direct disciple of the inner sect. Tong Ling, my excellent student, step forth." Tong Ling had long been prepared. Upon hearing this, he immediately bowed to the Lord of Heaven on the cloud platform, stating, "I humbly accept the command." With that, the purple cloud sword appeared beneath his feet, carrying him towards the Wanxian platform. This moment, Tong Ling stood upon the flying sword, his hands clasped behind him, his white robes billowing elegantly. Combined with his tall stature, handsome visage, and graceful demeanor, he was indeed a sight to behold. "Senior brother is so handsome. Go, senior brother!" From below, Bai Zhao's eyes sparkled as she cheered for Tong Ling, raising her fist and drawing the attention of countless disciples of the fifth senior brother. "You will surely win." Cayenne Fairy also called out in support. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao remained silent, gazing at Tong Ling with glimmering eyes, believing that with Tong Ling's exceptional comprehension, he would undoubtedly secure victory in the competition with ease. Is this truly our fifth direct disciple, Tong Ling, whose comprehension is so extraordinary that he was accepted as a direct disciple by our esteemed sage master? His elegance is indeed remarkable. I have high hopes for Tong Ling. The three celestial maidens, and even the newly initiated Cayenne Fairy, seem to share a close bond with Tong Ling. Tong Ling is impressive. He is even more handsome than senior brother Chang'er. His talent is extraordinary. How wonderful it would be if he could become my Tao partner. Such dreams are far-fetched. What existence is Tong Ling? How could he possibly look your way? Show us your unparalleled comprehension. Tong Ling, defeat the disciples of thee and secure a victory for our. As they watched Tong Ling ascend the Wanxian platform on his sword, the disciples of the erupted in a flurry of discussion. Most filled with admiration and curiosity, cheering for Tong Ling the esteemed disciples, such as the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and the Wudong Saint Mother, who had joined long ago, merely observed Tong Ling with intrigue. Given their age, they were unlikely to idolize him. Rather, they were eager to witness the extent of this fifth direct disciple's remarkable comprehension, which had prompted the sage master to make an exception. They all looked forward to Tong Ling's performance in the upcoming contest. At this moment, the Taoist of abundant treasures silently cheered for Tong Ling in his heart. "Fifth junior brother, it's your time to shine. I hope your performance does not disappoint me, and that you secure a victory for our." Knowing of Tong Ling's formidable comprehension, he believed that the likelihood of Tong Ling winning the upcoming contest was exceedingly high. His eyes filled with expectation. However, alongside admiration and envy, there existed a small faction that harbored malice towards Tong Ling. For instance, the fiery fairy Luo Xian cast a jealous glance at Tong Ling. Inwardly seething, why did our sage master not allow me to compete? My comprehension is no less impressive. It was all Tong Ling's fault. Such exceptional comprehension. It prevented me from being the most dazzling of the newly initiated disciples, earning the sage master's attention. The more Luo Xian thought, the angrier he became, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on Tong Ling. Among the disciples of there were even those with malicious intent. For example, the long-eared Dingguang Fairy, who stood near the cloud platform, glanced at the cheering Cayenne Fairy and then at the already airborne Tong Ling, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Cayenne, you wretched woman, no wonder you have not agreed to be my Tao partner. It turns out you have your eyes on this pretty boy, Tong Ling, the fifth direct disciple of the inner sect. Accepted as a direct disciple by the sage master. This pretty boy undoubtedly has something special about him, his comprehension not to be underestimated. Moreover, this pretty boy has befriended the three celestial maidens. Truly a stroke of luck." Dingguang Fairy had long harbored intentions towards the three celestial maidens, but their profound Tao cultivation and infrequent appearances on the three immortal island made them difficult to scheme against. Who would have thought that this pretty boy would outmaneuver him? Furthermore, the sage master also values this pretty boy. This fellow is indeed a tough opponent. It would be best to cultivate a good relationship with him first, and then gradually seek opportunities to tarnish his reputation. With various plots and schemes swirling in his mind, Dingguang Fairy maintained an outward appearance of elegance and poise, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Tong Ling. On the cloud platform, the primordial heavenly sovereign also observed Tong Ling, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze as he turned to the Lord of Heaven and said, "Third brother, I did not expect that this disciple of the would be one whom you made an exception to accept as a direct disciple." Hearing the discussions from the disciples below, it seemed that you, third brother, accepted this disciple due to his exceptional comprehension, thus making an exception to take him as your fifth direct disciple. It appears you have indeed acquired a fine pupil. "Ha ha, you flatter me, second brother. my disciple Tongling is indeed remarkable that in terms of comprehension, he possesses quite a bit of talent. The Lord of Heaven replied with a smile in his eyes, clearly pleased with his disciple. Tongling, after a moment's thought, he shared a mysterious smile with the primordial heavenly sovereign, saying, "Second brother, do you know what my disciple was like when he first joined our over 1,000 years ago?" "How so?" The primordial heavenly sovereign inquired with curiosity. He could easily discern that Tongling's background was that of a 7th-grade sword lotus, belonging to the lower-grade innate demon god. Although this did not impress him greatly, he recognized it was not someone of lowly stature, that he held no prejudice against Tongling at that time. My disciple was merely a celestial immortal. The Lord of Heaven spoke with pride in his eyes. Regarding Tongling's current achievement of a 7th-grade innate background, the Lord of Heaven was keenly aware. However, he viewed Tongling's foundational origin as exceedingly solid, not the type that relied on external forces for enhancement, which could harm future potential. Thus, apart from being astonished by Tongling's fortune, he harbored no other thoughts. He could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the cultivation plan he had laid out for Tongling seemed like a mere waste of breath. A talent as extraordinary as Tongling's could not be measured by ordinary standards. "What did you say? Over 1,000 years ago, your disciple was still a celestial immortal." The primordial heavenly sovereign was taken aback, clearly shocked by the revelation that he could immediately discern that Tongling's current level of cultivation was that of a golden immortal. While this was not particularly significant, merely a golden immortal, it was astonishing that this golden immortal had been merely a celestial immortal over 1,000 years ago, with a solid and robust foundation, indicating that he had advanced through his own efforts rather than relying on external enhancements. Such a phenomenon was enough to astonish even the primordial heavenly sovereign, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. However, being a sage, the primordial heavenly sovereign quickly regained his composure, his eyes glancing at the Lord of Heaven with an inexplicable expression. "Third brother, you have indeed taken on a fine disciple." "Haha, are you envious, second brother? Nonetheless, the few disciples you have recently accepted are quite impressive as well. Perhaps, in the near future, they may unexpectedly surpass my disciple Tongling." The Lord of Heaven smiled humbly. Yet inwardly he thought, "Just wait. You will be envious of my exceptional disciple." The primordial heavenly sovereign discerned the true meaning behind the Lord of Heaven's words. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, he turned to the Yu Ding Zhenrun, who had also ascended to the Wanxian platform, and transmitted a message. "Disciple Yu Ding, the next contest will be upon you. You must ensure that you surpass this disciple named Tongling in comprehension. If you succeed, I shall reward you with a superior innate spiritual treasure, in order to motivate the Jie Ding Zhenrun and to defeat Tongling, causing the Tong Tian Jiao master to lose face." The Yuan Shi Tianzun was also prepared to make significant sacrifices to the Wan Xian platform. Having just ascended on a cloud, he gazed at the Jie Ding Zhenren opposite him. Upon receiving a transmission from the Yuan Shi Tianzun, his gaze sharpened, that he then nodded emphatically, indicating his determination to secure victory in this contest of comprehension. Observing this, the Yuan Shi Tianzun smiled and nodded in approval. Jie Ding Zhenrun, the future master of Yangjian, as he looked at the seemingly ordinary middle-aged figure clad in the simple white 8-trigram celestial robe, curiosity flickered in Tongling's eyes. "Dao friend Tongling, please," said the Jie Ding Zhenrun, offering a respectful gesture. "Dao friend Jie Ding, please," Tongling reciprocated with a bow. Seeing this, the Tong Tian Jiao master proclaimed from the cloud platform, "In this contest of comprehension, I and the Yu Qing Saint will each pose 3 questions. The one who comprehends faster and more thoroughly shall emerge victorious. Should both demonstrate the same level of understanding, the one who grasps the concepts more quickly will win. Conversely, if one comprehends slowly but with greater depth, that individual shall prevail." Tongling, Jie Ding, do you understand? Both Tongling and the Jie Ding Zhenrun bowed in unison and replied, "We understand." "Excellent, then let us begin," the Tong Tian Jiao master affirmed, before instructing the Yu Qing Saint to present the first question. The Yu Qing Saint, Yuan Shi Tianzun, then declared, "Before I achieved the status of a saint, I once beheld the radiant hues of the rainbow from Kunlun Mountain and comprehended a certain divine art. The essence of this divine art is encapsulated within this painting. You are to comprehend it on your own. With a wave of his hand, the Yuan Shirtan Zun summoned the Yu Qing celestial light, which painted the sky with a breathtaking spectacle of rainbow colors, rich with hidden brilliance, seemingly imbued with profound mysteries. This resplendent painting of rainbow hues could only be seen by Tong Ling and the Jie Dingjinrun on the Wanxian platform, while the disciples of the Chan and Jie Sect below were unable to perceive it. Naturally, the Tong Tian Jiao master could see it, ensuring the integrity of the contest. Though a saint would not resort to any underhanded tricks, the supervision was essential to ensure that the losing side would accept the outcome with grace. On the Wanxian platform, Tong Ling and the Jie Dingjinrun were both intently observing the radiant painting conjured by the Yuan Shirtan Zun celestial art. Tong Ling glanced at it, but quickly averted his gaze. He comprehended it, he mused. The comprehension ability at the Dao level is indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, the Jie Dingjinrun focused intently, furrowing his brow as he sought to grasp the enigmatic divine art hidden within the painting. Below the Wanxian platform, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects watched eagerly as they looked at their respective peers on the platform. From the Chan faction, Guang, Chengzi scanned Tong Ling and the Jie Dingjinrun. Upon noticing that Tong Ling had merely glanced at the painting before looking away, he was momentarily taken aback. That wasn't this Tong Ling, a direct disciple of the Jie sect, supposed to possess exceptional comprehension? Why did he abandon it after just one glance? Was the question posed by his master too difficult? Guang Qingzi could not see the painting. He could only perceive a blur, rendering it impossible for him to judge the difficulty of the Yuan Shirtan Zun's question. He could only interpret the reactions of Tong Ling and the Jie Dingjinrun. The Jie Dingjinrun seemed to be pondering deeply, which was consistent with someone engaged in understanding divine arts. But what was Tong Ling's intent? To give up so swiftly? Could it be that his reputed comprehension was merely an exaggeration? That seemed illogical. If that were the case, how could the esteemed Tong Tian master have taken him as a disciple? Beside him, the compassionate Dao Ran, the Dao Zun of Tian Xing, and the true monarch of Qing, Su, all shared Guang Chengzi's confusion, exchanging glances as they struggled to comprehend the situation. As for the possibility that Tong Ling had comprehended the divine art with just a glance. They had not even entertained that notion. Absurd. Such a being could not possibly exist. On the other side, most disciples of the Jie sect shared similar thoughts to those of the Chan sect's four direct disciples. Wondering if Tong Ling had truly given up. Could it be that this Tong Ling is merely a product of exaggeration? To give up so easily. However, if that were true, how could he have been accepted as a fifth direct disciple by a saint? Yan Zhongxian Luo Xian observed Tong Ling's actions with a sneer. Yet upon reflecting on Tong Ling's acceptance as a direct disciple by the Tong Tian master, he felt a mix of displeasure and confusion, unable to reconcile his thoughts. Like Guang Qingzi and the Chan disciples, he too had not considered the possibility of Tong Ling comprehending the divine art with just one look. Chang Ding Guang Xian regarded Tong Ling with a grave expression of doubt. For some reason, he felt a nagging suspicion that this Tong Ling had indeed grasped the divine art with just a single glance. If that were the case, this Tong Ling would be rather formidable. He would need to reconsider his plans against him. Even if he still intended to plot against him, he would have to prepare thoroughly. At that moment, Chang Ding Guang Xian contemplated abandoning his schemes against Tong Ling. Even considering befriending him, if this Tong Ling truly possessed such extraordinary comprehension, then the mere fairy of colored clouds would hardly warrant his enmity. Taking a step back, if he were to persist in opposing Tong Ling, he would have to be exceedingly cautious in his strategies, ensuring that such a prodigious talent would not turn against him at that moment. The likes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, Wu Yun Xian, and Xiao Xian all regarded Tong Ling with expressions of bewilderment. They could not fathom how Tong Ling could have comprehended the divine art from the saint's painting with just a glance. Yet neither could they believe he would abandon it after just one look. They were all rather perplexed, entirely unable to grasp Tong Ling's actions. Only through the tone of the Tong Tian Master's transmission to them earlier could the Taoist of treasures, who had an inkling of Tong Ling's extraordinary comprehension, and the three celestial maidens who truly understood Tong Ling's terrifying talent, grasp the situation. They realized that Tong Ling had undoubtedly comprehended the divine art encapsulated in the painting with just one glance. As astonishment mingled with joy in the eyes of the Taoist of treasures, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With comprehension like that of his fifth junior brother, this contest was assuredly secure. Bai Xiao cupped her cheeks in her hands, gazing at Tong Ling with admiration, her voice soft and excited as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are truly amazing. To grasp the divine art from the saint's painting with just a glance is simply too impressive." Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao also looked at Tong Ling with eyes alight, a hint of admiration flickering within them, as for the fairy of colored clouds. Her gaze sparkled with infinite brilliance as she stared at her highly revered fifth senior brother. Murmuring to herself, "Fifth senior brother's aura is transcendent. I wonder what kind of divine maiden could be worthy to be his partner in the future." On the cloud platform, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Master observed the actions of Tong Ling and the Jade Ding Zhenren, each reacting differently. Upon witnessing the Jade Ding Zhenren furrow his brow in contemplation, Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded, convinced that it would not be long before his exceptionally perceptive disciple would unravel the divine art concealed within the painting of Yu Qing Tian Hongguang. However, when he shifted his gaze to Tong Ling's actions, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this Tong Ling disciple of the Jie Sect doing? Has he given up? That seems implausible. If he were of such limited ability, how could the third brother, the Tong Tian Master, have accepted him as a direct disciple? A thought flickered in his mind, one he was reluctant to entertain, as he gazed at Tong Ling in disbelief. He then turned to gauge the Tong Tian Jiao Master's reaction, hoping to validate his suspicions. Upon seeing the Tong Tian Jiao Master looking at Tong Ling with astonished admiration, nodding in delight, Yuan Shi Tianzun's shock and disbelief were finally unleashed in that instant. Impossible! A resolute denial rang in his heart, as Yuan Shi Tianzun refused to accept the notion that Tong Ling could comprehend the Yu Qing Tian Hongguang divine art with merely a glance. Yet at that moment, on the Wanxian platform, Tong Ling, after glancing at the painting of rainbow hues, adjusted his attire and, with a composed demeanor, bowed towards Yuan Shi Tianzun and the Tong Tianjiao Master, proclaiming, "I respectfully report to the revered saint and esteemed master, I have comprehended the divine art within this painting." As his words fell, the Yuan Shi Tianzun, whose heart was tumultuous, could no longer contain himself. "Absolutely impossible," he bellowed, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Tong Ling, his lips trembling slightly. If it were indeed true that one could grasp the Yu Qing Tian Hongguang divine art with just a glance, then this direct disciple of the Jie Sect, Tong Ling, must possess an unfathomably extraordinary comprehension. To put it bluntly, he was a prodigy worthy of the title of disciple of Hong Jundao Zhu, the revered master of the Yuan Shi saint. If the paths of Dao were to be exchanged with that of Tong Ling at this moment, and he were to become the Dao ancestor of the golden immortal realm, even with the ancestor's profound insight, it would be utterly impossible to merely cast a glance and comprehend the divine essence of the celestial rainbow concealed within this resplendent painting of radiant hues. He is most aware of the difficulty of the questions he himself poses. However, if this disciple of the name Tong Ling is not deceiving, but has indeed grasped the profound mystery of the divine skill contained within this colorful painting at a mere glance, then what an extraordinary talent this fifth direct disciple of Tong Ling must possess. With such a prodigious understanding, one could fear that Tong Ling is destined to attain the status of a Taoist of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Contemplating this, the gaze of Yuan Shi Tianzun towards Tong Ling underwent a complete transformation. At this moment, both I and my third brother are present, facing two esteemed sages. Tong Ling would not dare to deceive. Thus, Yuan Shi Tianzun's lips trembled with increasing intensity as he silently closed his eyes to calm his thoughts. After a moment, he finally addressed Tong Ling, saying, "Just now, this saint may have lost composure. You claim to have discerned the divine skill within the painting in a single glance. Then please enlighten us. What is the name of the divine skill within this painting, and what are its mysteries?" Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes fixed intently on Tong Ling, eager to observe whether he would display even a hint of confusion or hesitation. Yet, The prodigious Tong Ling had genuinely comprehended the divine skill within the painting. In other words, he was indeed authentic, not a counterfeit. Therefore, how could any doubt or confusion arise within his heart? Not a trace of it. Tong Ling immediately responded with utmost confidence, addressing Yuan Shi Tianzun with respect, reporting to the esteemed sage. The divine skill concealed within this painting of radiant hues is known as the Jade Clarity Celestial Rainbow. Upon comprehending this divine skill, one can harness the essence of the celestial rainbow and colorful clouds from the heavens and earth to condense a celestial rainbow. This celestial rainbow, once formed, can not only be wielded in combat, but also allows one to traverse the four corners of the world, from the North Sea at dawn to Kangwu at dusk. Excellent, excellent indeed. Upon hearing Tong Ling's words, Yuan Shi Tianzun repeated excellent thrice, each utterance softer than the last. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he looked at Tong Ling and remarked, "What a splendid phrase, from the North Sea at dawn to Kangwu at dusk. Your understanding is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Shanxing sage, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, my third brother, you have taken on a remarkable disciple." Upon finishing, he cast a glance at the nearby Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, whose eyes brimmed with concealed joy, feeling a sense of tightness in his heart. This scene felt strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the moment when Guang Chengzi triumphed over Dao Rinduo Bao. Third brother, your disciple is formidable. There is no need for further contest. We concede. Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed inwardly, resuming his seated position and addressing Tong Tian Jiao's HUT this moment. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was practically overjoyed. Observing Yuan Shi Tianzun's mixture of envy and helplessness, astonishment and forced composure, he felt that the frustrations endured on Kunlun Mountain had completely dissipated, and the source of all this was none other than his cherished disciple. Tong Ling. In that instant, Tong Ling's standing in his heart ascended to an entirely new level, surpassing even that of the 7 immortals who accompanied him. Gazing at the confident and spirited Tong Ling upon the Wanxian platform, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu contemplated what rewards to bestow upon such an admirable disciple, while simultaneously declaring, "Since the Jade Clarity Sage has conceded, let us proceed with this contest of understanding. Esteemed sage uncle, I have an objection." Just as Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was about to announce the results of this contest of understanding and bestow generous reward upon his esteemed disciple, a voice suddenly erupted from the Wanxian platform. Interrupting his proclamation, frowning, he turned to see Yu Ding Zhenren bowing respectfully and said, "Yu Ding, your master has already declared surrender. What objection do you have?" Yu Ding Zhenren raised his head, his eyes revealing both bitterness and respect, yet also a hint of defiance. He first bowed thrice to Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, stating, to interrupt the words of the esteemed sage uncle, "I, Yu Ding, am aware of my wrongdoing and am willing to accept punishment after the contest concludes. To be decided at your discretion." Seeing this, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu relaxed his previously furrowed brow. Why Yu Ding's attitude was commendable. He would wait to see what he intended to do, regardless of his actions. With the presence of his admirable disciple Tong Ling, Yu Ding had no chance of winning this round. With that thought, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu gazed at Tong Ling with increasing warmth, regarding what to reward Tong Ling with. He had already made up his mind at this moment. After bowing and acknowledging his fault to Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, Yu Ding Zhenren then turned to bow deeply to Yuan Shi Tianzun, displaying a total of 9 kneels and 18 bows in reverence. After finishing his bows, Yu Ding Zhenren gazed at Yuan Shi Tianzun with both respect and determination, saying, "Originally, since my esteemed master has made a decision, as a disciple, I should not go against your will. However, this contest is my first battle on behalf of our teaching, and I cannot accept conceding so easily. Even if Tong Ling Dao Friend is indeed a rare talent with extraordinary insight, making it difficult for me to compete, I still wish to finish this contest in its entirety. Only then would I willingly concede. Otherwise, my heart would remain unfulfilled. Thus, I respectfully request the esteemed master to judge. Please make a decision." Upon hearing Yu Ding Zhenren's words, Tong Ling couldn't help but admire his steadfast determination. While a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes, he realized that unlike earlier when he expressed willingness to accept punishment from Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, Yu Ding did not demand Yuan Shi Tianzun to punish him. He merely sought for Yuan Shi Tianzun to listen to his words before making a decision. This indicated that Yu Ding Zhenrun was no ordinary individual. He possessed considerable depth, that he understood how to create an image of Yuan Shi Tianzun as a forgiving figure, contrasting with Tong Tian Jiaozhu's punitive persona. It must be said that Yu Ding Zhenrun truly deserved his reputation as one of the most enigmatic figures among the 12 golden immortals of the possessing remarkable qualities. It is no coincidence that he would later teach the likes of Yang Jian, the second son of God, on the cloud platform. Yuan Shi Tianzun's initially displeased expression gradually softened as he listened to Yu Ding Zhenrun's unwavering declaration. By the end, his displeasure had completely dissipated, replaced by a hint of appreciation and a sigh. Gazing at his disciple Yu Ding Zhenrun, he revealed admiration in his eyes and said, "Yu Ding, you have done well. Your request is granted. After this contest concludes, we shall discuss the results without delay. Shanqing Sage, it is your turn to pose a question. Please." Upon finishing, Yuan Shi Tianzun gestured invitingly to Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who also looked at Yu Ding Zhenrun with appreciation. Then I shall pose a question. Tong Ling, Yu Ding, pay close attention. Tong Tian Jiaozhu extended his finger, pointing towards the Wanxian platform, where a profound formation began to coalesce out of thin air. Meanwhile, below the Wanxian platform, a commotion erupted, first among the faction. Just moments ago, when Tong Ling informed the two sages of his understanding of the divine skill within the painting, Guang Chengzi, Ci Hang Daorun, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Qing Su Dao de Zhenjun all wore expressions of shock and disbelief. When they witnessed Yuan Shi Tianzun's astonishment, rising from his seat, their hearts were filled with an even deeper sense of awe. A singular thought crossed their minds. Could there truly exist such a prodigious talent in this world? One whose insights transcend the ordinary. It was utterly unfathomable and unheard of, though they couldn't help but entertain a fleeting thought of whether Tong Ling was fabricating his claims. When they finally heard Tong Ling articulate the name and mysteries of the divine skill with clarity and thoroughness, they were left completely convinced. Overwhelmed by Tong Ling's extraordinary insight, they were truly convinced. Thus, when Yuan Shi Tianzun declared that they conceded this round and that no further questions were necessary, they accepted it wholeheartedly, feeling no sense of injustice. With the outcome already determined, what further contest remained? Yet, Yu Ding Zhenrun's act of defiance moved them deeply. Observing Yu Ding Zhenrun rise once more to bow towards the cloud platform, his face filled with an indomitable spirit, Guang Chengzi sighed. Yu Ding's resolute heart will surely lead him to greatness in the future. Ci Hang Daorun, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Qing Su Dao de Zhenjun nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting newfound respect for Yu Ding Zhenrun, whose cultivation level was inferior to theirs. On the other side, among the faction, all disciples stood in unison. Regardless of their individual cultivation levels or attitudes towards Tong Ling, they could not contain their admiration and rose to pay their respects to the poised and confident Tong Ling upon the Wanxian platform. Much like the esteemed figures of Guang Chengzi, Zihang Daoren, Daoxing Tianzun, and Qingshu Daojinjuan, they were all awestruck, utterly astonished by Tong Ling's astonishingly prodigious comprehension. The shock rendered them speechless, silencing any prior discussions, creating a stark contrast to the fervent debates that had preceded. At this moment, a myriad of emotions surged within them, leaving no room for anything else. Emotions that could be aptly described as shock, horror, admiration, reverence, and respect. Undoubtedly, Tong Ling had earned their respect through his extraordinary insight. Even for some disciples of the Jie Sect, the feelings of admiration, reverence, and respect were fleeting, quickly suppressed. Yet, in that moment of realization that Tong Ling had grasped the divine powers depicted in the painting with but a single glance, they could not help but feel genuine admiration and respect for him. Cheng Dingguangxian fixed his gaze intently upon Tong Ling, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions. How could it be? How could such an extraordinary being exist in this world? Merely by casting a glance, he comprehended the divine powers encapsulated within the painting of the sage, leaving even the Yuqing saint utterly astounded. This Tong Ling was truly beyond the realm of ordinary beings. Chang'e Dingwangxian resolved not to provoke Tong Ling. Any previous schemes to undermine him had been completely cast aside, that a being with such profound insight was far beyond his capacity to challenge. If he dared to act against Tong Ling, he feared that the very figure he was well acquainted with, the Tongtian Jiao Master, would turn the world upside down to unearth the hidden instigator. Should a sage be determined to track someone down, even the closest attendants of the Tongtian Jiao Master could not remain hidden for long to that point. It would be a guaranteed path to doom for him. As for that fairy of colorful clouds, he would let her be. Tong Ling could have her. He would also relinquish the 3 Xiaos to him, since he could not afford to provoke him. Chang'e Dingwangxian could at least evade him. The vastness of the universe offered countless celestial beauties. There was no need to fixate solely on the fairy of colorful clouds and the 3 Xiaos. Not long ago, a new batch of human maidens had arrived. Their charm was intoxicating, and he could hardly resist the allure. He would have to arrange for another shipment soon. At a fleeting, nearly imperceptible lewd smile flickered in Chang'e Dingwangxian's crimson eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Meanwhile, the flame immortal Luo Xian stood dumbfounded, staring at Tong Ling on the Wanxian platform. Disbelief etched across his features. Is this truly your comprehension? Tong Ling, you have deceived me so profoundly. Had I known your so-called prodigious insight was of such an extraordinary caliber, I would not have dared to compete with you. In this moment, having witnessed Tong Ling's unparalleled understanding, Luo Xian was utterly subdued. The thought of comparing himself to Tong Ling vanished from his mind. When two beings are compared in terms of talent, if one is only slightly ahead, the one trailing may harbor feelings of jealousy and resentment. However, when one being surpasses the other by a considerable margin, leaving no hope of comparison, the lesser being is likely to concede gracefully, even feeling admiration and reverence. Just as Luo Xian gazed at Tong Ling, his previous discontent transformed entirely into respect, for adulation. That too seemed merely a matter of time. It was highly probable that Tong Ling would soon have many disciples from the Jie Sect who would worship him. Other disciples of the Jie Sect, such as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, and the likes of Wu Yunxian and Qiu Shouxian, recognized that their previous skepticism had been misguided. Tong Ling had, indeed, discerned the divine powers in the sage's painting with but a single glance, far exceeding their expectations. At this moment, the Taoist master Duobao regarded Tong Ling on the Wanxian platform with nothing but awe and joy. Thinking, with my 5th junior brother here, how could I fear that our Jie Sect will not thrive against the Chan Sect? Our Jie Sect shall rise in glory below the Wanxian platform. The 3 Xiaos and the fairy of colorful clouds embraced each other in excitement. Their eyes filled with boundless admiration for Tong Ling. It was, of course, Bai Xiao who insisted on bringing Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and the fairy of colorful clouds together for a hug, exclaiming that her overwhelming joy could not be contained otherwise. Had Tong Ling descended from the Wanxian platform, Bai Xiao would likely have embraced him publicly in a fit of enthusiasm. Having learned from previous experiences with the innate yin-yang spring palace illustration, Bai Xiao was somewhat wary of her actions. The disciples of the Jie Sect were in awe of Tong Ling's performance, with regard to the reluctance of the real person Yu Ding to concede. Aside from a few disciples who found some merit in his behavior, the majority deemed him utterly deluded. They all gazed expectantly at the Wanxian platform, eager to witness how Tong Ling would decisively win over the real person Yu Ding with an overwhelming display, ideally grasping the divine powers with just a single glance, both stimulating and leaving the defeated with nothing to say. Just the thought of it thrilled them. On the Wanxian platform, the Tongtian Jiao Master had fully materialized a profound formation, proclaiming with authority, "This formation is but a casual creation of mine, a defensive array known as the 6 Elemental Mysterious Gate Formation. Comprehending this formation is far more challenging than the divine powers depicted in the painting of the Yuqing Saint. A difficulty increased by a factor of 10. This is also the rule of this contest of comprehension. Each question grows tenfold more difficult than the last, with the final question being 100,000 times harder than the first. Tong Ling, Yu Ding, what you must do now is decipher the method to unravel this formation. The one who discerns the method more accurately and in less time shall emerge victorious. Do you understand? To which both Tong Ling and the real person Yu Ding replied in unison, Yes, esteemed sage master, uncle master, we understand. Very well, then let us commence. Upon finishing, the Tongtian Jiao master gazed expectantly at Tong Ling. The real person Yu Ding, no longer hastening to decipher the formation, turned to observe Tong Ling. He could not believe that this Tong Ling could possibly replicate such a miraculous feat, comprehending the secrets of the six elemental mysterious gate with just a glance. He understood that the difficulty of grasping this formation was tenfold that of the previous divine powers. He could not believe that Tong Ling could achieve it with just one look. Not only the real person Yu Ding and the Tongtian Jiao master, but also the Yuanshi Tianzuan and all the disciples present from both the Chan and Jie sects had their eyes fixed on Tong Ling, eager to see if he could perform another miraculous feat. At this moment, Tong Ling stood under the scrutiny of countless gazes, realizing that all eyes, including those of the two sage masters, were upon him. Tong Ling felt a slight pressure that he could somewhat guess the reason for their eager anticipation. They undoubtedly wished to see if he could once again attain enlightenment with a single glance. The real person Yu Ding was merely seeking attention. Instead of immediately deciphering the secrets of the six elemental mysterious gate, he was watching him. Did he not fear the impact on his own Tao heart should he be struck down? Tong Ling cast a glance at the real person Yu Ding, who was equally focused on him, feeling a sense of exasperation that it was he who had suggested continuing the contest. Now he was not hastily deciphering the six elemental mysterious gate secrets, but rather watching me. If I truly achieve enlightenment again with a single glance, will he even comprehend anything afterward? Regardless, Tong Ling decided to cast aside these thoughts, preparing to comprehend swiftly and decisively. Eager to claim victory, the reward promised by the Tongtian Jiao master was what he desired most at this moment. With his thoughts racing, Tong Ling directed his gaze toward the six elemental mysterious gate formation. Upon his first glance, he found no comprehension. After a second glance, Tong Ling withdrew his gaze, reflecting that indeed, this was a question of tenfold difficulty, compelling him to look again. Meanwhile, the real person Yu Ding felt a tightening in his heart, anxiously awaiting the result of Tong Ling's scrutiny of the six elemental mysterious gate. When he noticed that Tong Ling had not only glanced but had continued to observe a second time, a profound joy surfaced in his eyes. I knew it. This Tong Ling could not possibly discern the secrets of the six elemental mysterious gate with just one glance. He has looked again. He has looked again. In the eyes of Yuding Zhenren, there was a glimmer of joy. His heart stirred with excitement, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. He turned away, beginning to ponder the intricacies of the six Yuan Xianmen formation. Although Tong Ling had grasped it without difficulty, Yuding Zhenren acknowledged his defeat. However, it was sufficient that Tong Ling was unable to comprehend the formation at a mere glance. This alone was enough. Tong Ling would still need to delve deeper when faced with more challenging problems. Yuding Zhenren felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Beneath the Wanxian platform, numerous disciples of the Jie Sect, along with Guang Qingzi and other disciples of the Chan sect, gazed at Tong Ling with anticipation. Upon realizing that Tong Ling had not simply gleaned the essence of the six Yuan Xianmen formation with a single look, they sighed in relief. Yet soon their expressions shifted to astonishment. The majority of Jie Sect disciples regarded Tong Ling with increasing admiration, while the four direct disciples of the Chan sect looked upon him with heightened seriousness and respect. The sage had posed a question, and its difficulty had escalated tenfold compared to the previous one. Yet Tong Ling had merely taken an additional glance to unravel its mysteries. Such insight was truly terrifying. At that moment, on the cloud platform, the Tongtian suddenly spoke. This six Yuan Xianmen formation, if a typical golden immortal were to comprehend it, would require no less than 2 to 3 decades to fully grasp its secrets. Even for a Tai golden immortal beginning to consolidate the 5 energies within, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to thoroughly understand this formation. Tong Ling, my disciple, you have managed to comprehend this formation after merely gazing at it an extra moment. While this is indeed a small improvement over the previous challenge, it still demonstrates your extraordinary talent. Transcending the ordinary, do not lose heart. Upon hearing this, Tong Ling bowed respectfully to the Tongtian, expressing gratitude. Disciple thanks Master for the encouragement. I shall endeavor to achieve the ability to comprehend the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation at a mere glance in the future. The Tongtian looked at Tong Ling with a smile in his eyes, pleased, and nodded. Excellent. On the other side of the cloud platform, Yuan Shi Tianzuan observed the interaction between the Tongtian and Tong Ling. This scene of a master encouraging his disciple and the disciple expressing his intention to strive harder left him utterly speechless, merely judging by the tone of their conversation, without considering the content. One might think that this fifth direct disciple of the Jie Sect, Tong Ling, had spent an inordinate amount of time understanding the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation. Yet he had merely taken an extra glance. A single glance, what could that accomplish? The time it takes for a mortal to exhale is longer than this. If Yuan Shi Tianzuan possessed memories from Tong Ling's past life, he would understand that the Tongtian was currently engaging in top-tier vanity. Ahem. I believe we should continue observing Yuding's comprehension of the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation. Let us see how long it takes him to unravel the method to break this formation. And Tong Ling, you must elaborate on the method to crack the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation. Unable to bear it any longer, Yuan Shi Tianzuan interjected. Hearing this, the Tongtian cast a triumphant glance at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, thinking to himself, "You were quite pleased earlier, Yuan Shi, but now it seems the tables have turned, ha ha." Without contesting Yuan Shi Tianzuan, the Tongtian nodded toward Tong Ling, saying, "Since the Yuqing Saint has spoken, good disciple, please elaborate on the method to break the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation." After speaking, the Tongtian pointed with his finger, casting a beam of celestial light towards Yuding Zhenren, who was still immersed in contemplating the mysteries of the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation, isolating him from the surrounding happenings. Thus, when Tong Ling detailed the method to crack the formation, Yuding Zhenren would remain unaware. Upon hearing the words of the two saints, Tong Ling straightened his expression, bowed to the cloud platform, and began to confidently articulate the secrets of the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation. I respectfully report to the revered saints, esteemed masters, that to decipher this 6 Yuan Xianmen formation, one must meticulously examine the phrase 6 Yuan. Tong Ling spoke eloquently and systematically, thoroughly explaining the method to break the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation, prompting the Tongtian and Yuan Shi Tianzuan on the cloud platform to nod in agreement. Beneath the Wanxian platform, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects once again sighed in admiration for Tong Ling's extraordinary insight as they listened to his detailed exposition on the method to crack the formation. Well done, good disciple Tong Ling. As your master, I shall bestow upon you the reward for winning this round of the comprehension competition in advance, the supreme quality primordial spiritual treasure, the 9-Dragon Cauldron. This cauldron is forged from the primordial yin and yang energies, blended with the chaotic dragon aura that it possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, capable of summoning 9 primordial yin and yang chaotic dragons. Moreover, it can be utilized for refining tools and concocting elixirs. Should you develop an interest in these arts in the future, this cauldron will prove invaluable. The Tongtian, increasingly delighted after hearing Tong Ling's explanation, realized that this round of the comprehension competition was entirely without suspense. Thus, he dismissed any concerns about Yuan Shi Tianzuan's thoughts and directly presented Tong Ling with the reward for victory, with a gesture of his hand. A small cauldron surrounded by swirling yin and yang energies, crowned by 9 majestic and mysterious chaotic true dragons, materialized in his palm. The Tongtian, with a wave of his magical power, brought the 9-Dragon Cauldron before Tong Ling. Tong Ling received the grand and exquisite 9-Dragon Cauldron with reverence and bowed in gratitude to the Tongtian. Disciple thanks Master for the generous bestowal. The Tongtian nodded with a smile. The scene was met with a mix of emotions from Guang Chengzi and the other 4 direct disciples of the Chan sect, as well as Yuan Shi Tianzuan on the cloud platform, who felt a sense of frustration. However, Yuan Shi Tianzuan refrained from voicing much discontent, for it was evident to all that if not for Yuding Zhenren's insistence, this round of the comprehension competition would have concluded long ago. Yuan Shi Tianzuan let out a soft huff, expressing his dissatisfaction. The Tongtian chuckled, entirely unconcerned that it delighted him to see Yuan Shi Tianzuan at a disadvantage. Beneath the Wanxian platform, Numerous Jie Sect disciples gazed enviously at Tong Ling as he stored away the supreme quality, primordial spiritual treasure. The nine-dragon cauldron.b, I Xiao turned to Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Kai Yun, saying, "Once the competition concludes, I want to ask him to let me play with that nine-dragon cauldron. It looks incredibly impressive." Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao exchanged amused glances but said nothing further. However, Kai Yun nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had no primordial spiritual treasure of her own, let alone a supreme quality one. The fact that Tong Ling had acquired such a treasure in a single competition made her immensely envious, and she eagerly looked forward to witnessing the capabilities of the supreme quality, primordial spiritual treasure. The nine-dragon cauldron at this moment, on the Wanxian platform, Tong Ling glanced at Yuding Jinren, who was still immersed in contemplating the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation, thinking to himself, surely we cannot all wait idly for him to comprehend this formation. Can we? I might as well suggest that we continue with the competition. With this thought in mind, Tong Ling bowed to the cloud platform and addressed the saints, revered saints and esteemed masters. Since Yuding Daoist is still pondering the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation, perhaps the 2 esteemed saints could continue to pose questions for me. Once I have comprehended the next 4 challenges, we can proceed with other rounds of the competition. As they regarded Tong Ling, who appeared confident and spoke with a calm demeanor, Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the Tong Tian displayed contrasting reactions. The Tong Tian responded with a smile. "Good disciple, I find your suggestion quite commendable. What say you, my elder brother?" With that, the Tong Tian turned to Yuan Shi Tianzuan for his opinion. Yuan Shi Tianzuan was reluctant to agree. If he declined, it would merely delay matters. But if he consented, and Tong Ling successfully comprehended the subsequent 4 questions, it would render his disciple Yuding a mere jester upon the Wanxian platform. Alas, Yuding was far too obstinate. With this thought, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who had previously held admiration for Yuding Jinren's mindset, suddenly experienced a shift. Deeming him overly persistent, very well, let us proceed with Tong Ling's proposal. After a moment of silence, Yuan Shi Tianzuan ultimately acquiesced to Tong Ling's suggestion. Any objections he might have had were flimsy at best and unlikely to succeed. The Tong Tian would undoubtedly argue his case fervently. Excellent. Seeing that Yuan Shi Tianzuan had not opposed him and recognizing that he had the moral high ground, the Tong Tian nodded before addressing Tong Ling, standing on the Wanxian platform. "Good disciple, both your Yuqing master and I have agreed to your proposal. Now, prepare to comprehend the 3rd question posed by your Yuqing master." Yuqing saint, please, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, without a moment's hesitation, promptly issued a challenge. He casually retrieved a jade scripture and cast it towards the Wanxian platform. The jade scripture immediately radiated brilliant light, suspended in the void. Once the scripture unfurled completely, Yuan Shi Tianzuan proclaimed, "Within this scripture, your task is to comprehend the profound mysteries encapsulated within." Gradually, he articulated a question that was 100 times more challenging than the first, signaling Tong Ling to delve into the secrets of the Jade Scripture. After respectfully responding, Tong Ling confidently gazed at the Jade Scripture. As he continued to observe, he became increasingly captivated, spending nearly half an hour deciphering its hidden truths. Subsequently, he conveyed the essence of the scripture to Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who were seated on the cloud platform, following a round of rightful admiration. With Yuan Shi Tianzuan uttering a single word of approval, "Good," Tong Ling successfully unveiled the mystery of the 3rd question. Next, Tong Tian Jiaozhu presented the 4th question, which was 1,000 times more difficult than the first. It took Tong Ling 2.5 days to grasp its inner secrets. This difficulty was akin to the enlightenment one might achieve while listening to a sage expound upon the Tao. Afterward came the 5th question, posed by Yuan Shi Tianzuan, which was 10,000 times more arduous than the first. Even the exceptionally gifted Tong Ling required a full fortnight to unravel its complexities. The final 6th question, introduced by Tong Tian Jiaozhu, was an astonishing 100,000 times more challenging. At this ultimate inquiry, every being present in the Wanxian Hall, including Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tong Tian Jiaozhu, gazed intently at Tong Ling, eager to witness how long it would take him to comprehend a question that even a great Luo golden immortal could not guarantee understanding. Ultimately, Tong Ling expended a full 6 months on this final question. While this may seem ample time in comparison to his own capabilities, the astonished expressions of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu revealed just how extraordinary it was for Tong Ling to grasp the 6th question in such a brief span. My disciple truly possesses the essence of a great Luo golden immortal. Even a quasi-saint would take far longer than 6 months to comprehend the secrets of this 6th question. Tong Tian Jiaozhu was thoroughly satisfied with Tong Ling, while Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze towards him was a mixture of admiration and solemn contemplation. Lost in thought that on the cloud platform, Tong Tian Jiaozhu glanced at the still absorbed Yu Ding Zhenrun, who was focused on deciphering the 6 Yuan Xianmen array, and suggested to Yuan Shi Tianzun, "Second brother, since your disciple Yu Ding remains engrossed in understanding the array, why not commence the 3rd round of competition? What do you think?" Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow upon hearing this, casting a glance at Yu Ding Zhenrun, who was still meditating with closed eyes on the Wanxian platform. Realizing that his disciple would not unravel the mysteries of the 6 Yuan Xianmen array for nearly a decade. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded and replied, "Very well. Let us proceed with the 3rd round of competition. Our disciples from the Jie Sect shall represent Ci Hang Dao Run for a battle of divine abilities." Divine abilities battle? Tong Tian Jiaozhu chuckled inwardly, realizing that this was precisely what he had hoped for. He addressed Yuan Shi Tianzun. "In that case, I shall have Tong Ling represent our Jie Sect once more?" "Huh. Still Tong Ling." Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, glancing at Tong Ling, who appeared to be unaffected by Tong Tian Jiaozhu's transmission. He questioned, "Third brother, can we send the same disciple for different competitions?" "Why not? There was no initial stipulation that different contests must feature different disciples. Except for the Dao combat, which must involve the 2 sects' primary disciples. No other contests explicitly prohibit the same disciple from competing within a millennium." Yuan Shi Tianzun was momentarily speechless, casting a disapproving glare at Tong Tian Jiaozhu, feeling that he was being unreasonable. Yet Tong Tian Jiaozhu pretended not to notice. The atmosphere grew tense. Ultimately, Yuan Shi Tianzun could only shake his head in resignation. "Tong Tian, you certainly know how to exploit loopholes." "Haha, very well. I shall acquiesce to your request." With that, he gestured for Ci Hang Dao Run to take the stage out on the Wanxian platform. Tong Ling observed the graceful Ci Hang Dao Run ascending, a spark of admiration flickering in his eyes. Truly, she resembled a future Guanyin. Her beauty and poise were indeed striking. While Tong Ling regarded her with appreciation, the strong-willed Ci Hang Dao Run shot him a disdainful glare and retorted, "Is this how your Jie Sect behaves? So shamelessly?" "Competing with the same person in different contests," Tong Ling calmly replied. "Dao friend Ci Hang, do not cast unfounded aspersions. If the rules do not stipulate such a restriction, then it is permissible. I shall still compete. What is the issue?" "Very well. Tong Ling, do not be deceived by your extraordinary comprehension. When it comes to a contest of divine abilities, victory is not guaranteed. Just because you possess greater understanding and have mastered numerous divine abilities does not mean yours are superior. Here, in this contest of divine prowess, I shall demonstrate what true divine abilities entail." With her brows furrowed and her voice raised, Ci Hang Dao Run unleashed a wave of jade-clear celestial light directed at Tong Ling. Listening to her grand declarations of divine might and witnessing the surging jade-clear celestial light rushing towards him, Tong Ling remained unflinching and composed. Yet upon closer inspection, one might discern a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Simultaneously, beneath the Wanxian platform, the Jie Sect faction erupted in discontent following Ci Hang Dao Ren's scathing remarks. This seemingly beautiful disciple of the Jie Sect had unexpectedly turned out to be so harsh and unpleasant. Truly vexing. Indeed, why should we be labeled as shameless? Our revered sage has clearly communicated with Master Yu Qing, since there was no established rule against sending the same disciple for different matches. What is wrong with our Jie Sect allowing 5th senior brother to compete again in this divine abilities contest? This Jie Sect disciple dares to claim her divine abilities are vast. How utterly arrogant. Just wait until she is thoroughly defeated by 5th senior brother. Let us see if she can still maintain her arrogance. 5th senior brother, Unleash all your divine abilities. Defeat this insolent Chan Sect disciple. The voices of Jie Sect disciples surged like a tidal wave, their collective support growing louder. Were it not for the separation between the Wanxian platform and the spectators below, the impulsive CI Hang Daorun would have surely been infuriated by their remarks. Brother, teach this outspoken Taoist a lesson. How dare she insult us and shamelessly claim her divine abilities are vast. Sister, rest assured, brother will certainly deliver a sound thrashing to that Chan Sect disciple. You all know well the extent of my divine abilities. Qiong Shao, typically gentle and graceful, now wore an expression of displeasure, evidently irked by C.I. Hang Dao Ren's words. Yun Shao remained silent, her icy demeanor growing colder as she fixed her gaze on C.I. Hang Dao Ren, a glint of frost shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Kai Yun, seething with indignation, glared at C.I. Hang Dao Ren on the Wanxian platform, questioning why she would speak ill of their Jie Sect. If given the chance, she would rush up to confront that Taoist. Moreover, how dare this female Taoist be so arrogant towards fifth senior brother? She truly deserved a thrashing. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Kai Yun's fury intensified as she regarded C.I. Hang Daoren. Yin Zhongxian Luo Xian, too, cast a dark gaze at C.I. Hang Daoren on the Wanxian platform, when Yuan Shi Tenzun announced the commencement of the third Divine Abilities contest. Luo Xian had hoped for a chance to participate, feeling confident and prepared. Yet, Tong Tian Jiaozhu's decision to have Tong Ling compete again left him dissatisfied, and he silently grumbled. However, upon witnessing C.I. Hang Dao Ren ascend the platform and launch her accusations against the entire Jie Sect, her haughty demeanor only fueled Luo Xian's irritation. He promptly dismissed his earlier discontent regarding Tong Ling's participation, now focusing entirely on the need for Tong Ling to decisively defeat that Chan Sect disciple. Tong Ling, you must thoroughly trample this haughty Chan Sect disciple. If you can do so, I shall truly acknowledge you as my senior brother and treat you with the respect due to a disciple. Aside from Luo Xian and others, Taoist Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and numerous other disciples of the were at that moment frowning and casting disapproving glances at the compassionate navigator on the Wanxian Tai, their eyes revealing dissatisfaction that I in the camp. The three esteemed disciples, including Guang Chengzi, were equally perturbed upon hearing the furious tirades of the disciples across from them. Master Brother, it appears that the truly embodies what our esteemed teacher has said. They are but a collection of unfortunate beings, lacking in fortune and connections, mere creatures of lowly breeding and insufficient cultivation. Compassionate Sister did not utter much, merely stating the facts. Wasn't this simply exploiting loopholes in the rules? Moreover, indeed, as Compassionate Sister claimed, that Tong Ling, despite possessing an extraordinary understanding, might not necessarily be able to harness the true power of such abilities. In battles of divine arts, practical combat is paramount, with her vast divine powers. Compassionate Sister would undoubtedly triumph over Tong Ling, securing yet another victory for the celestial venerable Dao Xing found the disrespectful behavior of the disciples intolerable. However, knowing that Golden Ao Island was the S stronghold, with its multitude of disciples, he was aware that any ensuing disputes would be futile. Thus, he quietly remarked to Guang Chengzi beside him. The celestial venerable Dao Xing was a towering figure, embodying immense strength. And if further contests were to occur, he would take the lead in physical confrontations. Guang Chengzi nodded in acknowledgement, but remained reticent, sighing inwardly and contemplating that in future occurrences of a similar nature, it would be prudent to persuade the master to hold contests upon Kunlun Mountain. Beside Dao Xing stood the true monarch Qingxiu, who, after hearing Dao Xing's words, nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "What Dao Xing brother says is most accurate. This is indeed a gathering of individuals devoid of any decorum. They're truly insufferable." Upon the cloud platform, the primordial venerable looked upon the ruckus of the faction, his brow furrowed, casting a glance at the serene-faced Tong Tian. He ultimately refrained from reprimanding the situation. Tong Tian, unconcerned with the primordial venerable sentiments, gazed at Tong Ling with a smile in his eyes, pondering how long it would take for this promising disciple to defeat the compassionate navigator with divine arts. As for the behaviors and remarks of the compassionate navigator, as well as the discussions among the disciples of the end, to him, a dignified sage of the upper purity, they were merely the frivolous antics of a younger generation, not worthy of his concern. His focus rested solely on Tong Ling. Tong Ling did not disappoint his esteemed mentor. In the next moment, Tong Ling's performance caused Tong Tian to twitch at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a sense of astonishment. In terms of showcasing authority and divine prowess, the compassionate navigator was indeed far inferior to his remarkable disciple. On the Wanshan Tai, Tong Ling, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, regarded the fierce and beautiful compassionate navigator across from him. Alongside the surging waves of jade clear, celestial light directed at him, a smirk graced his lips. Divine powers, you say? Huh. Extending his right hand, he slowly raised a single finger and spoke to the compassionate navigator in a nonchalant tone. One divine art. What? One divine art. The compassionate navigator, currently preparing her next attack, was taken aback by Tong Ling's unexpected words. She had presumed he would also unleash a divine art, but was caught off guard when he spoke instead. If you can withstand my single divine art, then I shall concede this round to you. Tong Ling, he declared calmly, this proclamation, the disciples of both and beneath the Wanshan Tai, along with the Tong Tian and Primordial Venerable on the cloud platform, as well as the compassionate navigator facing Tong Ling, were momentarily stunned. Soon, aside from the Primordial Venerable, who remained impassive, the onlookers from the, including Guang Chengzi and the battling compassionate navigator, were all seething with anger. This Tong Ling was far too arrogant. To think he could defeat the compassionate sister with just one divine art? Such delusions. Tong Ling, how dare you insult me? Come and face your demise. The compassionate navigator's beautiful eyes flashed with indignation, her fury transforming into a fierce resolve. Suddenly, her two delicate hands extended, rapidly depleting her internal energy to conjure spheres of radiant jade light, swirling with the essence of destruction, and hurled them towards Tong Ling with great force. Tong Ling, standing proudly in the void, surrounded by shimmering divine light, remained calm and collected, unfazed by the compassionate navigator's demonstration of the jade, clear thunder divine art, with his middle and index fingers brought together to form a sword gesture. He swiftly slashed downwards towards the compassionate navigator. In an instant, emerald light erupted from the Wanshan Tai, giving birth to countless thunderbolts of annihilation. These bolts twisted and intertwined, ultimately coalescing into an unparalleled divine sword, resplendent yet infused with the aura of destruction. The upper clear radiant thunder sword. It seemed poised to cleave through the myriad worlds with its overwhelming, indomitable sword intent, striking towards the oncoming waves of jade clear, celestial light, and thunder. With a resounding boom, the upper clear radiant thunder sword shattered the celestial light and obliterated the thunder, ultimately delivering a powerful diagonal slash upon the compassionate navigator, who had failed to establish her defenses in time. A cry of pain escaped her lips, feeling the lethal cut extending from her right flank to her left abdomen. The compassionate navigator nearly believed her end had come. Her stunning visage betrayed disbelief as she gazed at Tong Ling across from her, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the Wanshan Tai. With a measure of restraint, Tong Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at the fallen compassionate navigator, and chuckled softly. Compassionate navigator, is this what you call vast divine powers? Nothing more than this. You couldn't even withstand a single strike. How dare you claim to possess great powers? Remember the sensation of this sword. It will be etched in your memory forever. Silence enveloped the scene. In that moment, whether it was the disciples of and beneath the Wanshan Tai, or the compassionate navigator herself upon the platform, they were all rendered speechless. Their eyes widened as they beheld the figure standing with grace and an air of elegance, exuding an overwhelming sword intent that reached for the heavens. Remember the sensation of this sword. It will be etched in your memory forever. The indifferent yet domineering voice echoed in their ears, penetrating their very souls, causing their hearts to flutter involuntarily. Reflecting on Tong Ling's words, they gasped in awe. Such profound and meaningful utterances, Tong Ling, truly unparalleled. Goodness, Brother Tong is incredibly dashing. That commanding tone, that invincible demeanor. I am in awe. I can't take it anymore. Once this duel concludes, I must pursue Brother Wu and become his Dao partner. Please line up behind me. Ling, you have thought of this first. If that's the case, then you must wait your turn. Many sisters share this sentiment. Sister, you truly understand me. I have indeed thought this for a long time. Me too, and I as well. A group of short-sighted individuals, with Brother Tong's talents, how could he ever notice you? Did you not see what kind of celestial beings surround him? The only way to get close to Brother Tong is to align oneself with him. Establish a faction led by Brother Tong within a multitude of disciples buzzed with excitement, all revering Tong Ling's performance. In the midst of the flames, Luo Xian was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to express. Just moments ago, as Tong Ling defeated the compassionate navigator with a single sword strike, declaring, "Remember the sensation of this sword. It will be etched in your memory forever." Luo Xian stood transfixed, gazing at the proud figure of Tong Ling. His mind momentarily wandering. In Tong Ling, he perceived the embodiment of the vision he held deep within his soul, the very essence of the person he aspired to become. That carefree demeanor, effortlessly overcoming adversaries with a mere flick of the wrist. In that moment, Tong Ling was the epitome of Luo Xian's aspirations for a transcendent existence. Tong Ling, from now on, you shall be the only senior I revere. Luo Xian resolved silently. Indeed, some of your words are nothing short of legendary. I must record them, revisit them often, and memorize them thoroughly, for they may prove invaluable in my quest to become a peerless immortal like you. Having resolved his determination, Luo Xian gazed at Tong Ling with admiration. Feeling a stir in his heart as he recalled the words Tong Ling had just uttered, a thought crossed his mind to record what Tong Ling had said, with a swift motion of his hand. A crimson jade tablet, shimmering with flames of celestial brilliance, materialized in his palm. Reflecting on Tong Ling's final words, Luo Xian meticulously inscribed them onto the jade tablet with his divine consciousness, ensuring every syllable was captured perfectly. Remember the sensation of this sword, and you shall remember it forever. Once the inscription was complete, Luo Xian silently recited it to confirm its accuracy before contentedly stowing it away. As he did so, a line of fiery light emerged on the surface of the jade tablet. As the flames flickered, 6 grand characters slowly materialized. Tong Ling's colloquy. Meanwhile, in the Jie Sect's camp, the expressions of CI Heng Dao Run, Guang Chengzi, Dao Xing Tanzun, and Qing Sudev and Jun were a mixture of indignation and disbelief as they beheld the fallen figure of CI Heng Dao Run, seated on the ground in a state of shock. After a moment of stunned silence, their eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to the elegant figure standing with arms crossed in the void. Disbelief etched across their faces. Could it be that Tong Ling's divine powers were truly this formidable in practice? His comprehension and combat prowess were unparalleled. Tong Ling was indeed a fearsome talent. This Tong Ling was a veritable prodigy. If he were to enhance his cultivation to the level of Tai Golden Immortal, or even to Luo Golden Immortal, would he not stand a chance of becoming the foremost disciple among the 3 teachings? As Guang Chengzi and the other 2 disciples of the Jie Sect pondered this, gazing at Tong Ling on the platform, their hearts were filled with complexity. On the cloud platform, Tong Tian Jiaozhu beamed at Tong Ling, contemplating what treasures he should reward his exceptional disciple with. Perhaps the Qing Ping sword is a means to solidify his status as the junior leader of the Jie Sect. After a moment's reflection, Tong Tian Jiaozhu decided to postpone that thought. It would be prudent to wait, should he appoint his disciple as junior leader at this moment. Tong Ling's current golden immortal cultivation might not command the respect of all disciples within the sect. If he, like Duo Bao, were to lose some of his authority, it would be a disservice to the considerable responsibilities he would eventually bear. As his thoughts wandered, Tong Tianjiao Zhu cast a casual glance at the platform below, where Duo Bao Daoran was gazing at Tong Ling with fervent interest, in contrast to Tong Tian Jiaozhu's elation and musings about rewarding Tong Ling. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a sense of discontent. This Tong Ling possessed exceptional comprehension and combat skills, and his lineage was equally fitting. Logically, he should have joined the Jie Sect, yet it had fallen to his 3rd brother to gain such a boon. Alas, it seemed that after spending too much time among the motley crew of the Jie Sect, regardless of their past, they would inevitably lose their potential. However, having lost this round of divine combat, the Chan sect could not afford to lose again. That it was imperative to secure victories in the remaining 2 rounds. Yuan Shitian Zun's mind raced as he contemplated the upcoming physical and spiritual treasure contests. He did not believe Tong Ling would continue to participate. After all, Tong Ling's 7 Greatsword Lotus was primarily an offensive force, complemented by his extraordinary comprehension, which was already remarkable if he were also to possess formidable physical strength. It would defy all logic. It was simply impossible. Regardless, it was undeniable that Tong Ling indeed possessed the potential to attain the Tao of Hunyuan de Luo. Sighing inwardly, Yuan Shitian Zun cast a sidelong glance at Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who wore a contented expression, and thought to himself that his 3rd brother must be feeling quite pleased at having secured such a remarkable disciple, overshadowing him as the elder brother. This moment on the platform, Xi Hang Dao Ren's beautiful face was flushed with indignation as she looked at Tong Ling, who stood aloof in the void, his gaze indifferent as he looked down upon her, deep within. She felt a strong sense of injustice. Tong Ling, do not feel too triumphant. One day I, Xi Hang, shall defeat you with my divine powers and wash away today's shame. Tong Ling, unfazed, merely smiled lightly at the strikingly beautiful Xi Hang Dao Ren, and replied in a calm voice. Xi Hang, as the saying goes, when the sea reaches its end, the sky forms a shore. At the pinnacle of divine powers, I stand as the peak. With our future cultivation, the gap between us shall only widen. In the realm of divine powers, you shall find no chance to catch up to me. Now, it is time for you to descend. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a wave of azure, celestial light, sending Xi Hang Dao Ren soaring off the platform. As she felt the jade-clear celestial light enveloping her, Xi Hang Dao Ren was filled with resentment and yearned to break free. Yet the sword strike from Tong Ling had left her body numb. Although it had not harmed her, the overwhelming celestial lightning within the Qinglite's sword had completely paralyzed her. All she could do was harbor her indignation as she was helplessly swept off the platform by Tong Ling. Xi Hang, are you all right? Seeing Xi Hang Dao Ren about to fall from the platform, Guang Chengzi hastily conjured a magical thread of energy, catching her in midair and gently lowering her to the ground. Xi Hang, are you well? Did Tong Ling truly injure you? Indeed, Xi Hang, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort in your spirit or body? Dao Xing Tianzun and Qing Su Dao Zhun Jun quickly surrounded her, offering their concern. And I am fine, senior brother, and my 2 junior brothers, you need not worry. The indignant Xi Hang Dao Ren, upon receiving such concern from her seniors, felt a warmth in her beautiful eyes and smiled at Guang Chengzi. Dao Xing Tianzun and Qing Su Dao de Zhunjun seeing this, Guang Chengzi and the other 2 disciples of the Chan sect felt a wave of relief wash over them. Nodding in acknowledgement that all was well, Guang Chengzi extended his index finger, summoning a strand of jade-clear celestial light that penetrated into Xi Hang Dao Ren's body. She made no attempt to resist, knowing Guang Cheng's aimed to dispel the numbing effects she was experiencing. After a brief moment, Guang Chengzi withdrew his finger and smiled at Xi Hang Dao Ren. All is well now. Junior sister, you may now channel your energy freely. Tong Ling has shown consideration for the ties between our 2 sects and did not harm you. Xi Hang Dao Ren's expression grew complex upon hearing this. Without a word, she sat cross-legged upon the freshly formed white cloud, channeling her energy to restore her body to its normal state prior to the divine combat. Guang Chengzi, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Qing Suda Jinjun understood that their sister needed time to recuperate after being struck by Tong Ling's prowess and refrained from saying anything further. Across from the Chan sect, among the disciples of the Jie Sect, Yin Zhongxian Luo Xian was currently extracting the Crimson Jade Tablet, recording Tong Ling's earlier words. When the sea reaches its end, the sky forms a shore. At the pinnacle of divine powers, I stand as the peak. After completing the inscription, Luo Xian's admiration and reverence for Tong Ling surged to new heights. What remarkable audacity must one possess to express such profound words with such tranquility? My brother Tong Ling is truly an ethereal being of unparalleled grace, a model for us all. I must strive to learn from my senior brother in the future. Luo Xian gazed at Tong Ling on a platform, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Without delving into the reactions of other Jie Sect disciples, such as the Sanshao fairies, Kaiyan Fairy, Chang'er Dingguang Xian, and Duo Bao Daorun on the cloud platform, Yuan Shitian Zun silently observed Ci Hang Daorun, who was seated on the white cloud, meditating to recuperate. After a moment, he turned to Tong Tian Jiao Zhu and said softly, "Third brother, if there is nothing else, shall we commence the fourth round of competition? Will you be choosing a physical contest or a spiritual treasure contest?" With that, he cast a glance at Tong Ling, standing on the platform. Reflecting on how unexpected it was that Tong Ling had triumphed over the Chan sect in 2 consecutive rounds. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu replied, "Please wait a moment. Second brother, while I bestow the victory reward upon my disciple." Tong Ling, upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded slightly. Consequently, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu presented a 9 revolutions golden elixir to Tong Ling. This 9 revolutions golden elixir had been refined in abundance by the sage of Taiji, Laozi, as Laozi's younger brother. Both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu naturally received their fair share. After receiving the 9 revolutions golden elixir and expressing his gratitude, Tong Ling did not have any intention of leaving the stage for the next competition. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun, gazing at the stage, noticed the jade Ding Junrun, who was isolated in a separate space, still pondering over the 6 Yuan Xianmen array, and he frowned slightly. Casting a glance at Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, he observed that the latter still had not announced the commencement of the next match. Growing somewhat impatient, he urged Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, "Third brother, when will we proceed with the next competition?" "Please wait a moment longer." Second brother, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu replied that I need to discuss matters with my disciple, Tong Ling, before making a decision. Discuss matters with Tong Ling? Yuan Shi Tianzun's brow furrowed at this remark, uncertain of what scheme Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was concocting. Given Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's status, what could he possibly need to deliberate with Tong Ling about? Although Tong Ling had indeed demonstrated the potential to achieve the Tao of mixed Yuan to Luo, it was merely potential that in the eyes of the supreme saints, as long as one was not a fellow saint or had not attained the Tao of mixed Yuan to Luo, they were but insignificant beings. Thus, even though Tong Ling was the favored disciple of Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, there was little to discuss. Would Tong Ling dare to contradict his master? Did my third brother truly wish to hear his disciple's opinion on what the next match should entail? Yuan Shi Tianzun speculated internally as for the possibility of Tong Ling competing again. That thought had not even crossed his mind. His previous notion held. Tong Ling was merely a 7th-rank sword lotus, predominantly offensive in nature. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, this was already remarkable that if his physical prowess were to be significantly strong, Yuan Shi Tianzun believed Tong Ling could not be so absurd. After Tong Tian Jiao Zhu responded to Yuan Shi Tianzun, noticing that Tong Ling had no intention of leaving the stage, he transmitted a message to Tong Ling, saying, "Good disciple, you have already won 2 consecutive matches. That is sufficient that if we win just one of the remaining 2 matches, our sect will achieve ultimate victory. The odds are quite favorable that in response, Tong Ling said, respectfully informing my master, I have made considerable achievements in physical prowess and am willing to guarantee a victory in the physical match. Master need only designate the physical competition for the next round. As for the final Lingbao match, I believe it can be omitted." Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was taken aback by Tong Ling's words. He could hardly believe that his esteemed disciple possessed such confidence in his physical abilities. However, upon further reflection, he felt assured that Tong Ling would not deceive him or act selfishly, prioritizing rewards over ultimate victory. Consequently, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu decided to allow Tong Ling to compete again. "Good disciple, the outcome now rests entirely in your hands." Tong Tian Jiao Zhu gazed at Tong Ling with anticipation, then turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun to signal before announcing. "The next match, which will be the 4th round, is a physical contest and is now ready to commence. Our sect will field the 5th inner disciple, Tong Ling." As these words echoed through the hall, the disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects erupted in astonishment. shocked by Tong Ling's audacity to continue in the physical competition. They reasoned that if Tong Ling dared to engage in the physical match, it must indicate his undeniable strength in that domain. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a bold approach, risking his own reputation. Surely, it would be preferable to send another disciple proficient in physical prowess from the new disciples of the past millennium. With such thoughts in mind, their gazes toward Tong Ling grew increasingly astonished. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tian Zun watched Tong Ling with equal astonishment. Even as a saint, he was utterly taken aback. Could Tong Ling truly possess extraordinary talent in physical prowess? With this thought, Yuan Shi Tian Zun signaled Dao Xing Tian Zun to join the fray, and then focused intently on the physical contest between Tong Ling and Dao Xing Tian Zun. Eager to see if Tong Ling would indeed prove exceptional in this realm, on the stage. After performing a bow of respect to each other, Tong Ling and Dao Xing Tian Zun wasted no time and immediately began to unleash their physical techniques. Engaging in a fervent, bare-handed battle, Dao Xing Tian Zun, observing Tong Ling, a tall, slender figure who did not appear physically formidable, remained vigilant, refusing to allow his attention to waver. His aura surged, and in an instant, his originally nearly 2 zhang tall form began to swell rapidly. In mere moments, he expanded to a size of several thousand zhang. Before the eyes of all, Dao Xing Tianzun radiated a brilliant silver light. His muscles taut and brimming with terrifying power. Particularly notable were his large hands, distinctly knuckled and exceptionally broad, seemingly capable of grasping the very sun and moon or shattering the stars. The name Dao Xing Tianzun suggests his accomplishments in the realm of primordial spirit and magical power. However, this is misleading. In truth, it refers to his unparalleled mastery of physical prowess. After all, who would dare to claim the title of Dao Xing Tianzun without such merit, if not for this distinction? Guangxingzi would undoubtedly harbor discontent, as he, a prominent disciple of the Chan sect, would not even dare to claim such a title in the realm of magical power. A mere newly initiated disciple at the golden immortal level could not presume to claim superiority in the domain of primordial spirit and magical power. Such a notion was plainly absurd. The foundation of Dao Xing Tian Zun's prowess lay in an exceptionally resilient essence of mixed Yuan silver jade. This rare material, a treasure of heaven and earth, is exceedingly difficult to gain consciousness and manifest into existence. It requires the perfect convergence of timing, location, and human factors. However, once mixed Yuan silver jade attains consciousness and takes form, the innate Tao embryo it produces bestows upon it extraordinary physical prowess. Even ordinary mixed Yuan silver jade, once manifested, possesses formidable physical capabilities, let alone the unparalleled essence of mixed Yuan silver jade embodied by Dao Xing Tianzun. Upon his emergence, after coalescing the innate Tao embryo, he possessed an extraordinary physique known as the mixed Yuan silver jade glazed body. Coupled with his cultivation of the 8-9 profound art, a method for achieving sanctity through the physical body, Dao Xing Tianzun's true form became exceptionally formidable. Not to mention the golden immortal level of magical power. Merely relying on his physical resilience, Dao Xing Tianzun was terrifyingly powerful among his peers. When Dao Xing Tianzun fully manifested his mixed Yuan silver jade glazed body, his aura became overwhelmingly formidable. In stark contrast, Tong Ling remained a picture of calm, appearing as a handsome youth, showing no signs of extraordinary physical prowess. He stood placidly in place, his demeanor serene, compared to the towering figure of Dao Xing Tianzun, who radiated exceptional physical might. Tong Ling appeared almost comically outmatched, as if he would be crushed underfoot at any moment. The disciples of the Jie Sect, watching from below the stage, could not help but feel anxious for Tong Ling upon witnessing this scene. However, at that moment, Tong Ling himself remained wholly unfazed. Instead, he felt a profound sense of confidence, convinced that victory in this physical contest was assured. This confidence stemmed not from mere bravado, but from a golden attribute he possessed, the true armor of Xuanwu. True armor of Xuanwu. Golden Yu possessed defensive capabilities that surpass most of the Xuanwu race. Unless faced with extraordinarily sharp attacks, even a newly ascended Tai Golden Immortal may struggle to breach your defenses. Within the Golden Immortal realm, your defenses are second only to a select few primal beings' true forms, such as the Heavenly Turtle's true form during the Golden Immortal stage, rendering you nearly invulnerable. This true armor of Xuanwu was a newly formed attribute, resulting from the fusion of Tong Ling's previous silver attribute, Xuanwu Defense, with defensive and physical attributes dropped by numerous sea beasts during a fortuitous encounter with the Sanxiao Fairy. For instance, it included the silver attribute from a nine-tailed crocodile turtle that was originally dropped. Among the combined attributes, this true armor of Xuanwu stands as a formidable shield, surpassing most defenses in the face of Daoxing Tianzun's physical form. As thoughts swirled in his mind, the Daoxing Tianzun cautiously fixed his gaze on Tong Ling for an extended period, yet he discerned no movement from the latter, resolving within himself. He mused, "Since you choose not to attack, I shall take the initiative. With your pride swelling from winning 2 rounds, how can you neglect to swiftly employ your physical prowess? I shall defeat you in one fell swoop." With this thought in mind, Daoxing Tianzun clenched his fist and struck heavily towards Tong Ling. His enormous silver and jade fist, defined by prominent knuckles, surged forth, accompanied by a gale of explosive force. As it descended upon Tong Ling with an overwhelming might, "Tong Ling, your arrogance will be your downfall," Daoxing Tianzun bellowed, as the colossal fist collided with Tong Ling's relatively diminutive form. Under the weight of the giant fist, it appeared as though Tong Ling would be grievously injured in the next moment. This scene evoked gasps of astonishment from the disciples of the Jie Jiao beneath the Wanshan platform, some even instinctively closing their eyes, unable to bear the thought of their revered senior Tong falling from grace on the Yun Tai. The Tong Tian Jiao, Zhu felt a chill of sweat for Tong Ling. Thinking, "My dear disciple, what are you doing? You must endure." Despite the urge to intervene and rescue Tong Ling from the oncoming blow, the Tong Tian Jiao, Zhu suppressed the impulse. Tong Ling's status in his heart was of utmost significance, and he could not afford any harm that might jeopardize Tong Ling's future potential. Observing Tong Ling's lack of response, as Daoxing Tianzun's giant fist struck, the instinct to act surged within him. However, he recalled that Tong Ling was also a golden immortal. If he truly could not withstand the blow, he would surely employ his magical powers. Admittedly, such a course of action would mean conceding defeat in this contest of physical prowess. But losing was a trivial concern. Tong Ling's safety outweighed the outcome of this contest in his heart. At this moment, Daoxing Tianzun, as his fist met Tong Ling, felt no jubilation. Instead, upon contact, he sensed he had struck an incredibly hard shell, even more resilient than his own primordial silver, jade, glazed body. A sharp pain radiated from his fist, leading him to believe it had cracked upon striking Tong Ling's body. "How painful!" Daoxing Tianzun exclaimed, withdrawing his fist, from which droplets of silver blood began to fall down. It was evident that Daoxing Tianzun's strike had backfired, injuring him instead. Clutching his wounded fist, he gazed at Tong Ling, eager to discern the nature of this phenomenon. How could you be so hard? Upon closer inspection, he noted that Tong Ling's physique had transformed from its previous elegance into a robust, deep azure form, with intricate patterns appearing upon his skin. Daoxing Tianzun scrutinized the patterns and realized they resembled the shell markings of a Xuanwu. Could it be that Tong Ling embodies an existence akin to the Xuanwu? No wonder he is so formidable. Daoxing Tianzun's heart raced with realization, but soon after, he furrowed his brow, contemplating that the Xuanwu clan should not possess such extraordinary comprehension and that their magical prowess in battle was unparalleled. Could it be that a prodigy has emerged from the Xuanwu clan? Thoughts whirled in his mind as Daoxing Tianzun understood that this contest of physical prowess was becoming increasingly challenging. With Tong Ling's defensive capabilities, there was no way to find an opening. It was utterly impenetrable. Since you cannot breach my defenses and hesitate to act, it seems the time has come for me to strike. As Daoxing Tianzun ceased his assault, Tong Ling, having tested the defenses of the Xuanwu's true armor, decisively launched his own attack, with a powerful push against the ground of the Wanshan platform. He propelled himself forward like an azure meteor, hurtling toward Daoxing Tianzun. Raising his right hand, Tong Ling formed a fist, enveloped by a vivid and fearsome phantom resembling a Xuanwu beast. As he aimed to punch directly at Daoxing Tianzun's chest, in the midst of the strike, Tong Ling's right fist, shrouded by the phantom, unleashed an immeasurable shockwave, forming a colossal V-shaped assault that struck forcefully at Dao Xing Tianzun's chest. Unsurprisingly, Dao Xing Tianzun let out a pained cry as he was struck by Tong Ling's seemingly diminutive yet profoundly powerful punch. The impact sent his massive primordial silver, jade, glazed form reeling, nearly causing him to tumble from the Wanshan platform. Dao Xing Tianzun, will you concede? Upon touching down, Tong Ling firmly planted his feet upon the Wanshan platform, as he loosened his wrist and addressed the visibly strained Dao Xing Tianzun, who was struggling to sit up while clutching his chest, his complexion turning a shade of blue. Hearing Tong Ling's words, Dao Xing Tianzun gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Should he lose this round, it would signify the conclusion of the wager between the Chan and Jie sects, with the losing side being the Chan sect, who had only won one round in the 4 rounds of competition. Dao Xing Tianzun was reluctant to bear the burden of being the Chan sect's direct failure. However, it seemed he had no viable options, gazing at Tong Ling, who approached with deliberate steps. Casually loosening his wrist as though he had not yet fully warmed up, Dao Xing Tianzun's eyes reflected a hint of despair. Meanwhile, beneath the Wanshan platform, the disciples of the Jie Jiao erupted in astonishment. Casting wide-eyed glances at Tong Ling, is Tong Shixiang's physique truly this strong? Is he even a normal being? Could it be that Tong Shixiang is the offspring of the heavenly Tao? Indeed, it seems likely. His comprehension is extraordinary, and his magical prowess in battle is terrifying. Now his physique is also so invincible. It's utterly absurd. Alas, with Tong Shixiang around, we disciples of the Jie Jiao are destined to live in his shadow, unable to shine on our own. As if without Tong Shixiang, you could shine at all. What kind of talk is that? I've made up my mind. As soon as Tong Shixiang comes down, I shall express my feelings to him. Not me. I want to bear a little Xuanwu for Tong Shixiang. Is Tong Shixiang truly a Xuanwu? He doesn't quite seem like one. Nonsense. Didn't you see the Xuanwu patterns on Tong Shixiang's body? That is the very symbol of a Xuanwu. Yet I still feel it's merely similar, not exactly a Xuanwu. Never mind all that. What matters is that Tong Shixiang is formidable. Wasn't my senior brother's true form a 7th grade Sword Lotus? Why does his physique now resemble the true form of a Xuanwu? Bai Xiao gazed at Tong Ling's azure physique, her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired of Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao. It is indeed a 7th grade Sword Lotus. The true patterns on my senior brother's body merely resemble Xuanwu patterns. The T must be some form of combat technique he has cultivated, but I never expected his physique to be so powerful. Yin Xiao explained, his gaze fixed on Tong Ling's senior brother is truly impressive. I wonder what kind of female beings will be worthy of being his partner. The fairy of colorful clouds gazed at Tong Ling, who was poised to secure victory for the Jie Jiao in the wager, and suddenly could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing the fairy's words, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao each had different reactions. Yun Xiao silently pursed her lips, her crystalline ears tinged with a faint flush. Qiong Xiao's exquisitely beautiful face revealed a hint of shyness as she gazed dazedly at Tong Ling on the Wanshan platform. Bai Xiao's delicate features broke into a smile, a glimmer of bashfulness in her eyes as she confidently declared, I believe I am definitely worthy. Perhaps senior brother likes me. Upon hearing this, both Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao frowned, with Qiong Xiao covering Bai Xiao's mouth and admonishing, Are you not ashamed? Saying such things in public. Besides, I believe senior brother sees you as a little sister. Don't get the wrong idea. Nah, he definitely. MMPH, sister, let go of me. Bai Xiao struggled vigorously, but Qiong Xiao chuckled and held on. Nearby, Yin Xiao watched this exchange, stifling a laugh behind her hand. The fairy of colorful clouds observed the playful banter between Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. A trace of envy in her eyes. Does sister Bai Xiao have feelings for Tong Shixiang? If it were sister Bai Xiao, perhaps Tong Shixiang would be moved. Thoughts flickered through the mind, and the ethereal fairy, Kaiyun, suddenly felt an inexplicable bitterness within her heart. Yin Zhongxian Luoxian gazed expectantly at Tong Ling, hoping that his esteemed senior brother, Tong Ling, would once again utter a few words of immortal wisdom to enrich his personal collection of Tong Ling's cherished quotes. Erudite Jingguang Xian had entirely relinquished any thoughts of opposing Tong Ling. Meanwhile, within the Chan teaching faction, Guang Chengzi, Sihong Daoren, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan gazed at Tong Ling and Daoxing Tianzuan upon the 10,000 Immortals platform. Their eyes filled with reluctance and sighs. Guang Chengzi remarked, "Alas, junior sister and junior brother, in this duel, it appears we, the Chan teaching, have lost, defeated by none other than Tong Ling alone." Qingshu Dao Jinjuan felt a profound bitterness, for he had not yet taken the stage, and the duel had already concluded. Sihong Daoren, who had completely recovered his energy, watched as Tong Ling approached Daoxing Tianzuan step by step, understanding the latter's predicament, while simultaneously feeling an overwhelming sense of fear and admiration for Tong Ling, a fear and adoration that seemed insurmountable. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly fear Tong Ling, let alone admire him? I shall defeat him with my divine powers next time and humiliate him thoroughly. Sihong Daoren encouraged himself, striving to sever the thoughts of fear and admiration for Tong Ling from his mind. Yet, once the seeds of emotion had been sown, how could they be entirely eradicated? They would inevitably resurface in the future. Upon the cloud platform, Tong Tian Jiaozhu wore a beaming smile, utterly at ease. His gaze upon Tong Ling grew increasingly filled with satisfaction and joy. Turning to his brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun, he said, "Dear brother, it seems I am most likely to win this duel. What say you?" Yuan Shi Tianzun, upon hearing this, fell silent, his eyes fixed on the scene upon the 10,000 Immortals platform, lost in thought and offering no response. Observing this, Tong Tian Jiaozhu did not press further, instead directing his attention back to the unfolding events on the platform. There, Tong Ling was poised to claim victory in this contest of physical prowess. Should he win this round, it would mark his third consecutive victory, securing the triumph of Jie Jiao in this bet, or rather, ensuring Tong Tian Jiaozhu's victory over Yu Qing Sheng Run, Yuan Shi Tianzun, in the grand wager they had once established. Will you not concede, Daoxing Tianzuan? Otherwise, I shall send you flying from the 10,000 Immortals platform with a single punch, and your dignity shall be lost. Tong Ling smiled, gazing at Daoxing Tianzuan, who lay half-reclined at the edge of the platform, unable to rise after being struck by his punch. "Alas, my friend Tong Ling, do proceed," Daoxing Tianzuan sighed. Addressing Tong Ling, how could he possibly admit defeat? Not only was it impossible, but he also intended to scold Tong Ling fiercely. "Tong Ling, it is only because of you that our Jie Jiao can achieve victory in this duel. Without you, the outcome would be uncertain, and we would most likely lose. However, fret not. In the future, our Chan teaching may yet give rise to new disciples who could rival or even surpass you. Just you wait, for one day, you shall taste the bitterness of failure and despair as we do at this moment." Daoxing Tianzuan spoke with a profound gaze and unwavering tone. Tong Ling remained silent for a moment before breaking into a soft smile. Clenching his fist, he struck forward with tremendous force, sending Daoxing Tianzuan's massive form, spanning thousands of feet, flying off the 10,000 Immortals platform. Retracting his fist, he regarded the still-falling figure of Daoxing Tianzuan and the Chan teaching disciples, including Guang Chengzi, who prepared to catch him. Tong Ling spoke in a calm voice. "Daoxing Tianzuan, you speak wisely. Throughout the ages, celestial beings emerge, each leading their own grandeur for countless years. Who can truly say that your Chan teaching will not produce a prodigious talent in the future? Yet even so, what significance does that hold? Today, in front of you esteemed disciples of the Chan teaching, I dare to declare this. Not just your Chan teaching, but any being in this vast cosmos that lags behind me, or that I have surpassed, shall forever lack the opportunity to transcend me. Tong Ling, they can only gaze at my back from afar. I shall grant them time to chase after me until they can no longer keep up." As his words echoed, the hall fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. All disciples of the Chan and Jie sects stared in astonishment at the confident and domineering figure upon the 10,000 Immortals platform. What immense confidence and spirit could compel one to utter such declarations? After a long pause, a sudden burst of laughter erupted. Tong Tian Jiaozhu sprang to his feet, laughing heartily, expressing his elation and exhilaration. How many years had it been? Aside from the time at Zhixiao Palace when he listened to the Tao and achieved sainthood, had Tong Tianjiao Zhu ever experienced such joy? His beloved disciple, Tong Ling, had become the apple of his eye. What a statement! I shall grant them time to chase after me until they can no longer keep up. Tong Ling, my disciple, I perceive within you the potential of a Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. In his excitement, Tong Tianjiao Zhu could not help but voice this thought aloud. Unlike the prior silent speculations between Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu, a revered saint of the cosmos now openly proclaimed that a being possessed the stature of a Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. Such a realm, in the entirety of the primordial cosmos, aside from the well-known Yangmei Laozu, only 7 beings have reached or could rival this pinnacle, namely, the 6 saints of heaven and their master, Hongjun Daozu. This illustrates the arduous journey to attain such a state, nearly impossible to achieve. Yet Tong Tianjiao Zhu boldly declared before all that Tong Ling possessed the essence of a Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. Should Tong Ling fail to attain this status in the future, it would be Tong Tianjiao Zhu who would face the humiliation. Setting aside his own dignity, this high-ranking saint clearly held immense hope for Tong Ling. With Tong Tianjiao Zhu's proclamation, the gazes of the disciples of the Chan and Jie Sects towards Tong Ling shifted dramatically. Many Jie Sect disciples now looked at Tong Ling with a hint of fervor. On the cloud platform, Yuan Shi Tianzun was equally astonished by Tong Tianjiao Zhu's words. Brother, you remain as ever, shining brightly. With such a statement, your disciple will no longer be able to maintain a low profile in the primordial realm. On the 10,000 Immortals platform, Tong Ling, having finished his display of bravado, contemplated clocking out once Tong Tianjiao Zhu rewarded him. However, he never anticipated such an unexpected turn. My disciple Tong Ling possesses the essence of a Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian? For reasons unknown, upon hearing this phrase from Tong Tianjiao Zhu, Tong Ling was inexplicably reminded of a long-lost acquaintance, Tong Gu, whose demise had been quite tragic. Master, if I would meet an untimely end in the future, you bear no less than 90% of the responsibility. Gazing at the jubilant Tong Tianjiao Zhu upon the cloud platform, Tong Ling's eyes glimmered, yet he found himself powerless against the saintly figure. After all, he was the greatest pillar of support. What could one do when a supreme saint praises you? Could he possibly refuse? He could only accept this moment, as the duel between the Chan and Jie Sects came to a close. Tong Tianjiao Zhu lifted the barriers that had separated the platform from the audience below. Previously, due to the existence of these barriers, those below could see the happenings on the platform, while those above could not behold the scene below, ensuring that the combatants remained focused and undistracted. Now that the barriers were lifted, the earth-shattering cheers filled Tong Ling's ears, with shouts of Senior Brother Tong Ling or Fifth Senior Brother resonating throughout. Naturally, there were also various fervent exclamations from his admirers. Tong Ling, I want to bear your little Xuan Wu. Tong Ling, do you need a partner? Fifth Senior Brother, I wish to be your little brother, future Hunyuan Daoyuo. Fifth Senior Brother, and so forth. Tong Ling couldn't help but privately lament. Having traversed to the primordial realm, he was enjoying a taste of the treatment akin to a top celebrity from his previous life. Not paying attention to the other disciples, Tong Ling's gaze fell upon the 3 Xiaos and Kai Yun. Discovering them both looking at him with excitement, their faces adorned with smiles. Even Bai Xiao was bouncing towards him, her hands outstretched in a gesture of embrace, clearly seeking a hug. Tong Ling returned their radiant smiles. Suddenly, he noticed to the far left, beside Yin Xiao, stood a strikingly beautiful fairy, who was also waving at him with an expression of joy and excitement. A mere glance revealed it to be the Gu Ling's Saint Mother, who had accompanied him to the Tianqing Xiange clan. 4th Senior Sister has returned? How wonderful! A thought crossed Tong Ling's mind, and with a smile in his eyes, he nodded toward the Gu Ling's Saint Mother, planning to inquire whether she had avenged her fallen Xiange kin at the hands of the demon race. There remains the promise made by the esteemed sister Gei Ling on that day. Once again, the 5 fairies of the 3 Xiaos waved their hands, and the voice of the master of Tongtian echoed from the cloud platform, instantly bringing silence to the hall of 10,000 immortals, compelling Tong Ling to stand upright and face the cloud platform with poise. Very well, you may all be quiet now. Tong Ling, my good disciple. Since you have once again emerged victorious in the contest of physical prowess, the reward for your triumph shall naturally be forthcoming. This is the method for the transplantation and cultivation of the mid-grade innate spiritual root, the Xian Huang Fire Spirit Peach, found within the spiritual plant cave of our sect. When the time comes, I shall inform the disciple guarding the cave, and it shall be bestowed upon you, allowing you to transplant it to your own celestial island. Upon finishing his words, the master of Tong Tian waved his hand, casting a beam of emerald holy light towards Tong Ling, as the holy light merged into his body. Tong Ling's mind was immediately enriched with information pertaining to the Xian Huang Fire Spirit Peach and its transplantation techniques. Disciple expresses deep gratitude for the master's bestowal. After absorbing the relevant information, Tong Ling bowed deeply to the master of Tong Tian. He then bowed again to the Yuanshi Tianzuan on the opposite side of the cloud platform. And finally, amidst the eager anticipation of the disciples of the Jie Sect, he gracefully descended from the hall of 10,000 immortals to stand beside the three Shao's fairies. I could see that moment. The three Shao's fairy, the Cayenne fairy, and the Holy Mother Gei Ling exuded a formidable aura, intimidating the surrounding enthusiastic Jie Sect disciples who were eager to rush towards the descending Tong Ling. Oh, you dare approach my senior brother. Do you believe I cannot keep you grounded for a millennium? Bai Xiao, with hands on her hips, cast a fierce glare at the approaching Jie Sect disciples, particularly at those female disciples of striking beauty. Humph! Yun Xiao snorted coldly, releasing the pressure of a late-stage Daluo Jingxin. Instantly, among the encroaching Jie Sect disciples, those lacking sufficient cultivation emitted muffled groans, retreating with pale faces, their eyes filled with fear as they glanced at Yun Xiao, ultimately regaining their composure. As for those with adequate cultivation, they too felt a jolt of trepidation, their eyes filled with hesitation while simultaneously looking at Tong Ling with excitement. Clearly, they were caught in a dilemma between retreating and advancing. Observing this scene, Tong Ling smiled at the fervent disciples, saying, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, I have just finished competing and am now quite fatigued. I wish to take a moment to rest, that I in the future. Should time permit, I would love to engage in a thorough discussion with all of you. For now, I kindly ask you to return." Upon hearing Tong Ling's words, the enthusiastic disciples gradually dispersed, reluctant to linger any longer. In the end, only one disciple remained, clad entirely in crimson, with a third eye on his forehead, resembling a fiery deity. This was Yin Zhongxian Luo Xian. After recording Tong Ling's recent remark, I grant them time to chase until they can no longer reach me. Luo Xian's heart surged with excitement. Upon witnessing Tong Ling descend from the Hall of 10,000 Immortals, he could not help but approach, his heart brimming with anticipation and reverence, eager to converse with the idol he had recently come to admire. However, as he heard Tong Ling speak, he hesitated, torn between wanting to approach and wanting to retreat. If he did not approach, he feared Tong Ling might think poorly of him. Yet if he left, he felt an unwillingness to part. The Cayenne fairy, noticing Luo Xian's indecisiveness, furrowed her brow and said, "Luo Xian, you arrogant fellow, what brings you here? Are you seeking to provoke my fifth senior brother? I advise you not to overestimate your capabilities. It would be best for you to depart promptly." The Cayenne fairy held a poor impression of Luo Xian, and upon seeing him, she immediately assumed he was there to stir trouble. "Nay, nay, how could I dare? I am unworthy to provoke senior brother Tong. Cayenne, you misunderstand me." Hearing the Cayenne fairy's accusation, Luo Xian panicked, waving his hands frantically, his three eyes betraying his flustered state. "Then what is your purpose?" The Cayenne fairy regarded Luo Xian, who appeared quite different from her previous impressions, with a hint of confusion. Yet, she could tell that he did not seem to be there to provoke senior brother Tong. "Behold, I have meticulously recorded every word of your profound teachings. Might you take a moment to guide me? I would be eternally grateful." Luo Xian, upon hearing the Cayenne fairy's inquiry, immediately expressed his intentions. His heart racing with excitement as he approached Tong Ling, producing a crimson jade slip from his robe, presenting it with both hands in a respectful bow. Tong Ling regarded the fiery disciple with curiosity. sensing that this once proud, fiery immortal did not seem so arrogant after all. The manner in which he presented the item resembled that of a devotee approaching a revered idol or leader. Tong Ling could not discern whether it was merely his illusion that a glance at the red jade slip revealed the words Tong Ling's quotations engraved upon it, confirming that Luo Xian indeed held him in high regard. Even compiling his sayings. Although Tong Ling found himself at a loss for words, he could not disregard such a fervent disciple eager for self-improvement. Thus, he began to engage Luo Xian in conversation, offering him some guidance on the path of cultivation. The three Shao's fairies and the other four women observed as Luo Xian nodded eagerly, his hands cradling the jade slip inscribed with Tong Ling's quotations. As though he were absorbing invaluable knowledge, they exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless at the sight. Meanwhile, atop the cloud platform, the master of Tongtian was conversing with Yuanshi Tianzuan. Brother, should you awaken your disciple who is still comprehending the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation? The master of Tongtian glanced at the jade Dingjinren, currently in a separate parallel space, undisturbed by the subsequent contests. Hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed softly, turning his gaze towards the meditative jade Dingjinren. My disciple requires nearly a decade to grasp the secrets of the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation. Thus, let him stay as a guest at your Golden Ao Island for 10 years. During this time, we may engage in deeper discussions that I believe that a mere contest cannot determine the superiority of our respective path. To truly discern our strengths, we must deliberate thoroughly. The master of Tongtian recognized that Yuanshi Tianzuan did not wish to acknowledge the contest, nor admit defeat. This outcome was anticipated by the master of Tongtian, for had the Jie Sect triumphed, he would have acted similarly. However, during the contest, the master of Tongtian sensed Yuanshi Tianzuan's feelings of helplessness. Thus, he was not overly concerned whether Yuanshi Tianzuan would genuinely apologize or concede defeat. In a certain sense, the master of Tongtian believed that Yuanshi Tianzuan had already lost. His sighs of resignation reflected a self-justification of his own path, which he deemed superior to that of the master of Tongtian. Filled with delight, the master of Tongtian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Since you wish to discuss the Tao, I shall gladly oblige." Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Below the hall of 10,000 immortals, Tong Ling watched as his fervent admirer Luo Xian departed, then shifted his gaze to the 5 fairies of the 3 Shaos, observing the admiration and surprise in the eyes of the Holy Mother Guiling. He approached her with a smile. "Fourth sister, when did you return? After so many centuries, have you uncovered the truth and sought justice for your fallen bloodline descendants? I returned just as you were displaying your prowess." "Dear junior brother," the Holy Mother Guiling replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth. However, upon hearing Tong Ling's latter question, her previously cheerful demeanor darkened, and she responded solemnly, "I have indeed uncovered the truth. It is all the doing of that demonic race. They are preparing to forge a devastating weapon aimed at the witch clan, known as the Slaughter Witch Sword, which requires several components for its creation. One of these is the blood of the 5 spirits, necessitating the collection of the essence blood from those endowed with exceptional talents among the 5 spirits. Alas, my Xianjin descendant, being the Xian Wu among the 5 spirits and possessing extraordinary gifts, has become their target." As she spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the Holy Mother Guiling's eyes, wishing to strike against the demonic race's heavenly court. Yet, the mere thought of the current overwhelming might of the demonic race filled her with a sense of powerlessness. Tong Ling, upon hearing her words, felt a stirring in his heart, his gaze narrowing as he focused intently on the 3 words that resonated within the Holy Mother Guiling's statement. Slaughter Witch Sword? The demonic race is indeed forging the Slaughter Witch Sword? In Tong Ling's mind, thoughts swirled as he contemplated the destiny of the future human race. The demon clan's endeavor to forge the Slaughter Witch Sword signified impending calamity for humanity. As the destined protagonist of the human path, the very soul of the human race was innately capable of restraining the myriad beings of the primordial world. However, it was the demon clan that first unearthed this secret, prompting them to commence the crafting of the Slaughter Witch Sword. Their intention was to utilize it against the ethereal manifestation of Pangu, which would materialize from the 12 Ancestor Witches' Grand 12 Capital Heavenly God-killing formation during the Third Great War between witches and demons. The Witch Clan eventually became aware of this secret. Yet unlike the Demon Clan, they did not seek to forge a devastating weapon against the demons using human souls. Instead, they encircled the human tribes, preventing the Demon Clan from slaughtering humanity. This was not an act of goodwill towards humans, but rather a reflection of the differing foundational philosophies of the two clans. The foundational philosophy of the Witch Clan was rooted in the 12 Capital Heavenly God-killing formation established by the 12 Ancestor Witches, with the core being the Panga manifestation summoned upon the formation's completion. Thus, the Witch Clan's foundational philosophy was clear and easily targeted. In contrast, the Demon Clan's foundational philosophy was the grand array of celestial bodies, which differed significantly from the Witch Clan as formation. That it could not be established merely with the 12 Ancestor Witches and a formation diagram. It required the collaboration of nearly the entire upper echelon of the Demon Clan, along with numerous elite demons wielding the star banners. This complex formation, while intricate, was difficult to counteract. A single strike from the Slaughter Demon Sword would result in the death of many participating demons. Yet there would still be a multitude of demons ready to take their place. In comparison, the Slaughter Witch Sword would strike at a singular, massive target, the ethereal Panga manifestation, thereby potentially causing the collapse of the 12 Capital Heavenly God-killing formation. The differing implications of the Slaughter Witch Sword and the Slaughter Demon Sword led to disparate attitudes towards humanity from the Witch and Demon clans. One sought to annihilate humanity, using their souls as the primary material for the Slaughter Witch Sword, while the other surrounded the entirety of humanity within their tribes, coexisting to prevent the Demon Clan from obtaining sufficient numbers for the creation of the Slaughter Witch Sword. Nonetheless, despite the Witch Clan's domineering nature and their harsh treatment of humanity, frequently resorting to beatings and even killings, their reputation among humans appeared relatively favorable when juxtaposed with the Demon Clan's intent to massacre large numbers of humans for their own ends. All opinions are comparative. That it was through the Demon Clan's actions that the notion of the Witch Clan's benevolence towards humanity emerged. In truth, their treatment of humanity was no different from how they treated other races. Violence and humiliation were merely routine operations. One could easily surmise that, given the Witch Clan's overbearing and combative disposition, what basis could there be for their kindness towards humanity? Humanity, as the destined protagonist of the future, may have had its fortunes divided by the Taiching Saint and the goddess Hunyuan. Yet the greatest fortune inevitably belonged to humanity itself. If I can garner goodwill from humanity during this Slaughter Witch Sword incident, and even attain a sufficiently high status among them to intertwine my fortune with that of humanity, then my future path to enlightenment will undoubtedly be greatly simplified. Furthermore, with such fortune aiding me, my endeavors in the future will be much smoother. Tongling pondered, forming a rough idea of how to ascend to a prominent position among humanity. He considered creating a written language for humanity, thus becoming their literary ancestor. This would usurp the opportunity destined for Zhangjie, but Tongling would compensate him later. Additionally, he recalled that in his past life, he was human. While seemingly disconnected from the primordial human race, he still shared the essence of humanity, thus ensuring his own safety and interests, combined with the fact that humanity was the destined protagonist of the future. Tongling was naturally inclined to offer his assistance if he could. He thought to see if he could persuade his master to intervene. With the presence of a supreme saint, it was likely that the Demon Clan would refrain from acting excessively against humanity. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, on the cloud platform, the Tongtian teacher and the Yuanshi Tianzuan concluded their decade-long philosophical discourse, declaring the dispute between the Chan and Jie sects to be at an end. The disciples of the Jie sect departed with hearts full of joy, casting glances towards Tongling, regretting their missed opportunity to converse with this extraordinary fifth senior brother. At that moment, Tongling was engaged in conversation with Daobao Daoist, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Among them was a striking young woman clad in fiery red celestial garments, Daobao's direct disciple, Hualinga, who would one day become the Holy Mother of Fire. Fifth junior brother, Since you joined our Jie Sect, this is our first meeting as fellow inner disciples. We must grow closer in the future, Daobao Daoist said warmly, regarding Tong Ling with a smile. Naturally, I shall also seek guidance from our eldest senior brother in the days to come. Tong Ling replied with a smile to the middle-aged Daoist, who had a kind demeanor. Huolinger greets fifth uncle, she said, stepping forward to respectfully bow to Tong Ling after Daobao had finished his greetings. Observing this enchanting figure adorned with a golden veil, Tong Ling gently replied, "There is no need for such formalities, Huoling disciple." Rising, Huolinger gazed at him with curious admiration. "Fifth junior brother, do not forget us elder sisters while you are busy bonding with eldest senior brother and disciple Huolinga," she teased, her eyes sparkling. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the foremost female immortal of the Jie Sect, was adorned in a pale golden celestial dress, her hair styled in a bun, exuding elegance and grace. A subtle golden pattern glimmered on her brow, while a golden and jade ornament adorned her fair neck, embodying both regal beauty and spirited vigor, a true vision of unparalleled grace. "Second sister, you jest," Tong Ling replied with a smile. "Both you and third sister possess unmatched beauty. Even if I were to overlook one, I would never forget both of you." He then bowed respectfully to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong. Recognizing them as peers, "Fifth junior brother, you are far too courteous," the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Wudong replied, their eyes sparkling with smiles. "How did you come to know fourth junior sister?" The Holy Mother of Wudong inquired, having noticed Tong Ling's close conversation with the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Dressed in azure Taoist robes, adorned with a lotus crown, and holding a whisk, the Holy Mother of Wudong exuded an elegant and gentle demeanor, reminiscent of the gentle nature of Qiong Shao among the three heavenly maidens. My acquaintance with fourth junior sister was serendipitous. After a century of instruction from our master, I ventured beyond Jineo Island in search of a celestial isle for my Taoist practice, where I encountered fourth junior sister, who was showcasing her prowess by vanquishing demons at the time. Tong Ling recounted, elaborating on his prior encounter with the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. "Indeed, the demon clan is truly overbearing," the Holy Mother of Wudong remarked, her eyes filled with indignation upon hearing his tale. Turning to the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, she declared, "If you seek justice from the demon clan, do inform me. I shall accompany you. Indeed, as your second sister, I too shall join you in confronting the demons." The Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit nodded, signifying her stance as the elder brother. The Master of Treasures naturally expressed his intention to accompany her to the realm of the demon race, aiding the Holy Mother in seeking justice. As for the three heavens fairies and the fairy of colored clouds, they had long made their positions clear, and Tong Ling was no exception. The Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit revealed a touch of gratitude in her eyes and smiled, saying, "Thank you, dear senior brothers and sisters, junior brothers and sisters. How fortunate I am, the Tortoise Spirit, to share the same sect with all of you. However, the matter of seeking revenge on the demon race must be deliberated carefully. The direct murderer of my descendant was slain by my own hand at that time, that as for the mastermind behind the scenes, the one who hunted the five spirits, acquired their blood, and orchestrated the forging of the Slaughter Witch sword. It is none other than the demon emperor of the demon race. To seek vengeance against the demon emperor Dijun, we must first persuade our revered master." At this point, the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit fell silent, and everyone understood the implications that a dignified and supreme saint would hardly be inclined to trouble the heavenly court over such a trivial matter. In the midst of the great calamity between the witch and demon races, with both factions currently at their zenith, and intertwined with the aura of immeasurable catastrophe, even a saint would be reluctant to confront them, as it could invite the disfavor of the heavenly my disciple. I wish to escort you to the palace of the azure waters, for there are matters I must bestow upon you. Do not be alarmed." Suddenly, the voice of the celestial teacher resonated in Tong Ling's mind. Feeling a stir in his heart, Tong Ling explained the situation to the three heavens fairy and the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit. And then he was enveloped in a radiant green light, vanishing from sight. Deep within Golden Ao Island, at the Palace of the Azure Waters, Tong Ling gazed at the celestial teacher, who was seated on a cloud platform. Smiling down at him, he bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to my revered master." The celestial teacher nodded in acknowledgement. Without further delay, he waved his hand, summoning 3 innate spiritual treasures that materialized from thin air, each emanating a powerful and indomitable aura. As Tong Ling sensed the energy radiating from the treasures, he discovered that each one surpassed the 9 dragons cauldron previously bestowed upon him by the celestial teacher. Realizing something, Tong Ling turned to the celestial teacher with an expression of eager surprise. The celestial teacher smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, these 3 treasures are all of superior innate quality, or higher. Point 2 of them are superior innate treasures imbued with 36 innate prohibitions, while one is a top-tier innate treasure containing 43 innate prohibitions. Master, is this not an abundance of gifts?" Tong Ling hesitated, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the treasures before him, prompting the celestial teacher to mockingly chide him. "You rascal! What? Do you fear that I would deceive you? Take them with gratitude. I possess many treasures and am not lacking in these few. The more powerful you become, the more at ease I will be." "Master," Tong Ling was momentarily at a loss for words, his heart swelling with increased gratitude and reverence for the celestial teacher. "Enough of this coyness. You are not like this when you defeated the 3 disciples of the Jie Sect. Back then, my good disciple, you were spirited and confident, eloquently expressing yourself, that I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind now." The celestial teacher reminisced fondly about the recent contest between the Chan and Jie teachings. Feeling quite content, he recalled Tong Ling's domineering confidence and impassioned words while defeating the disciples of the Taoist celestial sovereign, unable to suppress a chuckle that, "This is all thanks to my master's nurturing." Tong Ling seized the opportunity to flatter. You. The celestial teacher laughed heartily, pointing at Tong Ling. "Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall escort you out. I have a discussion to attend with your Grandmaster Yuan regarding the paths of the Chan and Jie teachings. Then I shall preemptively wish my revered master victory, so that you may overpower your Grandmaster in the discussion, allowing our Jie Sect's path to surpass that of the Chan Sect." Tong Ling bowed deeply to the celestial teacher, offering his congratulations. "Indeed, my good disciple, your eloquence continues to blossom." The celestial teacher's eyes sparkled with amusement, just as he was about to lead Tong Ling out of the palace of the Azure Waters. Tong Ling hesitated and spoke up. "Master, there is indeed a matter on which I wish to seek your assistance." "Speak, my good disciple. I am all ears." The celestial teacher paused his actions, regarding Tong Ling with curious eyes. "Revered master, it is as follows. After spending a century learning at your side, upon your sending me from Golden Ao Island, I sought a celestial island nearby to establish my own sanctuary, only to fortuitously encounter Sister Tortoise Spirit, that I witnessed the Tortoise Spirit's descendant, the Xiangge, slain by the demon race. Subsequently, the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit ventured into the Tianqing Xianggue clan to uncover the truth, seeking justice for her bloodline. She only recently returned, bringing news of the demon race's collection of 5 spirits' blood to forge the slaughter witch sword. The demon race? The celestial teacher furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He felt no stir of emotion regarding the death of the Tortoise Spirit's descendant. Had the demon race slain the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit, he would undoubtedly storm the heavenly court with the 4 swords of extermination to confront the peak of the demon race's Zhou Tian star array. However, since it was merely the descendant of the Holy Mother who had been killed, the celestial teacher remained indifferent. Beneath the saint, all are but ants, unless someone with a karma connection to a saint encounters misfortune. The supreme saint would scarcely deign to take notice that, "My good disciple, your mention of this matter and your request for my assistance. Could it be that the Tortoise Spirit has implored you to seek revenge for her bloodline's descendant?" The celestial teacher regarded Tong Ling with a knowing smile. Should Tong Ling voice such a request, he would undoubtedly take action. At the very least, he would slay a few demon gods to demonstrate his stance. Though such actions would weaken the demon race, posing a slight hindrance to the unfolding calamity and incurring the heavenly Tao's displeasure, the celestial teacher deemed this minor consequence insignificant compared to Tong Ling's initial request. With a small portion of merit preserved over time, he could easily offset any disfavor from the heavenly Tao. However, While the celestial teacher would act should Tong Ling speak up, it would become increasingly difficult for Tong Ling to solicit the help of his saintly master in the future. Or rather, it would not be difficult per se. The celestial teacher would still assist. Yet, Tong Ling's standing in the celestial teacher's eyes might diminish. After all, what kind of disciple consistently seeks their master's aid? How tiresome! Even if this disciple were held in high regard, it would still provoke annoyance and raise doubts about their problem-solving abilities. Upon hearing the celestial teacher's inquiry, Tong Ling promptly replied, "Revered Master, Sister Tortoise Spirit did not request me to approach you. My intent in recounting this matter is not solely about the Tortoise Spirit's descendant being slain by the demon race, but rather concerning the slaughter witch sword that the demon race intends to forge." The slaughter witch sword? The celestial teacher paused, realizing he had misunderstood Tong Ling's intent. He then inquired, "My good disciple, what connection do you have to this slaughter witch sword that warrants your first request for my assistance? Its name suggests it targets the witch race, does it not? Is there someone among the 5 spirits that you hold dear?" "Not at all related to the 5 spirits." Tong Ling shook his head, continuing, "It pertains to the human race." The human race. The celestial teacher was taken aback once more, perplexed by how the matter became entwined with the seemingly unrelated human race. But he chuckled, "My good disciple, you ought to unveil the entire story at once instead of leaving it shrouded in mystery. Revered Master, you might not be aware, but the primary material for the slaughter witch sword forged by the demon race is the souls of the human race. My earlier request for your assistance was to aid the humans that I wish for you to manifest and intimidate the demon race, allowing me to protect the humans in your name, of course. If you could bestow upon me a few more formidable life-preserving artifacts, I would be even more grateful," Tong Ling concluded, sheepishly rubbing his nose, feeling somewhat guilty for making such demands. Upon hearing Tong Ling's words, the celestial teacher replied, "Ah, the human race. I happen to know that they reside near the eastern shores that it was originally created by the esteemed Hunyuan, and now it merely exists as one of the countless ordinary races within the vast wilderness. My dear disciple, why do you suddenly seek my protection for the human race? This race bears no relation to you, does it? You are a descendant of the sword lotus and not of the human lineage." The Tongtian teacher harbored no particular feelings towards the currently feeble human race. His awareness of them stemmed solely from the teachings established by his elder brother and the creator of a human race, Hunyuan. Concurrently, he did not inquire why Tong Ling knew that the souls of the human race were the primary material for forging the slaughter witch sword, assuming it was the turtle spirit Saint Mother who had imparted this knowledge to him. In truth, the turtle spirit Saint Mother was unaware of this matter. It was knowledge that Tong Ling possessed due to memories from his previous life. Upon hearing the Tongtian teacher's question, Tong Ling solemnly replied, "Master, I indeed have no connection with this human race. However, if I were to assert that this race is destined to be the protagonist of the heavenly land in the future, would you not consider it worthy of protection?" The protagonist of the heavenly land. The Tongtian teacher was momentarily taken aback by Tong Ling's words, then smiled gently and said, "My dear disciple, you have only just ascended to the golden, immortal realm, and you have yet to grasp the flow of the laws of the universe. What basis do you have to predict the future protagonist of the heavenly land?" With a soft chuckle, the Tongtian teacher dismissed Tong Ling's musings as mere flights of fancy. Nevertheless, he chose not to press further and decided to grant Tong Ling's request. Tong Ling was a disciple he held in high regard, and this was his first request for assistance. As long as the Tongtian teacher did not perceive it as a troublesome matter, he would acquiesce. The mere act of providing protection to the human race was trivial for one of his stature as a supreme sage. If he were incapable of even that, it would be a disgrace to his title. "Very well, my dear disciple, you need not say more. I shall grant your request," declared the Tongtian teacher decisively. Tong Ling had intended to say a few more words to persuade the Tongtian teacher, but to his surprise, the Tongtian teacher had already acquiesced. Overjoyed, he bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Master." "Indeed," the Tongtian teacher nodded. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his proof of enlightenment, the Qingping sword, placing it alongside the 3 other innate spiritual treasures suspended in the void. Pointing to the Qingping sword, he said, "Disciple, this is my proof of enlightenment, the Qingping sword, and it also symbolizes the next leader of the Jie Sect, that I had originally planned to bestow this sword upon you after you had enhanced your cultivation and faced more trials, thus establishing your identity as the vice leader of our sect. However, since you intend to protect the human race, I shall grant you the Qingping sword in advance, as long as you possess this sword. It is tantamount to having a part of my essence with you. Unless you encounter the direct intervention of other sages or the formidable formations of the witch and demon races. Should you find yourself in dire peril, simply summon this sword, and it will ensure your safety. However, for ordinary dangers, you must rely on your own strength. Otherwise, forming a dependency would be detrimental to your future development. With that, the Tongtian teacher waved his hand, and the 4 exceptional treasures flew towards Tong Ling. He quickly received them, marveling at the 2 swords, a garment, and a lock in his arms, feeling immensely grateful for the Tongtian teacher's generosity. Thus, as his disciple, he was resolute in not disappointing the expectations of his master. He was determined to achieve the Tao of the Primordial Supreme Golden Immortal in the future, after storing the 4 treasures. Tong Ling planned to study them further upon returning to the Hunyuan's primordial palace, and respectfully took his leave from the Tongtian teacher. The Tongtian teacher waved him off, and, after a whirl of heavenly winds, Tong Ling found himself back in the Hall of 10,000 Immortals. This moment, aside from the 3 heavens fairies, the turtle spirit Saint Mother, and the colorful cloud fairy, the others had already taken their leave. Upon seeing Tong Ling's return, the 5 women curiously inquired about what the sage master had wanted with him. Tong Ling did not conceal anything and directly informed them of the treasures bestowed upon him by the Tongtian teacher. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the human race or the Qingping sword, not out of distrust, but to minimize the risk of exposure. He did not wish for the demon race to learn of his intentions to protect the human race before he even arrived, as it could lead them to alter their plans, or perhaps even exterminate the human race in advance. Present. The witch race remained oblivious to the secrets surrounding the souls of the human race and had yet to encircle them, living alongside them. After expressing their admiration for Tong Ling, the women accompanied him to the spirit plant cave heaven to claim the reward of the Xian Huang fire spirit peach tree for winning the physique competition. They then flew together towards Tong Ling's dojo, the Hunyuan island. They soared on clouds. Tong Ling flew side by side with the 3 heavens fairies, gazing at the mystical beast traversing the sea of clouds. His mind swirling with thoughts, various plans for the near future began to unfold in his mind. Once he organized his thoughts, it would be time to head to the human territory by the Eastern Sea. Now, with the cultivation of a golden immortal, although still at a level deemed insignificant within the vast wilderness, he possessed the life-preserving means bestowed by his master and no longer needed to fear the dangers that lay ahead. Besides protecting the human race, there were also opportunities he knew of from his past life that he could strive to attain, such as the falling treasure coins of Wui Mountain and the innate spiritual root. The mother tree of Dahong, these thoughts swirled. The Hunyuan island came into view, and Tong Ling addressed the women. Allow me to treat you all today, my esteemed senior sister and 4 junior sisters. Additionally, senior sister Turtle Spirit, I have yet to forget the opportunity you promised me. May I inquire what it entails? Of course, replied the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. Nodding, I had intended to explain it to you shortly. Since you have asked, I will tell you directly. During one of my travels in a certain part of the Eastern Sea, I discovered a wondrous secret realm filled with many mysteries. However, without a certain level of insight, it is impossible to comprehend its secrets. My embarrassment. Although I've always considered myself exceptionally perceptive, I could only grasp the first layer of the mysteries within that secret realm, achieving a certain divine ability known as the water source sky canopy. Yet, from what I could sense, that secret realm likely contains no less than 500 layers. I thought to myself that with your extraordinary insight, if you were to visit that realm, you would surely be able to comprehend many layers. As the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother finished speaking, Bai Zhao's soft voice chimed in. 4 senior sister, why do you only refer to him as 5th senior brother? What about us 3 sisters? How biased. Bai Zhao haughtily tossed her head aside, provoking a knowing smile from the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, who covered her mouth in amusement and embraced Bai Zhao, saying, how could I not call upon you? My extraordinary junior sisters, we shall go together. However, she noted that the wondrous secret realm would not appear just yet, likely requiring several Yuan meetings before it manifested. Upon hearing this, Tong Ling and the others shared a faint smile. Later, upon reaching the Primordial Palace, Tong Ling took out some self-brewed spiritual wine, gathered some spiritual fruits, and prepared a few dishes from his past life, reimagined in a prehistoric style to host the women. The banquet was delightful, filled with lively conversation. Once the feast concluded and the women departed, Tong Ling tidied up briefly. Then, with a gleam of joy in his eyes, he retrieved the rewards he had gained from the competition between the Chan and Jie Sects. The exquisite Nine-Dragon Cauldron, an innate spiritual treasure containing 30 innate spiritual prohibitions, a 9-revolution golden pill, and the Hunyuan fire spirit peach tree. He also received the 4 innate spiritual treasures bestowed upon him by the Tongtian teacher, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Chuanqin lock, the esteemed innate spiritual treasure, the pure June divine sword, and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Suxian white lotus robe. Tong Ling first ventured to the Jade Pot Immortal Island. Selecting a valley rich in spiritual energy and adhering to the transplantation cultivation method imparted by the Celestial Master, he planted the Xianhuang fire spirit peach tree. The peaches borne by this tree encapsulate the primordial essence of both the fire and earth attributes, thus addressing the deficiencies of fire and earth in Tong Ling's foundation. Once these deficiencies are remedied, Tong Ling shall undergo a metamorphosis into the 5-element sword lotus. Upon completing the planting, he set up a grand concealment array in the valley and returned to the Hunyuan palace to attend to the various innate spiritual treasures. Without further ado, he began the process of refinement. With his golden immortal cultivation, he could refine the 12 innate spiritual prohibitions within the innate spiritual treasures. The refining of the 9-dragon cauldron consumed Tong Ling a decade. The crafting of the pure June divine sword and the Su Xian white lotus robe took him 30 years. The refinement of the heart-piercing lock lasted 45 years, while the final crafting of the Qingping sword took nearly a century. In total, this amassed close to 200 years in a previous life. Tong Ling might have lamented the passage of time. Yet now, in the primordial chaos, he felt not a hint of turbulence within. Seated upon his cloud bed, he sensed the connection with the spiritual treasures through his true spirit, and a smile graced his eyes. With this grand, alchemical refinement of spiritual treasures, he had effectively armed himself to the teeth, and there remained several inferior innate spiritual treasures bestowed by his master for temporary use. With a mere thought, Tong Ling summoned 3 treasures that now floated before him. Point 1 was a long sword of purple hue, shrouded in ethereal mists. Another was a glimmering white jade belt, radiating spatial ripples. The last was a short-handled whisk, aglow with golden brilliance. The purple cloud sword, the radiant sky belt, and the golden light whisk, all were inferior innate spiritual treasures, since my master has not reclaimed them. It signifies her tacit approval for my use. Tong Ling mused as he stowed away the 3 inferior innate spiritual treasures. He then cradled a large, resplendent golden elixir in his palm, the 9-turn golden pill. Its appearance was magnificent, unmistakably extraordinary. Indeed, it was remarkable. Consuming one would immediately elevate him to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Were it not for Tong Ling's lofty aspirations, had he chosen to recline in comfort, he could have used this 9-turn golden pill to ascend directly to the pinnacle of immortality. The subsequent stages of Quasi-Saint and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal would be of no concern to one who chose to remain idle. If not for achieving the Great Luo Dao fruit, it can only serve to enhance my magical power. With this thought, Tong Ling swallowed the 9-turn golden pill whole, sensing the elixir's intent to assist his golden immortal Dao fruit in transforming into that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Tong Ling hastily intervened that he then underwent a complete refinement, converting it into boundless, rich magical power, which he stored within himself. This magical power he could not digest immediately, so he would keep it within, gradually refining it over time. As time elapsed, his stored magical power would gradually be assimilated, resulting in a greater reservoir of magical energy at the same realm. Furthermore, when engaging in battles with beings of the same level. Having this stored magical power would prove invaluable, allowing him to fight without the need to recuperate. After reaping the benefits of his endeavors, Tong Ling prepared to set forth to the realm of humanity. He did not intend to summon the three Shaos and others to accompany him, for this journey was not for leisure, but rather to provide protection for the human race, with the Qingping sword bestowed by his master and his own presence. That sufficed. Any additional companions might introduce unforeseen variables. However, attuned to the magical waves emanating from outside the Hunyuan palace, Tong Ling understood that it was the three Shaos sending him messages that he merely awaited the moment he would emerge to greet them. Rising to his feet, Tong Ling took a single step and found himself outside the Hunyuan palace, clad in the Su Xian white lotus robe and adorned with the radiant sky belt. His already handsome visage appeared even more ethereal as he stood upon the clouds. He absorbed the celestial messages floating around him. Instantly, melodious voices resounded, most of which belonged to Bai Zhao's dulcet tones. With a few from the Turtle Spirit Matriarch, the Turtle Spirit Matriarch had returned to her own domain, inviting Tong Ling to visit when time permitted. She also proposed that when that mysterious secret realm reopened, they would explore it together with Tong Ling, Kai Yun, and the three Shaos. That a handful of messages came from Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Kai Yun, all inquiring about when he would emerge. After receiving the messages from the Celestial Maidens, Tong Ling smiled lightly, stepping upon the clouds as he leisurely made his way toward the three immortal islands. 30 years later, in the waters near Golden Turtle Island, a purple long sword cleaved through the firmament, leaving a long trace across the sky. After spending some time with the three Shaos and Kai Yun on the three immortal islands, Tong Ling informed them of his intention to venture into the sea alone for further training. Promising that they would not see him for a while, the four celestial maidens wished to accompany him, but Tong Ling explained that their presence would hinder the training effect, ultimately convincing them otherwise. Well then, I shall first visit the small island where I was born, he decided. Having joined the Jie Sect and become a direct disciple of the saint, Tong Ling had, in a sense, achieved a certain degree of success. He yearned to return to his roots and witness the place of his origin. Although that island was but an inconspicuous speck, devoid of many living beings, it held sentimental value as the starting point of his journey. As a celestial being, it had taken him nearly 2 centuries to traverse from his birthplace to Golden Turtle Island. Now, with the cultivation of a golden immortal, he returned to his natal island in just a few years. Standing upon the purple cloud sword, Tong Ling floated above the heavens, surrounded by drifting white clouds, while below him lay a shimmering sea surface. The radiant hues of dawn painted the horizon, and sea creatures meandered below, reminiscent of the time when he was but an immobile third-grade lotus flower. The scenery remained unchanged, yet he himself was no longer the same. The disparity in identity and status. Arriving at the island, Tong Ling lingered for a moment in nostalgia before departing. This place he would not likely revisit in the future. In the vast expanse of primordial time, which held little value, 1,000 years had slipped by unnoticed. On this day, at the eastern shores of the sea, within the realm of humanity, a seemingly ordinary young man clad in coarse garments entered a human tribe. This youth was none other than Tong Ling, who had slightly disguised himself. Without such a disguise, his striking appearance would have drawn undue attention. The purpose of Tong Ling's visit was to observe the transmission of knowledge among humanity, preparing to devise a written language for them. When the subsequent demon clan launched their assault on humanity, he would step forward, using the Qingping sword to shield them, thereby garnering their goodwill and facilitating the creation of their written language. The tribe where Tong Ling currently found himself was modest in size, housing merely 1,000 inhabitants, known as the Yun tribe. As he strolled leisurely through the tribe, he witnessed traders using knots tied in ropes or the count of shells to record transactions. He observed 2 men from different tribes clashing, throwing sharp stone spears at one another as a formal declaration of challenge. He also saw a youth from the tribe, continuously gesturing to express his affections toward a bashful girl. Tong Ling lingered in the Yun tribe for half a month before moving on to the next human settlement for further observation. Thus, 3 years passed, during which he gained a modicum of confidence regarding the initial creation of a written language for humanity. Perched upon a mountainside adorned with fiery red trees, Tong Ling restored his original appearance, seated upon a cloud, contemplating how to earn the trust of humanity, or rather, the trust of the three ancestors of humanity. He needed to convey the impending threat posed by the demon clan that, in truth, the optimal choice would be to wait until the demon clan officially struck before intervening to protect humanity. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Tong Ling was unaware of when the demon clan would launch their attack, should too much time pass, and the witch clan become aware of humanity's hidden secrets. Forcibly encircling them and cohabiting, his protective efforts would lose some efficacy. I shall seek out the three ancestors of humanity and have a discussion with them. Tong Ling soared upon auspicious clouds. Drifting over rivers and mountain ranges, gliding past numerous human tribes, and heading towards the ancestral hall of humanity at its heart, he made no effort to conceal his presence, boldly traversing the azure skies, drawing the gaze of many beings below, who exclaimed in awe at the sight of a celestial being and prostrated themselves in reverence. Some even beseeched Tong Ling to accept them as disciples. However, he paid them no heed, leisurely continuing his flight towards the ancestral hall, allowing time for the three ancestors of humanity to respond. With such ostentation, by the time he arrived at the ancestral hall, it was certain that the three ancestors would be aware of the divine presence approaching to 8T this moment. The human race, due to the golden elixir method passed down by the sage of Ta Ching, was not lacking in individuals skilled in the ways of immortal cultivation within their tribes. Given the innate talents of the human race and the current density of spiritual energy in the world, coupled with the relative ease of finding various rare materials for cultivation compared to later generations, a significant number of beings had already emerged who had attained the fruits of immortality. Yet, the majority were earthly immortals, with heavenly immortals being exceedingly rare, and those above true immortals even more so, but a handful remained. The three ancestors of humanity held the highest cultivation among their kind. Their achievements were bolstered by igniting the first spark of civilization, crafting the first garment, and establishing the first dwelling for humanity, which earned them vast merits in the eyes of the heavens. With the assistance of these merits, all three ancestors had reached the cultivation realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, placing them far ahead of the entire human race. Time flowed gently and gradually passed. Approximately a month later, Tong Ling arrived at the ancestral hall at that moment. The three ancestors of humanity hovered in the air, quietly awaiting his arrival. For an ordinary golden immortal, the three ancestors would certainly not have treated him with such solemnity. They might have directly suppressed him to soar through the human tribes so ostentatiously and head straight towards the core of humanity. The ancestral hall could easily be perceived as a provocation. However, among the human immortals who reported Tong Ling's cloud riding to the three ancestors, there were those well-versed in the ways of the world who recognized the jade talisman hanging from Tong Ling's waist, knowing it symbolized his status as a disciple of the sage. Thus, the three ancestors understood that a sage's disciple was arriving and dared not be negligent, appearing early to await his presence. Uncertain of the intentions behind this esteemed disciple's visit, the first ancestor of humanity, the creator of the spark of civilization, Sui Run, stood in the center and respectfully bowed to Tong Ling, a hint of a smile gracing his dignified middle-aged face as he inquired of Tong Ling with warmth and neither subservience nor arrogance. "Friend Sui Run, you are too kind. I have come with matters of great consequence concerning the survival of the human race." Tong Ling returned the bow, and as he spoke, he elicited expressions of surprise and suspicion from the three ancestors. "My friend, I respect you as a disciple of a sage, which is why I treat you with courtesy. However, if your visit is to bring misfortune upon my people, then I must ask you to return whence you came." Sui Ren's expression turned cold, and he let out a light huff. The other two, Yu Chao and Zi, also wore unfavorable expressions. Understanding the thoughts of the three ancestors, Tong Ling empathized with their perspective. If he were the ancestor of humanity and a sage's disciple boldly arrived at the ancestral hall, proclaiming that the human race was on the brink of extinction, he too would be displeased. The human race was clearly thriving. Externally, they had the Supreme Mother and the Sage of Ta Ching as their backing, and internally, the human clans were industrious, united, and flourishing, with such strength on both fronts. How could they possibly face annihilation? Was it not a curse upon the human race? Recognizing this, Tong Ling remained undeterred by the three ancestors' frosty demeanor and smiled. Esteemed friends, I do not speak with alarmist rhetoric nor seek to curse the human race. I have genuinely come to protect it. Behold this talisman of the upper purity. You should know that I am a disciple of the Jie. Oh, be candid, I am Tong Ling, one of the 5 direct disciples of the inner sect of Jie. Inner sect direct disciple. Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi were momentarily taken aback, their expressions softening considerably. They recognized the significance of being a direct disciple of such a prestigious sage. If this claim were indeed true, then the words of this Tong Ling would warrant serious consideration. Exchanging glances, the 3 ancestors deliberated before Sui Ren addressed Tong Ling. If you claim to be a direct disciple of Jie, we shall tentatively believe you. However, even so, you cannot merely invoke a curse upon our race without reason. If you do not provide an explanation, we will not make things difficult for you out of respect for your status as a sage's disciple. Yet it would be best for you not to appear in our territory again. Tong Ling refrained from further explanation, extending his hand to summon the gleaming Qingping sword, radiating with sacred might, and gestured towards the 3 ancestors, saying, Esteemed friends, do you recognize this sword, Qingping sword? Upon seeing the sheathed sacred sword in Tong Ling's hand, the 3 ancestors' eyes widened in shock, their expressions transforming as they exclaimed, The treasure of the sage of upper purity. Pray come, let us enter the ancestral hall and discuss the matters you have mentioned. After a moment, Sui Run regained his composure and, with a serious expression, bowed to the Qingping sword in Tong Ling's hand before extending an invitation to him. Yu Chao and Zi also bowed to the sacred sword in respect. This was an acknowledgement of the highest sage's power, just as in ancient times, when an envoy wielding a precious sword passed through, all who beheld it would bow in reverence. Since Tong Ling was able to present the Qingping sword, it was evident that the likelihood of him speaking falsely was minimal. The majesty of the sage inspired awe and obedience among beings. Seeing this, Tong Ling did not sheath the Qingping sword but instead flew towards the ancestral hall, holding it aloft. The 3 ancestors accompanied him, their gazes occasionally glancing at the Qingping sword, curiosity and respect evident in their eyes. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, the 3 ancestors and Tong Ling took their seats. Sui Run, with a grave expression, directly inquired, Tong Ling, you claim that our race faces a crisis of life and death. Might you elaborate on this? Yu Chao and Zi also regarded Tong Ling with heavy expressions, awaiting the words of this direct disciple of Jie. While they might not have taken his words to heart, they would undoubtedly treat the words of a sage's disciple bearing the treasure of the sage with the utmost seriousness. In response, Tong Ling succinctly explained, The matter is thus. I have a 4th senior sister named Gui Ling Shengmu. And previously, a descendant of hers was that he briefly outlined the developments, omitting certain details, including the information about the human race's souls being used as materials for the slaughter witch sword, leading the 3 ancestors to believe this news was obtained by Gui Ling Shengmu. Upon hearing Tong Ling's account, the 3 ancestors' expressions grew grave. His words were logical and substantiated, devoid of falsehood. If it were indeed true that one of the 2 dominant races in the wilderness, the demon race, intended to strike against the human race, then the human race would indeed face a catastrophic end. The mother of humanity, Hunyuan, was originally one of the 4 great sovereigns of the demon race. Now, her brother Fuxi held the esteemed title of the demon race's Shi Huang, that in such circumstances, with both sides closely linked, Hunyuan might not intervene to protect the human race against the demon race. As for the sage of Ta Qing, while he was the leader of the human religion and their fate was intertwined, that alone would only guarantee the survival of the human race. However, if the demon race sought to wipe out the majority of the human population, the sage of Ta Qing, who adhered to the principle of non-interference, might not act against the overwhelmingly powerful demon race, thereby entangling himself in the karma of calamity. Contemplating this, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi exchanged glances, seeing shock and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. If what this Tong Ling said were true, Then the human race truly stood on the brink of annihilation. The sage of Ta Ching might accept the death of a vast majority of humanity, so long as the race did not perish entirely. But for the three ancestors, how could they accept such a fate for the human race? That would be scarcely different from total extinction. It was absolutely unacceptable. Please, Tongling, save our human race. Sui Ren's expression shifted like the weather. Deep in thought, before he resolved himself, bowing deeply to Tongling and stating, "As long as you are willing to protect our human race, you may set any terms. Once we have weathered this calamity, we shall fulfill all your requests. Please, Tongling, save our human race." The nesting clan and the Zi clan rose in unison, bowing deeply to Tongling with solemn expressions and voices imbued with gravity. Observing this, Tongling understood that while the three ancestors of humanity appeared to be paying homage to him, their true reverence was directed towards the supreme sage of Shanqing, with the Qingping sword in hand. It was evident that he could articulate a portion of the will of the saints. Should Tongling choose to shelter humanity, it would signify that the exalted Tianjiao, the celestial master of Tongtian, was likewise inclined to protect the human race. With the support of the Shanqing sage, the three ancestors were assured that the impending calamity would indeed befall humanity, yet they hoped to endure it with minimal harm. Rising with a smile, Tongling graciously assisted the three ancestors, saying, "Esteemed friends, please rise. I have come specifically to aid humanity." He added candidly, "I feel an innate affinity towards humanity and cannot bear to see it suffer significant harm." The three ancestors exchanged glances, uncertain of the truth behind Tongling's words. Regardless of their veracity, it was clear that Tongling came with benevolent intentions, and they felt compelled to respond in kind. Vowing to bestow their gratitude in due course, Sui Ren, standing up, looked at Tongling with a warm smile and said, "It is our honor that you, Tongling, hold our humanity in such regard." The nesting clan and the Zi clan nodded in agreement. Tongling then addressed them. "However, my dear friends, while I harbor a genuine fondness for humanity and wish to offer my protection, I must confess that I do not seek unreciprocated assistance, that I believe you too would feel uneasy with such an arrangement. Let us do this." Tongling pondered for a moment before continuing, "Should I assist humanity in overcoming this crisis, I would like for you to agree to a request of mine afterward. Rest assured, this request will not be unreasonable. It shall prove advantageous for you and your kin. Naturally, it will also benefit me. As for the specifics, you shall learn of them once this calamity has been surmounted." With a mysterious smile, Tongling concluded. Though the three ancestors harbored confusion, they recognized that they would have to wait until the calamity had passed to discern the truth of Tongling's intentions. Noticing the perplexed expressions on Sui Ren, the nesting clan, and the Zi clan, Tongling refrained from elaborating. His desire for a promise from the three ancestors after the calamity was laden with profound implications. During this period of aiding humanity through its tribulations, Tongling could not simply await the arrival of the demon clan, but he intended to contemplate the art of character formation during this time, and, once the crisis had been averted, to establish a written language for humanity. With such a grand achievement, Tongling's status among the humans would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Yet, even with this accomplishment, relying solely on his foreign status would be insufficient for him to attain the esteemed title of the ancestor of letters among humanity. However, with the robust support of the three ancestors, everything would change. This would intertwine Tongling's fate with that of humanity, securing his position as the ancestor of letters. This was precisely why he had requested the three ancestors' promise after the calamity. With such a boon of protection for humanity, coupled with the emergence of a written language, it would be mutually beneficial for both the three ancestors and humanity. It was highly probable that they would support Tongling, a foreigner, in claiming the title of the ancestor of letters. Without such protection, it was uncertain whether the three ancestors would willingly allow a foreigner to occupy this esteemed position. After concluding their discussions, Tongling took his leave from the three ancestors, presenting Sui Ren with a jade tablet inscribed with his own spiritual mark. He instructed them to shatter the tablet should any upheaval arise within humanity, at which point he would swiftly arrive with the Qingping sword to aid them through their tribulations. As he departed, the three ancestors bid him farewell, Tong Ling ascended upon a cloud, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of elegance as he journeyed towards the distant horizon. His destination was Wui Mountain, where he sought the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure money, as well as the innate spiritual root. The mother tree, the Dahong Pao. The sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Within the verdant light barrier, a white cloud floated peacefully, accompanied by the occasional melodious calls of the Xiling birds. Gliding towards a specific direction, Tong Ling reclined upon the soft white cloud, hands clasped behind his head, his long legs elevated as he relaxed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Were it not for the ominous aura of calamity that lingered in the world, he felt certain his spirits would be entirely uplifted in moments of leisure. Tong Ling had contemplated the origins of the calamities that plagued the primordial realm and pondered whether there might be a way to eliminate them. After all, if such calamities were to recur periodically, even the most solid foundations of the primordial realm would succumb to repeated destruction. Indeed, the primordial realm had endured its share of devastation through countless calamities. Ultimately, in the later epochs of the Fengshan calamity, the clash of the five saints resulted in catastrophic battles that shattered the primordial continent into fragments, giving rise to what would be known as the Three Realms. Compared to the vastness of the primordial realm, the realms of the later epochs were hardly noteworthy, merely akin to a few larger regions of land. The calamity was a manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao, which Tong Ling could comprehend. Driven by the heavenly Tao, calamities as great forces were beyond the control of living beings. Even the saints were powerless against them. What Tong Ling could not fathom was why the heavenly Tao, a part of the primordial realm itself, would actively promote such calamities, allowing them to occur in wave after wave. If one were to follow the instinct of self-preservation, it would stand to reason that the naturally operating heavenly Tao should seek to mitigate calamities to prevent damage to the primordial realm, as any harm to the realm would inevitably affect the heavenly Tao itself, diminishing its power. From this perspective, Tong Ling found the actions of the heavenly Tao perplexing. Could it be to suppress the earthly path, he speculated, recalling various theories he had encountered in his previous life. However, he reminded himself, I am but a mere golden immortal. Why concern myself with such grand matters? One must take things step by step, savoring each bite of the meal. For now, his focus should be on leveraging his foreknowledge of the narrative to carve out advantages for himself, while relying on his aptitude for word retrieval and his extraordinary insight to enhance his potential and strength. Once he attained the status of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, he could then consider these more complex issues. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Tong Ling found contentment in swinging his legs. Breathing in the fresh air infused with spiritual essence from the primordial realm, and leisurely closing his eyes to restore his energy, below him, the white cloud glided over majestic peaks and expansive rivers, drawing ever closer to his destination, Wui Mountain. Situated in the eastern part of the primordial realm, Wui Mountain lay not far from the East Sea and even closer to its shore. Were it not for this proximity, Tong Ling would not have ventured to Wui Mountain in search of treasures during his guardianship of humanity. If the distance were too great, traversing the vastness of the primordial realm would require more than just a few hundred or thousand years. Should any upheaval occur within humanity, returning in haste would mean he might arrive too late. The white cloud floated gracefully, akin to a radiant aurora, swiftly soaring through the sky, within the verdant light barrier. Tong Ling appeared to be leisurely riding the cloud, yet from an external viewpoint, the cloud was moving at an astonishing speed, covering vast distances in the blink of an EYT a certain moment. The white cloud sailed past a towering peak, when suddenly a burst of colorful radiance shot forth, aimed directly at the cloud. A robust and boisterous voice echoed from the mountainside. Daring to traverse the peak where I, Hunyuan, reside, with a mere early golden immortal's cultivation. Truly audacious. As the voice fell, a figure exuding both dominance and grace descended upon the scene, treading upon a multicolored cloud, charging directly at the now still white cloud, intending to use sheer physical strength to obliterate the early golden immortal within. In the cloud, Tong Ling, who had been lying comfortably, felt the sudden tremors of the barrier he had set to isolate his powers. It nearly shattered, causing the cloud to sway violently, disrupting his mood entirely. What a troublesome nuisance! I must see which blind fool dares to intrude upon my leisurely moments. It is well known that being abruptly awakened from a blissful slumber is one of the most intolerable experiences imaginable. Although Tong Ling was not entirely asleep, he was nearly so. Consequently, he was quite irate at the present moment. Someone was bound to suffer misfortune. Halting the drifting clouds, Tong Ling soared into the air, treading upon the cloud's crest, casting his gaze afar to discern the nature of this bold individual named Jie Sect, who would dare to confront him, the fifth direct disciple of a venerable sage. Albeit this fellow was oblivious to Tong Ling's true identity, his brazen demeanor only augmented his ferocity. As soon as he focused his sight, Tong Ling's eyes gleamed with astonishment. A five-colored Qilin. How remarkably robust and fierce it is. This is quite unexpected. Should not the Qilin be a creature of auspicious omens? Why then does it exhibit such ferocity? Especially one of the Qilin's sovereigns, the five-colored Qilin. After pondering for a moment and finding no clarity, Tong Ling decided to dismiss the matter and prepare to subdue this pinnacle of golden immortal Qilin as a steed. There would be ample time later to inquire further. Such a majestic and graceful divine beast had caught his eye. You unprovoked dare to assault this humble Taoist, perhaps believing my cultivation to be inferior to yours. If that is the case, prepare to receive a sword strike from me. Tong Ling gazed upon the charging five-colored Qilin and summoned the Ziyun sword, unleashing a strike of the red dust seven emotions sword. Without further ado, he engaged in battle. You, the audacious Taoist, shall witness how this Qilin can crush you beneath its hoof. As the formidable Tan galloped, he raised his right foreleg, aiming a stomp at Tong Ling. In the midst of this motion, the leg grew ever larger, ultimately expanding to nearly 10,000 zhang, resembling a colossal wall of vibrant colors descending upon Tong Ling. The innate divine ability of the Qilin clan, the Qilin S-hoof, indeed quite formidable. However, your Qilin S-hoof must first contend with my red dust seven emotions sword. Tong Ling's voice echoed. The nearly 10,000 zhang long multicolored sword energy cleaved toward Qi Tian's descending hoof. Contrary to Qi Tian's expectations, he could not simply crush the sword energy with a mere stomp. The might and resilience of the multicolored sword energy far surpassed his imagination. Moreover, at the moment of contact between the Qilin's mighty hoof and the multicolored sword energy, a series of tragic visions abruptly flooded Qi Tian's mind. His partner being seized and brutally humiliated to death by the demon race, followed by the harrowing sight of his thousands of subordinates being slaughtered by the same fiends. I am filled with rage. Influenced by the inherent laws of the red dust seven emotion sword, Qi Tian involuntarily succumbed to an illusion, reliving the most painful moments of his life. The hoof aimed at Tong Ling instinctively withdrew, thrashing wildly in the void. Engulfed in a frenzy, the creator of the red dust seven emotion sword, Tong Ling was unable to exert complete control over the embedded laws of the red dust. The essence of the Tao is a profound truth, one that only the great Luo golden immortals can genuinely comprehend and master. Golden immortals can merely perceive and elevate their understanding, ultimately being influenced by the laws, merging with the Tao in their true spirit, and cultivating a trace of indestructible golden essence within themselves. This essence endures alongside heaven and earth, shining with the sun and moon. Thus, a golden immortal cannot control the laws. And Tong Ling likewise could not command the intrinsic laws of the red dust seven emotion sword that emerged during its creation. Each strike released was a manifestation of the connection to the red dust Tao, proportionate to the laws infused during its creation. Consequently, Qi Tian was assaulted by the dense laws of red dust, undergoing a complete experience of desire, aversion, ignorance, hatred, love, and greed, resulting in substantial damage to his true spirit. Tong Ling observed his prospective steed, now a whirlwind of emotions, crying, laughing, seething with rage and pride, thrashing about in the void that a palpable aura of bloodlust emanated from Qi Tian's eyes, teetering on the brink of madness. That vile fiend! I, Cheat Ao Tian, vow to slay you for this transgression. Woe is me, my dear you heir. I am unworthy. I failed to protect you, and to my fallen subordinates, wait for me. I shall join you soon. No. I cannot perish yet. I must avenge you, heir. I must avenge my fallen comrades. But that is a demon sovereign. I cannot exact my vengeance. Perhaps death would be preferable. Chao Tian's sorrowful cries echoed. His entire being radiating chaotic power, his essence dangerously unstable. On the verge of self-destruction, he was teetering on the edge of annihilation. Seeing his future steed on the brink of self-destruction, Tong Ling thought, "This cannot be allowed." He swiftly approached to intervene. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a calming and stabilizing aura, the supreme clarity divine light, toward the five-colored Qilin, Qi Ao Tian, under the illumination of the supreme clarity divine light. Qi Ao Tian's tumultuous energy gradually stabilized. The wild crimson gleam in his eyes began to fade, ultimately returning to tranquility. With a sigh of relief, Qi Ao Tian, the magnificent five-colored Qilin, ceased its erratic thrashing in the void. Taking deep breaths to regain composure, he glared fiercely at Tong Ling, his eyes now tinged with a hint of fear. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to self-destruction. Otherwise, who would avenge you, heir, and his fallen comrades? Pondering this, Qi Ao Tian's enormous eyes blazed with hatred, his turbulent emotions boiling to the surface, yearning for destruction. Yet, recalling his previous experience within the illusion, he recognized that this seemingly modest, golden, immortal possessed terrifying power. Thus he refrained from reckless actions. The colorful clouds beneath him began to shift as he prepared to retreat. Observing this, Tong Ling chuckled. "What is this, Qi Ao Tian? Have you lost your desire for vengeance for you, heir, and your fallen comrades?" From the earlier commotion, Tong Ling discerned that this five-colored Qilin, Qi Ao Tian, had undergone the most profound emotional turmoil during the experience of anger and hatred in the illusion, connecting this with his earlier anguish cries. Tong Ling surmised that Qi Ao Tian harbored a tragic past. Understanding the importance of winning the heart of such a storied beast, Tong Ling decided that a psychological approach would be more effective than sheer force. Otherwise, he would never secure Qi Ao Tian's genuine loyalty, resulting in an unsatisfactory bond as a steed. "What did you say?" "Revenge." Upon hearing Tong Ling utter the word revenge, Qi Ao Tian halted his retreat, his enormous eyes narrowing, fixating intently on Tong Ling. "You, Taoist, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Enough of your presumptuous words. It would be wise for this Qilin to keep its distance from you." With that, Qi Ao Tian turned and galloped away. Yet mere moments later, he seemed to be yanked back as if caught by an invisible force, abruptly halting in midair. The one who had ensnared Qi Ao Tian was none other than Tong Ling, who had calmly observed his escape. "I am the cherished disciple of the Supreme Clarity Sage. You ought to recognize this Supreme Clarity token. Yes? Moreover, do you not seek vengeance against the demon sovereign? Fei Dan, what difficulty lies therein? If you were to become my steed, I possess a plan that can aid you in exacting your revenge." The sky was a brilliant azure, the gentle breeze caressed the air, and the radiant rays of light shone down. A colossal five-colored Qilin trod upon the clouds, galloping toward a distant horizon. Upon the Qilin's back, the handsome and graceful Tong Ling reclined comfortably, savoring the luxurious fur of his magnificent mount. Truly, it is deserving of its status as one of the three dominant races during the Long Han Calamity. Riding upon it is an exquisite experience. Moreover, as the king of the Qilin clan, the five-colored Qilin is akin to a limited edition supercar from a previous life. How delightful. Not long ago, Tong Ling had forcefully won over the heart of the five-colored Qilin, Qi Ao Tian, making him his steed. Presently, he had ceased to ride the clouds, opting instead to travel upon the back of the five-colored Qilin. "My lord, can you now reveal your scheme to me? How can we slay that demon sovereign?" "Fei Dan, if you could summon the Supreme Clarity Sage to intervene, surely that demon sovereign would meet his demise." As Qi Ao Tian trod upon the five-colored auspicious clouds, he galloped towards Wui Mountain, his voice resonating with urgency as he inquired. He was eager to acknowledge Tong Ling as his master. not out of mindless submission, but out of a genuine belief that Tong Ling held the potential to avenge him. Upon Tong Ling producing the Qingjing talisman earlier, Qi Aoyan realized that Tong Ling was a disciple of a saint. However, this status alone merely instilled a sense of reverence in Qi Aoyan. It was not enough for him to bow down. It was only when Tong Ling unveiled the Shangfang sword, the artifact of the celestial master, that Qi Aoyan willingly bent down to pay his respects, voluntarily becoming Tong Ling's steed. He was also quite eager about the schemes Tong Ling had spoken of. If Tong Ling could help him seek vengeance, he would gladly lay down his life for him in the future. Reclining comfortably on the back of the Qilin, Tong Ling, upon hearing Qi Aoyan's somewhat impatient inquiries, chuckled. "Aoyan, your impatience will not serve you well. The strategies of a master hinge upon the notion of waiting. Exercise patience, and in due course, there will come a time for your vengeance. Furthermore, your primordial spirit is clouded by resentment, leading to an agitated mindset that may incite impulsive actions. This must change, that I shall periodically bestow upon you the divine light of Qingjing to alleviate your restlessness." Understood, Qi Aoyan replied obediently upon hearing Tong Ling's words. For the sake of revenge, what was waiting compared to the prize at the end? He could afford to wait. Indeed, Tong Ling nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to cast a beam of Qingjing divine light into Qi Aoyan's massive Qilin head, instilling a sense of clarity and reducing his agitation significantly. The sensation of this divine light is quite pleasant. If I can receive it periodically, my master, being a direct disciple of a saint, truly treats me well, Qi Aoyan mused, as he quickened his pace upon the five-colored clouds. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed out on this day. High above the winding and majestic Wui Xianshan, a five-colored Qilin came galloping on the auspicious clouds. Tong Ling stood upright upon the broad back of the Qilin, gazing down at Wui Xianshan, his eyes sparkling with expectation. The falling treasure coin and the mother tree of Hong Pao await my arrival. At the mountainside of Wui Xianshan, amidst swirling clouds, Qi Aoyan descended slowly at Tong Ling's command. "My master, what brings us to Wui Mountain?" Qi Aoyan inquired, curiosity lacing his tone as he turned his massive Qilin head. "Naturally, we are here to seek treasures. Otherwise, would your master come here merely for leisure?" Tong Ling casually replied, his mind already pondering how to locate the falling treasure coin. The essence of treasure hunting ultimately revolves around two key concepts. Opportunity, that if one possesses the opportunity, the treasures will naturally gravitate towards them. If not, even if the treasures were placed right before them, they would likely be overlooked, resulting in mischances that at this moment. The one who is destined to acquire the falling treasure coin remains unaware of its whereabouts. Namely, the two scattered immortals of the future, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Tong Ling believed that Wui Mountain could be considered a vast celestial sanctuary, home to numerous practitioners. Yet, not a single one has managed to acquire the falling treasure coin, simply because they lacked the fate to do so. Had Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao arrived earlier, they too might not have secured the coin. The fortunate ones thrive on the harmonious convergence of time, place, and people that a slight misalignment could very well cast them into the realm of the unfortunate. So, how might I become the fortunate one to obtain the falling treasure coin? Tong Ling pondered, yet he remained unperturbed. For he possessed a unique set of attributes. Treasure gathering. Silver as a member of the He Ming Baosha clan, you inherently possess the ability to sense and gather heavenly materials and treasures. Koi luck. Silver as a mutated member of the Koi clan. Despite your nature being fierce and combative, making you prone to attracting troubles, this does not hinder your innate Koi luck, allowing you to seize opportunities more easily. These two silver attributes were acquired during his journey with the Sanxiao Ferry and the Cayenne Ferry, when they set sail to search for beings of fate. At that time, Tong Ling was quite elated, believing that with these two talents, he would be picking treasures daily. However, reality proved him overly optimistic. He had not managed to find any treasures. Upon further reflection, Tong Ling came to understand. During his time on Jineo Island, he had the talent for treasure hunting, but lacked knowledge of where the treasures lay, leading him to search aimlessly and fruitlessly. Only by pinpointing a location where treasures are certain to exist could his treasure-seeking talents find purpose. Now, at Wui Mountain, Tong Ling was certain that treasures lay within this celestial mountain. Thus he was ready to unleash the power of his attributes. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Tong Ling rose upon the auspicious clouds. Setting off from the eastern edge of Wui Mountain, meticulously exploring every peak, valley, lake, and waterfall, leaving no stone unturned. For half a month, he roamed the vast expanse of Wui Xianshan, and at a certain moment, he suddenly made a discovery. He exclaimed in surprise as he descended swiftly to the peak of an ordinary small mountain. Standing atop the rocky summit, he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be an unremarkable peak, lacking any remarkable features. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense that treasures were indeed hidden here. Then let us search. Tong Ling wasted no time and began to scan every inch of the small mountain with his divine sense. However, after thorough examination, he found nothing, which left him feeling rather disheartened. This shouldn't be the case. Perplexed, Tong Ling did not give up and continued to extend his divine sense. Meanwhile, Hunyuan, feeling a bit bored watching his master search for treasures, flicked his tail, tossing a small stone back and forth. Before long, the small stone cracked under his playful antics. Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary copper coin with a pair of wings fluttered past his eyes. Landing not far in front of him, Hunyuan curiously looked over and discovered it was merely an unremarkable coin, save for its strange wings. Just as he was about to dismiss it, he remembered his master was treasure hunting. He called out in his deep voice, "My master, there is a dull copper coin here. Could this be the treasure you seek? A copper coin?" Upon hearing this, Tong Ling immediately shifted his gaze. When he spotted the plain copper coin with wings, his eyes lit up. Internally, he exclaimed, "The falling treasure coin." He hurriedly picked it up, examining it closely to confirm it was indeed the falling treasure coin. And his heart swelled with joy. Simultaneously, he glanced over at his newly acquired five-colored Qilin steed, his gaze taking on a curious intensity, as if he were contemplating something. Hunyuan felt a chill run down his spine under Tong Ling's gaze, and he instinctively took a step back, saying innocently, "My master, why do you look at me like that? I feel as if you are about to slay me." Hearing his steed's words, Tong Ling maintained his composure, retracting his gaze and rubbing his nose as he replied, "Hunyuan, you misunderstand me greatly. Why would I slay you? If I did, I would lose my steed." "Calm down, remain composed." As he spoke, the auspicious clouds beneath him rose, and Tong Ling settled upon them, beginning to study the falling treasure coin while continuing to wander through Wui Mountain. Though he had found the falling treasure coin, he still had yet to locate the mother tree to Hong Pao. Casting a glance back at the galloping Hunyuan, he instructed, "Hunyuan, do not follow me any longer. Go search for any unusual trees. If you find one, I shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Hunyuan nodded his grand Qilin head and began to wander about in search of the peculiar trees. Following Tong Ling's instructions, as Tong Ling observed Hunyuan's quest for the trees, he simultaneously diverted some of his attention to his newly acquired steed. He was eager to ascertain whether Hunyuan truly possessed the treasure-hunting talent he had surmised. Time flowed by, and nearly a month passed. One day, while Tong Ling was engrossed in searching for the mother tree, De Hong Pao, a vibrant figure suddenly rushed towards him, accompanied by a familiar, robust roar. "My lord, I have discovered a magnificent tree radiating a pure, luminous aura atop a mountain in the southwest. It is likely the peculiar tree you spoke of." Upon hearing this, Tong Ling's eyes brightened with delight, and he looked at Hunyuan with a smile, exclaiming, "Let us go and take a look." His suspicions were confirmed. Tong Ling realized that Hunyuan, his new mount, undoubtedly possessed a unique talent for seeking treasures. If this talent were utilized well, it could lead to great prospects in the future. In an instant, the status of the five-colored Qilin, Hunyuan, in Tong Ling's mind rose significantly. Without further ado, Tong Ling followed Hunyuan to inspect the wondrous tree radiating a pure light. Unsurprisingly, the tree was indeed the exceptional innate spiritual root, the mother tree, De Hong Pao. Gazing at the peculiar tree, which stood majestically on the cliff with its leaves shimmering with a faint glow, Tong Ling's heart swelled with joy. He leaped forward, preparing to transplant the revered mother tree, De Hong Pao. having diligently studied the knowledge of transplanting tea trees during his time on Jinao Island. Tong Ling found the process of transplanting this resilient mother tree to be seamless and effortless. Once the transplantation was complete, he successfully obtained both the precious gold and the mother tree, marking a triumphant conclusion to his treasure-seeking expedition in Wui Mountain. Turning his gaze towards the imposing five-colored Qilin steed, Tong Ling pondered what rewards he should bestow upon Qi Aoyan. Suddenly, a stirring in his primordial spirit awakened a memory. The jade slip he had entrusted to the Swearin clan had been shattered, causing the imprint of his spirit to dissipate, prompting an instinctive response in Tong Ling's essence. Has something occurred with the human race? Have the demon race taken action? Or has the witch race acquired the secrets of human souls and intends to forcibly confine our kind? Tong Ling contemplated inwardly. He promptly ascended onto the vast back of the five-colored Qilin, directing it to swiftly soar towards the gathering place of the human race by the eastern SEA.AS. For the matter of rewards, he would consider it en route. Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the human race by the eastern sea, Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi gazed with grave expressions at the imposing figure of a giant man, resembling an iron tower. Swearin discreetly concealed his hand that had crushed the jade slip and questioned the giant man. Xingtian, what grievance have we, the human race, caused the witch race? Why must your strong tribe forcibly relocate us to your nearby encampment, thereby restricting our freedom? Our three ancestral clans shall never consent. Upon hearing Swearin's accusatory tone, Xingtian glared and waved his wrist dismissively, his tone hostile as he replied, Swearin, were it not for the 12 ancestors instructing me to treat your race with some courtesy, do you think I would hesitate to annihilate your kind for speaking to me in such a manner? Before Xingtian led the witch clan to confront the human race, the 12 ancestors had convened to deliberate on how to deal with the human race. Upon discovering the secrets of human souls, the witch race began to regard the human race with heightened importance. Ultimately, the 12 ancestors reached two conclusions. One was to exterminate the human race, and the other was to confine them, preventing the demon race from exploiting any opportunities. This decision was made considering that the impact of human souls on the demon race was relatively minor. However, during future battles, the influence on the formidable 12 heavenly divine formation composed by the witch race would be substantial, thus leading to the eventual choice of confinement. If human souls could inflict significant damage on the demon race's grand formation, the human race would likely already be facing extermination at the hands of the witches. Due to the insistence of the 12th ancestor, Hutu, the 12 ancestors ultimately chose to confine the human race to prevent the demon race from slaughtering them and crafting weapons against the witch race. The tribe of the Thunder ancestor, Qiangliang, was situated in the eastern wilderness, closest to the eastern sea. Hence, the task of surrounding the human race fell to Qiangliang. Qiangliang dispatched the great witch Xingtian, leading numerous witches to pressure the human race. Before departing, the kind-hearted Hudu repeatedly cautioned Xingtian not to slaughter the human race indiscriminately, but merely to confine them. As a result, the irritable and powerful Xingtian was able to engage in dialogue with the human race, which he perceived as mere insects, rather than immediately resorting to violence. Xingtian, do not provoke the human race too excessively. Swearin was incensed by Xingtian's words, yet considering the disparity in strength between their factions, he could only force himself to endure, his heart ablaze with fury. Yu Chao and Zi also glared at Xingtian with indignation. Xingtian, uninterested in the human race he regarded as insignificant, unleashed a powerful punch towards the three ancestral figures, declaring, "Half a year. I grant you half a year to relocate the human race to a nearby encampment of my witch clan. After 6 months, should you fail to comply, I shall annihilate 30% of your population." After delivering his threat with a punch, Xingtian turned and strode away, leaving behind an air of arrogance, an enigma. That moment, the three ancestral figures of the human race gazed at the departing punch, their expressions grave. Xingtian, a great witch of the witch clan, possessed strength rivaling that of the pinnacle de Luo Jingxian. Although his earlier punch was delivered casually and not intended to kill the ancestral figures, it was still terrifying for the Tai Jinshin-level ancestors. The colossal, dark-hued fist imprint, measuring 100,000 zhong, surged forth with an unstoppable force, descending upon Suiren and the other two ancestral figures. The overwhelming gale swept through, and ripples of void surged, as if the immense fist imprint could suppress an entire world. Even before it struck, the sheer pressure instilled a sense of dread in the three ancestral figures. The terrifying aura rendered the bodies of the three ancestral figures nearly immobile, leaving them no choice but to watch the fist imprint descend. "May the flame of our heritage endure," Suiren roared, as a small flame appeared above his head. This flame, distinct from those conjured by magical energy or generated by lightning strikes, radiated a sense of brightness, warmth, and vitality, embodying a powerful will for humanity's eternal existence. As the flames of humanity surged forth, the heavens and earth illuminated with brilliance. Endless spiritual energy converged, transforming into the kindling for the flames, which quickly expanded into a radiant sphere resembling a great sun. Reaching nearly 100,000 zhang in size, the fiery essence of the heavens and earth surged towards the immense fist imprint, while the flames sought to incinerate the fist from its very core. Simultaneously, Yu Chao conjured an ancient, simple dwelling, exuding an indomitable aura of defense, enveloping the three ancestral figures in protection against the fist's oppressive force. Jie manifested a somewhat rudimentary, yet imposing garment, her graceful form unable to conceal the resolute spirit of protection that emanated from her. A radiant white light coalesced into a solid protective barrier, safeguarding Jie with utmost diligence. With a swift motion, Jie positioned herself before Suiren and Yu Chao, utilizing her protective garment to absorb the bulk of the immense force from the descending fist. The combined efforts of Suiren's attack, Yu Chao's defense, and Jie's guardianship gradually wore down Xingtian's casual blow. As the colossal fist imprint descended from the heavens, it was ultimately met by the fierce flames of humanity, which blazed to an immense size. Upon striking the defensive dwelling erected by Yu Chao, it merely produced a tremor, failing to shatter the protective structure. Within the dwelling, Jie stood resolutely, absorbing the majority of the shockwave. In the end, the overwhelming fist imprint unleashed by Xingtian was entirely repelled by the three ancestral figures of the human race, dissipating into nothingness. Suiren, Yu Chao, and Jie each retracted their treasures of merit, exchanging solemn glances, their faces devoid of any joy at having nullified Xingtian's attack. After a moment, Suiren spoke with a bitter tone. "The Witch clan is far too powerful. A single great witch like Xingtian is beyond our capacity to withstand. Just now, if Xingtian were truly unleashed the full might of his pinnacle de Luo Jin Xian strength, we would likely be struck down severely, or perhaps even face our demise." As these words lingered in the air, the three ancestral figures of the human race fell momentarily silent, their hearts heavy with a sense of helplessness, as if all matters were beyond their control. "Suiren, have you notified Daoist Tong?" After a brief pause, it seemed that Jie sure recalled something and urgently inquired of Suiren. "I have already shattered the jade piece of communication left to us by Daoist Tong. He is likely hastening towards us at this very moment." Suiren nodded and continued, "However, I do not know if Daoist Tong can return within half a year." As he spoke, a hint of anxiety surfaced on Suiren's dignified visage. Upon hearing this, Yu Chao Shi and Jie Shi fell into a contemplative silence. There was no other option. The human race was simply too feeble. Without the protection of Tong Ling, a sage endowed with the treasures of a saint's enlightenment, they dared not resist the Witch clan. Otherwise, it would spell utter catastrophe. If Tong Ling did not return within 6 months, the three ancestral figures of the human race would have no choice but to lead their kin to migrate towards the Witch clan, where they would inevitably be treated as a lower race, oppressed and exploited. Although this outcome was far more favorable than being slaughtered by the demon race, it remained unacceptable to the three ancestors of humanity. Thus, their greatest hope at this moment was for Tong Ling to return swiftly, ideally within half a year. 5 months later, not far from the Eastern Sea, a radiant spectacle of 5-colored clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Accompanied by the resounding echoes of the void, a majestic and mysterious figure, enveloped in a dazzling array of colors, soared towards the gathering place of the human race. as this grand commotion approached. It naturally captured the attention of the human populace. Upon seeing the majestic divine beast, a five-colored Qilin, galloping through the skies, they erupted into exclamations of astonished Jie. It is the auspicious beast Qilin. Indeed, a five-colored Qilin at that. Could it be that some auspicious event is about to befall our human race? It seems so. Wait, look, there is someone atop the five-colored Qilin. It's an immortal. Tong Ling sat astride the back of the five-colored Qilin, gazing down at the human tribes below. Upon witnessing the multitude emerging from their dwellings, their faces filled with excitement and reverence, a subtle smile graced his lips. This scene was one of the reasons he had chosen to tame Qilin Ao Tan as his steed. There was no other motive than to make a grand entrance. With his gaze returning, Tong Ling urged, Ao Tian, increase our speed. We must reach the sacred site of the human race, the Hall of Ancestors, within 6 days. Certainly, Qilin Ao Tian, having recently received generous rewards from Tong Ling, was motivated by the promise that when they returned to Jinao Island, he would be granted an audience with a saint of the Upper Clear. The prospect of becoming a disciple of the saint spurred Ao Tian to exert himself even more as Tong Ling's steed. The five-colored clouds beneath them surged with increasing swiftness. 5 days later, the Hall of Ancestors was finally in sight. As Tong Ling rode the five-colored Qilin, gazing upon the hall from a distance. The three great ancestral figures, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi, were already waiting above the hall, riding on clouds. Moments later, as a powerful aura of divine beasts enveloped them, Tong Ling approached the three ancestors. After exchanging pleasantries, Tong Ling directly inquired, "Esteemed friends, has the witch clan come to coerce the human race?" "You are correct," Sui Ren affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of Tong Ling's insight, and proceeded to recount the events from 5 months prior. When the great witch Xing Tian had pressured their gathering. So, the nearby human tribes have all been summoned back? Tong Ling inquired. "That is about right," Sui Ren replied. "If you had not returned within half a year, we would have had no choice but to relocate our people closer to the witch clan's encampment, where they would be imprisoned and deprived of their freedom." Upon saying this, a wry smile crossed Sui Ren's face. The gazes of the three ancestors now reflected complete trust in Tong Ling. The unwarranted coercion from the witch clan had led them to realize that the human race possessed some unique significance that could greatly impact the witches, prompting them to seek to confine the humans. According to the words of the great witch Xing Tian, had it not been for the benevolence of the ancestral witch Hutu, the human race would have already faced annihilation at the hands of the witch clan. This turn of events, combined with the earlier revelation by Tong Ling regarding the hidden secrets of the human spirit, had solidified the already considerable belief of the three ancestors in Tong Ling. They now regarded him as humanity's sole beacon of hope. Of course, they were also attempting to seek aid from the Holy Mother Enhua, and, through the great disciple Xian Du of humanity, sought the intervention of the Saint Laozi to protect their kin. Nevertheless, the most anticipated contingency was Tong Ling, who had taken the initiative to come to their aid and propose protection for the human race. "Understand," Tong Ling replied, nodding in affirmation before patting the large head of the five-colored Qilin beneath him, signaling it to turn and proceed. The three ancestral figures of humanity exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. The graceful and gentle Zi spoke up, "Taoist Tong, what are you planning?" Without turning back, Tong Ling smiled and replied, "Fear not, esteemed friends, that I am setting forth to seek justice for our human race, compelling the witch clan to retract their previous coercive orders. I trust that for the sake of the Qing Ping sword, they will acquiesce. Ao Tian. Let us be off." With a single command, the five-colored Qilin Ao Tian once again soared through the vibrant clouds, galloping through the void towards the encampment of the witch clan, not far from the human gathering place. Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi exchanged glances before taking flight to pursue Tong Ling as the three ancestors of humanity. It was only fitting that they would not remain in the shadows while Taoist Tong championed their cause. The Hall of Ancestors is meant to serve the human race. If necessary, we must be willing to sacrifice our lives to uphold the dignity of our kin. Not far from the human gathering place, within the witch clan's territory, robust and muscular young warriors moved in and out of the tribal gates, some shouldering the massive carcasses of exotic beasts, others returning with captives from other races, and still others bringing back cages filled with ferocious divine birds and beasts, or leading a group of individuals from other races as slaves. At that moment, the great witch Xing Tian stood atop the walls of the witch clan's encampment, gazing at the resplendent sun in the sky, his eyes betraying an unreserved hatred. The demon race still dreams of using the souls of the human race to forge the slaughter which soared against us. Let them continue their fanciful dreams. Sooner or later, I shall slay every last demon, avenging my brothers Kwa Fu and Ho Yi, recalling the great witch Kwa Fu, who had perished while pursuing the 10 golden crows, and the great witch Ho Yi, who had fallen victim to the demon queen's treachery at the southern heavenly gate. A mixture of longing and rage crossed Xing Tian's rugged and valiant face. The longing was for his fellow witches, Kwa Fu and Ho Yi, while the hatred was directed squarely at their mortal enemies, the demon race. As his emotions surged, he suddenly noticed a 5-colored radiance approaching swiftly from the distant horizon. Xing Tian suppressed his feelings and focused his gaze, discovering a 5-colored qilin at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, with a figure of initial golden immortal cultivation seated atop it. Instantly, confusion flickered in his eyes as he mused, "Who is this fool, daring to fly so recklessly near our witch clan's territory?" Just as he was contemplating a taste of fresh game, he thought that the flesh of this 5-colored qilin would do nicely. With this in mind, Xing Tian extended his right hand and reached out towards the distant 5-colored qilin. As for the insignificant figure atop it, he thought to himself that he would simply crush him when the time came. The great witch Xing Tian acted without hesitation, embodying the unyielding and domineering nature of the witch clan in all its glory. In the distance, at the horizon, Tong Ling rode a 5-colored qilin, gazing down upon the vast expanse of land, where the Wu tribe's settlement was now in sight. He beheld the grand and formidable city of the Wu tribe, teeming with countless tribe members coming and going. A sigh escaped his lips. Truly, they were deserving of their title as the sovereigns of this boundless primordial realm. Even a temporary settlement they erected exuded such immense presence. Moreover, it was evident that the strength gathered in this transient stronghold was far from its final form. To thwart the demonic tribe's massacre of the human race, a sword of slaughter against the Wu would be forged at It. Was certain that a formidable ancestor of the Wu tribe would soon arrive to guard this makeshift settlement. As thoughts raced through his mind, a colossal hand, towering and immense, suddenly descended from the walls of the Wu city towards Tong Ling and his 5-colored qilin. This hand, measuring tens of thousands of feet in girth, displayed intricate patterns, its palm etched with designs reminiscent of winding mountain ranges, each hair resembling towering trees. In unparalleled and overwhelming force, as if seeking to seize all worlds within its grasp, bore down upon Tong Ling. In that fleeting moment, a profound terror and despair enveloped Tong Ling's heart, as if he were on the brink of utter annihilation. The 5-colored qilin beneath him, Chiao Tian, emitted a cry of dread, internally lamenting their imminent demise, just as the fierce winds from that massive hand were about to engulf Tong Ling and his qilin. He summoned every ounce of willpower to suppress the instinct to activate his life-saving measures. Instead, he bellowed, "Please, Qingping's sword." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous sound of a sword resounding through the heavens erupted. An indescribable, supreme sword intent surged forth, as if capable of cleaving through the primordial chaos, and struck against the approaching giant hand. Meanwhile, on the walls of the Wu city, the great Wu Xingtian, with his right hand outstretched, regarded the 5-colored qilin with indifference. He contemplated how he would dispatch the Taoist atop the qilin and seize this rare primordial beast for his feast. Should it be steamed, roasted, or perhaps consumed raw? Xingtian felt uncertain and resolved to consult the tribe's skilled chefs later. Yet, in the midst of his musings, an aura of chilling sword intent erupted forth. Mere wisps of sword light pierced through his outstretched hand, and the seemingly invincible form of the great Wu was rendered as fragile as paper before the razor-sharp sword light. Blood oozed from his palm, cascading down like rivers, forming a crimson stream upon the earth below. What terrifying sword intent is this? It is utterly fearsome. Alarmed, Xing Tian realized that the Taoist riding the five-colored qilin possessed a formidable hidden card. Overwhelmed by pain, he hastily retracted his outstretched hand, fearing that he might lose it altogether. The earlier sword intent, merely a stray glimmer, had rendered his grand form inconsequential. Had it truly struck his hand, it would have severed it cleanly. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, as he withdrew his hand, that terrifying sword light did not pursue him further. Xing Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned his gaze towards the five-colored qilin. There, hovering above the Taoist seated upon the qilin, was an unparalleled sword aglow with a radiant azure light. Waves of supreme sword intent erupted, carving dark streaks through the surrounding void, even penetrating the seemingly indestructible primordial space that could withstand the strikes of the great Luo golden immortals. Terrifying, incredibly terrifying. Xing Tian's pupils constricted at this sight. Typically, apart from the 12 ancestral Wu, his heart was fearless. Yet now, he felt a profound sense of reverence rise within him. This sword possesses the power to utterly annihilate me. He involuntarily felt a sense of submission. This sword, the more Xing Tian gazed upon it, the more the sword above the Taoist's head seemed familiar. He triggered comparisons with memories until an image surfaced. Today, I, the master of Tongtian, achieve enlightenment. With the four swords of extermination and the Qingping sword, I shall suppress the destiny of the Jie Sect, for the Qingping sword is the treasure of my enlightenment. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, the five swords radiating unmatched sharpness soared from Kunlun Mountain. Four of them formed a cohesive set known as the Four Swords of Extermination, while the fifth, emanating azure, celestial light, and wielding supreme sword radiance, was the Qingping sword, crafted from the leaves and trunk of the primal lotus, the finest innate spiritual treasure bestowed by the sage of the upper clear. The sword of the sage of the upper clear. Realization struck Xing Tian, sending chills down his spine. Had I truly just attacked the sage of the upper clear, the mightiest of all beings? Overwhelmed by fear, he could no longer contain his trepidation. Fearing that the sage would strike him down with a single blow, he bellowed towards Tong Ling. I did not know the sage of the upper clear graced our Wu tribe with his presence. I beseech your forgiveness. I, Xing Tian, was blind to your eminence and acted inappropriately. I humbly request your pardon on behalf of my tribe, and we shall repay your kindness in the future. With that, Xing Tian bowed deeply towards Tong Ling. As a great Wu, he typically held himself in high regard, never bowing to anyone save the 12 ancestral Wu. The heavenly Tao's 6 saints and the grand ancestor Hunyuan were exceptions. The term saint carried an unparalleled weight, evoking reverence and veneration. Were it not for his pride as a great Wu, he would have knelt rather than merely bow. From a distance, Tong Ling observed Xing Tian retracting his immense hand and suddenly bowing in his direction while addressing him as saint. He understood that Xing Tian mistook him for the master of Tongtian. Yet it was not entirely a misunderstanding. With the Qingping sword present, it was as if the saint himself had descended, and Tong Ling chose not to sheath the sword. Allowing it to hover above him, he urged the now reassured five-colored qilin towards Xing Tian standing upon the walls of the Wu city. I am not the sage of the upper clear, but rather Tong Ling, the fifth direct disciple of the sage, he declared. Not the sage of the upper clear, Tong Ling, the fifth direct disciple of the sage. Upon hearing Tong Ling's words, Xing Tian straightened up, furrowing his brow as he regarded the approaching five-colored qilin and the upright figure atop it. You are the fifth direct disciple of the sage of the upper clear. What brings you to our Wu tribe? Realizing that the sage of the upper clear had not come, Xing Tian breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Tong Ling devoid of the earlier fear and reverence. Instead, he began to scrutinize him. I have come to protect the human race, Tong Ling stated plainly, without preamble. Protect the human race? Xing Tian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly as he cast a wary glance at the Qingping sword hovering above Tong Ling's head. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, Is this the will of the sage of the upper clear? Have you come at the behest of the sage? In Xing Tian's view, unless the master of Tongtian had explicitly offered to protect the human race and commanded Tong Ling to represent his will, it would be improbable for Tong Ling even as the fifth direct disciple of the sage, to wield the Qingping sword. Tong Ling, understanding Xing Tian's thoughts from his glances at the sword, chose not to elaborate further. He simply affirmed, "Indeed, my master, the sage of the upper clear, wishes to provide protection for the human race." Upon hearing this, Xing Tian's brow furrowed deeply, his mood turning somber. What if the demonic tribes come to slaughter the human race? Then, naturally, we will offer the same protection, Tong Ling replied. The prospect of a saint's protection, Xing Tian mused. With a saint to safeguard them, the demonic tribes would surely not dare to harm the human race. After a moment, he addressed Tong Ling. With the protection of the sage of the upper clear, the human race shall indeed be safe. Our Wu tribe has called for the migration of the human race, and this too is for their protection. Given that the sage is willing to protect the human race, it stands to reason that our witch clan should relinquish any intentions of forcing the migration of the humans. However, the ultimate decision rests upon the attitudes of our revered ancestors within the witch clan. Perhaps, my fellow Taoist, you should return and await their response. Once I report to the ancestors and receive their feedback, we may reconvene to discuss this matter further. In contrast to the demon clan, which is eager to slaughter the humans to forge the slaughtering witch sword, our witch clan's objective is to prevent the extermination of the human race by the demons, thereby thwarting their acquisition of the primary material, the souls of humans, necessary for crafting the sword. In this regard, as long as the humans can gather souls without falling victim to the demons' onslaught, our clan is not overly concerned with the means or the outcome. Now that the sage has pledged to safeguard the humans, logically, the demon clan should no longer be able to commit wanton acts of slaughter against them. Coupled with the formidable presence of the Qingping sword hovering above Tong Ling's head, it appears that Xing Tian is rather amenable. He is willing to report to the 12 ancestral witches and inquire about their stance. Of course, should the 12 ancestral witches ultimately oppose the protection offered by the Master of Heaven or doubt his ability to shield the humans from the demons, it is certain that disputes will arise in due course. In light of this, very well, Tong Ling nodded in acknowledgement and, without further ado, mounted his multicolored qilin and set off towards the gathering place of the humans. Not far away, the 3 ancestral humans, having just arrived and witnessed Tong Ling wielding the Qingping sword to effortlessly pierce through Xing Tian's palm, exchanged glances. Tong Ling gestured towards them, indicating that they should return to the human settlement first. On the walls of the witch clan, the great witch Xing Tian fixed his gaze upon the departing figures of Tong Ling and the 3 ancestral humans, particularly the Qingping sword above Tong Ling's head. His attention unwavering. The recollection of that brush with death sent a chill through him. Such is the power of the sage. Raising his right hand, he observed the multiple gaping wounds in his palm, a mixture of awe and resignation flickering in his eyes. Without delay, Xing Tian descended from the city walls and began preparing to contact the ancestral witch Chang Liang to discuss the sage's protection of the human race. In the human sanctum, within the human ancestor hall, Tong Ling and the 3 ancestral humans seated themselves as soon as they settled. Sui Run could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Did you just wield the Qingping sacred sword to injure that great witch Xing Tian?" Tong Ling replied with a chuckle, "Indeed. Were it not for the need to ensure the safety of the human race and avoid a direct confrontation with the witch clan, I would have had no qualms about slaying him for his unwarranted aggression." His voice was resolute, brimming with confidence and pride, eliciting admiration from the 3 ancestral humans. What a remarkable disciple of the sage. With such a powerful backing, he is indeed formidable. They then reflected on their own formidable protectors, the goddess Nuwa and the sage of Taiching, who had remained silent regarding the humans' plight. This engendered a sense of unease, diminishing their regard for these 2 powerful allies. It was indeed ironic that 2 prominent sages, closely linked to the human race, seemed less reliable in a time of dire crisis than the sage of Taiching, who had no direct ties to their kind. Fellow Taoists, now that Xing Tian has gone to consult the 12 ancestral witches, let us await their news. With my master's deterrence, I believe the witch clan will not impose any further migrations upon you, Tong Ling advised the 3 ancestral humans. The situation with the demon clan, however, remains a pressing concern. Unlike the Witch Clan's reluctance to engage in the extermination of humans, which has caused dissent among the 12 ancestral witches, the Demon Clan's intent to forge the slaughtering witch sword through the harvesting of human souls is unwavering. The Demon Clan, particularly those in positions of power, would likely have no qualms about this matter. Thus, under the current circumstances, it is almost certain that the Demon Clan will attempt to slaughter humans and gather their souls, even in the face of the protection offered by the Sage of Taiqing. Upon hearing Tong Ling's solemn warning, the three ancestral humans nodded in understanding, committing to ensure that the various human tribes remain vigilant. Very well, Tong Ling replied, then requested a secluded place for meditation, intending to develop a written language for the human race while informing Sui Run and the others that they should notify him should any issues arise. Sui Run and the three ancestral humans agreed. Not far from the human ancestor hall, atop a spiritual vein-s peak, a quaint cave was nestled halfway up the slope, equipped with cushions, stone tables, and chairs, everything necessary for daily life. This was a retreat frequented by the nesting clan during their leisure. Given its secluded environment, pleasant scenery, and rich spiritual energy, it was chosen by Tong Ling as his meditation site. Sitting cross-legged upon a floating cloud within the cave, Tong Ling began to ponder how to create a written language for the human race in this primordial world. Nearby, the multicolored Qilin lay quietly, its eyes shut in slumber. Written language serves as a means of communication and transmission among beings. With his eyes gently closed, Tong Ling's extraordinary insight began to unfold, allowing him to gradually comprehend the secrets of written language until he ultimately brought it into existence. As time flew by, 3 years slipped away in an instant. During these years, Tong Ling, drawing upon memories of the evolution of Chinese characters from his previous life, reflected on his initial observations of the human settlement upon his arrival in the primordial realm. This led him to develop a unique written language for the primordial humans. The first character that formed his mind represented a person, and the second was the character for Tong. Each character's intricate design began to take shape in Tong Ling's imagination. Ultimately, a staggering total of 129,600 characters for the human race illuminated his mind, radiating an enigmatic brilliance. Once the time is ripe, Tong Ling intends to bring these characters into existence within the primordial realm, combining various forms of support to establish himself as the literary ancestor of the human race. During Tong Ling's period of enlightenment regarding written language, the great witch Xing Tian, after reporting to the ancestral witch Chang Liang, eventually received a response after a while. Following a gathering and discussion among the 12 ancestral witches, they expressed a certain wariness towards the Master of Heaven, the Sage of Taiqing. Consequently, they ordered Xing Tian to refrain from forcibly compelling the humans to migrate any further. Instead, they instructed him to lead the witch clan members in encircling the human settlement, forming a protective barrier around it. This action clearly indicated that, despite the protection of the Sage of Taiqing, the witch clan believed the humans might still be vulnerable to the demon's predatory advances. They felt compelled to take some form of action. Although the 3 ancestral humans held reservations about the witch clan's behavior, they chose not to voice their concerns. This method of encirclement was far more acceptable than the previous coercion to relocate the humans to the witch clan's stronghold, treating them like livestock. Moreover, it must be said that this encirclement indeed enhanced the safety of the human race. Consequently, the 3 ancestral humans deemed the actions of the witch clan to be reasonable, albeit with a slight reduction in their range of activities. Accepting this, they chose not to disturb Tong Ling, who was engrossed in creating the written language point one day, above the encircling barrier of the witch clan surrounding the human gathering place. 2 figures stood side by side, gazing down at the bustling witch clan members below. One bore a sorrowful expression while the other smiled, representing the 2 leaders of the Western Church, the Sage of Guidance and the Sage of Probing. "Brother, shall it be your hand or mine that intervenes?" The Sage of Probing inquired with a smile towards the Sage of Guidance that I shall take action. The Sage of Guidance replied, in terms of spatial manipulation, I possess considerable skill and can divide this area of the witch clan, thereby creating a passage for the demons to enter the human settlement." "Very well," the Sage of Probing responded with a smile. The Sage of Guidance extended his index finger and gestured toward the narrow gap within the Witch Clan's encampment below. Suddenly, what was once merely a minuscule opening began to expand infinitely. As if traversing the distance of the heavens, the witches, this gap appeared unchanged, still minuscule as before. Yet to the outside world, it seemed as though the witches had vacated the area entirely, unveiling a vast plain that provided unobstructed access to the human settlement without the witches' awareness. "Brother, your prowess is truly remarkable." Upon witnessing this scene, Hunyuan clapped his hands in admiration towards Jie, exclaiming, "Haha, esteemed brother, your praise is excessive. It is all for the benefit of our Western teachings." Jie, upon hearing these words, chuckled heartily, his previously sorrowful countenance easing, but he continued, "The two races of Wu and Yao have monopolized the vast expanse of the primordial world. Their talents are either slain by them or forcibly conscripted as subordinates. Such tyrannical races, if not curtailed soon, how can our Western teachings hope to absorb the talents scattered throughout this primordial realm? Without talents, our Western teachings cannot flourish, and the 48 grand vows we made upon achieving sanctification cannot be fulfilled. Therefore, it is imperative to incite discord between the Wu and Yao, to provoke their conflict into a decisive battle at the earliest opportunity." Reflecting on the desolation of the West and the scant presence of disciples, such as Mao and Shao San, Jie silently sighed, his expression once again steeped in sorrow, not despair. "Brother, if we exert ourselves diligently, there will surely come a day when our Western teachings shall thrive." In contrast, Hunyuan maintained a serene smile, a visage of compassion and kindness, remarking, "I have observed the 10th prince of the Golden Crow, who has long lurked at the periphery of the Wu tribe, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the human race. He possesses considerable wisdom and seems destined to align with our Western teachings. Should the calamity between the Wu and Yao come to an end, and should this prince survive, he may very well be guided into our fold." Jie gazed into the distance, discerning the facade of the Yao tribe as he looked upon the sullen-faced Prince Luya, smiling as he said, "Esteemed brother, your insight has always been remarkable. Let us await the unfolding of events." With that, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Jie's gaze, illuminating the distant figure of Prince Luya, who led a multitude of concealed Yao. After completing this task, the light in Jie's eyes faded, and he turned to Hunyuan with a smile. "This matter is concluded. We should take our leave." Hunyuan nodded in agreement and responded, "Very well." As the words fell, the figures of the two Western leaders abruptly vanished, as if they had never been present. The only testament to their appearance was the vast plain leading to the human realm below. In the distance, amidst a winding mountain range, an endless mist enveloped the area, seeming as though it arose naturally. Yet in truth, it was a concealment array laid by the Yao tribe. Nearly 100,000 Yao were hidden within, under the leadership of the remaining prince, Luya, biding their time for the opportunity to massacre the human race and seize their souls in a magnificently arranged vast cavern. Luya sat draped in a robe of the Golden Crow, adorned with a golden crown, exuding an aura of a sovereign. Fiery rays of true sunlight circled around his head, forming a radiant halo that spun incessantly. The sight inspired awe, as he was indeed the offspring of the Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Yao Empress Xia, embodying the essence of royalty at that moment. Luya sat upon a golden throne on a high dais within the cavern, his expression grim, deep in thought, struggling to devise a method to infiltrate the human gathering without alarming the Wu tribe. Surrounding him, the Yao sage Jimeng and a dozen other Yao deities sat quietly, their brows furrowed, evidently at a loss for a viable plan. Alas, Luya suddenly sighed, drawing the attention of Jimeng and the other Yao deities. With a wave of his hand, he grasped a cup of spirit wine, swirling with flames, and drank it down in one gulp. Holding the empty cup, Luya addressed the gathered Yao leaders. "I once advised my father, the emperor, to take action against the human race early on, lest the Wu tribe become aware of the secret of human souls and cause unforeseen changes. To my dismay, my father reprimanded me, insisting he would consult the Nuwa saint in the Chaos Nuwa Palace first. Now, after all this time, the consultation is complete and the Nuwa saint has consented, yet it has taken thousands of years. The Wu tribe now knows the secret of human souls and has tightly encircled the humans. We cannot find any means to infiltrate their gathering. He continued, moreover, I cannot fathom what the Shanqing Saint was thinking in deciding to protect the humans. The creator of the human race, the Hunyuan Saint, has agreed to our actions. What business does an outsider have meddling in this? Bang! The more he spoke, the more agitated Luya became, and he crushed the jade cup in his hand. The Yao sage, Jie Ming, and the seated Yao deities were left alarmed by the prince's complaints against the Yao emperor, and the two supreme saints, Jie Ming, hastily rose, admonishing Luya. Your Highness, the Yao emperor is your father. How can you speak of him in such a manner? And to criticize the two supreme saints? If word gets out, not only the Yao emperor, but even the Yao empress will impose severe punishment upon you. You must exercise caution in your words. Luya, gazing at the irate Jie Ming, revealed a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he replied, Understood, Uncle Jie Ming. When the 10 golden crow princes were born, in order to enhance their innate potential, Hunyuan and Shiha conferred and placed them upon the Sun Star, with Jie Ming at the helm of the 4 great Yao sages and the many Yao deities under their command protecting them. Thus, Luya, who grew up under Jie Ming's watchful eye, held a unique affection for him, regarding him as an uncle to Jie Ming. In turn, doted on Luya, though he typically refrained from allowing Luya to call him uncle. Feeling unworthy of the title, the only one who could be called uncle by Luya was the formidable Yao monarch Dong Huang Tai Yi, the master of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Hearing Luya refer to him as uncle again, Jie Ming felt a warmth in his heart, yet he recognized it as Luya's ploy and could not help but smile wryly, saying, Your Highness, just call me Jie Ming. Furthermore, regarding your previous remarks, we shall treat them as hearsay. You must not speak of them again. Understood. Alas, I was merely venting my frustrations, Luya replied, dismissively waving his hand towards Jie Ming, indicating he would refrain from such comments in the future. That is well, Jie Ming noted, taking his seat once more and surveying the Yao deities present. The group, led by Ba Shi, appeared to be deep in thought. Seemingly oblivious to the prior conversation, Jie Ming nodded in satisfaction and was about to speak to Luya when suddenly, Luya stood up from his golden throne, exclaiming, An idea has just flashed in my mind. Do you think there's a possibility that the Wu tribe has left a patch unguarded? Huh. The Yao sage, Jie Ming, and the other Yao deities looked at Luya in surprise. Ba Shi clasped his fists in reverence and said, Your Highness, did we not already conduct a thorough inspection around the Wu tribe? The human gathering is surrounded by the Wu tribe like an impenetrable fortress. There are no gaps to exploit. However, Luya remained undeterred, waving his hand dismissively. What was true then may not hold now. Who knows if the Wu tribe has encountered any unforeseen circumstances? You must go and inspect the area around the Wu tribe once more. Luya's tone was resolute. Yet he could not explain why he felt that the idea that had surfaced in his mind had a significant chance of becoming a reality. Hearing Luya's firm insistence, Jie Ming and the other Yao deities found it difficult to refute him that it was merely a matter of conducting another discreet inspection around the Wu tribe's encirclement of the human settlements, which was not too burdensome. Immediately, one of the Yao deities, whose essence was that of a great earth-hued mouse, took his leave to go and secretly inspect the Wu tribe's perimeter. Luya waited eagerly, while Jie Ming and the other remaining Yao deities felt a sense of ennui, believing their efforts would prove fruitless. Given the Wu tribe's caution, it was unlikely they would make such a grave error as leaving a passage open into the human gathering. If the Wu tribe were capable of such blunders, they would not deserve to compete with the Yao tribe for dominion over the heavens and earth. Time passed slowly as Luya, Jie Ming, and the others waited. Approximately a month later, the Yao deity Xian Shu returned, his expression brimming with excitement. Witnessing this, Jie Ming and Ba Shi felt a jolt of anticipation, silently thinking, could the Wu tribe truly be so foolish? Luya, laughing heartily, inquired, Xian Shu, have you discovered something significant to warrant such excitement? Xian Shu bowed to Luya, his face alight with enthusiasm as he declared, Your Highness, you are indeed a person of great fortune among our kind. The insights that flicker in your mind become reality almost instantaneously. During my reconnaissance around the Wu tribe's encirclement of the human settlements, I fortuitously discovered a vast open plain that leads directly into the heart of the human gathering. The vast plain, devoid of any shaman clans or ambushes, is perfectly suited for our demon race to launch an assault on the human race. Haha, excellent. Relay my command to gather 1,000,000 demon warriors and march towards the human gathering. This time, in accordance with my father's wishes, the Saint Anwa has permitted us to slaughter no more than 50% of the human populace. 50%. I see no difference from 70%. Thus, we shall annihilate 70% of the humans. The souls of 70% of the humans will surely suffice for the crafting of the slaughtering witch sword, the sage of the demonic race. Jimeng, along with several demon deities, furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Ultimately, it was Jimeng who spoke up, saying, "Your Highness, such an evident blunder is unlikely for the shaman clan. We must not fall prey to their cunning schemes." What do we have to fear from their schemes? What we lack is merely the opportunity to infiltrate the human realm. Prince Liao waved his hand, his imposing countenance displaying a hint of disdain, reminiscent of the demonic Emperor Dijuan. Even if the shaman clan plots against us, intending to ensnare us upon our entry into the human gathering, it ultimately depends on whether my father and Uncle Tai agree to such a plan. Considering Dijuan and Tai, who place great importance on this massacre to harvest the souls of the humans, the entire demon race's attention is fixed squarely on the vanguard led by Luya. Should anything go awry, they would immediately emerge en masse, forming the Grand Star Array to rescue their kin. Luya's heart swelled with valiant resolve, dismissing any potential shaman plots from his mind. Jimeng and the other demon deities shared similar sentiments. Knowing that the entire demon race stood ready to strike, what was there to fear? They would act decisively. With this thought, they regarded Luya with admiration, and Jimeng remarked, "Your Highness, you truly embody the majesty of His Majesty." "Ha ha! Indeed." Luya laughed heartily and led the assembly of demon sages and deities towards the cave's entrance, intent on gathering 1,000,000 vanguard demons to penetrate the human gathering and slaughter them to acquire their souls. Meanwhile, the ancestral shaman Hutu, stationed around the human tribes, inexplicably sensed something was amiss. Strange, it feels as though something is about to happen. Adorned in a dark yellow robe, her beauty radiating a nurturing aura that puts all living beings at ease. Hutu sat meditating on a nearby mountain. Suddenly, she felt a jolt within her heart, stirring her unease. I should return to the clan and conduct a thorough inspection. Resolute in her thoughts, she rose and stepped forward, enveloped in a dark yellow radiance, vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she found herself hovering above the shaman tribe. Gazing down, she observed the shaman tribe bustling with activity, laughter and joy echoing throughout, a scene of peace and tranquility, with no signs of disturbance. After inspecting the entire shaman encampment surrounding the human tribes, Hutu furrowed her brow, questioning whether she had misinterpreted her sensations. Setting aside her concerns for the moment, 3 days later, while meditating in the Grand Hall, Hutu suddenly felt a shift within her spirit. No, the shaman clan may be unharmed, but what if the human race is in peril? Moreover, how could I have only now considered the possibility of a crisis among the humans? With a piercing gaze and a flash of dark yellow radiance, Hutu hastened towards the human gathering. Concurrently, Prince Liao led 1,000,000 demons, dividing into numerous paths under his, Jimeng's, and various demon deities' guidance, as they launched assaults on different human tribes. Upon the signal, they would strike collectively, aiming to slaughter a sufficient number of humans and gather enough souls for crafting the slaughtering which soared before the shaman clan could detect their presence. In the Yun tribe, the first human settlement visited by Tong Ling upon arriving at the human gathering, numerous humans were bustling about outside the tribe. An elderly man, accompanied by his eager grandson, was returning from trade with the neighboring tribe, their faces alight with joy from their bountiful haul. "Grandson, upon our return, I will have gathered enough spirit stones to have you taken as a disciple by the immortal master. Our Lan family shall produce a chi refiner." The elderly man beamed at his grandson, his hand gently caressing the package within his embrace that he had traded a fortunate find of a spiritual herb for a considerable amount of spirit stones. enough to enroll his grandson with the immortal master in the tribe. Reflecting on the imposing figure who rode the five-colored Qilin, the old man dreamed of his grandson becoming a similar celestial being, commanding divine beasts and roaming the heavens. Oh, the grandson, bewildered by the concept of a Qi refiner, simply mirrored his grandfather's delight, gazing up with a beaming smile. Yet at that moment, a colossal foot descended from the heavens, crushing both the elder and the child beneath its weight, transforming their once joyous laughter into nothingness. Not only this grandfather and grandson, but all nearby humans met a similar fate, trampled under the gigantic foot that fell from the sky. Collecting the floating human souls, the leading demon deity bellowed, "Demon warriors, annihilate this small tribe swiftly. You have but 10 breaths of time." The grim fate of the Yun tribe mirrored that of many human settlements as the demon order was issued. The anguished cries and desperate curses of countless humans coalesced into a mournful lament of their demise. Under the leadership of Prince Luya, who had attained the Deluo golden immortal realm, alongside various demon deities and the sage Jieming, 1,000,000 demons swiftly eradicated numerous human tribes. By the time the 3 ancestors of the human race received news, the population had plummeted by over 30%. At that moment, the ancestral shaman Hutu arrived at the human gathering. Standing in midair, she surveyed the ruins of human tribes, her eyes glinting with both cold light and confusion. How did the demon race manage to stealthily infiltrate the human gathering? With no time for further contemplation, Hutu promptly dispatched orders to the shaman warriors, urging them to converge upon the human gathering and prevent the demons from continuing their slaughter and soul harvesting. Meanwhile, she herself, enveloped in dark yellow radiance, instantaneously appeared near Prince Luya, who was wreaking havoc upon the humans. Observing Luya, now transformed into his true form of the 3-legged golden crow, relentlessly fanning his wings and raining down scorching solar flames upon the humans below, Hutu clenched her fist and hurled a punch towards him. The power of the ancestral shaman's strike was unimaginable, akin to a cataclysmic tempest. As her fist swelled to an enormous size, the grandeur of her form dwarfed Luya's 3-legged golden crow. Just as the colossal fist was about to descend, it promised to obliterate Luya entirely. Filled with dread, Luya bellowed, "Mother, save me!" Before his words could fully escape his lips, the heavenly Queen Xia, who had been lying in wait nearby, attentive to her child's every move, emerged bathed in the resplendent light of the moon. She hurled forth the terrifyingly potent innate spiritual treasure, the Moon Essence Wheel, aimed directly at Hutu's massive fist. The Moon Essence Wheel spun rapidly, growing larger as it sliced through the air towards Hutu's colossal punch. The icy radiance emanating from its blade exuded an undeniable sharpness, leaving no doubt that if Hutu's fist were struck by this Moon Essence Wheel, it would suffer grave damage. "Xia, your demon race still indulges in these clandestine schemes." Hutu recalled how they had once plotted against the shaman clan's great shaman Hoi, enticing him to pursue the moon goddess Chang'e, leading to his demise before the southern heavenly gate. Now, they had stealthily infiltrated the human gathering, ruthlessly slaughtering the humans created by the Saint Nwis. This truly the extent of your demon race's capabilities? Retracting her massive fist, Hutu's thoughts shifted as her form morphed, revealing her true ancestral shaman self, a colossal figure nearly 10,000 feet tall. With a serpentine tail and a human form, she grasped a writhing serpent in each hand and advanced toward Xia with great strides. "Come forth!" With a fierce reprimand, she charged towards Hutu, unflinching in her determination. In an instant, the 2 goddesses of the primordial world, both at the pinnacle of quasi-saintly cultivation, clashed with resounding force, rendering a swift resolution elusive. In the human ancestral hall of the sacred lands, upon receiving the news of the demon clan's rampant slaughter of humanity, the 3 ancestral figures of the human race, including Sui Run, immediately turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily made their way to the secluded retreat of Tong Ling. Moments later, upon reaching the cave's entrance, the Chao clan activated the internal mechanism, startling Tong Ling from his meditative state. Now, Tong Ling had already comprehended the entirety of the human script, his retreat focused on deeply understanding the intricacies of the characters he had devised. Awakened suddenly, Tong Ling stood momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes, realizing that a grave disturbance had befallen humanity. With a wave of his hand, he opened the cave door and soared out, addressing the three ancestral figures of humanity, whose expressions were grim. Has a great calamity befallen our people? Sui Run, speaking rapidly, recounted the atrocities committed by the demon clan against humanity, causing Tong Ling's expression to turn icy. News of the protection offered to humanity by the Supreme Sage had long spread across the primordial lands. Tong Ling could hardly believe that the demon clan was unaware of this. They clearly disregarded his master, the Supreme Sage. Humph! The demon clan truly knows no bounds. Let them witness what it means to possess a true sage's proof of enlightenment. Qing Ping's sword, draw forth. With a mere thought, the Qing Ping sacred sword materialized, radiating boundless azure light. Waves of formidable energy surged forth, cleaving the surrounding void and creating dark fissures in the fabric of space. In the face of humanity's peril, while the demon clan disregarded the Supreme Sage's guardianship, they brazenly continued their slaughter. I beseech the arrival of my revered sage. Tong Ling bowed deeply to the floating Qing Ping sword. Speaking reverently, the three ancestral figures of humanity, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished. T.O. invoked the presence of the sage. Did this mean they would soon behold the Supreme Sage, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu? As Tong Ling's respectful voice echoed, the Qing Ping sword suddenly blazed with radiant light, drawing forth an inexhaustible tide of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which converged upon the sword. At this moment, the Qing Ping sword resembled a vortex, continuously siphoning spiritual energy from its surroundings, forming a tempest that connected heaven and earth. The sword's pull was terrifying. In mere moments, it had consumed all the gathered spiritual energy. Then, amidst a flash of sacred light, the Qing Ping sword coalesced into a vast silhouette, its features obscured by swirling azure radiance, rendering it indistinct. However, Tong Ling, familiar with the form of his master, instantly recognized it as the embodiment of his revered mentor. Of course, this manifestation of the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was but a projection formed from the gathered spiritual energy, not the actual sage himself. Upon appearing, the Supreme Sage's avatar cast a knowing glance at Tong Ling, then turned to regard the three ancestral figures of humanity with respect, before vanishing from sight in an instant. Tong Ling, seizing the moment, mounted his five-colored qilin and pursued. The three ancestral figures followed closely behind. Meanwhile, above a vast human tribe housing tens of thousands, the demon god Ba, she revealed its colossal form, nearly 100,000 feet long, unleashing its terrifying power of devouring the heavens, with a gaping maw that resembled a black hole. It began to draw in countless humans below, swallowing them whole. Flesh was consumed, souls were stored, and various refuse was discarded. Delicious. The taste of human flesh was indeed exquisite, but the quantity was far too insufficient. I must seek more tribes to devour. Bashi let out a triumphant roar, its laughter echoing across the sky, as it turned to soar towards the next human stronghold. A vast and indistinct figure suddenly appeared before it. Who dares to impede me? Bashi exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu. However, having never encountered the sage up close, it was unaware of the immense aura radiating from him. Moreover, with the sage concealing his true form, she could not discern that this figure was none other than the Supreme Sage, one of the highest beings of the universe. Instead, it sensed the profound depth of the sage, igniting a flicker of trepidation within, prompting it to avoid entanglement. With a mere glance at Bashi, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu showed no desire for conversation, raising his hand to deliver a strike. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, and a killing intent surged forth. Even with Bashi's peak cultivation at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it was struck by an overwhelming sense of despair. As if fate had decreed its demise. Impossible. Who are you? How could you be so powerful? Bashi roared defiantly, yet was powerless to alter its fate. With a single stroke from the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, Ba Shi's immense body was cleaved in two. Countless invisible sword energies pierced through the severed segments of Ba Shi, transforming it into a sieve before exploding into the void. The demon god Ba Shi had fallen. After slaying Ba Shi, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu furrowed his brow, sensing a thread of heavenly karma arising from his true self far away on Jin Ao Island. He understood this to be the consequence of slaying a demon god and diminishing the demon clan's strength, invoking the heavens' punishment. This meager strand of heavenly karma, however, was something he could bear. Resolutely, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu decided against continuing the slaughter of the demon clan's higher echelons. The repercussions of killing one demon lord versus two were not as simple as addition. He was unwilling to be ostracized by the heavens over mere demons. Having slain Ba, she should suffice to instill fear in the demon clan, compelling them to retreat. I protect humanity. Do you dare to slaughter them with impunity? Do you truly believe I am so easy to provoke? The Tong Tian Jiao Zhu proclaimed, his voice resonating through the cosmos. Ba Shi. In the distance, the demon sage Ji Meng observed Ba Shi's demise. Fury igniting within his eyes, soon overshadowed by feared To slay Ba Shi with a single blow demonstrated unfathomable power. As he grappled with this realization, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's calm declaration made it clear. The slayer of Ba Shi was none other than the protector of humanity. The supreme sage, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu. The supreme sage truly has arrived to intervene on behalf of the humans, whom he had no connection with. As this thought struck him, a mix of shock and awe washed over Ji Meng, compelling him to cease his assault. Not only Ji Meng, but the other demon gods, now aware of the identity of their formidable opponent, refrained from further aggression under the direct intervention of such a supreme being. Swiftly, they commanded their subordinates to halt their attacks, leading them towards the Prince Luya to advocate for a retreat. Your Highness, we must withdraw at once. If we do not retreat, we may find ourselves obstructed by the Wu clan. And if we provoke this supreme sage, we are all likely to meet our demise. Ji Meng urged anxiously. Luya furrowed his brow, glancing at the sage's avatar, standing with arms crossed in the heavens. Then at Shi He and Ho Tu, whose battle was drawing to a close due to the supreme sage's intervention, his expression revealing deep reluctance. They had only managed to hunt down 3.5 parts of humanity, far from their intended target of 70%. With less than 50% of humanity eliminated, the power of the Slaughter Wu sword they had crafted would likely fall short in delivering a devastating blow to the Wu clan. At this moment, Tong Ling approached on his 5-colored qilin with the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, Sui Run, Chao, and following closely behind. They gazed down at the ravaged scene of the human tribes, where lives were lost and rivers ran red with blood, the devastation striking their hearts with profound sorrow. Demon clan, from this day forth, humanity and your kind are sworn enemies, to the death. Let the heavens bear witness. With a fierce roar directed at the heavens, Swerin swore an oath for his clan to the celestial sphere. The Chao clan and the Zi clan followed suit, pledging an eternal vendetta between the human race and the demon race. Tong Ling's gaze fell upon the endless tragic scenes of the human race below, a sigh passing through his heart. He recalled the time when he first arrived among the humans, in a small tribe named Yun, with only 1,000 souls. Now, it had been completely reduced to nothingness. Tong Ling remembered observing the human lineage for the first time, the joyful faces of the tribespeople in Yun, now rendered utterly void. A chill crept into his eyes as he looked upon the nearly 1 million demons gathered together. At the same time, he secretly picked up several azure inscriptions that had fallen after the demise of the demon god. Ba Shi. B. A. Shi swallows heaven. Azure, you are the extraordinary beast Ba Shi, with innate divine powers. When you open your mouth, you can devour 100,000 living souls. Supreme innate demon god footprints. Azure, you are the first Ba Shi in the world, with extraordinary footprints, a supreme innate being, capable of cultivating to the great Luo Golden Immortal and challenging the mixed origin Golden Immortal's quasi-saint Dao fruit point 10,000 years of Dao cultivation. Azure, the 10,000 years of Dao cultivation dropped by the demon god Ba Shi, which, when fused, can naturally and without side effects enhance one's cultivation realm. After collecting the 3 azure inscriptions, Tong Ling chose not to fuse them immediately, intending to wait until the matter was concluded. Master, since these demons refuse to leave, why not eliminate them once and for all? Tong Ling turned his gaze and respectfully addressed Tong Tan. Why good disciple speaks wisely. Your suggestion is not without merit. Tong Tian replied with a smile, his gaze indifferent, as if looking upon mere ants gathered in front of him. Nearly 1,000,000 demons. How despicable! Prince Luya, caught in Tong Tian's cold gaze, could not help but feel a surge of fear and quickly lowered his head. Just then, the demon queen Shiha, having concluded her battle with the ancestral witch Hutu, conveyed a message to Luya. Xiao Shi, retreat back to the clan. Obey. Upon hearing this, Luya sighed inwardly in discontent and gestured to the nearly 1,000,000 demons, saying, Retreat, retreat. Have you consulted our witch clan? At that moment, the great witch Xing Tian arrived with a group of witches, glaring fiercely at Luya and the other demons. Let them go. Huda, the ancestral witch, spoke up. 12 ancestors? Xing Tian was momentarily taken aback. Hutu cast a brief glance into the distance. If she was not mistaken, not only the demon emperor Dijuan, but also Dongwang Tai and other high-ranking members of the demon race had arrived in droves. Meanwhile, her 12 ancestral witches, having been informed earlier, were still on their way that if they were to block the demons, it would likely be futile. Xing Tian did not receive a response from Hutu, and he had no choice but to heed her words. Glaring fiercely at the retreating demons, Hutu watched as Luya and the other demons withdrew, eager to see how the demons had managed to infiltrate. Those demons with profound cultivation could conceal themselves. But those of ordinary cultivation, who were the main perpetrators of this massacre against the humans, surely lacked such ability to remain hidden. Without making Hutu wait long, in the astonished eyes of the witches, nearly 1,000,000 demons, led by the demon Queen Shiha and Prince Luya, directly retreated through a vast plain passage, escaping the encirclement of the witches. What is happening? Countless witches looked on with puzzled expressions. Unlike the perceptions of other beings, who saw the demons as retreating from a broad plain, the witches observed that the nearly 1,000,000 demons led by Shiha and Luya vanished after reaching a certain location, only to reappear outside the witches' encirclement. Hutu's pupils constricted as she surveyed the expressions of the other non-witch beings, noticing a strange glint in their eyes, as if they were watching a farcical spectacle. Realizing something was amiss, Hutu's gaze swept over the celestial realm, landing on the Shanqing sage, Tong Ling, and the 3 ancestors of the human race. Finally, her eyes settled on Tong Ling, the disciple with the lowest cultivation but held in high regard by the sage. And she smiled. This esteemed disciple of a Shanqing sage, may I inquire why you perceive my witch clan with such expressions? The demon's inexplicable retreat, first vanishing and then appearing just outside my witch clan's territory. Surely you could discern something amiss? The aloof Tong Tian, though he had met Hutu before at the Zixiao Palace, had no rapport with her. It was wiser to inquire of Tong Ling, whom he perceived as favored by Tong Tian. Asking him was tantamount to subtly questioning Tong Tian. Tong Ling regarded Hutu with some surprise, not expecting this future creator of reincarnation to address him directly. Ancestral witch Hutu, those nearly 1,000,000 demons retreated brazenly from a vast plain, which was not guarded by your witch clan. Such an oversight should not have occurred, should it? As he spoke, Tong Ling frowned, believing the witch clan would not commit such a fundamental error. Nearby, the 3 ancestors of the human race observed Hutu and the witches with suspicion, even doubting the witches' intentions toward the human race. However, they quickly dismissed the thought. The witch clan would not engage in such foolishness as strengthening the demons, the vast plain. Hutu, upon hearing this, turned her gaze once more, but found no trace of the broad plain Tong Ling had mentioned. Her expression deepened in thought. She believed Tong Ling was not deceiving her, and the looks from the other beings did not appear to be feigned. So, what exactly was happening? At that moment, Tong Ling's expression shifted as he gazed at the area where the vast plain had been, his eyes widening in astonishment. How did that vast plain suddenly vanish? The 3 ancestors of the human race and other beings also noticed the disappearance of the vast plain, their expressions filled with confusion and shock. They speculated whether it was a supernatural technique employed by the demons. Tong Ling's eyes flickered as he sensed something was amiss. Just moments ago, Hutu and the several 100,000 witches had failed to detect the vast plain. Only non-witch beings, such as himself and the 3 human ancestors, had perceived it. What did this imply? It signified that an extraordinary power had intervened, shielding the witch's perception. Even Hutu, a being at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, had been similarly obscured. Such a supernatural technique was highly unlikely to be executed by the demons. Tong Ling concluded that only a sage could achieve this. Was it the sage Hunyuan, or perhaps the 2 sages of the West? Or even the Taiji sage, or possibly the Yuan Shi Tianzun? At this moment, Tong Tian's voice cut through the air, icy and resolute. Zhuan-Ti and Jie, you are indeed quite audacious. Tong Tian gazed at the vanished vast plain, this satisfaction evident in his eyes. Although Zhuan-Ti and Jie's actions have been executed with utmost stealth, Tong Tian, as a sage of equal standing, could still discern certain clues, even if only a fragment of his essence was present. The vast plain that had just vanished was not a mere plain. It was a realm temporarily established through the masterful application of spatial principles. It had merely been integrated into the wilderness under the influence of the heavenly Tao's power. Furthermore, Tong Tian had observed the witches' reactions. They had been entirely shielded from perception by the heavenly Tao's force. In the current wilderness, only sages wielded the authority to manipulate the heavenly Tao. Among the sages, it was the 2 leaders of the Western sect, Jie, who excelled in spatial mastery. From this deduction, Tong Tian could almost affirm that the hidden hand behind this was none other than the 2 Western sect sages, Jie and Zhuan-Ti, 2 sages of the West. Upon hearing the 2 names uttered by the Tong Tian, Tong Ling's gaze sharpened. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed the actions of these 2 Western to be quite reasonable. Given the barrenness of the West, if Jie and Zhuan-Ti did not engage in some machinations within the Hunyuan realm to accelerate the unfolding of the Wu and Lich calamity, it was likely that the Western would never flourish. The West lacked talent, while other regions of Hunyuan were replete with it. If the Wu and Lich tribes were not embroiled in their violent conflicts, the world would become perilous enough to prompt many gifted individuals to traverse great distances to the West, seeking to join the Western under the guidance of the 2 saints. However, in the current era of the Wu and Lich calamity, the dangers on the land of Hunyuan had escalated to unprecedented levels, dissuading beings from venturing far to the West. Consequently, the Western was unable to attract talent, hindering its development and preventing it from accumulating the great fortune necessary for the 2 saints, Jie and Zhuan. Only when the Wu and Lich conflicts came to an end would beings once again traverse to the West to join the Western. Indeed, they could even actively recruit from other regions of Hunyuan. Unlike the current calamity, where many talented individuals had chosen to hide and evade danger, making recruitment exceedingly difficult. Thus, Tong Ling found it understandable that the 2 Western saints would covertly intervene to stir the pot of the Wu and Lich situation. However, differing positions led to differing allegiances. Were Tong Ling a disciple of the Western, he would undoubtedly support the saints Jie and Zhuan-Ti and would offer counsel regarding humanity, advocating for the Western to protect rather than harm the human race. After all, humanity was to become the principal force in the world, and it was more prudent to cultivate amicable relations than to foster enmity. Yet, Tong Ling was not a disciple of the Western, but of the Jie. Thus, his considerations naturally revolved around the interests of the Jie, in the current context. Where the Tong Tian was safeguarding humanity, it was audacious for the Western's 2 saints to conspire against the human race. Clearly, this displayed a lack of respect for the Jie and the Tong Tian, and indeed, a disregard for Tong Ling himself. In such circumstances, Tong Ling's feelings towards the Western began to darken. The audacity of the 2 Western saints to act thus, without regard for the Tong Tian's reputation, led Tong Ling to surmise the underlying reasons, namely, the division of the 3 cleans. The current rift among the 3 cleans was common knowledge throughout the Hunyuan realm. Once a formidable unit, they had now become independent entities. In contrast, the Western boasted the presence of both Jie and Zhuan. Although, in a one-on-one confrontation, neither Jie nor Zhuan-Ti could contend with any of the 3 cleans. The current two-on-one scenario emboldened the Western saints to believe in their invincibility. Hence, their disregard for the Tongtian's face was somewhat understandable, as they merely perceived themselves as possessing greater strength. Such matters were certainly within the awareness of the Tongtian. Thus, upon confirming that Jin and Junti were scheming behind the scenes, the Tongtian's demeanor became markedly colder, recognizing the necessity to compel the two saints to reassess the might of the Tongtian. My good disciple, as humanity faces tribulation, you shall remain here with the Qingping sword to oversee matters. I must journey to the western Shumi mountain. The Tongtian commanded Tongling, before his figure abruptly transformed into an expanse of boundless spiritual essence. Dissipating into the AI, or I in his place, a sword radiating emerald holy light floated in the void, exuding vibrant sword energy. With the departure of the Tongtian, the atmosphere in the area became considerably lighter. Hutu, having received answers, saw her doubts dissipate. However, her sentiments soured towards the Western, who had conspired not only against humanity, but against their own Wu tribe. Even harboring a hint of animosity, she gestured to Tong Ling and the three ancestors of humanity before striding away. The three ancestors of humanity, their expressions filled with reverence, bowed deeply in gratitude towards the path the Tongtian had taken, remaining in that position for an extended period before rising. Sui Run's eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions as he addressed Tong Ling. Alas, my friend, were it not for the protection of your Jie, our human race would have suffered far worse calamities. Please accept our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Jie. As he spoke, Sui Ren bowed deeply, followed by the other two ancestors, who similarly lowered themselves in respect towards Tong Ling. Tong Ling made no attempt to hinder them, for it was indeed the appearance of the Tongtian that had thwarted the wanton massacre of humanity by the demon race. Had it not been for the Tongtian's earlier defeat of the demon god Ba Shi, which instilled fear in the demon race, the number of fallen kin among humanity would likely have exceeded 3.5. In Tong Ling's estimation, the losses would not be fewer than 50%. Such figures were terrifying. 1 in every 2 members of humanity faced annihilation. It was an utterly devastating blow. Thus, he felt that the bowing of the 3 ancestors of humanity was well-deserved by the Jie. Yet, contemplating the tragic fate of those who had perished, Tong Ling sighed softly. Alas, it appears we discovered the threat too late. Who could have anticipated that a supreme being would conspire against us? The supreme being Tong Ling referred to was understood by all present to be none other than the 2 of the Western, as mentioned by the previous Qingping saint, the 3 ancestors of humanity. Having completed their bow, realized that the schemers Tong Ling spoke of were indeed the 2 celestial saints of the Western. What recourse did humanity have against such exalted beings? They felt helpless, innocent, and utterly powerless. Suddenly, Tong Ling spoke with an inscrutable expression. My esteemed friends, does the demon race not fear the repercussions from our Holy Mother Enwa and the saintly of humanity? Furthermore, considering the current turmoil within humanity, surely they must be aware. The 3 ancestors of humanity fell silent, unsure how to respond to Tong Ling's query. Their impressions of the Holy Mother Enwa and the Ta Ching saint grew increasingly negative. Observing this, Tong Ling chose not to press further. Judging by the absence of intervention from the Holy Mother Enwa and the Ta Ching saint against the demon race, it was clear that the Tongtian and the Jie would reap substantial benefits in the aftermath of the demon race's slaughter of humanity. Benefits that would certainly rival those garnered by the Holy Mother Enwa and the Ta Ching saint. The former had tied her fortune to humanity through her role in its creation, while the latter had done so via the golden elixir path. And no matter how humanity progressed, a portion of their fortune would inevitably be shared with them. Presently, humanity remained weak, and the Holy Mother Enwa and the Ta Ching saint might not regard them with much favor. Their failure to intervene revealed their true sentiments. However, they could not foresee that humanity would emerge as the principal force in the world in the days to come. While the Holy Mother Enwa's position was precarious due to her role in humanity's creation, making it difficult for humanity to sever ties, the Ta Ching saint might find himself gradually abandoned by humanity should a cultivation method arise that rivaled or surpassed the golden elixir path. Tong Ling pondered his own extraordinary comprehension, contemplating that in the future, as his cultivation advanced, he could potentially devise a cultivation method for humanity that would be at least on par with the golden elixir method. At that time, his own status would completely replace that of the Ta Ching saint among humanity, establishing him as a new generation of preacher. Furthermore, not long from now, he would ascend to the position of cultural ancestor of humanity. It was likely that in the future, humanity would hold Tong Ling in the highest esteem. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tong Ling and the three ancestors of humanity began to traverse the human tribes, providing comfort and support to those afflicted. After concluding this endeavor, Tong Ling retreated to a cave not far from the human ancestor hall to enter seclusion, merging the acquired terms while also preparing to bring humanity's written language into existence. As for the Tongtian's journey to Shumi Mountain, Tong Ling decided against accompanying him to witness the spectacle. He deemed it wiser to refrain from involving himself in such conflicts among saints, reserving his participation until he achieved the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxian. Within the cave, Tong Ling sat upon a bed of white clouds, and with a subtle shift of thought, he began to merge the three azure terms that had fallen from the demon god Ba Shi. The first to be merged was the term Ba Shi swallows the heavens to be A Shi swallows the heavens, azure as the exotic beast Ba Shi. Your innate divine abilities are extraordinary. With a wide open maw, you can devour millions of beings. Upon merging, a vast space akin to a black hole emerged within Tong Ling's abdomen. Unlike the previously acquired ghostly space, which primarily focused on the confinement and enslavement of souls, this black hole-like space brimmed with the power of devouring and destruction. Once a living being is consumed, there lies only a path to demise. After merging the Ba Snake's devouring essence, Tong Ling proceeded to fuse the high-grade, innate demon god's footnote of the Azure Hue. High-grade, innate demon god's footnote. Azure Hue are the first Ba Snake in the realm. With an extraordinary foundation, innate high-grade, sufficient to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal, capable of challenging the Hunyuan Golden Immortal's quasi-Saint Dao fruit. The moment the fusion succeeded, a new attribute of devouring destruction emerged within Tong Ling's foundational source, surpassing the original gold, wood, and water attributes in proportion that in an instant, above the white clouds, the human form of Tong Ling's innate Dao fetus vanished. In its place blossomed a golden sword lotus of the 9th rank. The sword lotus took root upon the white clouds, emanating a profound and rich essence of innate high-grade footnotes. This moment, Tong Ling's body had unmistakably ascended from a 7th rank sword lotus to a 9th rank sword lotus. Enveloped in an aura of destruction and devouring, the sword lotus swayed. Tong Ling transformed back into the appearance of his innate Dao fetus, sensing the renewed metamorphosis of his foundational source. Tong Ling contemplated that if he were to continue merging in this manner, he might eventually assimilate all 3,000 attributes of the world. It is not impossible, Tong Ling mused, recognizing the feasibility of his thoughts. Previously, he had been constrained by a narrow mindset, aspiring to converge the 5 elements into a 5-element sword lotus. However, now he perceived that he could potentially merge all attributes of heaven and earth, ultimately elevating to a lotus flower that rivals or even surpasses the Chaos Azure Lotus, the T.O. become a 36th rank, or even transcend the 36th rank, Supreme Chaos Sword Lotus. Indeed, this plan is viable, envisioning the boundless potential of his future Supreme Foundation. Tong Ling felt invigorated. After successfully merging the high-grade, innate demon god's footnote, he transformed from a 7th rank sword lotus into a 9th rank sword lotus. The final fusion was with the Azure-hued 10,000-year Dao achievement. 10,000-year Dao achievement. Azure the 10,000-year Dao achievement dropped by the demon god Ba Snake, which upon fusion naturally enhances one's cultivation realm without side effects. The moment the 10,000-year Dao achievement merged, Tong Ling's aura began to surge dramatically. His Dao realm continuously ascended, seemingly without any bottleneck, akin to a momentum that swept all before it. Early stage of Golden Immortal peak. Late stage of Golden Immortal. Peak of Golden Immortal. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Until his Dao achievement broke through to the early peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Almost reaching the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, Tong Ling's aura finally began to stabilize, feeling the innate 5 Qi swirling within his chest. Tong Ling's heart swelled with joy at this moment. He had finally ascended to the realm of a Tai Golden Immortal, embodying the 5 Qi converging towards the origin in this vast primordial expanse. He had gained a preliminary power of self-preservation. Although Tai Golden Immortals were abundant in the current primordial realm, he was but a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal, and his strength could not be deemed weak. Moreover, after elevating to Tai Golden Immortal, the number of prohibitions he could refine from the innate spiritual treasures would significantly increase, enabling him to unleash greater power from those treasures, with his current comprehensive strength. Even a typical perfected Tai Golden Immortal would hardly be his match. After fully merging the 3 azure-hued footnotes dropped by the demon god boss Snake and enhancing himself in every aspect, Tong Ling's next course of action was to initiate the manifestation of the human race's writing in his mind. A radiant light burst forth, as 129,600 peculiar characters continuously combined and arranged, forming verses, songs, and moral literature reminiscent of Tong Ling's past life. The moon sets, the crow caws, frost fills the sky. The fishing lights on the river meet the sorrowful sleeper, the bright moonlight before the bed. Suspected to be frost on the ground, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Man follows the heavens follow the earth follows the Tao follows nature. At the beginning of humanity, nature is inherently good, and so on some moment, once his state was adjusted to its pinnacle, Tong Ling's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared in the skies above the cave. Ao Tian, Tong Ling called out, and the 5-colored Qilin, Tan, who was sleeping soundly in the distant forest, immediately rose up on 5-colored clouds and galloped toward Tong Ling. Tong Ling leaped onto the back of the 5-colored Qilin and commanded, "To the human ancestor hall, I wish to meet the 3 ancestors of the human race." "Yes, my lord," Ao Tian replied, carrying Tong Ling as they soared towards the nearby human ancestor hall. The purpose of Tong Ling's visit to meet Swearin and the others was to have the 3 ancestors of the human race fulfill their earlier promise to grant him a request. Tong Ling's request was that once he created the script for the human race, Swearin, Wu Chao, and Zi, the 3 ancestors, would announce to the entire human race their support for Tong Ling to become the grandmaster of the human race's literary Tao. Once the position of literary ancestor was established, Tong Ling's status within the entire human race would become immensely significant. More crucially, upon becoming the literary ancestor, Tong Ling's fortune would be irrevocably intertwined with that of the human race. As the destined protagonist of the human race, the incredible potential of that fortune would greatly assist Tong Ling in attaining the Hunyuan realm. Even if Tong Ling were to achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal in the future, the immense fortune of the human race would continue to provide support for his elevation within the Hunyuan Great Luo realm. However, in but a moment, the human ancestor hall came into view. Sensing the presence of Tong Ling and his 5-colored Qilin, Swearin and the other 2 ancestors hurriedly emerged from the hall to welcome Tong Ling, the benefactor of the human race. "Tao friend, you have emerged from seclusion. Congratulations. With the aura you exude, it seems we must congratulate you on your ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal." "Wait, Tai Golden Immortal?" Swearin's dignified face broke into a smile as he recognized that Tong Ling's aura had changed significantly from before his retreat, now indicating his status as a Tai Golden Immortal. However, he quickly regained his composure. Recalling that Tong Ling had been at the early stage of Golden Immortal before his seclusion, Swearin's gaze towards Tong Ling began to shift, slowly transforming into one of incredulity and astonishment. Beside him, Wu Chao and Zi exhibited similar reactions, their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded Tong Ling for the astonishment of the 3 ancestors of the human race. Tong Ling, who had grown accustomed to such reactions since the time of the Jie, exhibited no extraordinary response that he chuckled and said, "This humble one's ascension to Tai Golden Immortal is merely a stroke of luck. The 3 friends need not dwell on it too much, that I have come today with an urgent matter to discuss with you. The 3 friends remember the promise made to me, that after the calamity of the human race, I could present a request." Upon hearing this, Swearin, Wu Chao and Zi snapped back to attention and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet their gazes towards Tong Ling remained somewhat perplexed. The fact that one could elevate from the early stage of Golden Immortal directly to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal in a single seclusion is indeed a significant leap. Can such an occurrence be merely deemed as luck? Should Tong Ling have relied on external forces for his elevation? The three ancestors would have thought little of it. They looked down upon those treasures or elixirs that forcibly enhance one's cultivation at the cost of future potential. They would merely consider such items as collectibles to be bestowed upon subordinates in the future, never intending to use them themselves. However, the key point is that Tong Ling's aura appeared dense and resilient, stable as the stars and vast as the SEIT did not seem to be a result of external aid, but rather a breakthrough achieved through his own cultivation. This left Suiren and the others in profound disbelief, struggling to fathom the existence of a being capable of such rapid cultivation. Ahem, may I ask, Dao Friend Tong, how long did it take you to ascend from the Xian Immortal to the Golden Immortal? Setting aside the urgent matter at hand, Suiren's curiosity surged, and he began to inquire about Tong Ling's cultivation time. Wu Chao and Zi also gazed at Tong Ling with eager curiosity. Tong Ling chuckled helplessly and replied, "Why do the three friends cling so tightly to this matter? The discussion of urgent matters should take precedence. Nevertheless, since you were so insistent, I shall share it with you. It took me several hundred years, nearly 1,000 years, to ascend from Xian Immortal to Golden Immortal. Yes, that duration was indeed somewhat lengthy." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors of the human race inhaled sharply. Exchanging glances filled with astonishment, T.O. break through from Xian Immortal to Golden Immortal in less than 1,000 years. How extraordinary must one be? Moreover, judging by Tong Ling's tone, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the time taken for such a breakthrough. This truly is the three of them, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, exchanged glances and suddenly broke into a helpless smile. Perhaps this was the cultivation anomaly they could not comprehend, that in-star contrast, while a mere retreat could elevate a Golden Immortal to a grand unity, Golden Immortal. It had taken nearly a millennium for one to ascend from a profound immortal to a Golden Immortal. For someone as extraordinary as Tong Ling, this indeed felt excessively protracted, with a resigned shake of his head. Suiren and his companions chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. The more extraordinary Tong Ling became, the better, judging by Tong Ling's attitude as a direct disciple of a saint towards the human race. The higher his cultivation would rise, the more beneficial it would be for the future development of humanity. At that moment, a flicker of joy blossomed in the hearts of Suiren and the other two ancestors. With a smile in his eyes, Suiren addressed Tong Ling. "Friend Tong, feel free to express any requests you may have. As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall endeavor wholeheartedly to fulfill them." "Indeed." Yu Chao and Zi nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall speak candidly," Tong Ling stated. "Since my arrival among the human race, I have made numerous observations regarding the methods of inheritance and exchange within the community. Ultimately, during this retreat, while enhancing my cultivation, I have also conceived and created a total of 129,600 characters for the human race. The remaining task is to officially bring these characters into the world, establishing them as one of the fundamental inheritances of humanity. This will lay an everlasting and unyielding foundation for the future development of our kind." Upon hearing Tong Ling's final words, the expressions of Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi turned utterly serious, steeped in extreme gravity. Their gazes towards Tong Ling brimmed with inexpressible admiration and astonishment, but of course, there was also a profound sense of gratitude and joy. With their keen insight, it was not difficult to imagine that if Tong Ling truly brought forth the 129,600 characters he had spoken of, establishing them as the foundation of human inheritance, then humanity would gain an immensely profound legacy. Just as Tong Ling had articulated, the characters he created would indeed set an eternal and indelible foundation for the future advancement of the human race, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. To think of humanity in such a manner. Please allow us, the ancestors of humanity, to pay our respects." As they spoke, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi inclined themselves, representing the entirety of humanity in expressing their gratitude for Tong Ling's creation of characters. However, Tong Ling waved his hand, preventing them from bowing. With a smile, he said, "My dear friends, I have yet to articulate my request. My request is this. Once I have created the 129,600 characters for humanity, I wish to attain the esteemed title of the literary ancestor of the human race through this grand achievement. At that time, I shall also be a member of humanity. Considering the development of our kind is the duty of the literary ancestor, there is no need for you three to represent humanity in thanking me." Tong Ling then inquired whether they were willing to accept this request. Held aloft by Tong Ling's magical power, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi found themselves unable to truly bow before him. Naturally, had they chosen to bow after hearing Tong Ling's words, it would have signified a rejection of his earlier proposition. Their hesitation to perform the gesture of gratitude indicated they were still contemplating whether to allow this outsider, Tong Ling, to assume the position of the literary ancestor of humanity. Observing their indecision, Tong Ling remained patient, his expression calm as he watched Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi exchange glances filled with silent communication. They did not keep him waiting long. In an instant, Suiren and the other two ancestors comprehended each other's thoughts through their exchanged glances, agreement, and affirmation. All three were willing to trust Tong Ling, the direct disciple of the who had sheltered humanity, willing to allow him to take on the role of the literary ancestor. Moreover, since it was Tong Ling who had created these characters, if he were to be denied the title of literary ancestor, it would surely render any future human claiming the position feeling insecure or uncomfortable. The founder of a path must be its creator, possessing the rightful claim to the title. The literary ancestor, thus, could only be someone who had invented the characters and pioneered the literary path. If others were to ascend to this position in the future, they might find it a source of ridicule and disgrace. Suiren and the other two ancestors straightened up. With a solemn expression, Suiren looked at Tong Ling and said, "Friend, once you have created the characters of humanity and fully intertwined them with our fate, we, the three ancestors of humanity, shall announce you as the literary ancestor of our kind. At that time, you shall be considered one of us, and as a leader, you must strive for the prosperity of humanity." Naturally, Tong Ling replied, nodding in agreement. Once he became the literary ancestor, he would certainly consider the advancement of humanity. As humanity grew stronger, he, as their literary ancestor, would enjoy greater fortune, allowing him to enhance his own cultivation more swiftly. With the boost of humanity's fortune, he would then be able to lead the human race towards further development. This mutual benefit would be a splendid arrangement. In that case, let us begin the creation of the characters, Suiren said, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Tong Ling. Yu Chao and Zi shared the same sentiment. There is no rush. Creating characters and establishing the literary path requires the treasures of the literary path, namely the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, Tong Ling remarked. Observing the growing curiosity in the eyes of Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, he gestured with his hand, summoning four uniquely shaped items to manifest before him. These were the embodiments of the brush. Ink, paper, and inkstone, reminiscent of those from his past life, but with slight variations. The brush was formed from a root stem of Tong Ling. The ink was a small portion of his own blood. The paper was a lotus leaf from him, and the inkstone was a segment of his stem. The reason for this was to maximize the potential of his own contributions in the creation of the literary path. While crafting other spiritual treasures to serve as the foundational treasures for the literary path could yield 4 additional items of merit, they would ultimately still be external objects. They could not compare to using parts of himself to embody the literary path. With the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone now present, the time to create characters had officially arrived. Tong Ling chuckled softly as he tossed the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone into the heavens. Instantly, the 4 future treasures of the literary path began to move autonomously through the void. The brush transformed from the root stem, dipped into the golden blood swirling around it, and began to inscribe, according to Tong Ling's intent, upon the lotus leaf. The first character inscribed was Run. As the brush touched the leaf, the character emerged, marking the official birth of the characters of humanity. The heavens instantly manifested extraordinary phenomena. purple qi descended, silver flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and harmonious celestial melodies resonated throughout. An endless cascade of golden light began to surge from the heavens, gradually coalescing into a colossal golden pillar that pierced the sky and the earth. What a powerful manifestation! Such an abundance of heavenly merit. Not far away, Hunyuan and the other two ancestors of humanity gazed in astonishment at this scene. Tong Ling's contribution in creating characters and establishing the literary path undoubtedly rivaled their own achievements when they first ignited the flame of civilization, constructing the first dwelling and clothing for humanity that, in fact, in some respects, it even surpassed their efforts. However, due to their status as the ancestors of humanity, they inherently held an advantage in guiding the human race, which accounted for their significant contributions that, in reality, the establishment of the literary path was a far greater accomplishment. After inscribing the character run, Tong Ling continued to write, swiftly crafting 3 additional characters, Zhu, Dang, and Xing, together forming the phrase Ren Zhu Dang Xing, signifying the rise of humanity. Upon inscribing these 4 characters, the celestial phenomena intensified further. The golden light of merit coalesced completely, forming a resplendent pillar of accomplishment. Tong Ling remained undeterred, continuing his writing. The characters Tong, Ling, Sui, Yu, Chao, Zi, among others, combined with the earlier 4 characters heralding the rise of the human race, totaling an impressive 12,960 words. Once these letters were fully inscribed by Tong Ling, the fortunes of the human race surged dramatically, while concurrently, a golden pillar of merit descended from the heavens, divided into 2. One half enveloped Tong Ling, while the other half cascaded down upon the entire human race. Bathed in the golden light of merit, Tong Ling felt the fortunes of humanity gradually beginning to share a portion with him, enhancing his own destiny. The fortunes of humanity have now begun to bind with me. What remains is to achieve the title of the literary ancestor of the human race and to bind the fortunes of humanity completely. With a shift in thought, Tong Ling proclaimed loudly, Heavenly Tao above, today, I, Tong Ling, create 12,960 characters for the human race, opening the literary path for humanity. I aspire to achieve the title of literary ancestor. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. As his voice echoed, a sudden clap of thunder resounded through the heavens. However, Tong Ling sensed that the fortunes of humanity were not yet wholly bound to him. He understood that this was due to the fact that the 3 ancestors of humanity had not formally acknowledged his position as the literary ancestor. His gaze shifted towards the nearby 3 ancestors of humanity. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi immediately recognized that it was time for them to assist Tong Ling. Sui Ren was the first to speak. Heavenly Tao above, today Tong Ling creates characters for our human race. Opening our literary path, his merits spanning the ages, benefits enduring eternally, he is worthy of being our literary ancestor. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Yu Chao and Zi Yi followed suit, declaring their support. As the voices of the 3 great ancestors resonated, Tong Ling instantly felt a profound shift. The fortunes of humanity were suddenly and irrevocably intertwined with him, granting him the ability to manipulate a portion of their destiny at will. Simultaneously, the thunderous applause from the heavens grew ever more resounding, celebrating the birth of the literary ancestor for humanity. Other ancient races in close proximity to humanity were left astonished and puzzled. Was it merely the emergence of a literary ancestor from the human race? Why then was the commotion in the world so grand? Did the human race possess some extraordinary trait? In the Wu tribe, Ho-Tu gazed towards the magnificent spectacle in the direction of humanity, recalling her prior conversation with Tong Ling, her eyes revealing a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. It was not only Ho-Tu. Other powerful beings from the ancient races nearby were also lost in contemplation as they observed the phenomenon above the gathering of humanity. As for those lofty heavenly Tao saints, they were currently fixated on the fierce battle atop Mount Shumi in the western wilderness. Tong Tian, do not overstep your bounds. The towering, cloud-piercing Shumi, sacred mountain, radiating golden auspice, was now in tumult, as an enraged voice echoed from deep within the mountain. The vicinity of Shumi's sacred mountain was now enveloped in an endless aura of sharpness and killing intent, with swords of red, black, green, and blue hovering ominously in the sky. The entire Western Church was shrouded in this ominous presence, the peak of Shumi Mountain, in the pure land of bliss established by the two Western saints. Xuanti and Jie felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the four extermination swords. Glancing at their disciples, who were pale with fear, discontent flickered in their eyes. Xuanti conjured a treasure tree radiating with seven-colored divine light. This was his own Western golden Bodhi tree, forged from innate gold, chaotic silver, and the seven treasures of the azure sky, a testament to his path, known as the Seven Treasures Marvelous Tree, reputed to cleanse all things. Targeting a direction, he directed the Seven Treasures Marvelous Tree towards the red-hued Xian sword. The multicolored brilliance seemed to possess boundless mystery, as if it aimed to cleanse the very fabric of the world. The void along its path was rendered null, time and space storms failing to manifest, merely being brushed back to their origin. The terrifying seven-colored light soon reached the hovering red Xian sword. Alas, the Xian sword remained utterly unmoved. The so-called cleansing light of the Seven Treasures was unable to disturb it in the slightest, or rather, it was not that the Seven Treasures' marvelous tree could not sway the Xian sword at all, but rather that, under the command of the four extermination swords and the manipulation of Tong Tian, they had already transformed into a perfect whole. The perfected extermination sword array, which Hong Jun Daozu had bestowed upon Tong Tian, had proclaimed that only the four saints could breach it. Initially, Xuanti, Jie, and other heavenly Dao saints were somewhat skeptical of this. However, witnessing the events unfold before them now, Xuanti's nearly full-force attempt to brush against the Xian sword without success left both Jie and Xuanti in shock. They now comprehended the truth of what Hong Jun Daozu had mentioned, understanding what it meant that only the four saints could breach the extermination sword array. Xuanti, Jie, Tong Tian, standing firm in the void with arms crossed, gazed at the Shumi sacred mountain shrouded by the extermination sword array, coldly scoffing. You are well aware that the human race is under my protection, yet you still plot against them. Such actions, do they not imply that you hold me, Tong Tian, in contempt? Since you disregard my reputation, do I, Tong Tian, still need to uphold yours? Today, I shall let you know whether my reputation is as easily trifled with. With another cold scoff, Tong Tian intensified the sealing power of the extermination sword array, but refrained from launching an attack against the Western Church. This was merely a contest of reputations. The two Western saints had undermined Tong Tian's dignity. Hence Tong Tian sought to ensure that Jie and Xuanti would suffer an even greater loss of face. Thus, confining the Shumi sacred mountain with the extermination sword array for a few years would suffice. Killing disciples of the Western Church was unnecessary, as it would only sow enmity. Tong Tian, do you truly wish to sacrifice the reputation of our Western Church for the sake of mere humanity? Jane's anguished expression turned angry as he looked at Tong Tian with dissatisfaction. Tong Tian let out a cold laugh, uninterested in Jie's inquiries. Sensing several prying gazes, he suddenly remarked, Sister Nuwa, do you not have anything to say regarding Jie and Xuanti's schemes against humanity? Humanity was created by you, revered as the Holy Mother. The demon race slaughters humanity. And while I can understand your inaction, given your past as a demon sovereign and your brother Fushi's current position in the demon race, your ties with them are much closer. However, Jie and Xuanti's relationship with you is rather ordinary. Is it not? Now that they plot against humanity, you have no comment. As his words fell, the heavens remained silent for a long time. After a while, a sigh resonated, and soon after, the gaze of the Saint Nuwa observing this place vanished. Tong Tian's expression darkened as he coldly scoffed at the direction in which Nuwa departed, saying, Sister Nuwa, I must say, you are rather unworthy of the title of Holy Mother of Humanity. With that, Tong Tian shifted his gaze elsewhere, his expression becoming somewhat complex as he addressed, Elder Brother, as the leader of the human teachings, now that humanity is facing schemes, do you have nothing to say? No response. After Tong Tian's inquiry, the gaze of the Taiji saint similarly disappeared, offering no reply to Tong Tian's question. Witnessing this, Tong Tian couldn't help but smirk, yet refrained from voicing any further comments. He understood his elder brother's attitude to be truthful. In the eyes of these saints, humanity was merely an ordinary race. Their life and death mattered little to them. Though Laozi had established the human teachings and spread the golden elixir method among humanity. That was the extent of it. Laozi might ensure humanity's survival, but he would not concern himself with the suffering they endured, for he was indifferent to it all. Such is the nature of a saint, treating all things as mere fodder. Were it not for the request of his promising disciple Tong Ling, Tong Tian would hardly have given a thought to the inconsequential humanity. Yet now that he had intervened, it was only natural that he would not withdraw his hand immediately. It was not his character to let his lost dignity go unavenged. Third brother, there is a time to spare others. The Master granted you such a powerful spiritual treasure. I believe it was not intended for you to use against your fellow disciples. Was it? The voice of Yuan Tiandan echoed, beginning to mediate. Now that you have reclaimed the lost face of Zhuan Ti and Jie, as your elder brother, I believe this matter should come to a close. Upon hearing these words, Tong Tian Jiaozhu merely flicked his eyelids. Dismissing Yuan Tianzhuan entirely, previously, during the gambling match on Jinao Island, Yuan Tianzhuan had yet to concede defeat. Following their debate, neither Tong Tian Jiaozhu nor Yuan Tianzhuan managed to persuade the other. Ultimately, Yuan Tianzhuan, accompanied by Yuding Jinren, who had discerned the profound secrets of the 6 Yuan Xianmen formation, along with 5 of his direct disciples, brazenly departed from Jinao Island, returning to the Kunlun Mountain in the eastern part of the Hunyuan. Now, for Yuan Tianzhuan to emerge as a mediator was indeed a source of discontent for Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Tong Tian Shixiang, Yuan Shixiang speaks the truth. We are all brothers of the Xianmen. Why must we be at odds? Zhuan Ti remarked, gazing at Tong Tian Jiaozhu, in no need for further discourse. Let it be so that the Zhuxian sword formation can find your Western sect for 3 years. After 3 years, I shall reclaim the 4 Zhuxian swords and the Zhuxian formation map. With that, clouds appeared beneath Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who sat cross-legged, turning a deaf ear to the commotion of the outside world and entering a state of meditation. Witnessing this scene, Jiejing and Zhuan Ti found themselves at a loss, only able to sigh inwardly, marking the incident in their hearts. Yuan Tianzhuan, perceiving the futility of his persuasion, which had been entirely ignored by Tong Tian Jiaozhu, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, sensing the indignity of his position as elder brother. He could not be bothered with the matter any longer, withdrawing his gaze and vanishing from sight. At this moment, above the human ancestor hall, Tong Ling had completely absorbed the merits from the merit golden pillar. However, he did not utilize it to elevate his cultivation. Instead, it formed a resplendent merit golden wheel behind his head. Any living being could discern his noble deeds of merit. We pay our respects to Wenzu. The human race has given birth to Wenzu. We have written language now. Our human race possesses a legacy of characters. Wenzu's merits are boundless and deserving of our reverence, as Tong Ling achieved the position of Wenzu within the human race. The auspicious fortunes of a human ancestor were transmitted, and all members of the human race came to know that their lineage had produced an ancestor who opened the path of writing. With the belief that their race would grow ever stronger, and out of respect for Wenzu, all members of the human race bowed towards the direction of fortune, celebrating the emergence of Wenzu. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on becoming our human race's Wenzu. Swearin smiled at Tong Ling, while Wu Chao and Zi also offered their congratulations with smiles. Haha, mutual joy. With the achievement of Wenzu, Tong Ling felt a profound happiness. Being bound to the future protagonist of the heavenly earth, and with the establishment of the path of writing for the human race, he was filled with delight and responded with laughter. Now that fellow Taoist has become our human race's Wenzu, you can establish a Wenzu hall on our sacred land. I wonder if you would like to do so now. Swearin inquired. Tong Ling replied with a smile. Naturally, I shall establish it now. Thus, with a command from Swearin, Tong Ling's Wenzu hall was erected beside the human ancestor hall, standing in parallel. Thereafter, Tong Ling temporarily resided among the human race, commencing the dissemination of the path of writing. Thanks to the characters created by Tong Ling, The spread of writing proceeded smoothly, facilitating the recording and communication of many matters related to heritage and exchange within the human race. Consequently, the human race naturally grew increasingly powerful. 3 years later, at the human race's sacred land, within the Wenzu Hall, Tong Ling sat upon a cloud bed, refining various innate restrictions within spiritual treasures. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and he waved his hand to summon the Qingping sword. At that moment, the Qingping sword trembled slightly, and a voice resonated from within. Disciple, the two saints of the West have plotted against the human race, damaging our Jie reputation. I shall use the Juxian sword formation to confine them for 3 years, thus reclaiming our dignity. Now, the human race can surely believe they will not dare to scheme against us again. As for the demon race, with the fall of a demon god, they are certainly deterred from attacking the human race again. Thus, the matter of protecting the human race is nearly concluded. My good disciple, will you return to Jinao Island for seclusion? The transmission from Tongtian Jiaozhu was conveyed through the Qingping sword. Tong Ling, upon hearing this, was not surprised. However, he had no intention of returning to Jinao Island for seclusion at this moment. A recent occurrence had led him to feel that he needed to remain on the vast lands of Hunyuan for a while longer, patiently awaiting the fruits of his labor. Tong Ling bowed to the Qingping sword, stating, I report to my master that I shall not return for the time being and will remain here among the human race for a while longer. Once the human race has regained some vitality, I shall return to Jinao Island on my OWS, albeit, replied Tongtian Jiaozhu, and, as his words fell, the Qingping sacred sword ceased its trembling. Tong Ling summoned the Qingping sword back into his possession. Reflecting on Tongtian Jiaozhu's earlier words about confining the Western sect for 3 years with the 4 Juxian swords, he surmised that Zhuan and Jie must now harbor animosity towards his master in Jie. Tong Ling did not believe that Tongtian Jiaozhu had acted wrongly. Among sages, reputation was one of their most cherished possessions. Since Jie and Zhuan had tarnished his master's reputation, it was only natural for his master to seek restitution. However, considering the consequences stemming from this incident, Tong Ling could not help but think of the upcoming Fengshen calamity, realizing that this act of protecting the human race had inadvertently sowed discord between the Western sect and Jie. Contemplating the future alliance of the 3 teachings against Jie, Tong Ling narrowed his eyes. It was inevitable that during the Fengshen calamity, the 3 teachings would unite against Jie, with a vast number of Jie disciples. Thousands of immortals would come to pay homage. Not to mention that the teachings of the Chan and the human race could not compare. Even the numerous disciples of the Western sect would still fall short. Hence, if they did not unite to ensure sufficient Jie disciples were entered into the Fengshen list, it would indeed be strange. Thinking too much was unhelpful and merely disturbed his mind. The pressing matter was to swiftly enhance his cultivation, increase his Taoist achievements, and simultaneously augment his potential. Before the arrival of the Fengshen calamity, he must successfully attain the status of a Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian. Only then could he assist his master in saving Jie. Tong Ling's resolve to achieve the status of Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian solidified once more. Suddenly, a voice echoed outside the Wenzu Hall, pulling Tong Ling's thoughts back. Fellow Taoist, the venerable Hunyuan, who was previously pursued by the demon race in the eastern Hunyuan, has resurfaced. He is currently fleeing towards the southern Hunyuan. Upon hearing this, Tong Ling rose abruptly, swinging open the doors of the Wenzu Hall, and addressed Zi outside. Zi Taoist, are you certain he is fleeing towards the southern Hunyuan? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes not long ago. Zi affirmed with conviction. Above the human race's tribal grounds, a colorful Qilin, stepping upon 5-colored clouds, was galloping towards the southern Hunyuan. Tong Ling sat upon the back of the colorful Qilin, gazing down at the human gathering that was surrounded by the Wu tribe, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. Although the demon race had captured a significant portion of human souls and, being under the intimidation of Tongtian Jiaozhu, were unlikely to slaughter the human race again, the Wu tribe remained vigilant, still surrounding the humans, and in addition to the Earth Mother Ancestor Wu, 2 other ancestral witches had come to preside over the situation. The Rain Ancestor Wu Xianming and the Thunder Ancestor Wu Qiangliang. Due to Tongtian Jiaozhu's protection, The Wu tribe had not acted against the human race too harshly. Their attitude remained relatively proper. If any humans wished to venture further, they could do so after verifying their identities with the Wu tribe. Thus, after suffering a massacre at the hands of the demon race, the human race began to view the Wu tribe in a more favorable light compared to the demon race. Moreover, the Wu tribe's encirclement was also intended to safeguard the human race. Under such thoughts, the human race's attitude towards the Wu tribe began to grow closer. Some human maidens even expressed affection for the Wu tribe, forming partnerships with their male counterparts. The offspring born from their unions were referred to as the so-called human Wu. These human Wu bloodlines continue to be passed down, ultimately evolving into other branches of the human race, thus becoming part of the human lineage. The later Nine Li lineage likely emerged in this manner. In the depths of his heart, Tong Ling silently pondered. Recollecting his thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find the vast expanse of land and breathtaking scenery, where countless beings competed for freedom within the boundless wilderness. At this moment, however, he was in no mood to admire the landscape. Instead, he extended his consciousness to scan the area, seeking any traces of the battle between the demon clan and the venerable Hunyuan that could guide him on his pursuit. After the human ancestor, the Jie clan, informed Tong Ling about the matter of the venerable Hunyuan, he expressed his gratitude and hastily departed from the Wenzhou Hall, heading southward into the wilderness. Following the scene previously witnessed by the Jie clan, Tong Ling arrived at the location where the venerable Hunyuan had vanished into the southern wilderness. Yet, after a period of flight, he discovered that the traces left by the venerable Hunyuan had already ceased, as the Jie clan had only seen him arrive at this point, unaware of the direction in which he had flown thereafter. Nevertheless, Tong Ling surmised that the venerable Hunyuan was most likely headed towards the Wuzhuang Temple, where Xunyuanzi resided. The Wuzhuang Temple, indeed located in the southern wilderness and in close proximity to the western wilderness, offered a high probability of encountering the fierce battle between the demon clan and the venerable Hunyuan, provided that the demon clan managed to intercept him. Should they fail to do so, the ultimate battleground would be near Xunyuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple. Thus, Tong Ling mounted his colorful qilin and swiftly made his way towards the renowned Wuzhuang Temple. Simultaneously, in the southern wilderness, at a certain location en route to the western wilderness, an intense chase was unfolding above a towering peak. Boom! Countless shards of red light surged towards a colossal beast that obscured the sky. As the beast unleashed an incredibly heavy stream of black water, effortlessly dispersing the shards, producing a thunderous roar upon impact. The demon master Kunping flapped his enormous wings, conjuring vortexes imbued with the divine light of the North Sea, launching an assault on the venerable Hunyuan while laughing maniacally. Ha ha! Old Hunyuan, did you ever imagine this day would come? Once the Eastern Emperor and several demon saints free themselves from the entanglement of those two mysterious ancestral witches and converge to besiege you, I shall relish watching where you can escape to then. Do you think fleeing to the southern wilderness, to your ally Xunyuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple, will save you? Allow me to enlighten you today. Even Xunyuanzi cannot protect you. Kunpeng, you ought to show some mercy. It has been years since the discourse at the Zishao Palace, yet you still cannot let go of your vendetta against me. How petty! The venerable Hunyuan transformed into a myriad of red clouds, evading the vortexes conjured by Kunpeng, while he retorted, Petty? Ha! Kunpeng, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter from anger. During the discourse at Zishao Palace, he had occupied the fifth mat at the forefront, while the sixth and final mat was claimed by the venerable Hunyuan. Had it not been for the venerable Hunyuan's inexplicable act of benevolence in yielding his position to the Western figure, he would not have been forced to relinquish his mat to Jijin. Now, among the saints of this realm, he might be the only one left standing. Kunpeng had long wished to question those who pressured him to yield his mat to Jijin, asking them why they did not relinquish their own seats instead. Given their purported kindness, the IT was merely a matter of a single mat, yet Kunpeng harbored no ill will towards the venerable Hunyuan for this. However, during the last discourse at Zishao Palace, the 6 guests who occupied the mats were directly taken as disciples by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. This was not the crux of the issue. The most critical point was that these 6 guests not only gained the backing of Hongjun, but were also bestowed with various treasures. ultimately receiving the primordial purple energy that laid the foundation for their sanctification. In the future, they indeed attained the hope of achieving sainthood. Consequently, the six beings who occupied the mats, Sanqing, Nuwa, Jijin, and Zhuanti, successfully attained their paths to sainthood, ascending to the lofty heights of celestial authority. This realization pushed Kunpeng to the brink of fury. Had he not yielded the mat to Jijin and Zhuanti, would he not have been the one to be taken as a disciple by Hongjun, endowed with treasures and primordial purple energy, ultimately achieving sainthood? Contemplating this, Kunpeng's heart was filled with murderous intent towards the venerable Hunyuan, as he sought to seize the last vestige of primordial purple energy that the venerable Hunyuan had fortuitously acquired during the Zixiao Palace. Hunyuan, you worthless fool! Despite possessing the primordial purple energy, you have failed to attain sainthood all this time. If you had any self-awareness, you would willingly hand over that primordial purple energy to me. In that case, I might spare your life. Otherwise, soon, I shall rend your body asunder, ensuring your true spirit and essence endure eternal torment at my hands. Kunpeng's eyes gleamed with malice as he spat these words at the venerable Hunyuan. Kunpeng, you wish to kill me, while coveting my primordial purple energy. Do you think that possible? The venerable Hunyuan rapidly assumed his innate form and hastily retreated into the distance, retorting. Kunpeng, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and laughed. Ha! Dear Hunyuan, if you hand over the primordial purple energy to me now, I shall spare you. Are you serious? The venerable Hunyuan inquired that, of course. I am serious. When I, Kunpeng, make a promise. It is as solid as a mountain, Kunpeng boasted, thumping his chest. If I were to trust you, Kunpeng, I might soon find myself empty-handed. The venerable Hunyuan had merely asked out of curiosity. He would never genuinely believe the duplicitous Kunpeng. How dare you? Hunyuan, you dare to toy with me? Die! Kunpeng bellowed in fury, opening his maw to unleash a torrent of dark water towards the fleeing venerable Hunyuan. The venerable Hunyuan immediately summoned his divine treasures to defend himself. In this relentless chase, the distance to the Wuzhuang temple diminished rapidly. Meanwhile, Tong Ling, mounted on his colorful qilin, encountered the fierce confrontation between the two factions of witches and demons. However, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Xianming, Qiangliang, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot be bothered to waste time with you. Should we cross paths again, I will surely slay you. The Eastern Emperor Tai waved his hand, retracting a colossal bell that emanated an aura of profound chaos, casting a cold glance at the distant ancestral, which Xianming, and the ancestral, which Qiangliang. Behind him stood three somewhat disheveled demon saints, Philian, Guiche, and Zhuang. Humph, Tai, do not let your tongue outrun you. Were it not for your innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, I alone could easily withstand you without needing my 11th sister's assistance. Qiangliang's expression darkened at Tai's words, his gaze turning icy as he addressed him. The coldly elegant Xianming nodded in agreement. Seventh brother speaks the truth. Without the Chaos Bell, how could you, Tai, contend with the two of us? Ha! Tai responded with a cold laugh, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue with Xianming and Qiangliang. He turned to the three demon saints behind him and declared, let us depart. With that, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, pursuing the hidden void marks left by Kunpeng. Philian, Guiche, and Zhuang, the three demon saints, promptly followed suit. Hidden in the distance, Tong Ling hastily summoned the Qingping sword, stepping upon it to rapidly pursue. Without the aid of the Qingping sword, his current cultivation level as a Tai Golden Immortal would be insufficient to catch up to Tai and the three demon saints. This young man must be the direct disciple of the Shangqing saint from the Jiejiao, the newly appointed Wenzu of the human race, right? Qiangliang's gaze darkened as he fixed his attention on the departing demons, then turned his gaze towards Tong Ling, who was soaring away on the Qingping sword. The powerful beings of the witch and demon clans had long kept an eye on Tong Ling, dismissing him as merely a Tai Golden Immortal. However, upon witnessing the Qingping sacred sword he summoned, their expressions shifted, recognizing it as the treasure of the Tongtian cult master. Why correlating this with the recent occurrences involving the human clan and the individuals involved? They deduced that Tong Ling was the disciple sent by the Tongtian cult master to protect the human race, and also the newly appointed Wenzu of the human clan. Just a mere Tai golden immortal, hardly worth their attention. With a frigid and expressionless visage, Xianming cast a cold glance at Tong Ling, who was departing on his sword. Xiangliang nodded in acknowledgement. Were it not for the formidable backing of this human race's literary ancestor, the master of the heavenly Tao from the Jie Sect, they would hardly concern themselves with such a trifling Tai golden immortal, merely an existence akin to that of an ant. Humph, that demon clan, having just pursued the venerable Hunyuan, surely had no good intentions. Whatever schemes they harbor, the Wu clan shall endeavor to thwart them. That it remains uncertain. However, whether the venerable Hunyuan can escape the pursuit of the demon master Kunpeng. And no longer discussing Tong Ling, Xiangliang shifted the conversation to the motives behind the demon clan's actions. What does it matter? Were it not for our desire to disrupt the demon clan as plans, we would have no obligation to assist the amiable Hunyuan, whom we are not related to. Xianming let out a cold chuckle and said, "Seventh brother, let us return." Indeed, Xiangliang replied with a nod. The two ancestral witches then took a step forward, heading back to the Wu clan's stronghold. This moment. Tong Ling, riding the Qingping sword, trailed far behind the Eastern Emperor Tai and the three great demon saints. The Eastern Emperor Tai, along with Feilian, Guiche, and Jiaoying, had long since noticed the distant pursuit of Tong Ling. Their interest was piqued by a Tai golden immortal who could closely follow them. Of course, it was merely a fleeting curiosity. Had it not been for the Qingping sacred sword beneath Tong Ling's feet, they would have already struck him down. Follow us with the master of the heavenly Tao's Qingping sacred sword. Is he merely seeking to join the fray? Tai did not turn to look back. Instead, he swept his divine sense towards the distant Tong Ling, letting out a cold sneer. They had not forgotten the recent demise of the demon god Bash. Had it not been for their wariness of the master of the heavenly Tao, they would have retaliated long ago. The sage. Once our demon clan defeats the Wu clan and unifies the primal world, we shall surely produce an existence that transcends into a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Tai mused silently if among the demon clan, either his elder brother Dijuan or himself could attain the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, coupled with their clan's profound heritage and the Zhou-Tian star dough formation. Even a sage would have to bow in submission. Redirecting his attention away from Tong Ling, the Eastern Emperor Tai continued to follow the void marks left by the demon master Kunpeng. Since Tai, the Eastern Emperor, held no objections towards the following Tong Ling, the three great demon saints, Feilian, Guiche, and Jiaoying, naturally had no reason to stir trouble with him. Silently, they followed in Tai's wake in the distance. Tong Ling, steering the Qingping sword, felt a sudden flutter in his heart, realizing that he had indeed caught the attention of the Eastern Emperor Tai and the three great demon saints. He was not surprised. Given his meager strength as a Tai golden immortal, it would be peculiar if Tai and the three demon saints did not notice him. Tong Ling dared to trail behind Tai and the three demon saints because, aside from the life-saving trump card bestowed by the master of the heavenly Tao, which alleviated his fear of mortal danger, he also understood that as long as he summoned the Qingping sword, a treasure of the master of the heavenly Tao, Tai and the three demon saints would be disinclined to take action against him. For the demon clan, poised on the brink of their final confrontation with the Wu clan, it would be unwise to offend an existence as exalted as a sage at such a critical juncture. Previously, the human race was unable to resist. The demon clan had to strike against them to forge the Slaughter Wu sword. Moreover, in the eyes of the demon clan, the human race was but a mere trifle, far inferior to even the most ordinary disciple within. Thus, they believed that even if they acted against the human race, the master of the heavenly Tao would not hold it against them. And indeed, it was so. After slaying the demon god Bash, the master of the heavenly Tao had nearly expended his grievances towards the demon clan. Conversely, had the demon clan slain a disciple of it is unlikely that the master would easily forgive them. It could very well result in a trial by the extermination sword array, testing the demon clan's Zhou-Tian star dough formation. Even the rejection of the heavenly Tao would have to be set aside for the moment. Thus, as the Eastern Emperor Tai and the three great demon saints pursued Kunpeng. Tong Ling rode the Qingping sword, trailing behind them as he contemplated the items that would fall when Hunyuan eventually perished, a supreme, innate demon god, accompanied by an innate being, and at this moment, the venerable Hunyuan had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation. Such an entity, when his items fell, would undoubtedly yield the finest treasures Tong Ling had ever encountered, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Tong Ling followed on his sword. Their distance from Xinyuanzi's location at Wuzhuangguan was steadily decreasing. Meanwhile, near Wuzhuangguan, the demon master Kunpeng was confronting the venerable Hunyuan. Hunyuan, you truly managed to escape to Wuzhuangguan. Kunpeng glared at Hunyuan hovering above Wuzhuangguan, his voice icy and filled with malice. Haha, Kunpeng, my brother Xinyuanzi will soon emerge. With him present, you shall not lay a finger on me. I must say, Kunpeng, it would be wise for us to make peace that I know you harbor resentment over the seating arrangement at the Purple Cloud's palace, believing that I, Hunyuan, caused you to lose your place and thus your status as a sage in this world. But have you considered how arduous it is to attain sagehood? Even if you and I had both occupied that seat, I doubt the Tao ancestor would have taken us as disciples. I've been comprehending the primordial purple energy for many years, yet I still have not grasped the profound mysteries of becoming a sage. It seems we are both devoid of the fortune to attain sagehood. Why must we escalate this to such deadly extremes? I see. The venerable Hunyuan earnestly began to persuade Kunpeng, expounding on the principles of the Tao. Hunyuan, spare me your nonsense. Do you think I would let you go? Impossible. Moreover, you wallow in your own failures, unable to comprehend the path to sagehood, and yet you attribute your shortcomings to a lack of fortune. I see you, Hunyuan, as a fool with shallow blessings, unworthy of existence in this world. I shall personally put an end to you. Kunpeng opened his gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed intent on devouring everything in existence. The Kunpeng's devouring of the heavens, one of the innate divine abilities of the demon master Kunpeng, akin to the ability Tong Ling had acquired, the bash swallowing of the heavens, but far more potent. This moment, as he unleashed it, Kunpeng exuded an overwhelming aura, as if he intended to consume the entire realm in a single gulp. The void shattered, and temporal storms were drawn into Kunpeng's maw, not to mention the nearby flora, mountains, and rivers, all swept into his mouth. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. Kunpeng, you truly possess a narrow heart. You pursue my virtuous brother Hunyuan all the way to Wuzhuangguan, wreaking havoc in the process. Today, I shall not let you go unpunished. As the words fell, a Taoist with 3 wisps of beard beneath his chin and an elegant countenance stepped through the void, advancing towards the venerable Hunyuan. Virtuous brother, you may take refuge within Wuzhuangguan for the time being, while I deal with this narrow-minded Kunpeng, Xinyuanzi said to Hunyuan. The venerable Hunyuan shook his head slightly, saying, Brother, I shall stand with you. Very well, Xinyuanzi replied. Nodding in assent, he then turned his palm, summoning a tome that exuded an extraordinary weighty aura. The Earth Tome, a supreme innate spiritual treasure containing 48 innate spiritual prohibitions. He tossed the Earth Tome into the heavens, and in an instant, boundless yellow and black light burst forth from it, illuminating an immeasurable region and enveloping the mountains, rivers, and other entities being drawn towards Kunpeng's maw. Upon receiving this illumination, these primordial mountains and rivers appeared to take root, no longer subject to Kunpeng's pull, congeal. At this moment, Xinyuanzi let out a soft reprimand, as the earth script, radiating a profound yellow light, summoned the boundless power of the earth, coalescing into hundreds of vividly lifelike earth spirit vein dragons that surged towards the ancient ancestor Kunpeng with fierce intent, observing the onslaught of these earth spirit vein dragons. Kunpeng abruptly ceased his devouring motion, inwardly cursing Xinyuanzi for his lack of martial ethics in employing these primordial earth entities against him. Should he truly destroy these earth spirit vein dragons, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the heavens, possibly even incurring catastrophic consequences. With a flicker of thought, a black wave-like barrier materialized in the void. Kunpeng swiftly enveloped the hundreds of earth spirit vein dragons within it, trapping them. That he then charged towards Xinyuanzi, intending to leverage his size advantage to crush him. Hunyuan, undeterred, began to employ alternative strategies in response. Meanwhile, Tong Ling, trailing far behind Dong Huang Tai Yi and the three great demon saints, drew ever closer to Wu Zhuangguan. Up ahead, Dong Huang Tai Yi and his companions sensed and beheld the tremendous commotion and spectacle unfolding above Wu Zhuangguan. Tai Yi laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, Kunpeng! It appears that your efforts alone are insufficient to subdue the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. I must intervene." At this moment, Kunpeng also noticed the arrival of Dong Huang Tai Yi and the three great demon saints, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he retorted, "Tai Yi, enough with the chatter. Come swiftly to suppress Hunyuan. Gui Che, Fei Yin, and Jiao, join me in eliminating that ancient ancestor Hunyuan." Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi and the three great demon saints hastened their pace, flying towards Wu Zhuangguan. Hunyuan and the ancient ancestor Hunyuan, upon seeing Tai Yi and the three great demon saints arriving, exchanged solemn glances. Tong Ling, having approached a significant distance from Wu Zhuangguan, halted his advance, wary of being caught in the terrifying battle between pinnacle quasi-saints. Furthermore, there was no necessity to draw so near. With his current cultivation level having reached the Tai Yi Golden Immortal, Tong Ling's range for collecting items had greatly expanded. He merely needed to wait for the ancient ancestor Hunyuan's demise before approaching to gather the coveted items, making proximity unnecessary. In the distance within Wu Zhuangguan, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Hunyuan had already engaged in combat. Unlike his earlier composure during the battle with Kunpeng, Tai Yi's combat prowess proved formidable, prompting Hunyuan to respond with utmost caution, unable to divert his attention to protect the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. The demon master Kunpeng, leading the three great demon saints, launched a ferocious assault on the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. "Old man Hunyuan, let us see where you can escape to now." Kunpeng's immense eyes glinted ominously as he addressed the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. Fei Yin, Gui Che, and Jiao positioned themselves in three directions around the ancient ancestor Hunyuan, denying him any chance of fleeing. Although the strength of the three great demon saints paled in comparison to the pinnacle quasi-saint Hunyuan, they were nonetheless capable of momentarily restraining him. Kunpeng was acutely aware of this. His intention was for the three great demon saints to hold Hunyuan at bay for just a moment. This way, under his relentless assault, escape would be utterly impossible for Hunyuan. "Kunpeng, do not force my hand." The ancient ancestor Hunyuan glared at Hunyuan, who was being pressed by Tai Yi, his eyes filled with resentment as he addressed Kunpeng. "Force you? Ha! Today, I shall slay you." Kunpeng sneered coldly, commanding the three great demon saints, "Attack!" With that, he surged toward the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. With a powerful flap of his colossal wings, he unleashed a torrent of boundless mystical winds, mingled with endless North Sea divine water. Even the ancient stars of the heavens could be rent asunder by such a force. This was the North Sea 9 Transformations Water God Wind, another of Kunpeng's formidable innate abilities. Simultaneously, he summoned several innate spiritual treasures, hurling them at the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. The three great demon saints, well aware of their limitations, refrained from engaging directly, instead unleashing long-range divine abilities and utilizing ranged attacking spiritual treasures to distract Hunyuan from Kunpeng's onslaught. Curse it! Hunyuan grasped the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, unleashing a torrent of boundless red sand that sent Kunpeng and the three demon saints' incoming spiritual treasures flying. With a flourish of his wide sleeves, countless red clouds traversed the space, suddenly materializing before Kunpeng and the three demon saints. These red clouds ignited into flames, transforming into primordial red soul fire, intent on igniting the essence of Kunpeng and the three demon saints. Heh, Hunyuan, your primordial red soul fire is indeed formidable, but alas, I have meticulously studied your divine ability and have cultivated an unparalleled technique specifically designed to counter your red soul fire. Kunpeng sneered, instructing the three great demon saints, utilize the North Sea pure soul water. With urgency, the three demon saints retrieved their special jade bottles and flung them towards the surging red flames, unleashing a purple glowing water column that doused the blazing primordial red soul fire. Kunpeng, too, spat forth a deluge of the North Sea pure soul water, extinguishing the primordial red soul fire that threatened him. The encircled ancient ancestor Hunyuan's expression darkened at this turn of events. Kunpeng, grinning sinisterly at the distressed Hunyuan, taunted, "Old man Hunyuan, I advise you to reveal any hidden techniques you possess. Otherwise, you shall soon find yourself bereft of any opportunity to do so." With that, he charged fiercely at the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. Fei Lian and the other two demon saints joined in the concerted assault on Hunyuan, each employing their divine abilities to divert Hunyuan's attention, thereby creating an opening for Kunpeng from a distance. Tong Ling observed the awe-inspiring battle unfolding above Wu Zhuangguan, his heart tightening with apprehension. Feeling somewhat insecure, he promptly retreated a further distance, continuing to bide his time. Based on his assessments, Hunyuan was being suppressed by Dong Huangtai, while Kunpeng and the three demon saints were attacking the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. Although Hunyuan was indeed a pinnacle quasi-saint, sharing the same realm as Kunpeng, his actual combat prowess was still somewhat inferior to Kunpeng's. This implied that in a one-on-one confrontation, Hunyuan was not Kunpeng's equal. Now, with the added pressure from Fei Lian, Gui Che, and Jiao Ying, it seemed highly unlikely that Hunyuan could withstand for long as time passed. The distant battle finally stirred with activity. A crimson streak of light suddenly pierced through the encirclement of Kunpeng and the three great demon saints, rapidly fleeing into the distance. From behind, Kunpeng's furious roar echoed. "Old man Hunyuan, you dare to burn your very essence to escape. You shall not flee." With that, Kunpeng spread his wings wide, employing the innate divine ability of soaring high into the sky, a single flap propelling him 360,000 miles in hot pursuit of the ancient ancestor Hunyuan. However, Hunyuan, already an adept at evasion, was now hastily burning his essence, his speed approaching that of instantaneous movement, creating an ever-widening gap between him and Kunpeng. Yet, Kunpeng remained calm, maintaining his pace as long as he could keep sight of Hunyuan's fleeing form. There was no need for him to exhaust his essence in pursuit. Given enough time, the burning of Hunyuan's essence would inevitably take its toll, causing his speed to wane, and Kunpeng would eventually catch up. In the distance, Tong Ling recognized the crimson blur hastily retreating into the sky as a sign that Hunyuan had invoked blood escape, that he swiftly summoned the Qing Ping sword, following closely behind Kunpeng. With his Tai golden immortal strength, keeping pace with the two pinnacle quasi-saints was virtually impossible. Nonetheless, Tong Ling did not need to stay too close. Even losing sight of them would not pose a problem. The true form of the Nine Heavens' Great Peng, once it took flight, could cover 360,000 miles in the blink of an eye, making its speed astonishingly swift. The clouds above and the trees below are in disarray. Tossed about by the relentless winds, Tong Ling need only follow the traces left behind. It is only a matter of time before he discovers the final resting place of the venerable Kunpeng and the ancient Hunyuan. He can also perceive that the venerable Hunyuan, who is burning his lifeblood to fly, cannot sustain this effort indefinitely. Sooner or later, he must come to a halt. After a brief moment of hesitation, the three great demon saints ultimately choose not to pursue the venerable Kunpeng. In their eyes, the injured venerable Hunyuan would surely not be a match for Kunpeng. Thus, it is wiser for them to remain behind and guard their emperor. Across the vast expanse of the primordial sky, a streak of blood-red light streaks past at incredible speed. However, it is evident that, with the passage of time, its velocity is gradually diminishing in the far distance. A colossal Peng, soaring through the heavens, is slowly closing the gap between itself and the blood-red light. Eventually, at a certain moment, the distance is reduced to its absolute limit, and the thunderous roar of the venerable Kunpeng reaches even the venerable Hunyuan, enveloped in the blood-red light. "Ha! Hunyuan, you must be out of lifeblood by now. Can you no longer run? Then accept your fate, Kunpeng. You have forced my hand. Let us die together." The venerable Hunyuan, now exceedingly weak and realizing he cannot escape the pursuit of Kunpeng, steels himself and turns directly towards Kunpeng in a reckless charge. The venerable Kunpeng is taken aback by Hunyuan's sudden move and hastily halts, asking, "Hunyuan, what trickery are you attempting now?" The venerable Hunyuan, does not respond, but continues to close in on Kunpeng. Sensing something amiss, Kunpeng quickly takes flight to distance himself from Hunyuan. Running now? It's too late. Kunpeng, since you wish to kill me, let us perish together. The venerable Hunyuan laughs maniacally. Xinyuanzi, my brother, I shall be your brother again in the next life. Kunpeng, meet your end. With those words, the already close venerable Hunyuan detonates himself. Deafening explosion resounds. The self-detonation of the venerable Hunyuan is of unimaginable force. The shockwave engulfs the venerable Kunpeng, who, sensing an overwhelming feeling of impending death, instinctively expends his own essence and burns his lifeblood to enhance his escape speed, barely managing to evade the epicenter of Hunyuan's explosion. Even so, the venerable Kunpeng is left in a wretched state. His wings are tattered, his body riddled with countless wounds, and his true blood flows outward. His eyes reflect the joy of surviving a calamity. As he murmurs to himself, "That madman Hunyuan, he truly detonated himself without hesitation. How decisive!" Dragging his injured form, the venerable Kunpeng hovers just outside the range of the explosion's aftermath, awaiting the dissipating shockwaves. Meanwhile, far away, the explosion of the venerable Hunyuan startles Tong Ling. Goodness. Luckily, I wasn't too fast and didn't get too close. Otherwise, the force of that explosion would have been unbearable for my frail limbs. Tong Ling silently rejoices. His gaze shifts, and he realizes that it must have been the venerable Hunyuan who self-destructed. The self-detonation of a peak quasi-saint. How remarkable! As thoughts whirl in his mind, Tong Ling's excitement grows. The fall of such a powerful being will undoubtedly yield extraordinary treasures. He marvels, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he heads towards the site of Hunyuan's explosion. However, he does not hasten his pace. Rather, he slightly reduces it, calculating the time it would take for Kunpeng to explore the center of the explosion before departing. At the same time, the commotion caused by Hunyuan's self-detonation reaches Xinyuanzi and Dongwang Tai, who are embroiled in battle at Wuzhuang Temple. Xinyuanzi, with the earth book hovering above him, casts a dazzling yellow light to shield against Dongwang Tai's assault. Tai regards Xinyuanzi with indifference, knowing full well that he cannot easily kill Xinyuanzi. Defeating him, however, would be straightforward. Thus, Tai leisurely maneuvers the Eastern Emperor Bell, occasionally striking Xinyuanzi and causing him to stagger. Despite the unparalleled defense of the Earth Book, Xinyuanzi feels the oppressive weight of Tai's assault. Suddenly, Xinyuanzi's heart jolts as he senses the distant explosion of Hunyuan, his expression darkening with sorrow as he laments, "Oh, Hunyuan, my dear brother." Glaring with hatred at Dongwang Tai, Xinyuanzi declares, "Tai, may your demon clan meet a woeful end." Just you wait. With that, Xinyuanzi forcibly expends the essence of the Earth Book, momentarily trapping Dongwang Tai. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, he employs the sleeve universe technique to retract Wuzhuang Temple before vanishing into thin air. Tai shatters the protective yellow light surrounding him, watching the direction in which Xinyuanzi fled without choosing to pursue. To be frank, Xinyuanzi's prowess has indeed impressed him. If not for the Eastern Emperor Bell, he believes he could still surpass Xinyuanzi in a fair duel, though it would not be an easy feat even with the Eastern Emperor Bell. While he can easily suppress Xinyuanzi, killing him would prove exceedingly difficult. This is precisely why Tai chooses not to chase after him. There is no guarantee of victory. What a worthy opponent! Tai muses, watching the place where Xinyuanzi departed. Meanwhile, the three demon saints stand silently behind Tai, having received no orders to besiege Xinyuanzi. Though even if they had, their attacks would have been futile against the Earth Book's protective barrier. Not far from the site of Hunyuan's self-detonation, Tong Ling conceals himself within a mountain range, patiently awaiting the right moment. According to his calculations, the venerable Kunpeng should be concluding his search soon. Indeed, as his thoughts settle, the battered venerable Kunpeng emerges from the center of Hunyuan's explosion, cursing as he flies towards Wuzhuang Temple. Observing this, Tong Ling does not rush out immediately, but waits a moment longer. Seeing no unusual activity, he finally approaches the epicenter of Hunyuan's self-detonation. Upon reaching a certain distance, 5 shimmering purple orbs flicker as if on the verge of vanishing. While a white orb begins to dissipate, kind-hearted one, white, you possess an overly helpful spirit. At times, such fervor can cloud your rational judgment, leading you astray. Supreme innate demon god's legacy. Purple, you are the first red cloud to take form in the world, with the potential to cultivate to the level of a quasi-saint Hunyuan Jinxian. There exists a minuscule chance, however infinitesimal, that you may one day attain the status of a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian. Path of Fire. Purple, following your self-detonation, you have dropped a portion of your comprehension of the laws of fire, approximately 30% of your understanding. Path of Clouds. Purple, following your self-detonation, you have dropped a portion of your comprehension of the laws of clouds, approximately 35% of your understanding. 300,000 years of cultivation. Purple, you have lost 300,000 years of your cultivation following your self-detonation. Innate Red Soul Fire. Purple, a supreme divine ability of the path of fire that you comprehended innately upon your emergence, capable of directly incinerating the true essence of living souls. Collecting the 5 purple orbs, Tongling disregards the white orb. Excitement surges within him as he guides the Qingping sword, swiftly flying towards the human gathering in the eastern wilderness from another direction. Suddenly, the battered venerable Kunping appears in the distance, gazing at Tongling, who departs with an expression of fervent excitement, as if observing a fool. Has this direct disciple of mine lost his senses? Is he so overwhelmed by witnessing the self-detonation of the venerable Hunyuan, a peak quasi-saint, that has become overly exhilarated? The venerable Kunping found himself perplexed by Tongling's demeanor, originally feigning departure. He had concealed himself in the void to observe, wary of the possibility that Hunyuan, the elder, had not perished completely and might be resorting to trickery. He also sought to ensure that the primordial purple chi, which had mysteriously vanished after Hunyuan's self-detonation, was indeed not lingering in the same spot. To his astonishment, he saw Tongling approaching with an excited expression. In a foul mood, Kunping initially contemplated eliminating Tongling to alleviate his own frustration. However, upon noticing the Qingping soar beneath Tongling's feet, he dismissed that thought. He then watched as Tongling flew to a location not far from where Hunyuan had self-exploded, his expression inexplicably joyous, before cheerfully departing on his flying sword, leaving Kunping utterly bewildered. He could not fathom what the esteemed disciple of the heavenly teacher, who was even granted the Qingping sword, could be thinking, shaking his head. He chose to disregard it and return to the site of Hunyuan's explosion to continue his search. Kunping could not accept that after expending such great effort to pursue Hunyuan and sustaining grave injuries in the process, he would end up with nothing more than the 99 scattered soul gourd, while the primordial purple chi, his primary objective, remained elusive. This was a bitter pill for Kunping to swallow, and he persevered in his search. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the primordial land, Tongling stowed away the Qingping sword and summoned a white cloud, reclining upon it as he began to examine the 4 purple inscriptions he had recently acquired. These deep purple inscriptions, dropped by Hunyuan, a peak quasi-saint, were the most exquisite inscriptions Tongling had obtained thus far. Unable to contain his excitement, he repeatedly reviewed them and contemplated the effects of their fusion. The exquisite innate demon god's footnote required no further thought. Based on his previous experiences with inscription fusion, Tongling knew that upon merging this purple inscription, he would undergo a transformation into a 12th rank innate sword lotus. Next came the paths of fire and cloud, which, according to the inscription's descriptions, clearly reflected Hunyuan's comprehension of certain fundamental laws. Upon completion of the fusion, Tongling would directly grasp the corresponding laws at the level they were dropped, sparing him the time and effort of secluded meditation. Among the treasures, the 30,000 years of cultivation and the innate red soul fire caught Tongling's attention, particularly the cultivation aspect. He speculated that the innate red soul fire, once fused, would undoubtedly grant him a new innate divine ability. With the 30,000 years of cultivation, drawing from his prior experience with the 10,000 years of cultivation dropped by Ba Shi, Tongling couldn't help but wonder if fusing the 30,000 years of cultivation would allow him to leap another great realm, advancing directly from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the great Luo Golden Immortal. He felt this was quite plausible, considering it was the cultivation of a peak quasi-saint, vastly superior to the 10,000 years of cultivation dropped by Ba Shi at the perfected state of Great Luo, Golden Immortal. With these thoughts in mind, Tong Ling abandoned any intention of returning to the human gathering place to fuse the inscriptions. Scanning the vast expanse of the primordial land below, he identified a rather secluded valley, directly riding the cloud to descend there. Upon landing, Tong Ling used his magical power to carve out a simple cave, sealing the entrance before commencing the fusion of the inscriptions, following the steps he had envisioned. Tong Ling first fused the exquisite innate demon god's footnote in an instant. An unprecedented commotion erupted, far surpassing any previous fusion he had undertaken. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded in the heavens and earth, as spiritual energy surged into the valley like a funnel. Had it not been for the remote location of this chosen valley, it might have attracted numerous treasure-seeking beings from the primordial realm. Moments later, the figure resembling Tong Ling's innate Tao vanished from the cave's center, replaced by a 12th-rank sword lotus radiating a mysterious and profound aura, in comparison to his prior advancements from 7 to 8 ranks, and from 8 to 9 ranks, each a single rank elevation from the lower to upper grade of innate footnotes. Tong Ling's transformation from an upper grade innate sword lotus to an exquisite innate sword lotus represented a remarkable leap of 3 ranks, placing it among the finest 12th rank lotuses of the primordial realm, rivaling the 12th rank merit golden lotus held by the Saint of Guidance and the 12th rank karma red lotus possessed by the ancestor of the underworld river. At that moment, Tong Ling's fire essence surged dramatically, while he also gained a cloud essence, reminiscent of the footnotes of the 3 Shaos and the colorful clouds. The 12th rank sword lotus swayed, and Tong Ling reformed into his innate Tao form before commencing the fusion of the 30,000 years of cultivation inscription. As the 30,000 years of cultivation from a peak quasi-saint integrated, Tong Ling's cultivation soared, his aura growing increasingly potent with each passing moment. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Peak early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Peak mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Perfected Tai Golden Immortal. In a remarkably short time, Tong Ling's cultivation escalated from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the perfected state. This extraordinary advancement, devoid of any adverse effects, resembled the breakthroughs achieved through arduous meditation. Should any beings from the outside world witness this, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded, questioning the very nature of existence. Moreover, Tong Ling's breakthrough was far from over. Sensing the remaining potency of the 30,000 years of cultivation, he pressed forward, launching an assault toward the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal, the pinnacle of primordial divine abilities. Time and again, he relentlessly attacked the thick barrier separating the Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal realms. Finally, as the remaining 30,000 years of cultivation near depletion, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. A profound sense of freedom and the eternal truth of Great Luo suddenly rippled through Tong Ling's heart. At this moment, Tong Ling had successfully ascended to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal, becoming a divine being in the eyes of the primordial inhabitants. Immediately upon his breakthrough, the 3 flowers of Great Luo began to coalesce above his head, signifying the hallmark of this realm, the gathering of 3 flowers atop the head. After some contemplation, Tong Ling decided against consolidating the 3 flowers at this juncture. Once the 3 flowers were condensed, elevating their rank would become a formidable challenge. He recognized that, with his current 12th rank sword lotus, he could at most bloom at the 10th rank. However, his aspirations were set on achieving the 12th rank. Consequently, he chose to refrain from condensing the Great Luo 3 flowers for the time being. Even if this decision meant he could not continue to break through realms later on, Tong Ling was unperturbed. His pace of advancement was already swift enough at this moment. The most pressing concern was to elevate his potential. As for cultivation, after his experiences with the 2 recent acquisitions of cultivation inscriptions, he was quite indifferent to the specifics of his cultivation until he attained the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. So long as opportunities arose, his cultivation would ascend rapidly, rendering the short-term fluctuations inconsequential. Furthermore, A plethora of inscriptions awaited him from the impending Wu and Lich final battle. Tong Ling speculated that upon acquiring and merging those exquisite inscriptions, he would undoubtedly achieve the mixed Yuan golden immortal Dao fruit. After merging the two purple inscriptions, the exquisite innate demon god's footnote and the 30,000 years of cultivation, Tong Ling proceeded to fuse the next three purple inscriptions, the 3/10 understanding of the path of fire and the 3.5/10 understanding of the path of cloud that belonged to Hunyuan, and lastly, the innate red soul fire. Upon completion, Tong Ling directly mastered the laws of fire and cloud with a commendable level of understanding, eliminating the need for further contemplation. Simultaneously, he acquired a new innate divine ability named the innate red soul fire. Having fused all 5 purple inscriptions, Tong Ling's spirits soared, and he leisurely set off toward the human gathering place. After addressing a few matters, he would return to Jineo Island. After such a long absence from the 3 Shaos and the colorful clouds, he found himself missing them dearly. In the eastern part of the primordial realm, by the shores of the eastern sea, Tong Ling remounted the 5-colored Qilin and returned to the human gathering place. His noble steed, Qi Aotian, curiously inquired, "My lord, previously you left me in the forest while you pursued that demon clan's Eastern Emperor Tai and the 3 great demon saints. Did you gain any insights?" Tong Ling, upon hearing this, gently patted Qi Aotian's massive Qilin head and cast a spell to bestow a divine light of clarity upon him, saying, "Aotian is my steed. You should refrain from prying into my affairs that do not concern you. Just focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. Understood?" Qi Aotian swayed his large Qilin head in response. "My lord, I was merely asking, just asking," feeling the ethereal radiance of the supreme clarity in his mind. At this moment, Qi Aotian's soul was once again invigorated and transparent, leaving him in a state of celestial bliss. After enduring a long period of purification under the supreme clarity, the once volatile emotions that had accumulated in Qi Aotian's heart began to wane. He was gradually evolving towards a true, auspicious beast, and no longer would he be driven by the tempest of his past wrath, impulsively attacking Tong Ling or other beings without cause. Nonetheless, despite his newfound tranquility, Qi Aotian could never forget the hatred that had once consumed him. Each time he recalled the mournful scenes that haunted his mind, a surge of anger would rise within him. His beloved companion, Yu had been humiliated to death by the demon Saint Fei Dan, and his subordinates had all been slaughtered by the demon clan. Such events, if Qi Aotian were a normal being, could never be forgotten. Regardless of his serene demeanor, Tong Ling, understanding these emotions, was aware of the reason behind Qi Aotian's earlier inquiry. However, as the master, Tong Ling could not respond to every whim of his steed, for that would undermine his authority. Retracting his hand from the magnificent head of the 5-colored Qilin, Tong Ling contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Aotian, I know your hatred for the demon Saint Fei Dan runs deep, and you yearn to rend his body to pieces. When I took you as my steed, I instructed you to be patient. That demon Saint Fei Dan will not live much longer. You need only wait for the right opportunity. As for what that opportunity entails, I shall not disclose it to you. It is sufficient for me to know. When the final battle between the Wu and the demon clans approaches, the demon Saint Fei Dan will find himself at death's door. The likelihood is high that this demon saint will not perish in the final conflict. The majority of the fallen will be the true higher-ups of the Wu and demon clans. Very few of the 10 demon saints and the great sorcerers of the Wu will fall. At that time, relying on my strength as a Hunyuan golden immortal after acquiring the relevant insights, I will certainly be able to capture the demon Saint Fei Dan and deliver him to you for your retribution, thus fulfilling our original pact." As Tong Ling passed over the territory of the Wu clan, he observed that the interactions between the Wu and the human clans were increasingly frequent. The alliance between humans and Wu was gradually expanding. However, Tong Ling chose not to interfere in this matter. Upon returning to the sacred ground of the human clan, within his own Wenzu Hall, the first task he undertook was to convene with the 3 ancestors of the human clan to impart some important matters. "My friend, what is the level of your cultivation?" Upon their first meeting, once seated in the Wenzu Hall and sensing Tong Ling's unfathomable aura, along with the faint yet imposing presence of the Deluo, The three ancestors of the human clan were somewhat incredulous. Ultimately, Sui Ren could not restrain himself any longer and inquired about Tong Ling's cultivation level. Why, dear friend Sui Ren, you have indeed perceived correctly. I have now attained the Tao fruit of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Tong Ling replied with a calm expression, nodding reassuringly to affirm the suspicions of the three ancestors. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Yi, although they had suspected it before, could not help but gasp in astonishment. After a brief moment, Sui Ren shook his head first, gazing at Tong Ling with a bittersweet smile, and said, "My friend, since I met you, the instances of my astonishment have multiplied beyond count. Alas, Tong Ling, you are truly a marvel of nature." As he spoke, Sui Ren realized that Tong Ling was now the Wenzu of the human clan, and his heart swelled with admiration and gratitude. Yu Chao and Ziyi regarded Tong Ling with expressions akin to Sui Ren's, filled with complexity but predominantly respect and appreciation for the fact that Tong Ling was their Wenzu. As for the matter of cultivation, my esteemed friends need not concern yourselves too much. With your qualifications, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of the Luo Golden Immortal in due course, and even become quasi-saints, I believe. However, I have certain matters to entrust to you three, Tong Ling interjected. What is it? Sui Ren inquired. Tong Ling continued, now that we, the human clan, have established our standing under the protection of my master, and since the demon clan has seemingly achieved their objectives, we shall no longer need to fear them. As for the Wu clan, we have formed a bond through marriage, yet we, the human clan, must refrain from participating in the impending war between the Wu and the demon clans. Furthermore, it is advisable for us to construct more ships, ensuring that every household possesses one. Construct ships. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Ziyi exchanged puzzled glances at my friend. What is the reason behind this shipbuilding endeavor? And why ensure that every household has one? That seems rather excessive, Ziyi remarked, looking inquiringly at Tong Ling. Tong Ling smiled and said, Dear friends, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and allow me to explain in detail. Addressing the perplexed expressions of the three ancestors, Tong Ling elaborated on the potential for catastrophic floods that could arise from the impending conflict between the Wu and demon clans. However, he refrained from disclosing the specific reasons, adhering to the principle that certain celestial secrets must remain undisclosed. He merely indicated that the land would likely be inundated with floods, should he dare to reveal the exact cause or the scenes of the future conflict. It was likely that divine retribution would descend upon him, returning him to dust like a great flood. You say? The three ancestors of the human clan nodded in acknowledgement of Tong Ling's words that the Wenzu. He had no reason to deceive his own people that if he advocated for the construction of more ships, it could only benefit the human clan. While the three ancestors harbored some skepticism regarding the flood, they reasoned that since they had decided to build ships, they should not fret too much about it. After all, it was merely a matter of constructing ships, and ample timber was available across the land. Moreover, the human clan Shi refiners possessed magical abilities, enabling them to learn shipbuilding techniques. The daily output of ships could reach staggering levels, ensuring that every family in the human clan would possess one. Thus, the three ancestors expressed no objections to Tong Ling's proposal. Now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave for Jinao Island. I will return again in the future, Tong Ling said as he rose. Bowing respectfully to Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and then we hope you return soon, the three ancestors replied, understanding Tong Ling's position as a disciple of the Jie and acknowledging his need to return to Jinao Island. Naturally, as the Wenzu, Tong Ling would eventually return to the human clan. It seemed evident that Tong Ling's future would involve a dual role, traversing between the human clan and Jinao Island. After exchanging farewells, Tong Ling was about to mount his five-colored qilin and head toward the eastern sea when a guard from the sacred ground of the human clan approached the three ancestors and the Wenzu, reporting that the daughter of an elder had gone missing, along with several other young women of the human clan. Having found no leads, the elder, out of desperation, had turned to the leaders of the human clan for assistance. Intrigued, Tong Ling decided to pause his return to Jinao Island and listen to the situation regarding the missing daughter and the other young women. His instinct suggested that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Salutations to the three ancestors, and to the Wenzu. A dignified elderly woman, whose beauty was still evident despite her age, was led into the hall by the guard. This elder of the human clan dared not look too long at the three ancestors or Tongling. Bowing deeply as she addressed them, Sui Run, seated at the head, spoke with authority. Qing Lan, rise and articulate your concerns clearly. We shall see if we can offer assistance. Yes, the elder Qing Lan replied, rising to express her deep-rooted worries regarding her missing daughter. After listening attentively, the three ancestors and Tong Ling grasped the situation. In the tribe led by Elder Qing Lan, dozens of young women had vanished without a trace. However, it did not attract the attention of the upper echelons of the Qing Lan tribe until the leader of the tribe, who happens to be the daughter of the Qing Lan elder, also went missing. Only then did the disappearance of the young women of the Qing Lan tribe come to light and garner the concern of the tribe's higher-ups. This Qing Lan elder, having exhausted all her connections and means, still could not locate her daughter. In her distress, she was compelled to rely on her status as an elder of the human race and came to the sacred ground of humanity. Seeking the assistance of the three ancestral figures and Tong Ling, the newly appointed literary ancestor of the human race. Tong Ling gazed thoughtfully at this elder of the human race who had reached the pinnacle of celestial immortality and inquired, "Is it only the young women of the Qing Lan tribe who have gone missing? Have there been no reports of disappearances from other tribes?" Based on Tong Ling's speculation, if young women were indeed missing from the Qing Lan tribe, then other human tribes should not remain entirely silent unless this incident had just recently occurred, or if the hidden hand behind it was solely targeting the Qing Lan tribe. Tong Ling's intuition suggested that both scenarios were rather improbable. After all, the human race had just received protection from the Tongtian Master. Who would dare provoke the Treading Path sect and the Tongtian Master at such a crucial juncture? Unless the perpetrator believed that even if they acted against the human race, the Tongtian Master would not retaliate severely, much like Tong Ling, who was regarded highly by the Tongtian Master. Suddenly, a thought struck Tong Ling, a disciple of the Treading Path sect valued by my master. Yes, the human race is currently under the protection of the Treading Path sect. If there exists a disciple esteemed by the Tongtian Master, relying on their status, they might dare to abduct some young women of the human race. Thinking that even if discovered, the Tongtian Master would not care about a mere handful of missing young women. Thus, it all made sense that someone would still dare to act against the human race at this moment. Could it truly be a disciple of the Treading Path sect? If so, who might it be? A disciple of the Treading Path sect valued by my master, who abducts young women. This suggests a fondness for beauty. Beauty, beauty! As Tong Ling's mind raced, he suddenly thought of a particular disciple, the long-eared Dingguang immortal. This was a traitor of the Treading Path sect whom Tong Ling despised, who would later turn to the Western sect, and whose cultivation path was the joyful way. Most fond of beauty, if this were indeed the doing of a disciple of the Treading Path sect, then without a doubt, the suspicion would fall heavily upon the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Long-eared, if it truly is you. Upon returning to Golden Aodao, I shall ensure that this traitor of the Treading Path sect is dealt with. A glint of cold light flashed in Tong Ling's eyes as he made his decision. Of course, even if he were to eliminate the long-eared Dingguang immortal, he would have to fabricate some charges against him. Tong Ling did not wish to bear the brunt of infamy at this moment. The long-eared Dingguang immortal still enjoyed a favorable reputation within the Treading Path sect. If possible, not only the long-eared Dingguang immortal, but other traitors of the Treading Path sect would also need to be addressed. Tong Ling silently contemplated this matter. In the hall, after the Qing Lan elder recounted the disappearance of the young women of her tribe, the expressions of the three ancestral figures of the human race turned grim. At this moment, the Qing Lan elder, upon hearing the inquiry from Tong Ling, the literary ancestor of the human race, respectfully responded, "I report to the literary ancestor that, previously, there have indeed been cases of young women going missing in other tribes. However, since those young women were of low status, their disappearances did not spread widely within the human race." The more the three ancestral figures heard, the angrier they became. The stern-faced Suiren slammed the table, rising to his feet, and exclaimed, "This is absolutely outrageous. If such matters had not touched the lives of you high-ranking figures of the human race, you would not have paid them any heed. Would you, do those young women who have gone missing not have relatives or families? How heartbroken must their families be over the disappearance of their daughters? Hmph. Issue orders to investigate thoroughly. I wish to see who, in the shadows, dares to secretly abduct our people. The Qinglong elder felt increasingly ashamed upon hearing this, and ultimately took her leave to carry out the orders. Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi exchanged glances, feeling that as ancestral figures, they too needed to take action to investigate this matter. Otherwise, they feared the outcome would not be favorable. After all, the Qinglong elder was a respected elder of the human race, wielding significant power and connections. If she could not uncover the truth, it was likely that the three ancestral figures, such as Swearin, would also struggle to find answers without taking action. Dao friend, we must investigate this matter. What do you decide? Swearin gazed hopefully at Tong Ling. He naturally hoped that Tong Ling would assist in the investigation, as that would undoubtedly simplify the process. Looking at the expectant faces of the three ancestral figures, Tong Ling smiled and said, "Rest assured, my esteemed friends, as the literary ancestor of the human race, it is only fitting that I investigate such a heinous incident until the truth is revealed. Otherwise, would I not be betraying the title of literary ancestor?" With that, he departed the ancestral hall, alongside Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi, mobilizing the entire human race to investigate the disappearance of the young women. As for returning to Golden Aodao, a slight delay would be of no consequence. Approximately 3 months later, the investigation yielded results. There were indeed traitors within the human race. The disappearances of the young women were connected to the demon race and the Treading Path Sect. Treading Path Sect. Within the ancestral hall, the three ancestral figures of the human race looked at the traitor among the three high-ranking members of their race, who knelt on the ground, his face filled with shame. Their eyes flickering, they instinctively glanced at Tong Ling, who sat calmly, his expression unperturbed. Surin's heart skipped a beat as he turned to the elder Ling Tong, who had just reported the matter, and shouted, "Ling Tong, with death looming, you still dare to falsely accuse us. Clearly, it was the demon race who acted, yet you insist on implicating our great benefactor, the Treading Path Sect. What is your true intention? Do you wish to die now?" Swearin rose, ready to strike down the traitorous elder Ling Tong with a single blow. However, Tong Ling, seated nearby, raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Dao friend Swearin, there is no need for such measures. I do not perceive Ling Tong as one who would falsely accuse the Treading Path Sect. That it is likely that there are indeed some bad apples within our ranks. Once I return to investigate further, I will clarify the situation in due time. I shall provide our human race with an explanation. The literary ancestor is wise. The literary ancestor is wise." Elder Ling Tong, nearly struck down by Swearin, saw Tong Ling speak up for him and hurriedly prostrated himself before Tong Ling, exclaiming, "It is true that the demon race has abducted numerous members of our kin, likely in preparation for the previous massacre of our people. During the abductions, not only did they seize male members, but many of our beautiful young women were also taken. Out of sorrow, I inquired about their motivations for abducting our young women that time. The demon deity stated that it was related to a significant figure within the Treading Path Sect. Now that the demon race has achieved its objectives, and our kin are under the protection of the saints, alongside the shaman race surrounding us, they no longer abduct our people. However, that influential figure within the Treading Path Sect has not relented, recently sending subordinates to demand a batch of young women from our race. Thinking that the Treading Path Sect protects us and serves as our support, I believe it unwise to offend them. Thus, I acted on my own accord, abducting a group of young women from the Qinglong tribe, who were at odds with my Ling Tong tribe, to deliver to the subordinate of that influential figure within the Treading Path Sect. I, Ling Tong, acted impulsively, and knowing the gravity of my sins, I beseeched the three ancestral figures and the literary ancestor to spare my family's lives, judging my past contributions to our race. I implore the three ancestral figures for mercy. I implore the literary ancestor for mercy." As he spoke, Ling Tong repeatedly bowed and prostrated himself before Tong Ling and the three ancestral figures. Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi, the other two elders of the human race who had followed Ling Tong, also mirrored his actions, pleading for Swearin and the other ancestral figures, as well as the literary ancestor Tong Ling, to only punish them while sparing their families. Upon hearing Ling Tong's earnest words, the expressions of Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi grew complex. Their gazes frequently turned toward Tong Ling, who sat nearby. They did not doubt Tong Ling, but felt uneasy knowing that the Treading Path sect, which had been protecting their race, had members who could act against them. They wondered if Tong Ling could manage this influential figure in the hearts of the three ancestors of humanity. A particular thought suddenly emerged. Tong Ling, naturally attuned to the gazes of Sui Run and the others, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, his resolve to eliminate the long-eared Dingguang immortal grew ever stronger. In due time, this would undoubtedly serve as retribution for the human race, as well as eradicate a significant blight from the Jie Sect for how to deal with you. I shall leave that to the three ancestors of humanity. I will refrain from further comment. Tong Ling, having only recently ascended to the position of the literary ancestor of humanity, was still somewhat unfamiliar with the handling of traitors within the upper echelons of the human race. In accordance with his thoughts, it was only natural to implicate the 9 clans as an elder of humanity. The Ling Tong clan held a position of great prestige, and their family members naturally reaped the corresponding benefits. Among these, the advantages gained from Ling Tong's betrayal of humanity were also enjoyed by his family. It would be unjust to merely punish Ling Tong alone for his transgressions, while letting his family, who did not partake in the wrongdoing, off scot-free. It would not be sufficient to simply execute Ling Tong's family. They must at least bear some consequence, such as being relegated to hard labor or repaying the benefits they had previously enjoyed. Ling Tong, as well as Xian Hu and Huang Shi, your demise is indeed warranted. As for how to deal with your families, that shall be determined by the chosen representatives of humanity. The side with the greater number shall dictate the fate of your kin. Now, I shall proceed to the execution platform to dispense justice upon you, so that the entire race may witness the loathsome nature of these traitors. Sui Run, seeing Tong Ling's silence, understood his sentiments, and thus took the initiative to finalize the method of punishment for the 3 traitorous elders of humanity. Once the decision was made, the 3 ancestors of humanity, along with Tong Ling, did not linger. They proceeded directly to the execution platform, where they recounted the crimes of Ling Tong, Xian Hu, and Huang Shi before the entirety of humanity. Subsequently, the 3 traitorous elders were executed upon the platform. The execution platform was a treasure of fate for the human race, wielded by the 3 ancestors. Now, with Tong Ling's involvement, any one of them could activate the platform to project the scenes occurring upon it to the areas enveloped by the fate of humanity. This was akin to a live broadcast, reminiscent of Tong Ling's previous life. The betrayal of the 3 great elders sent shockwaves throughout the human race, with their execution as traitors eliciting applause from many. It also instilled fear in certain hidden traitors within humanity. After the disposal of Ling Tong and the other 2 elders, Tong Ling chose not to remain among humanity, waiting for the resolution regarding the families of the 3 traitors. After bidding farewell to Sui Run and the others, he mounted the 5-colored Qilin and leisurely soared towards the eastern sea of Hunyuan, intending to return to Jie Island. This return was not solely to eliminate various hidden threats within the Jiejiao, but also to reunite with the 3 Shao and the Celestial Maidens, such as Kai Yun, whom Tong Ling had not seen for quite some time. The horizon stretched out in a brilliant blue as Tong Ling rode the 5-colored Qilin, stepping upon the vibrant clouds. He left the shores of the eastern sea and galloped towards the direction of Jie Island. This return, coupled with his transformation into a 12th-rank Sword Lotus and his attainment of the Deluo Golden Immortal status, was bound to astonish his fellow disciples in the Jiejiao. It was likely that Tong Tian, the Celestial Master, would also be taken aback. As Tong Ling envisioned such scenes, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He reclined upon the broad and comfortable back of the 5-colored Qilin, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber, awaiting the moment he would awaken on Jie Island. As time passed, Tong Ling awoke to find he had not yet arrived at Jie Island and still had some distance to cover. Thus, he began to examine the 2 treasures he had acquired at Wui Mountain, the Luo Bao Gold Coin and the Mother Tree to Hong Pao. The Luo Bao Gold Coin, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, contained 47 innate spiritual prohibitions, ranking among the finest. Now that Tong Ling had attained the Deluo Golden Immortal Fruit, he was capable of refining 36 innate spiritual prohibitions. Previously, he had refined 24 of them within the Luo Bao Gold Coin and conducted some research. However, due to the need to refine other innate spiritual treasures simultaneously, he had not delved into it extensively and had only explored it superficially. Now, he could thoroughly investigate it. Among the treasures he possessed, the Luo Bao Gold Coin was one of the strongest innate spiritual treasures, second only to the Qing Ping Sword. While refining the remaining 12 of the 23 unrefined innate spiritual prohibitions within the Luo Bao Gold Coin, Tong Ling also explored its functionalities. He summoned the Ziyun Sword, but found it unresponsive to the Luo Bao Gold Coin, realizing that it was because the Ziyun Sword was a weapon. And the Luo Bao Gold Coin could not affect weapons. That he then recalled the Ziyun Sword and summoned the Nine Dragon Cauldron, discovering that it exhibited a faint restlessness towards the Luo Bao Gold Coin, indicating that the Luo Bao Gold Coin could indeed affect the attributes of the Nine Dragon Cauldron. Next, Tong Ling experimented with other treasures and confirmed that the Luo Bao Gold Coin could indeed only affect, not weapons. Nevertheless, aside from innate supreme treasures, or on par with innate supreme treasures, the Luo Bao Gold Coin could affect nearly all, living up to its reputation as an exceedingly powerful innate spiritual treasure. Earlier, Tong Ling had taken out the innate Yin-Yang Joyful Spring Palace diagram and discovered that the Luo Bao Gold Coin could indeed affect it as well. One must note that the innate Yin-Yang Joyful Spring Palace diagram contained 48 innate spiritual prohibitions, one more than the Luo Bao Gold Coin. Although its primary function was somewhat unorthodox, it did not diminish the spiritual treasure's rank. The fact that the Luo Bao Gold Coin could disregard the disparity in ranks to effect was indeed impressive. Following this, Tong Ling meticulously examined the functions of the Luo Bao Gold Coin, and once he was nearly certain he understood it fully, he focused on refining the prohibitions within. Ultimately, he refined 12 out of the remaining 23 innate spiritual prohibitions within the Luo Bao Gold Coin. Thus, having refined a total of 36 innate spiritual prohibitions, Tong Ling had essentially mastered the Luo Bao Gold Coin and could unleash its vast majority of power. After completing his research on the Luo Bao Gold Coin, Tong Ling began to investigate the Mother Tree De Hong Pao, a superior innate spiritual root that was merely a step away from being classified as a supreme innate spiritual root. The large Hong Pao tea leaves it bore were considered the finest in all of Hong Huang's realm. Brewing tea with them not only invigorated the mind and enhanced magical power, but even contributed to the growth of one's primordial spirit and physique, proving effective even for the Luo Golden Immortals. Tong Ling leisurely prepared a set of tea utensils, conjured spiritual water with a wave of his hand, and after a series of seemingly practiced maneuvers, brewed a pot of fragrant De Hong Pao immortal tea. Pouring it into a jade cup and taking a sip, he felt his soul become translucent and his body at ease, experiencing an indescribable sense of bliss. Reclining against the broad back of the five-colored Qilin, with a soft white cloud as a cushion, Tong Ling gazed at the breathtaking scenery of the sky, while occasionally savoring the Mother Tree De Hong Pao immortal tea. Truly savoring the delight of an immortal's life, carefree and unrestrained. The five-colored Qilin, Qi caught a whiff of the immortal tea's aroma and immediately perked up its nostrils, shamelessly requesting a cup from Tong Ling. After drinking, its magical power and primordial spirit surged, and it promptly galloped with renewed vigor towards Jie Island. The vibrant clouds beneath its feet surged, appearing like a colorful meteor streaking across the sky. A beautiful spectacle as time flowed swiftly. The massive pupils of the five-colored Qilin finally beheld an island resembling a golden turtle. Even without having visited Jie Island before, upon seeing the island that resembled a golden turtle and recalling its name, Jie Tian immediately recognized that he had arrived at the legendary island of cultivation where the sage of Upper Clear resided. Remembering Tong Ling's earlier promise to bring him to meet the sage of Upper Clear, Jie Tian's heart surged with excitement, and with the speed akin to that of taking a tonic, he soared towards Jie Island. Tong Ling, opening his slightly squinted eyes, saw Jie Island coming into view and felt the inexplicable surge in speed from his mount. Instantly realizing what was happening, a smile spread across his face as he deduced Tian's thoughts. He surely wished to join the Jie Jiao as a disciple under his master. However, it was highly likely that his master, Tong Tian, would not accept Chiao Tian as a disciple. Instead, he would probably encourage Chiao Tian to become a disciple of Jie Jiao, urging him to obediently serve as a mount for his good disciple. Tong Ling Ti, O be my mount, is far more promising than being an ordinary disciple of a sage. Tong Ling thought confidently, not bothering to address Chiao Tian's aspirations, gazing into the distance at Jinao Island. He couldn't help but reflect on his return. He wondered what Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao were up to. First, I shall visit my master at Baiyu Palace, and then I will secretly go to the Three Immortal Island to take a look. At this moment, within the picturesque confines of Sanxian Island, in the Sanxian Cave, the celestial beings Bi Xiao, Kaiyun, and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, along with Hunyuan, the disciple of Daobao Daoist, were leisurely sipping on divine brews and engaging in delightful conversation. Bi Xiao, resting her chin on her hands while nibbling on a lustrous purple jade grape, gazed vacantly and remarked, "I wonder when Brother Tong will return. He mentioned he was going to undergo trials. Yet it has been so long, and he has yet to come back. Had I known it would be like this, I would have insisted on accompanying him on his journey." With that, she crushed the grape in her mouth and swallowed it with a flick of her tongue. The other female immortals exchanged glances, each reflecting varied emotions. Yu Xiao and Qiong Xiao's eyes concealed a glimmer of longing, while the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit chuckled, "Sister Bi Xiao, if you had gone out with the fifth junior brother, it would not have been a trial, but merely a jaunt." Upon hearing this, Kaiyun covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. The youngest, Huling, who had come to Sanxian Island to borrow treasures, was retained for this idle chatter. Observing the expressions of her esteemed seniors and recalling the remarkably talented fifth uncle, Hulinger mused, "Indeed, the charm of this fifth uncle is truly formidable, captivating these extraordinary senior sisters," comparing Tong Ling with other male immortals. Including her master, Daobao Daoist, she discerned that her fifth uncle appeared to possess a uniquely unparalleled allure. Her master had urged her to engage more with the fifth uncle. Now, she pondered how to initiate conversation when he returned. Since it is a trial, he will surely return once he has gained sufficient experience. There is no need for excessive worry, Qiong Xiao interjected. The pressing concern is whether he can return in time to accompany us to that mysterious place. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit sighed in resignation. Who knows why that enigmatic location seems poised to manifest prematurely? Based on my observations of the fluctuations in the void surrounding it, I fear it may appear within a millennium. That I wonder if the fifth junior brother can make it back in time. That if not, we shall proceed without him." The other ladies nodded in agreement. Hulinger, unaware of the intricacies involved, merely followed suit and curiously inquired of the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, who readily provided explanations. She then asked Hulinger if she would like to join. The inquisitive Hulinger nodded in affirmation. 300 miles outside Sanxian Island, Tong Ling rode upon a five-colored Qilin. Returning to his own Taoist abode, Yuhu Island, he had just paid a visit to the Tongtian Patriarch, leaving the Patriarch utterly astonished once again. In his delight, the Patriarch generously rewarded him with numerous gifts. This time, however, the rewards did not include spiritual treasures, but instead 2 low-grade, innate spiritual roots. Furthermore, it was decided that Tong Ling's identity as the young master of the Jie Sect would be officially announced in the near future. Solidifying his status as the sect's heir, that he affectionately patted the large head of the five-colored Qilin, saying, "Ao Yin, there's no need to feel disheartened just because my master did not accept you as his disciple. Being my steed will bring you your own advantages in the future." "Yes, my lord," the Qilin responded somewhat listlessly. While being Tong Ling's mount was indeed commendable, it paled in comparison to being a disciple acknowledged by a sage. Shaking his head, Tong Ling chose not to dwell on Ao Yin's mood. In time, Ao Yin would come to understand the benefits of being his steed, to the point that he might not even be able to leave. He instructed Ao Yin to find a resting spot on the island before his figure shimmered, and he returned to the long-forgotten Hunyuan palace. Seated upon the cloud bed, after reflecting on and summarizing his recent excursion, he planted the Mother Tree's scarlet robe and the two low-grade, innate spiritual roots granted by the Tongtian Patriarch in proximity to the Xianhuang Fire Spirit Peach Tree. Following a period of rest, Tongling summoned a cloud and leisurely soared towards Sanxian Island. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of Sanxian Island. Possessing the privilege of free entry, he promptly entered the island. Upon his arrival, the three celestial sisters, as the owners of Sanxian Island, immediately sensed his presence. In the Sanxian cave, the six enchanting female immortals were engaged in lively discourse, when, all of a sudden, the three celestial sisters exhibited a moment of surprise. As if they had simultaneously sensed something in unison, they swiftly darted towards the cave's entrance, their speed astonishingly swift, clearly eager to be the first to emerge. What is happening? The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, Hunyuan and Hunyuan exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden commotion. Let us go out and see, the Holy Mother suggested, taking the lead to follow the three celestial sisters, with Hunyuan and Hunyuan trailing closely behind. Outside the Sanxian cave, three streaks of vibrant light raced across the sky, heading towards the distance. Among the three, Yu Xiao, being the most advanced in cultivation, soared ahead. Xiong Xiao trailed slightly behind Bi Xiao, both sisters flying in a near parallel formation. Observing Yu Xiao's increasing speed, the expressions of the two sisters darkened. Bi Xiao called out to Yu Xiao, "Elder sister, why are you flying so fast? Do you also have feelings for the fifth brother? And you too. Second sister, why are you pushing yourself to fly so quickly? Do you harbor affection for the fifth brother as well?" After addressing Yu Xiao, Bi Xiao cast a dubious glance at Xiong Xiao, who was not far ahead. Upon hearing Bi Xiao's words, Yu Xiao, who had been far ahead, suddenly paused, visibly slowing down, allowing Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao to catch up. That Yu Xiao's ears tinged with a subtle blush. Yet her demeanor remained composed as she retorted with irritation. "Third sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely reacted instinctively, thinking an intruder was invading our Sanxian Island. It was only after I flew out that I realized it was the fifth brother returning." "Please refrain from making wild claims. Is that so?" Bi Xiao regarded Yu Xiao with skepticism. "Indeed," Yu Xiao affirmed, her expression earnest, before shifting the topic. "Second sister, why are you flying so fast?" Although Xiong Xiao felt shy, she would not be intimidated given Yu Xiao's previous statement. Responding, "I share a similar sentiment with you, elder sister. I too thought an intruder was breaching our Sanxian Island." "Is that so?" Yu Xiao regarded Xiong Xiao with a knowing look, causing Xiong Xiao's cheeks to turn away in embarrassment. However, it seemed that Xiong Xiao soon had a revelation, her face returning to a knowing expression as she scrutinized her elder sister, Yu Xiao. Thus, the two sisters exchanged glances, ultimately grasping the underlying implications of their conversation. They then cast a glance at the puzzled Bi Xiao, simultaneously sighing in recognition of their entangled fates before turning away. Bi Xiao felt somewhat bewildered by her sister's behavior. Noticing their pace had lessened, she seized the opportunity to accelerate and overtook them. Darting ahead towards Tongling, "Fifth brother, you have finally returned from your trials. I missed you dearly." Upon catching sight of Tongling, Bi Xiao called out long before reaching him. Tongling, standing atop the clouds, noticed three streaks of colorful light approaching and recognized it was the three celestial sisters coming to greet him. As they drew nearer, he heard Bi Xiao's heartfelt declaration of longing and laughed heartily. "Ha, Bi Xiao, I missed you too." Not long after, the two were face to face. Bi Xiao dashed forward and leaped into Tongling's embrace, clinging to him tightly without uttering a word, as if she wished to merge with him entirely. Tongling, taken aback by Bi Xiao's octopus-like hug, found himself puzzled, wondering, does Bi Xiao really miss me this much? Isn't this a bit excessive? To alleviate any potential awkwardness from their close proximity, he gently patted Bi Xiao's head and said, "Bi Xiao, your elder sister and second sister are right behind us. If they see us like this, they might think I've done something inappropriate to you. Perhaps you should let go of me." "I won't let go. You have no idea how much I've longed for you," Bi Xiao protested. Upon hearing the words, Bi Xiao remained entirely indifferent, comfortably nestled in Tongling's embrace and unwilling to budge. Tongling, at a loss for words, could only silently recite Wuliang Tongling to steady his mind and avert any potential awkwardness. At that moment, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao approached, their expressions darkening as they beheld the tightly entwined figures of Tongling and Bi Xiao. Observing this, Tongling gently pushed Bi Xiao away and greeted Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao with a cheerful, "Hello, junior sisters. It has been quite some time." Both Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao, however, were entirely preoccupied with the embrace of Tongling and Bi Xiao, merely nodding in response to his greeting without further reaction. Noticing their demeanor, Tongling mistakenly assumed that Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao thought he had done something inappropriate to Bi Xiao. He playfully extricated the pouting Bi Xiao from his arms and suggested, "Let us retire to the Three Immortals' cave to converse further. I have many amusing tales from my recent journey to share with you both." With Bi Xiao now released from his embrace, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao's expression softened, and Yun Xiao inclined her head slightly, saying, "Then let us proceed to the Three Immortals' cave. We must prepare a welcome feast to celebrate your return, senior brother." Xiong Xiao gazed at Tongling with gentle eyes, smiling as she added, "Upon your return, senior brother, you must regale us with tales of your adventures during your trials." Bi Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, you must tell us everything. And if you embark on another journey, I shall accompany you, whether you permit it or not." Tongling shook his head in resignation as he soared toward the Three Immortals' cave alongside the three sisters. En route, they encountered the Turtle Spirit Mother, the Colorful Cloud Fairy, and Fire Spirit Girl, leading to yet another round of pleasantries before they all flew back together to the Three Immortals' cave. Inside the cave, with the banquet laid out and everyone seated, Tongling observed the curious gazes of the ladies and smiled. "My recent expedition was quite intriguing. I ventured to the Primordial Continent." "The Primordial Continent?" The women were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The Colorful Cloud Fairy, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Senior brother Tongling, you traveled to the Primordial Continent. Did you encounter any dangers?" Recalling that she herself was merely at the peak of the profound immortal realm, she felt a shiver of trepidation regarding the perilous nature of the Primordial Continent. At that time, Tongling had only been at the golden immortal level, which rendered the treacherous terrain of the Primordial Continent even more hazardous. Even now, as Tongling had returned safely, the Colorful Cloud Fairy remained concerned about the perils he faced during his journey. "Dangers, indeed, I did encounter," Tongling acknowledged, aware of the Colorful Cloud Fairy's worry. He smiled reassuringly. "Yet, under the protection of our master, I managed to turn peril into safety." Protection from our master. The ladies exchanged knowing glances, understanding the weight of Tongling's words, and collectively felt a sense of relief. Seeing their reactions, Tongling flashed a mysterious smile and teased, "Can you guess how Master shielded me?" Bi Xiao, fixated on Tongling, replied, "I believe Master must have bestowed upon you numerous life-saving techniques, enabling you to emerge unscathed." The other ladies echoed similar sentiments, their eyes fixed on Tongling, eager to hear his response. Tongling chuckled, "That's quite accurate. Master indeed provided me with many means for self-preservation.